Abyss Domination Chapter 869 to Chapter 942. Sirik was an anomaly among the natives. Looking at the history of the entire multiverse, no one rose faster than him. Even the adventurers who were lucky enough to become gods during the Avatar crisis were far behind him. If one only looked at the first half of Sirik's story, then he had the aura of a protagonist. He went all the way from a mortal to one of the most powerful gods at that time. However, if one added Sirik's record of courting death in the second half of the story, then the whole story had the illusion of a protagonist turning into a villain. It could be said that Sirik finally forced the gods to join forces to seal him because he was too ambitious and loved courting death. After all, he was the one who had gathered all the clergies of the three gods of death. Even the main gods of the pantheon did not dare to look down on him. Sirik, on the other hand, had been acting alone for a very long time. He only had temporary allies and no subordinate gods. Soren fell into silence. He was not very confident in dealing with Sirik. Every time he mentioned Sirik, he felt that this guy seemed to have the aura of a protagonist. If he wanted to deal with him, Soren felt that he needed to hug the legs of the goddess of luck. Although Sirik was unlucky, that was also the effect of the protagonist's aura. If it was another god who courted death like that, it would not be as simple as being sealed. They would probably be dead. Schemes that would have been punishable by death in the hands of other gods were merely sealed away in the hands of Sirik. And he actually came out during the time of troubles. Dealing with Sirik was much more difficult than dealing with the Shadow Lord. Although Sirik's strength had been greatly reduced, his clergies were still murder, lie, deceit, and illusion. His domains were chaos, destruction, slaughter, evil, illusion, and crafty. That's right, Sirik also had the crafty domain, and his abilities were almost all combat type. While Soren was deep in thought, Grim Reaper Jurgil spoke again. Dealing with Sirik won't be easy. But I can give you some help. In any case, this little bit of power won't be of much use to me. Since that's the case, let it be the foundation of your death priesthood. After that, the ancient god of death, Jurgil, pointed at Soren, and a golden light appeared. Then, a strong aura of death rushed into Soren's body. Rose of Data appeared, received the gift of the Grim Reaper, Jurgil. You've obtained the divine power of death. You have obtained partial information about the divine domain of death. The second message from the death clergy appeared. The god of death, Jurgil, gave a portion of his divine power to Soren, helping him get one step closer to the divine domain of death. My priesthood doesn't suit you. After Jurgil was done, he slowly said, so you will have to rely on yourself to wield the power of the divine domain of death. For now. The god of death, Jurgil, only kept 3 priesthoods related to death. They were Fatalism, Death Recorder, and Tomb Guard. These 3 were insignificant priesthoods. And these priesthoods didn't suit Soren at all. The only reason Jurgil kept these priesthoods was to make it easier for him to record deaths. As a great existence of divinity, he almost gave up most of his divinity and divine power. All right. After Jurgil was done, he waved his hand and said, you should go back now. Don't stay in the underworld for too long. The gods were very weak during the time of troubles, and the saints couldn't resist the corrosion of the underworld. The underworld was a very special place. Under normal circumstances, even if it wasn't during the Avatar crisis, the gods didn't like to enter the underworld. Soren came back to his senses. He bowed slightly to Jurgil in front of him to express his gratitude, then turned and walked out. In any case, Jurgil helped him get one step closer to obtaining the divine domain of death. The ancient god of death had been looking for a suitable agent. The 3 gods of death of the previous generation were the first agents he chose, and now the king of the dead, Clemvox, was the second agent he chose. This existence's domain of death was beyond any other god. Even Soren didn't know what he wanted. After leaving the boat of the Styx, Soren directly teleported back to the city of Moder. There was nothing to stay in the underworld, and Clemvox, the king of the dead, might not be very friendly to Soren. After all, his relationship with the goddess of magic was complicated, and there was a certain competitive relationship with her. As soon as he returned to the city of Moder, Soren saw Vivian standing nervously beside him, and in front of him was Soren's body, which seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed. Soul separation was very simple for Soren. In the blink of an eye, Soren returned to his body, and at this moment, the little girl saw him wake up and rushed to him, holding his hand tightly and saying, "Brother, you're finally awake. I was so worried." Soren smiled and touched the little girl's head. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "Are you Vivian or Lillian?" The little girl's expression froze when she heard the words, then she whispered, "I'm Vivian. Lillian rarely comes out. She usually controls the body in the afternoon or evening." "Brother. I'm sorry." As if she felt that she had done something wrong, Vivian apologized without saying a word. Soren originally wanted to scold her, but after seeing the god of death, Jurgil, Sirik's existence was like a mountain on his body, making him feel a little nervous. The Dreadlord had not been dealt with yet, and now Sirik had come out. Soren felt that time was not on his side. Compared to these things, Lillian's existence was not that important. As long as he could get rid of the Dreadlord and Sirik, it would be easier to reconstruct the body and soul separation. Sirik must also be killed, because even if he killed the Dreadlord, if he did not kill Sirik, he would definitely turn his attention to Vivian, who had just inherited the Dreadlord's power. A new god who had just inherited the power, oh my god. What an easy lamb to deal with. If Sirik did not die, he would be plotting all day long to kill Vivian and take her godhood. Lillian was still within Soren's acceptable range. However, Sirik belonged to the category of gods who must die. Soren felt that he had to think carefully, especially to organize his thoughts and recall the gods who were the most hostile to Sirik. To deal with someone like Sirik, who had great luck, he could only think of ways to borrow his strength. P.S. First update. There is another chapter for today. Gloria returned to the city of Moder the next day. She brought back a lot of alchemy devices and went into crazy research as soon as she came back. Soren didn't tell her about Sirik. As a mortal, she couldn't help much now. Telling her would make Gloria worry more. Vivian woke up in the form of a demigod. At present, the only thing the little girl lacked was a clergy. As long as she had a clergy, she could be promoted to minor divine power. A lot of things happened during this time. First of all, the goddess of fortune appeared in the city of wealth. The reason seemed to be related to the legendary lucky coin. Soren didn't know if he should get close to the goddess because he had the blessing of the goddess of misfortune. Then, the elves and the orcs broke out again. This time, the scale was much smaller. It seemed that the two divine systems had restrained a lot. The internal strife of the drows had stopped. The Queen of Spiders should have regained control of everything. There were gradually signs of unification inside the Underdark. The Principality of Rossard was more serious. As Soren guessed, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was backed by a demon duke. And it was the legendary Queen of Yuma. Lord of Hell, the daughter of Asmodeus. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Even the Church of the God of Light was now having a headache. It was not difficult to deal with the Queen of Yuma, but if Asmodeus was drawn out, then only the God of Light himself could deal with him. Right, there was another standard of great divinity. In addition to death, the other was the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. He had experienced the ancient war and killed many ancient demons. The Queen of Yuma should be the first demon duke to appear in the eyes of the world. As the daughter of Asmodeus, she had always tried to prove her ability. She didn't rely on her father's power, but relied on her own strength to achieve the status of demon duke. So this time, the trouble caused by the Church of Light would not be so easy to solve. At least the confrontation between the demons and the church would last for a while. Soren had been paying attention to the outside world. However, because he knew about Sirik, he didn't want to intervene in many things. The latest news was related to the Halflings. As a race with a small population, the Halflings also had their own gods. This time, the Halflings' guardian goddess, Yoda, seemed to have appeared. The goddess who had created the Halfling race had appeared in the Shire region and had fought with a god. As for who it was still uncertain. In addition, one thing that had happened in the beginning had been made clear. It was the Death Valley mentioned earlier, where a strong aura of life suddenly appeared. This was obviously a miracle created when a god who was in charge of life fell to the mortal world. This goddess was Angrus, the elven goddess of life. She was also the current wife of the elven god system's chief god, Corlon Larison, The person who replaced the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, as the matriarch of the elven pantheon. She was in charge of spring, birth, fertility, and planting, an extension of the life priesthood. It was because she felt to the mortal world that there were strong signs of life in the Death Valley. At present, she had returned to the elven god system. As for why she didn't see her husband until now, the outside world didn't know the reason at all. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The third wave of the Avatar crisis was still brewing, and the figures of the demons began to appear frequently. It seemed that in the first few waves, they had become more active than the demons. In the eyes of the demons, the material plane was a rich treasure. A large number of high-quality souls were waiting for them to harvest, which could greatly improve their power and status. Recently, some special people began to appear in Motor City. Most of these people were women, and they were all young and beautiful women who could sing and dance. Most of these beautiful women were bards, dancers, performers, and so on. They had a special emblem on their chests, which was a triangle formed by 3 different colors, yellow, orange, red, of hexagons. This was the emblem of the Goddess of Joy. No one knew when it started, but the believers of the Goddess of Joy came uninvited. Now, many performers serving the Goddess of Joy could be seen in Port Motor. They either sang and danced in the taverns or performed directly on the streets. From time to time, passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch. Occasionally, there would be a burst of cheers. These beautiful women all had good skills, and their beautiful dance made Port Mordor happy. Soren had been secretly paying attention to these things, but he had no intention of directly interfering. The Goddess of Joy had her own mission. At present, because of the Avatar crisis, there was no joy in many places. When war came, gods like the Goddess of Joy would become very awkward, which was why her followers came to the city of Mordor. At present, in the material plane, only a few places, such as Motor City, Arendelle, and the Northern Council, could still make them happy. As for other places, those who were still hungry had no energy to watch their dances and songs. The Goddess of Joy, Lier. She was the Goddess of Joy, happiness, dance, festivals, and freedom. Her domains included chaos, charm, family, kindness, and so on. She was a kind goddess who liked to do whatever she wanted. She was also one of the goddesses who was inclined to hedonism. She basically did not have much ambition. Many of her believers were extremely devout, and she was popular all over the world. She was regarded as the propagator of joy. Her temple often raised donations by holding grand celebrations, and then put the money raised into various seemingly unplanned uses, such as concentrating on beautifying a public area, or spending a lot of money to hold a feast for a serious local lord. A feast. In short, this goddess and her believers were a little funny. The Goddess of Wealth and the Goddess of Joy used to be very close allies, but after the previous Goddess of Wealth's accident in the time of troubles, some of her believers began to turn to the Goddess of Joy, so the relationship between the two goddesses later became much colder. The enemy of the Goddess of Joy was the Goddess of Pain and Torture, Lauvita. The Goddess of Pain, Injury, Agony, Torment, Suffering, and Torture, the aforementioned Maiden of Pain. The hatred between the two goddesses had been long-standing. As early as the last time of troubles, the high priestess of the Goddess of Joy, Clanna Angelos, who was once the lover of the Goddess of Joy, was murdered by the forces of the local Lauvita sect. Under the instructions of the Goddess of Joy, her believers formed an assassination cult called the Scarlet Dancers, and began to tour the world. At the same time, under the cover of delicate and deadly dances, they used dancing shoes with hidden blades to take the lives of the Maiden of Pain's believers. From then on, the battle between the two churches never stopped. The sea could accommodate all rivers. Soren was tolerant enough of the arrival of the believers of the Goddess of Joy. He sent people to give these performers a piece of land and let them build a small temple to worship the Goddess of Joy. Of course, this was not without a price. Soren was having a headache over Vivian's priesthood, so he was very interested in the position of the Maiden of Pain, Lauvita. Originally, he wanted to let the High Priestess contact them. But considering that the Goddess of Joy was a famous lesbian goddess, he thought that he should have the opportunity to contact her again. P.S. Second update. Please pay attention. The monthly votes will be voided soon. Everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. After 12 o'clock, it was cleared out. Soren began to plan for Vivian's priesthood. What do you think Vivian should choose as her starting priesthood? The priesthood of fear is still too early. She must first have a transitional priesthood. Port Mordor, Deepwater Alley. It only took a day for the believers of the Lady of Joy to build a small altar. Most of these believers were quite handsome, and many of the performers had to have a certain level of appearance. At this moment, these believers were performing the last important ritual. A pair of beautiful human girls picked up 2 weapons and threw them on the ground. Then, under the guidance of the priests, the surrounding believers covered the weapons with a pair of fresh flowers, completely burying the 2 weapons in it. This ceremony was called Abandon Violence, and it was also a ceremony that represented the principles of the Lady of Joy. This goddess did not like to fight. Then, the believers began to prepare for the celebration. As mentioned before, the Lady of Joy was a bit of a funny goddess, and those who believed and served her were also a bit funny. In the Church of the Goddess of Joy, almost every holiday that had nothing to do with evil beliefs was a reason for the church to hold celebrations. In other words, they could always find reasons to hold all kinds of celebrations full of joy. As for how many people would participate, it was not something they could decide. The arrival of the Goddess of Joy added a touch of vitality to the city of Mordor. However, Soren had always had strict restrictions on the gods. He did not exclude people who liked and believed in the Goddess of Joy, but he would never allow this kind of hedonism to prevail in the city of Mordor. Therefore, the whole process of the ceremony was filled with members of the church and a small number of hedonistic civilians in the port of Mordor. Flowers, wine, music, and dancing. A simple celebration soon began. Beautiful singers danced around the altar, and bards played a variety of instruments next to them. The priest was praying in it, and with the atmosphere of joy, a little light invisible to the naked eye was gathering. This was the divine power of the Goddess of Joy being injected into the altar. She had noticed the altar that she had just built and quickly connected her faith to it. This meant that she had been silently paying attention to the city of Mordor. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, many celebrations would be held to attract the attention of the gods if an altar wanted to open. The celebration ceremony did not last long. Soon, the priest placed a girl statue that had been prepared long ago in the center. Then a divine light emerged. This was a faint light visible to the naked eye, which meant that the Goddess of Joy had recognized this place as her temple. It was different from the Old Lady of Wealth and the influential sea goddess. The strength of the Church of Joy was only enough to build a small temple. These believers would earn money through performances and then give it to the temple to gradually expand. The Goddess of Joy had a large number of bards as believers. The church controlled a large number of theaters and circuses, which would definitely greatly enrich the entertainment of Mordor City in the future. Soren looked down at all this from the sky. After the believer of the Goddess of Joy had completed all of this, he transformed into an ordinary young man and walked past the people who were immersed in the celebration, arriving at the back of the temple. No one noticed Soren's arrival, except for the golden light that appeared on the statue of the girl on the altar. "Welcome," he said. The Lord of Mordor. The protector of the half-elves." With a little bit of light, the light of faith behind the temple converged into a graceful figure of a girl. She bowed slightly to Soren and said in a pleasant voice, "Thank you very much for accepting my church. May joy be with you." The figure of the Goddess of Joy appeared. While bowing to Soren, she also used a relative honorific. As a veteran god, although she had existed longer than Sauron, because of the level of divine power, Sauron's status was far higher than hers. In the future, she would be much lower than Sauron in the Pantheon Temple. Although Mordor is ruled by order, it does not exclude joy. Soren looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and said with a smile, "I hope your arrival can bring more happiness to the civilians." Hearing Soren's words, the Goddess of Joy fell into deep thought. Soren's words were not a simple greeting. As a god, the Goddess of Joy obviously understood Soren's meaning. He could accept joy, but he couldn't accept pleasure. As for the idea of freedom of the Goddess of Joy, it obviously wouldn't work in Mordor. Soren pointed out the order to tell the Goddess of Joy that she must pay attention to this. Mordor was a city full of order. He could accept the Goddess of Joy, but he didn't agree with the idea of freedom of the Chaos Camp. "I understand." The Goddess of Joy's smile had a hint of bitterness. If it weren't for the Avatar crisis, she definitely wouldn't want her believers to develop in Mordor. But now the continent was full of war, and many people couldn't even fill their stomachs. The goddess of joy's position was more awkward. She nodded gently to Soren and said, "My believers won't bring you any trouble." "That's good." Soren smiled and said, "There will be a large celebration in Mordor soon. Maybe your church can be responsible for hosting it." He had to give her a carrot after giving her a stick. Mordor did have a celebration. As a new city, the day of the establishment of Mordor was an important celebration. Soren's military parade was also an important celebration. These celebrations were handed over to the Church of Joy to help the Goddess of Joy gather some believers. Looking at the believers of the Church of Joy, there were more bards than priests. Soren guessed that the Goddess of Joy's situation wasn't very good. Perhaps many priests couldn't give her divine spells. This was the limitation of the priesthood. The priesthood she had was not good for the time of turmoil. "Then it's time to talk about business." Soren didn't come in person to chat. He looked around, waved his hand, and a divine barrier appeared. Then he said, "I want to know the whereabouts of the goddess of abuse, Lauvita. She's your old rival. You should know something about her, right?" The goddess of joy was stunned for a moment and then said, "Is she also an enemy of Sir Soren?" "If it's Lauvita, I do know something about her." Soren didn't answer her question. He just looked at the goddess of joy in front of him and smiled. "The Maiden of Pain has been fighting with you for thousands of years. I think you would be happy to see such an enemy disappear, right?" The goddess of joy was silent. Obviously, Soren's words touched her heart and made her hate him. This famous goddess had several lovers who were priestesses in the church, and many of these priestesses died in the hands of the Maiden of Pain's believers. P.S. The first chapter. There's one more chapter. Talon City. This used to be one of the few big cities in the south. However, due to the prevalence of corruption, the law gradually became a tool for the rich and powerful. Gradually, the city began to show signs of decline and decay. More and more merchants avoided this place where they needed to bribe to do anything. However, the decline of Talon City also meant the rise of some other forces. They were the forces that belonged to the gray area and the churches of many evil gods. At this moment, in an underground prison, a group of people in cloaks were kneeling in front of the altar, praying. Standing in the middle of the altar was a beautiful girl in revealing clothes. She held a long whip in her hand, and after praying for a while, she suddenly whipped herself violently. This time, she used almost all of her strength. A bloody whip mark appeared on the beautiful girl's back. At this moment, the other people under the altar also took out their whips and whipped themselves. Then, they knelt on the ground and prayed. Many of Lauvita's believers and priests specialized in using whips. It was just like how many of Soren's believers were good at using machetes. These were all changed because of the preference of the god. All of this did not end quickly. After a period of self-abuse, the believers began the next step of the prayer ritual. This special ritual was called Flame of Candlelight. The believers first chanted hymns and danced around the burning candles. Then, under the guidance of the priest, some beautiful girls began to appear. They kept burning their bodies with the flames of the candles. At the same time, they asked other believers to drip the candles on their bodies. The whole process lasted for a while until the ritual was completed. The high-grade priest extinguished the candles with holy wine. At this moment, the ritual reached its climax. When all the believers were covered with whip marks and candles, a divine radiance appeared on the altar. Then, a hazy figure of a girl appeared. Then, everyone began to pray passionately. The priest even sang hymns loudly. The whole ritual lasted for about 2 hours. When everything was over, the girl on the altar gently waved her hand. A breath that made people feel peaceful and happy appeared. At this time, the priests also began to cast divine spells to heal flesh wounds. Under normal circumstances, they would only heal minor injuries. Occasionally, there would be believers who would hurt themselves badly to please the goddess. The Maiden of Pain, Lauvita, was an aggressive, domineering, and fearless goddess. She protected all the torturers, sadists, and bullies on the continent. The Maiden of Pain was obsessed with inflicting pain, whether physical or psychological. Lorita's church usually had a huge influence in large cities that were in decline, because the corrupt bureaucracy in the cities usually turned a blind eye to their corrupt behavior, and the people in power in the church were all female humans or half-elves. The church usually recruited new members from the rich and powerful of the city. Her priests were unrelenting in their tortures, or in their feigned love with the young noblemen, and then in their cruel abandonment of them, and they endeavored to destroy all affections and friendships, and then to flirt with their victims with pretended intimacy, and then to ridicule them. For the believers of the Maiden of Pain, excellent acting skills and beautiful appearances were very useful tools. The Maiden of Pain's alignment was lawful evil. Under normal circumstances, evil gods of this alignment acted like devils, and most of them had a plan. This could be seen from the teachings of the Maiden of Pain. Judging from the church's rituals, the Maiden of Pain wasn't much different from other evil gods. But if you read her teachings, you would realize that this goddess wasn't simple. The teachings of the Church of Pain were long. If you simply picked out a few, you could summarize them into the following few. This world is full of pain and suffering, so the only thing we can do is to face the inevitable pain, and pay back more pain to those who caused our pain. Article 1 of the doctrine: mercy is the best companion to pain and pain, because only mercy can deepen the pain of torture. Remember that endless cruelty and torment will only make the abused rise up in revolt, and so it is necessary to stop the torment occasionally, on a whim, and give them unexpected comfort and healing, so that they may not understand the will of the goddess, and thus the foolish people will all the more thirst for the mercy of the Maiden of Pain. The second doctrine of the Church. The whip, the flame, and the cold are the three useful tools given by the goddess to her believers. Article 6 of the doctrine: no matter when we inflict torture and punishment, we should preach the teachings of Lorita. Pain is a comprehensive trial, it can strengthen the mental resilience, and let those who have survived the ordeal gain true joy. Only those who know the rules of the goddess can inflict real punishment and abuse. Article 9 of the doctrine: wherever there is a whip, there will be Goddess Lorita. Fear Lorita and desire her grace. The last paragraph of the doctrine. The teachings of the Maiden of Pain were very interesting. Especially in the last paragraph: pain is a comprehensive trial, it can strengthen the mental resilience, and let those who have survived the ordeal gain true joy. This was the highest realm of masochism, Motor City. Council Hall. When Soren decided to deal with the Maiden of Pain, all the information about her was secretly sent to him by the spies in Motor City. Soren's church did not have many things, but there were a lot of rogues, and the efficiency of collecting information was several times better than other churches. The information from the Goddess of Joy was very important, but Soren still needed to deal with the Maiden of Pain, and her church still needed to be dealt with by Soren's church. In this way, he must first know the internal situation of the abused church. The other things were relatively ordinary. After reading a lot of information, Soren became a little interested in Lorita's teachings. Very surprised, Soren actually saw a little bit of positive energy in Lorita's teachings, even if it was just a nice way to put it. But if this point was used to convert, it would be of great use. Treat pain as training. If he could grasp this point and convert it, then there would be no problem with Vivian's clergy. A pure abuse clergy was still too low-end. Soren's initial goal to deal with Lorita was the pain clergy. As for the other torture, whipping, and so on, they were completely unpresentable. Pain, and suffering. These were the real useful clergy. It could be applied to the gods of the evil alignment, and it could also be applied to the gods of the good alignment. The priesthoods of Vivian and Lillian were to be chosen between them, that's right. Soren thought that the clergy could be extended in two directions. Lillian was obviously in the evil alignment, and Vivian was definitely in the good alignment. If pain was the starting clergy, both of them could be considered. Vivian's priesthood was initially determined. However, regarding the two extreme extensions of pain, simply speaking, it could be understood as S and M. This point still needed to be considered. Everyone, cast some monthly votes to give Futu some energy. Let Futu directly evolve into the corrupted demon king and finish writing this paragraph. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Last night, there was a storm in the outer islands, and many fishing boats were forced to return early. But it was strange to say that the storm raged outside the city of Mordor. Once it reached the island of Mordor, a terrible storm turned into a downpour, and the intensity of the storm was reduced by at least half. This meant that what Soren had prepared at the beginning had taken effect. The temples and arcane towers distributed in the city of Mordor had begun to affect and balance the weather conditions of the city. An invisible energy barrier had surrounded the island of Mordor, forming an artificial field effect. After the heavy rain, the city of Mordor was like a pearl. But when people got up early to prepare for work, there was a commotion on the other side of the street. Then the guards of the city of Mordor rushed over, and many curious people followed to watch. It didn't take long for the riot to subside. Many citizens of Mordor City who came to watch the fun saw the little girl who was walking a Quetzalcoatlus with a wingspan of 15 meters arrogantly with a rope as if she was walking a dog. Many new citizens were puzzled, they didn't know who this little girl was. Many old residents of Mordor smiled and looked at the cute little girl calmly. A huge Quetzalcoatlus walked past them. The little princess of Mordor, Her Highness Vivian. She hadn't shown up for so long, they thought Her Highness Vivian had gone somewhere. For the old residents of Mordor, they had long been used to such a scene. Since a long time ago, Vivian would go out for a walk with the former Quetzalcoatlus every day. It was just that the little princess had not shown up for so long, and she looked more beautiful, and the Quetzalcoatlus behind her was getting bigger and bigger. The guards consciously maintained order on both sides of the street. Vivian, on the other hand, was used to the curious gazes of the people. She held the gigantic Quetzalcoatlus in one hand and Lulu, who was almost as tall as her, in the other hand, and walked towards the beach happily. In order to fuse with the divinity, she hadn't gone out for a long time. Today, she came out to walk Blackie, who she raised, and took Lulu, who had just returned from a mission, out to play for a while. After all, the little girl was only 11 years old this year. No matter how mature she was, it was inevitable that she would have some childish playful thoughts. In front was Vivian, behind was Lulu, and behind them was a huge two-legged pterosaur. Many people would gradually get used to this kind of situation because young girls liked to get up early and go out for a walk. As the Pearl of Mordor City, Vivian was usually very low-key, and she was only noticeable when she went out for a walk occasionally. Vivian's awakening made Soren feel like his life was back on track. Everything was looking good. If it wasn't for the threat of the Dread Lord and the God of Murder, perhaps Soren would be more than happy to enjoy his current relaxed life. When he was free, he would manage Mordor City and study the war chess plane, making Mordor City the most dazzling city in the material plane little by little. Gloria studied alchemy technology when she was free, striving to understand the core mysteries of the Arcane Empire as soon as possible, striving to become a witch above level 30 as soon as possible, so that she could accompany Soren for a longer time. As for Vivian, she grew up happily and enjoyed the childhood that she should have at her age. Unfortunately, now it was the time of the Avatar crisis, and everything was just imagination. Soren only relaxed for a while, and then he began to face everything again, thinking about how to help Vivian get a clergy, and how to deal with the Dread Lord and the God of Murder at the same time. The demigod vampire was a very good example. It had to be said that this opponent still gave Soren a lot of inspiration. He gained a lot of experience from the demigod vampire when he became a god. Now if Vivian wanted to become a god, the demigod vampire was also a good comparison target. The demigod vampire used his race clergy to become a god. His domain extension was very referential. If Vivian wanted to successfully integrate the clergy, she still needed to compare with the demigod vampire. Soren already knew where the Church of the Maiden of Pain was. As for the whereabouts of Lauvita herself, the gods were more cautious in this era. Unless it was someone like Soren who had a base camp, they would not easily expose their traces. But as long as they knew that the church could slowly find her, Vivian did not need to rush to become a god. In the evening, after Soren completed the study of the legendary spell imprisonment, he began to read the information about the gods sent back by the rogues below. Recently, he paid a lot more attention to the gods. Basically, whether it was the gods of the good camp or the gods of the evil camp, Soren maintained a certain level of attention and paid attention to their movements at all times. Today, a very interesting piece of information was sent back from below. There was also an emblem in this piece of information, which was a woman's delicate lips. In the whole multiverse, there was no one who could make the emblem of a god so rippling. It seemed that there was only one so far, that was the one mentioned a long time ago, cat and dance goddess, Charis. Charis was also known as the cat and pleasure goddess. Her camp used to be chaotic and good. Later, because of the influence of Lady of Night, she tried all kinds of forbidden and taboo pleasure. As a result, she fell into chaotic and evil. Now, with the help of the goddess of love, she was restored to chaotic and neutral. She was the famous goddess who was almost broken by Lady of Night. Charis was the goddess of minor divine power. She was in charge of hedonism, sensual pleasure, large joyous celebrations, and the clergy of cats. The combat power of this goddess was relatively average, but she was a little stronger than most ordinary minor divine powers because she mastered the domains of chaos, charm, travel, and trickery. Under normal circumstances, as long as a god mastered the domain of trickery, they would not be too weak. Charis was a radiant and beautiful goddess. Only Xianxia, the goddess of love, could compare to her in terms of looks. She was a frivolous and capricious god, so very few people could really understand her true inner thoughts. Her personality was as unique and independent as a cat's, and she liked to enjoy herself. She always took care of her appearance to maintain her delicate and beautiful appearance. This was a capricious goddess. She was also one of the more famous funny goddesses among the gods because her believers also had a hobby, which was to always find various reasons to hold various kinds of celebrations that satisfied the senses. This goddess was very much like a cat. She was also a goddess who liked to wander, and was even once thought by the gods that she had wanderlust. However, because of her wanderlust, Charis directly fell into the trap of Lady of Night. She began to experience all kinds of dark pleasures and was controlled by Char's dark power. Now, although this goddess had learned a little, her wanderlust had not changed. This was because the information in Soren's hands recorded information related to her. Her traces actually appeared in Arendelle at one time, and then there were signs that she seemed to have recently taken an airship to Port Tylon. This goddess was obviously looking for trouble again. Lady of Night had never forgotten that she had escaped from his hands, and the spies under Soren's command had found the traces of this goddess, so the other gods' churches must have found something as well. Looking at her posture, she was planning to go to the city of Moder. Soren did not have much objection to this goddess, but if this goddess of chaos encountered any trouble at that time, he did not know whether he should do it or not, for now. The goddess of cat and dance, Charis was a god under the goddess of love. Although the goddess of love was not very good at fighting, she was still a powerful god. Soren thought about it and decided to entrust the information to the goddess of love. The goddess of love, Xianxia, and her gods, plus various good allies. Most of the goddesses in this series were a bit funny. The Avatar crisis had caused all of these goddesses to fall. With Soren's understanding of them, he only hoped that in the middle and late stages of the Avatar crisis in the future, fewer goddesses in this series would die. P.S. Today's update. The hemorrhoids are acting up. Don't talk, Futu needs to be alone. The late stage of the Avatar crisis. The non-combat gods in the pantheon suffered the greatest loss, especially the original hedonistic goddesses. None of them had a good ending. Soren even remembered that a goddess was imprisoned by the demon duke of the Bautor Inferno. He didn't know how long it took for her to be rescued. However, that was something that happened much later on. Speaking of it now, the gods had not yet fought so fiercely. At present, everyone was still relatively restrained. Time always passed very quickly without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, it was almost May. At this time, some signs of the third wave of the Avatar crisis had begun to appear. Motor City was located in the outer islands, so it was not obvious. However, the traces of the devils were becoming more and more frequent on the continent, especially the low-grade devils, which began to be more and more common in the wilderness. In the first two waves, the devils were not the main force, but they also gained something. Now, these gains were transformed into little devils as cannon fodder. They began to appear frequently in the wilderness and attacked various non-devil creatures at the same time. Windspear Hills. River Valley. Soren's figure appeared in this somewhat remote area. This was the edge of the Windspear Hills. The land was not very fertile, but there were thousands of residents nearby. Behind him was the high priest with a serious face, and a few other priests above the level of bishop. Then there was the ugly monkey who returned from a mission. This incident was because of the news he brought back. "My lord." A priest who looked like an archbishop bowed his head humbly to Soren, and then said in a deep voice, "The news has been sent back. Recently, there has been a batch of problematic food in the southern region. Many civilians began to get sick after eating it. All of these foods were planted with vicious spells. If the priests don't dispel it, people who have eaten the food will become undead creatures, and people who have been attacked by them will be infected with corpse poison." The devils finally took action. Compared with the reckless behavior of the devils were obviously more proficient in calculation and conspiracy. Nobody knew when it started, but a batch of problematic food appeared in the southern region. At first, no one noticed it. However, as more and more people fell ill, people finally discovered the source of the problem. What was even more serious was that these sick people eventually turned into undead, and those who were attacked by them would also be infected with corpse poison. The southern region was the most populous place in the material plane. Once such a problem occurred, it would undoubtedly spread quickly. The Windspear Hills were also affected. In the valley that Soren had personally come to, there was a village where everyone had been turned into zombies. "There's something wrong with this land." Soren had been watching everything silently. Then he turned his head and said to the high priest, "Send people to spread out and look for them. The soil here has been polluted. There must be a secret altar nearby. Any creature that eats what is grown on this land will be infected with a terrible disease. Tell the people below not to eat anything here, including water." Soren felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this. It was similar to what the devils usually did, but it was also similar to what the liches of the Grey Waste did. The devils liked to change the structure of the polluted land. This was because many devils were immune to poison, and in the process of attacking the abyss, the most common thing they did was to change the plain laws of a piece of land they conquered, transforming the chaotic laws of the abyss into orderly laws. In the front lines of the Blood War, many fortresses occupied by the devils were eventually transformed, and the laws of the land became more suitable for the devils. In front of Soren was a piece of transformed land. A filthy power had eroded the land. Whether it was the plants, the soil, or the rivers, everything had been corroded by this power. Although it didn't seem like there were many changes, as long as the people living here ate the things here, they would slowly get sick. In the end, it was very likely that they would be infected by the undead plague and turn into undead creatures. The method is very similar to that of the devils. But why does it look like the method of the skeletal waste? Could it be that the undead kings have begun to attack the material plane? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to the normal historical progress, the undead creatures should attack the material plane during the fifth wave of impact. At that time, many people had died in the material plane. Many of them were entrenched in the lower planes, especially the Grey Waste, the spiritual realm, and the half-planes near the underworld. They left behind the history of the liches, undead kings, and so on. They felt that this was a very important opportunity. The large number of deaths in the material plane had given them a chance to show their strength, so the fifth wave of impact of the Avatar crisis broke out. This was also what the adventurers at that time jokingly called undead calamity, however. At present, although many people had died in the material plane, the proportion was not very large. Even if the undead kings of the undead system cast spells to summon souls, it was unlikely that they could gather a terrifying army of undead from the graveyard and the wild. Judging from the signs in front of him, Soren felt that it was more like the devils had drawn in and colluded with a small number of legendary liches and undead kings. They used the power of the undead creatures to weaken the strength of the material plane, and finally achieved the goal of harvesting enough souls. However, this large-scale killing of people was more like the means of the devils, and not the careful planning of the devils. Soren was a little confused for a moment. He felt that history seemed to have a more serious deviation here. That was, the third wave of impact had caused the devils, demons, and undead to take action, but their actions were not too big. The undead plague must be controlled. Otherwise, the number of people dying will become very high. And at that time, the aura of death will become stronger and stronger. By then, even if no one casts spells in the graveyard of the material plane, many corpses that have been buried long ago will crawl out. By then, I'm afraid that the fifth wave of impact will come early. According to history, the third wave of impact was the Devil Legion, the fourth wave of impact was the violent elemental life, and the fifth wave of impact was the undead calamity. The first wave of impact had caused a large number of deaths, so when the fifth wave of impact came, even the gods could not sit still anymore. During that time, it could be said that there were undead everywhere. The people who had died in the past all crawled up one by one because of their resentment, and the entire material plane was shrouded in the aura of death. Soren did not know whether it was a good thing for the undead kings to take action early, but the elemental turmoil had not yet broken out. Since he could react quickly, the god of light, the lady of Silvermoon, the goddess of agriculture, and the other gods should be able to react quickly, right? Soren thought for a long time. In the end, he decided that no matter how the future developed, the problem at hand must be solved first. He must first find the contaminated altar, and then find a way to purify this filthy land. No matter what, the undead wreaking havoc was more troublesome than the devils and demons. Most of the devils were immune to poison. Therefore, they would first use some underhanded schemes to earn more chips for themselves. Compared to the high and mighty gods, the ordinary archdevils were still slightly weaker. Of course, the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, was an exception. But if the other archdevils came to the material plane, their strength would at most be similar to that of a fallen saint. In short, if any archdevil dared to come to the material plane, Soren would have the ability to fight them head-on. With Soren's guidance, the church's rogues immediately scattered. Soren also nodded slightly to the high priest next to him, indicating that she should also go and see the situation. Those who had the ability to cast a magic circle to pollute the earth were basically senior devils, which meant that their strength was above the legendary level. They were at least elite bone devils, and there was even the possibility of higher-level devils appearing. To deal with such an enemy, the high priest was still needed. The rogues soon found something. Because they found some dead animals. These animals were poisoned to death, and some of their bodies had begun to rot. Over here. A priest's exclamation came from somewhere, followed by the sound of a battle. The others heard the sound and rushed over, and Soren also frowned slightly and flew over. The devils used such a large-scale killing method. Their purpose was not only to deal with mortals and harvest souls. Soren always felt that they were targeting the gods. Because once mortals were poisoned, they had to rely on the priest's divine spells to dispel and heal. Currently, during the Avatar crisis, the gods could only give a limited amount of divine spells to the priests. In the case of limited divine spells, it was more difficult to suppress the spread of this disaster. And if it couldn't be controlled, the number of mortals dying would increase, and the channels for the gods to obtain faith would become less and less. In the end, it would become an endless cycle. If a large number of mortal believers died, then the gods would obtain less faith, and the situation would become more and more unfavorable for them. The devils and the evil gods were not on the same side. They only obeyed the orders of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, and only remained in awe of the other evil gods. The devil's actions this time must have something to do with the Lord of Hell. By the time Soren arrived, the battle had already ended. An intermediate chained devil, an intermediate bone devil, and a group of lesser devils had all been killed by the priests. In front of them was a huge altar that was shrouded in a foul and poisonous aura. This was the aura of the Baator Inferno. When the Baator Inferno was first created, it was filled with poison, fire, and torture. It was a plane that was first created to punish evil. The altar was polluting the land nearby, and if this continued, the water source would also start to affect more places. Destroy this place. Soren ordered with a frown. Hearing his order, the other rogues and priests immediately began to work, and in a short while, the altar was destroyed. At the same time, following the destruction of the altar, the corrosive energy gradually weakened. Now, all that was left was to purify the ground. Who dares to destroy the Lord's plan? Just as the altar was about to be completely destroyed, a roar filled with pressure rang out. Then, a raging fire ignited under the altar, and a 3-meter-tall greater devil appeared in the fire. This devil held a heavy greatsword in his hand, and his broad bat wings made him look like a devil. Many of his features were very similar to that of a greater devil, but the aura he emitted was that of a greater devil. Greater teleportation. To be able to teleport to a material plane so easily, his strength must be at least at the legendary level. Without a doubt, this was a devil on the same level as the Baylor, one of the Bator Infernos, Abyss Fiend. The Abyss Fiend was one of the top fighting forces in Barthas. It looked very similar to the Baylor, but it had the characteristics of a devil, and its strength was slightly weaker than the Baylor. Of course, this was in the case of a one-on-one battle. If it was any other battle, then the Abyss Fiend would have a much higher chance of winning. The Abyss Fiend's strength was at least 35 points, and their challenge level was at least 21. If a normal person were to encounter them, then without a legendary party, they wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. This was because devils were more cunning than demons. The Abyss Fiend was proficient in all kinds of teleportation techniques, and could cast a blasphemous whisper with a spell power of 25 or above. In theory, an Abyss Fiend had the ability to destroy a small city on its own. The pressure of a legendary demon enveloped everything around it. The Pit Fiend came out of the fire aggressively and glanced at the priests and rogues in front of it with contempt. However, when its gaze fell on Sauron and the High Priest who were standing at the back, the Pit Fiend's eyes were filled with disdain. The Abyss Fiend, who had just appeared in an incomparably cool manner, immediately activated a greater teleportation spell without saying anything. It didn't even want to say goodbye, and it was ready to flee. Trying to run after showing off? No way, Sauron looked at the Abyss Fiend in front of him expressionlessly as he cast a greater teleportation spell. However, when the teleportation spell was about to be completed, the Abyss Fiend's face showed a look of relief. Sauron silently waved his hand. Change space, power of divinity. The teleportation spell that was about to be completed disappeared instantly, and the Abyss Fiend's face froze at that moment. Then he turned around stiffly, and without saying a word, his huge body directly knelt in front of Sauron, and said with a trembling voice, "Great Shadow Lord. Protector of the Half-Elves. Ruler of Mordor. Supreme Sauron. Lowly Floss didn't mean to offend your majesty. It's just..." The Abyss Fiend, who called himself Floss, hesitated for a moment. After weighing whether his life or the mission was more important, he directly said, "Lowly Floss is just loyally carrying out the orders from the top of hell. I don't have any intention to offend the great Sauron." This guy knelt down quite straightforwardly. Sauron's expression finally changed a little, and the others present were a little stunned. It seemed that they couldn't react in time. At first, he appeared in an incomparably cool manner, but after seeing Sauron, he immediately turned 360 degrees and knelt on the spot. The Abyss Fiend's performance was too dramatic, everyone present didn't know whether to laugh or cry after they reacted. However, they couldn't help but praise this guy in their hearts for being able to adapt to the circumstances. Obviously, he had done his homework before taking action, otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized Sauron at a glance. And he knelt down so decisively. P.S. From today onwards, the public account will update some of the greater gods' information. You can follow it and have a look. In the dream, Fotu had become an incomparably awesome exorcist. Furthermore, he had gone to England to deal with all kinds of vampires and female canines. The whole process was extremely satisfying. He had been pretending to be cool the whole time. It had been a long time since I had such a good dream. After waking up, I had a look of longing for more. Just as the dream was about to end, after a big battle with a group of vampires, a white-bearded priest told me, "Fotu, you have worked hard. You should have a good rest." When I thought about it, it really made sense. In the dream, Fotu had fought with many vampires for 300 rounds. He was indeed exhausted. Therefore, it was reasonable for me to rest today. As a result, it just so happened that every month, there were more than 30 days that I did not want to write. Therefore, it was reasonable for me to ask for leave today. Today, not only did I have to ask for leave, Fotu also asked for monthly votes. By the way, I gave myself a thumbs up for being so shameless. Floss was in a bad mood. As a devil, even if he was a senior devil, he had to learn to obey the orders of his superiors. So when he received the mission to spread the plague near the Windspear Hills, Floss felt terrible. Because this mission was planned by the higher-ups of the Bator Inferno, and the purpose was to weaken the power of the material plane. It would be best if the priests of the churches of the gods were exhausted. The mission location was assigned by the higher-ups. Floss felt that he must have not handed in enough souls during this time, so he was sent to a place like the Windspear Hills by his superiors. This place was not terrible. But the terrible thing was the god in charge of this place, the god of shadows, Soren. This was a famous god-killer in the multiverse. First, he killed the god of the hunt, Malor, and then he killed the god of shadows. The name of this existence had long been spread throughout the Bautor Inferno, so how could Floss not know of his existence? So when he knew that the mission location was within the range of this lord's religion, Floss was a little depressed. But the rules of the Bautor Inferno meant that there were some missions that could not be avoided. So after thinking for a long time, Floss decided to avoid other places in the Windspear Hills and just deal with it in a random corner. He would kill some mortals and collect souls, and then fool his superiors in hell. But, Floss never thought that Soren would notice such a small action and catch him on the spot. As a high and mighty god, Soren was a little different from the other gods. That was, the other gods had existed for a long time, and they had long been indifferent to the life and death of mortals. It was more like a number to them. But Soren was different. After all, he had not been a god for a long time, and the education he received had determined that he cared more about the life and death of mortals than the other gods. If other gods knew that all the mortals in a village were dead, they would at most send their internal church to check it out. This was the same even for the gods of the good alignment. Even the god of light, who represented the lawful good, would not make a big fuss over the deaths of all the mortals in the village. However, this was completely different for Soren. After learning that all the mortals in the village had died, he decided to come over personally. That was the tragedy of Floss. He believed that a god like Soren wouldn't care about the lives of hundreds of mortals, let alone solve these problems himself. But reality gave him a merciless blow. Not only did Soren attach great importance to this matter, he even personally came to check it out. Then, without a doubt, Floss knelt on the spot. Under such circumstances, what else could he do but kneel on the spot? He was facing a mid-level god, and a notorious god slayer. His opponent used the power of divinity to seal his escape spell, and there was also a high priest standing beside him. Floss didn't have the slightest chance of winning, and if he hesitated, he would be killed by Soren on the spot. Although Soren was a god of the evil alignment, he didn't care about the mortals of the evil alignment. However, he could not remain indifferent to the deaths of hundreds of innocent civilians in the area of his faith. If the Abyss Fiend did not kneel on the spot, perhaps he would consider killing him directly. But since the Abyss Fiend was so sensible, he had other uses for Soren. Although the Abyss Fiend was a demon of the Bautor Inferno, his genes came from the Abyss. The Tanaree demons and the Barthas demons, although these two races were at odds with each other, their origin was the same, and that was the Abyss Worm. The Abyss Worm was one of the most important currencies in the lower planes. Demons loved to herd, and sell the Abyss Worms. Whether it was the demons of the Bautor Inferno or the Abyss, they could use the Abyss Worm to evolve into low-ranked demons and low-ranked demons. The Abyss Fiend was born from the genes of the Balor demons. Note, it's a Balor, not a Flame Balor. Tell me your true name. Soren's figure disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of the Abyss Fiend. Swear the sticks and tell me everything you know. Then I'll spare your life. A high-ranked Abyss Fiend had many uses, because they were usually the direct subordinates of the archdevils of the Bautor Inferno. Such high-grade demons generally had a certain degree of freedom. What Soren wanted to do was to deprive them of their freedom and directly turn them into his own slaves. All evil gods were good at this, because no matter if they were in the Bautor Inferno or the Abyss, they all liked to recruit high-ranked demons and devils as their subordinates. In the Dreadlord's divine kingdom, there were many demons and devils as his servants. In the face of Soren, a mid-level divine power, Floss had no choice. So he simply told Soren his real name, and then let Soren leave the mark of the evil god on his soul. He was done for. Once the mark of the evil god was planted, it was very difficult to remove it. Unless it was the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, other archdevils would not be able to remove it. This was because he was a mid-ranked evil god. Just like how Soren couldn't erase the soul imprint left by the succubus queen on the fallen witch Kalina, this kind of power that involved the soul was the most difficult to remove. Even the gods sometimes couldn't do anything about it. You stay here and purify this land. After Soren completed the mark, he turned to the high priest and said, "Tell the church's inquisition to pay attention to the movements of the devils. Don't let the plague spread to the Windspear Hills." After that, Soren turned to the abyss fiend Floss and said, "Come with me to the city of Moder. I have an important task for you. As long as you can do it well, I won't be stingy with the rewards. I can even give you a part of the power of divinity. I will let you gain the power and status you deserve in my divine kingdom. But if you dare to play tricks on me, I don't suggest that I extract your soul and study it." At this point, Soren's voice became cold. It was easy to deal with the devils. The creatures of the lawful evil alignment had their own rules of conduct. When dealing with the devils, they always had to remember one thing, and that was to coerce them. Power and power were what they desired. The Bottor Inferno had a strict hierarchy. It was more difficult for the devils to be promoted than the devils. Soren had to promise them enough benefits and tell them the consequences of going against him. The devils were very smart. Generally, very smart people would know what to do in this situation. P.S. First update. Today's update. Controlling demons was easier than controlling demons. Because the creatures of the lawful alignment were accustomed to obeying orders. Compared to the chaotic nature of demons, after controlling a demon, you didn't have to worry about it being like a demon. But if you controlled a demon, then you must always be aware that the demon would never be loyal to you. They were always thinking about how to betray you. It was just that before they had the confidence, these devils would work obediently. Demons believed in order and rules, but not because the latter could promote the progress of the whole society, but because they believed that they could seek their own interests from these rules. Every demon was eager to be promoted to a higher level, so that they could change the rules at will to meet their goals. The ideal of the demons was to go from obeying the rules to making their own rules. In many levels of the Bottor Inferno, many demons would make various rules for other demons to pursue their own interests. As a high and mighty god, especially a god with mid-level divine power, he was a god. Soren didn't need to worry about the betrayal of a high-grade demon. He was confident enough to control the other party because gods controlled demons differently from mortals. Gods controlled demons directly from the soul, while mortals mostly relied on spells and real names. In this way, demons could betray their masters at any time and plot to kill them. Mordor City, afternoon. Shortly after Soren returned, Gloria came to the study. "I heard that you brought back a high-grade demon?" Gloria came in and looked around. Then she flipped her long hair and said, "Why is it gone? Did you let it go?" Soren nodded and looked at her. "What's wrong?" "I have something to send it to deal with, so it has returned to the Bottor Inferno." "It's nothing." Gloria smiled and said softly, "It's just that some research needs the blood of high-grade demons, but since it has been released, I'll use something else instead. By the way." Speaking of this, Gloria's expression became serious, and she said seriously, "Recently, someone in the Council Hall of Mordor has found infected people in the port of Mordor. At present, they have all been quarantined. I think according to the current situation on the mainland, we should also control the foreign population." The epidemic spread faster than expected. Although the churches of the gods reacted quickly, some places that lacked priests quickly became a paradise for zombies. Currently, the paladins were clearing out the undead and searching for traces of the devils. Even the Holy Avenger had asked Soren for a batch of safe supplies to help the victims. Many cities and towns on the continent had been quarantined. The churches of the gods were cleaning up the devil's minions in batches, and at the same time, they were carefully guarding the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. "Yes. Then let's restrict the number of outsiders for now." Soren thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he said, "Issue a ban in the city of Mordor. Currently, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Port Mordor has added an inspection mechanism. I will send the church's priests to pay attention. The third wave is coming soon. Now that the blood war in the bottomless abyss is about to come to an end, it's very likely that the devil's main army in the blood war will attack the material plane and plunder souls. Blood War Legion. Just thinking about this name was enough to make many mortals in the material plane feel fear. Because of the Avatar crisis, the current blood war in the bottomless abyss was about to stop, and the intensity was not even 1/10 of the original. In this way, the Devil's main army in the Blood War had free time. This was also one of the biggest challenges facing the material plane and the Avatar crisis. The Devil's main army that had been honed in the Blood War for thousands of years was almost invincible in the material plane. Even the army of Mordor was vulnerable in front of them. Perhaps the only thing that could fight against them in the material plane was the Golem army during the Arcane Empire. The third wave of impact was just a tentative attack by the Blood War Legion. Only during the last wave of the Avatar crisis would Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, send out the elites of the Blood War Legion, as well as the top elite demon legion that rose to become senior demons in the Blood War and gradually disappeared. It was said that they were sent to the deepest part of Hell. Note, as mentioned before, the excellent senior devils who rose in the Blood War would eventually be sent to the deepest part of the Bottor Inferno to become Asmodeus' trump card. No one knows what he will do with these top Blood War devils' main army. Legend has it that he is going to use this group of elites to counterattack Mountain Paradise. History had entered a period of choice. Although it was only the third wave of impact, Soren had already felt that the final outbreak of the Avatar crisis was gradually coming. There was not much time left for him. In his previous life, the material plane could survive because there were 3 million paladins supporting the backbone of the world. These paladins fought on the front line and faced the Devil's main army that survived the Blood War. But now the adventurers were long gone. Even now, Soren had no confidence that he could change the fate of the final battle. At most, he could barely rely on his own ability to help Mordor survive the Avatar crisis. The Blood War Legion was difficult to defeat. Unless someone could restart the Blood War in the Abyss, the material plane must face the top Devil's main army of Asmodeus, the Blood War in the Abyss. This might be the last way for Soren to change the Avatar crisis so that the material plane would not be destroyed. In fact, he had been aware of this for a long time. Only by restarting the Blood War in the Abyss could he delay the Devil's main army of Asmodeus during the Avatar crisis, give the material plane time to breathe, and then drag the Devils into the endless war with the Devils again. Soren's plot in the Abyss was not small. At first, it was just to protect himself, then it was for Vivian, but everything was connected. If possible, Soren did not mind saving the world, even if he was a god of the evil camp. But if Soren finally decided to do so, then he must face the challenge of Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell. In the face of such a terrible enemy, Soren must be above the level of great divine power. The future was full of endless variables. Soren, as a far-sighted person, must consider things in the long run. If a person does not consider the long run, there will be immediate worries. What he could do now was to accumulate his strength step by step, wait for the third wave of the Avatar crisis to come, and then accumulate strength to deal with the fourth wave of the Avatar crisis. As for whether he could save the material plane and meet the final battle of the Avatar crisis, for now, the only way Soren could think of was to restart the Blood War in the Abyss. Without 3 million paladins to support the world, only the Blood War in the Abyss could save the world. P.S. Second update. This book is beginning to enter the middle and late stages. After writing for such a long time, Futu's spirit would sometimes be very tired. I hope everyone can understand. It was an insidious realm of darkness and power. It was a hidden place that hated the light. It was a remote and unknown desolate land. The Shadow Realm. The Shadow Plane was a dark plane that was connected to and coexisted with the prime material plane. The way it overlapped with the main material realm was similar to that of the Ether Realm. Therefore, plane travelers could quickly jump long distances through the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm was also connected to other realms. You could use the Shadow Realm as a springboard to visit other realms of existence through spells. The Shadow Realm was filled with the contrast of black and white. The color had been infected by the surrounding environment, and it was as dark as the universe. On the other hand, the Shadow Realm was very similar to the main material realm, but not exactly the same. Just like the sky above, there was always a dark dome where the sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. The same landmarks as the main material realm could be seen in the Shadow Realm, but they were distorted and still the most vague reflection of the main material realm. Although it was dark, there were still many animals, plants, and humanoid creatures that called the Shadow Realm their home. Generally, the geography of the Shadow Realm was similar to the place where travelers entered the Shadow Realm from in the main material realm. If a sorcerer entered the shadow realm from a forest, she would first see a shadow forest. If she entered from underwater, she would appear in the sea of shadows that flowed like the ocean in the main material realm. So her water-breathing technique was still effective. Although the terrain of the shadow plane was somewhat similar to that of the main material plane, there would still be some changes in the environment when she left the place she entered. Soren stood on a vast sea of shadows. Because Mordor was located in the Outer Islands, the Shadow Realm was surrounded by the sea except for the fixed teleportation within the range of the Arcane Tower. In short, the place where the Arcane Tower was found was also an isolated island in the Shadow Realm. This was not the first time Soren explored the Shadow Realm, but today he came to the Shadow Realm for a different purpose. This time, Soren entered the Shadow Realm for a very important thing. That would mean that his divine kingdom had fallen. As a god of the evil alignment, after Soren inherited the half-elf priesthood, his kingdom was constantly falling. Under normal circumstances, Soren's kingdom should have fallen directly to the lower realm. However, since he killed the Shadow Lord and inherited the priesthood of the Shadow Lord, his kingdom began to move towards the Shadow Realm. This was the characteristic of the priesthood. The whole process of falling did not last long. Today, Soren had a strong feeling and noticed that the god's kingdom had reached the shadow plane. Yes. Soren flew in the boundless shadow sea for a long time, but as the distance narrowed little by little, a strong feeling became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the gravity of the Shadow Lord's kingdom began to increase. The characteristics of the shadow plane are normal gravity and normal time. The sudden increase in gravity here could only be due to some external force causing the spacetime distortion. My divine kingdom is nearby. There were many similarities between the shadow plane and the material plane. The gravity here was not as terrible as the earth elemental plane. The biggest difference was that shadow energy could be increased by 30% in this plane, while flames and light would be weakened by about 30%. This characteristic was very common, just like how fire spells in the scorching hell could be increased by 50%. Soren gently landed on the surface of the sea. He closed his eyes and sensed everything. Suddenly, a ray of divine light burst out from his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Found it." Greater teleportation. The next moment, Soren's figure appeared tens of kilometers away. In front of him was a stretch of deep darkness. The space around him seemed to have overlapped with each other, and there were faint traces of spatial rifts. It looked like the god of the hunt, Maelor's kingdom had fallen. However, Soren was different from Maelor. As a true god, he did not fall, so his kingdom was not destroyed in the process of falling. It was only slightly damaged. He tried to get closer to his kingdom. But, suddenly, a huge repulsive force appeared and directly bounced Soren's figure out. Puff, a stream of blood spurted out. Soren covered his chest and frowned as he looked forward. After he got close to his kingdom, he triggered a very chaotic and violent force that directly knocked Soren out. He had no ability to resist at all. It was as if the law of the kingdom was repelling him, the Avatar crisis. The terrible chaotic storm that broke out in the time of troubles was still there. All the gods could not enter their kingdoms. So even if Soren's kingdom was in front of him, he could not step in. It seems that I can only go back when the Avatar crisis is over. Soren shook his head and sighed. He cast a healing divine spell on himself. The power of the law had a repelling effect on the body of the gods. At present, even the Lord of Light had no way to enter his divine kingdom, let alone him. However, Soren came to the Shadow Realm this time not to hide in his kingdom, but to do something more important. That was to integrate his kingdom into the Shadow Realm. Although it was something that Soren must do in the future, the Shadow Realm was also an important springboard that could almost connect to most of the realms in the multiverse. The Shadow Realm had a certain special characteristic. It was the characteristics mentioned above. Everything here was covered with a layer of shadow energy. After Soren's god's kingdom fell into the shadow plane, it formed a distortion of space and time, causing the nearby gravity to increase. Because the law inside the god's kingdom was still repelling the shadow plane, the two sides had not completely merged together. Now what Soren had to do was to make the characteristics of his kingdom conform to the characteristics of the shadow realm mentioned above, and remove the repelling nature of the law through the transformation of divine power. Divine form. Soren's figure rose into the air, and his whole person turned into a human figure made of golden light. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty god, looking down on the shadow plane like a golden giant. Countless shadow creatures sensed his presence and couldn't help but look in his direction. He was the master of the shadow realm. At this moment, what Soren had to do was to assimilate his kingdom with the shadow realm. At the very least, he had to integrate the characteristics of the shadow realm. Otherwise, the power of the law would be repelled step by step, and eventually the kingdom would be damaged. Change reality. Shard of divinity. The surrounding space gradually distorted, and traces of cracks in the realm were repaired by Soren's divine power. At the same time, with the power of the divinity of shadow, the energy from the shadow realm began to gather around him. Change space. Shard of divinity. Countless shadow energy gathered around Soren like a torrent, and then he injected it into the god's kingdom. Although Soren could not perceive and see everything in the god's kingdom, he knew that everything inside the god's kingdom was slowly changing. A little shadow emerged. The shadow energy from the shadow realm was assimilating the interior of his kingdom. Among the original elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, there was an element pool from the shadow. To stabilize his kingdom in the shadow realm, Soren had to completely transform his kingdom. Normal gravity. Normal time. Infinite space. Although he could not enter his kingdom, Soren still maintained a certain level of control. After all, it was his kingdom. While the shadow realm was merging with his kingdom, Soren was also setting the most basic structure of his kingdom. The shadow energy began to dominate. However, the characteristics of the god realm still maintained the characteristics of normal gravity, normal time, and infinite space. That was to say, the space of the god realm still maintained the infinite possibility of growth. His divine power began to be consumed rapidly. The power that Soren had accumulated during this time was quickly squandered away. However, as the god realm merged with a large amount of shadow energy, the nearby cracks in the realm were disappearing little by little. At the same time, the change in gravity caused by the distortion of time and space gradually disappeared. Soren's half-elf kingdom was merging into the shadow realm. Realm shift. Although it had merged into the shadow realm, Soren had to do more than that. He began to move his kingdom, and then approached the location where the Shadow Lord was originally located. This would take a while. Soren only set a coordinate and let the two kingdoms gradually get close to each other. When the two sides were close to a certain distance, what Soren had to do was to merge the two kingdoms together. It was not difficult to move the kingdom. But it was moving up and down. Because of the characteristics of the realm, it was easier to move up and down, but moving the kingdom horizontally required a lot of power. Soren's divine power could not withstand such consumption. He could only rely on the characteristics of the realm to move slowly. There was still some time before the Avatar crisis was over. Even if he wanted to merge the two kingdoms, he would have to wait for a while. It's finally done. When the half-elf kingdom merged into the shadow realm and began to move, Soren finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fall of the god realm was not a simple matter. He had been calculating the time and waiting for the god realm to reach the shadow realm. Because if he left it alone, the god realm might collapse directly. Fortunately, the shadow realm was very close to the material plane, and Soren could deal with it easily. The characteristics of the realm here were very good, to some extent, except for the rich shadow energy. The characteristics of the shadow realm were very similar to the material plane. This also facilitated Soren's transformation of the interior of the god realm. According to the degree of impact caused by the fall, Soren felt that although the interior of his god realm had some losses, it should not be completely torn apart like the god realm of Malor, the god of the hunt. As long as the god realm did not collapse, even if it was only a change in the landscape, it was within the scope of Soren's tolerance. Next, what he had to do was to wait. When the half-elf kingdom gradually approached the shadow realm, Soren could try to use the power of divinity to merge the two kingdoms together. P.S. I was maliciously targeted, and the advertising lady was banned again. Is it easy for an author to earn money to support his family? Now there are so many readers who read pirated books, and Futu did not say anything, nor did he do anything to prevent piracy. He just silently wrote his own book and found a way. It was not easy to have other income subsidies, but there were always people who targeted him and destroyed him. I really don't know what to say. The sixth layer of the Bautor Inferno. This plain was an endless rocky slope. Waterfalls formed by rocks were very common here. They would crush anything in their path. The sky was boiling like scales. The devils of this layer were protected by red copper fortresses, which were designed to divert and deflect the frequent rock flows. However, nothing could stop the worst of the landslides, so the characteristics of this plain were slowly changing. Unless Asmodeus took action, it would take thousands of years. Abyssal Fiend Floss's figure appeared in this layer. There were many terrible environments in the Bautor Inferno, but Floss had long since gotten used to them. As a greater devil, abyssal fiends, or pit fiends, could adapt to most environments. Floss had been a pit fiend for quite some time now, and had been to most of the layers of the Bautor Inferno. However, his activities were mainly in the first and second layers of the Bautor Inferno. These two layers had more opportunities, while the lower layers of the Bautor Inferno lacked enough opportunities to advance. He had come here to complete an important task given to him by Soren. Although he was unwilling to deal with the person he was about to meet, it was no longer up to him to decide. The original lord of the sixth layer of the Bautor Inferno was an old hag. The hag countess wasn't a greater devil, but an extremely powerful night hag from the underworld. The former devil lord Moloch had once ruled this layer, but he was later overthrown. During a great rebellion that swept through the 9 hells, he openly defied the lord of hell, Asmodeus. Most authorities agreed that this hag, one of Moloch's most trusted advisors, was the one who suggested Moloch's rebellion. Of course, the rebellion failed, and the hag was placed in Moloch's position. However, it was difficult for a hag that wasn't of the lawful evil faction to hold a high position in the Bautor Inferno for long. Unsurprisingly, the hag countess eventually met her end. The new lord of the sixth layer of the Bautor Inferno was Queen Xianxia. She was the daughter of the lord of hell, Asmodeus. The princess of hell had already become a greater devil. Her mother had died in the last rebellion, and she hated the devil lord of the fifth layer, Levistus. He'd been sealed in ice by Asmodeus for thousands of years. Before becoming the overlord of the sixth hell, Queen Xianxia had traveled the prime material plane and gained a few followers. Most of Glacia's followers were inexperienced, young, and naive humans. Glacia recruited youths brimming with vitality and made them willingly accept certain taboo experiments. The Principality of Rossard must be mentioned here. The Queen Yuma's shadow had always been behind the rapid rise of Soren's rival, the Duke of Red Dragon. A warlock's bloodline required certain taboo conditions to maintain. Soren had enough reason to suspect that it was the Queen Xianxia's help that allowed the Duke of Red Dragon's wife to possess her current strength. Moreover, the Queen Yuma had been searching for humans in the prime material plane for a long time to conduct experiments. The Duke of Red Dragon was likely to be one of the successful experiments. In this plane ruled by the daughter of the Lord of Bautor, Asmodeus, the pit fiend Floss kept a low profile. After advancing for half a day, he arrived in the vicinity of a special red fortress in the sixth plane. This was a fortress with red copper on the outside. As a greater devil, Floss easily passed through the guards and obtained the right to meet the master of the fortress. The soul stealer, Nigras, Floss passed through a passage filled with the smell of metal. The walls around him were filled with corpses that had been turned into specimens. There were devils, demons, and even demons. Most of the powerful creatures in the lower planes had their corpses left behind as specimens in this passage. All of this represented the strength of the master of this fortress, and all the guests who came here for the first time felt a trace of reverence. "I heard you want to discuss a big deal with me?" When Floss entered a vast dark red hall, a devil sitting on a chair made from the skin of a hellhound turned around. He looked a little like a gray-skinned human, but was different from the other devils. This was a greater devil that had constructed his own form and appearance. He looked like a human with a single horn, gray skin, and scarlet pupils. Yes, Floss tried his best to keep his voice calm. The greater devil in front of him was the legendary soul stealer, Nigras of the Bautor Inferno. Just like there were many unknown top legendary figures in the gray area of the material plane, there were also some devils in the Bautor Inferno who were very powerful, but their reputation was far less than the other archdevils and the devil generals among the devils. However, as long as one came into contact with the higher-ups in the lower planes, they would know that there was a group of very special existences in the lower planes. That was the Soul Stealer. The Soul Stealer was a title, and it was a taboo title in the lower planes. If one was not a greater devil, a demon, or a demon, one would not know about the existence of these monsters. They were thieves, and robbers. They were also the most dangerous group of people in the lower planes, because the origin of the title Soul Stealer came from this group of people who often sneaked into the underworld or places close to the underworld, and then stole high-quality souls from the servants of death from other planes. This was a well-known point. On the 6th floor of the Bator Inferno, the fortress where Queen Xianxia was located was recognized as the place where the most souls were stored in the Bator Inferno. Even long before the Hag Countess was on the throne, that fortress was the place where the most souls were stored in the Bator Inferno. The reason was simple. That was because there was a special organization on the 6th floor of the Bator Inferno, and that was the Soul Stealer, which was made up of the most daring high-grade demons and devils. Nigris was the current leader of the Soul Stealers on the 6th floor. These Soul Stealers rarely participated in the fights between the archdukes. They were like a group of special arms dealers. If the archdukes lost many of their subordinates and needed a batch of high-quality souls to replenish their servants, then they would trade with the archdukes. They would sell the souls of professionals stolen from the servants of death at a high price from the underworld, the spirit realm, the yellow wilderness, and other places to them. Most of the Soul Stealers were very powerful, and almost all of the existences who could get the title of Soul Stealer were at least high-grade legends. Floss was a little nervous, but he still took a deep breath and said, "My master needs a large number of high-quality soul crystals." "I thought about it. In the Bator Inferno, I'm afraid that only you have them." Hearing Floss' words, Nigris smiled and said calmly, "The most valuable thing in the lower planes is souls." "Then, how many souls does your master want? What will he use as a trade?" Souls were the currency of the lower planes. And the souls of professionals were the best part of the currency. The Soul Stealers were not interested in the souls of ordinary people. They only stole the souls of professionals and high-grade creatures from the hands of the servants of death. Nigris did not ask who the master behind Floss was. This was the rule of the lower planes. The Soul Stealers would never ask who bought the souls from them. They only cared about whether the other party could take out something that they were interested in as a reward. Divine artifact. The Abyss Purgatory Demon, Florence, slowly uttered the two words. Then, he saw the pupils of the Soul Stealer, Nigris, in front of him suddenly shrink. The weight of the two words was heavier than he imagined. And as the leader of the Soul Stealers, he must have thought of the identity of the existence who could take out the divine artifact. For a moment, Nigris the Soul Stealer hesitated, but he quickly nodded and said, "If that's the case, then there's no problem with the trade. We still need to see the actual goods for the specific number and equivalent souls to be traded. Also, please convey our goodwill to your master." After discussing some matters, the pit fiend Floss left the castle. Not long after he left, Nigris sent a greater devil to secretly deliver a message to the largest palace in the 6th level of the Bator Inferno. About 10 minutes later, a teleportation portal appeared. The radiance of an advanced teleportation spell appeared, and 3 graceful figures, one big and 2 small, appeared in the Soul Stealers' hall. Lady Xianxia. Although Nigris was the leader of the Soul Stealers, he was no different from an ordinary lesser devil in front of the ruler of the 6th level of the Bator Inferno, Queen of Xianxia. The Soul Stealers were a very loose organization. Although there were many elites within, devils, demons, and devils were a mix of races. Most of the Soul Stealers were under the protection of the lords of the lower planes. Nigris was under the protection of the Queen of Xianxia, but he wasn't her servant. The two were closer to a cooperative relationship. The large amount of souls stored in Xianxia's castle came from the offerings of the Soul Stealers. Queen of Xianxia was a beautiful devil with bronze skin. She had a pair of wings that symbolized her status as a greater lustful devil, a small and deadly swallowtail, and a sharp horn. In terms of appearance, she was probably one of the most beautiful female creatures in the Bator Inferno, perhaps even in the multiverse. There were many adjectives to describe her appearance that didn't need to be repeated. She was absolutely exquisite and full of temptation. Although her charm couldn't compare to the succubus queen Mechanet, she was more beautiful than the succubus queen. She had inherited the power of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. She wasn't that old among the devil lords, but she had already advanced to become a greater devil. Behind Xianxia were two small and exquisite lustful demons. Nigris didn't dare to look at the lustful queen in front of him because he knew how prideful she was and how cruel she was to male demons. In all of Bator, there were only a handful of males who could compare to her in terms of status and strength. As the daughter of the Lord of Bator, Xianxia didn't place any males in her eyes apart from her own father. Naturally, she treated any male devils who had designs on her as nothing more than playthings to entertain themselves with. Of course, this wasn't the sex and love of the mortal world. Xianxia wouldn't allow a male creature so much lower than her to touch her. What she liked was a form of entertainment that was even more cruel, merciless, and bloody. Speak. Xianxia's voice carried a trace of arrogance as she faced the leader of the Soulstealers. You called me over in such a hurry. There must be something important. Queen Yuma narrowed her eyes. One thing was for sure. If what he said next didn't satisfy her, Nigris knew that he would have a hard time in the future. Yes. He hurriedly nodded and said in a deep voice, a greater devil came to make a deal with me today. He actually asked for 6,000 mid-grade soul crystals right off the bat. Next, Nigris told Queen Yuma about the details of his conversation with Floss. As the overlord of the sixth layer of the Bator Inferno, she was involved in most of the major transactions of the Soulstealers. It was highly likely that a Grand Duke or Lesser Devil Overlord was preparing to expand their army, and there might be information that Xianxia needed. In the lower planes, many devil overlords liked to buy wild abyssal worms from night witches and ghost nannies, and then choose the ones with potential to become mid-grade devils. However, most of the elite troops of the Archdevil Lords were creatures that had been personally created using their souls. Devils born this way had great potential, and were very loyal to their creators. In other words, the Devil Lords had already left a mark of enslavement on these souls when they transformed them into devils. 6,000 middle grade and above souls? That's enough to form an elite army. After hearing Nigris' words, Queen Yuma Xianxia couldn't help but sink into deep thought. He's actually using a divine weapon to make a deal. Could it be that there's an evil god standing behind him? An evil god. Many evil gods had attached their divine kingdoms to the Bator Inferno, and many of them were close to the Bator Inferno. That was why the greater devils had a lot of dealings with them. Xianxia's expression grew solemn as this matter involved an evil god. Can you guess who it is? She turned to look at the Soulstealer in front of her. There are only so many evil gods near the Bator Inferno. Do you know who's behind him? The majority of evil gods were in the lower planes. However, dealing with the Soulstealer didn't necessarily require an evil god whose divine kingdom was in the Bator Inferno. Evil gods from other places like the Grey Wastes, the Azure Field, the Scorching Inferno, and so on could also secretly find a representative to buy souls from the Bator Inferno. I don't know. Nigris shook his head. However, I can confirm that the evil god behind the pit fiend isn't simple. I actually sensed a monitoring imprint on him. It's very likely that he's an evil god with lesser divine force or higher. Hearing the Soulstealer's words, Xianxia furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. Let's do the deal as per normal. Once the divine weapon is delivered, bring it to me immediately. Most divine artifacts had their own requirements. Mortals wouldn't be able to use them if they didn't meet the requirements. However, for greater devils with a trace of divinity and even more powerful devil overlords, divine weapons were shockingly valuable. Sometimes, divine weapons didn't need to be used. Devils could always think of various ways to corrupt and transform a divine weapon, whether it was to corrupt it or find a way to extract the divine force within it. This was something that all devils were tempted by. Your subordinate understands, Nigris hurriedly nodded. Xianxia's face revealed a trace of satisfaction when she heard this. Serve me well. If you can prove yourself, I'll recommend you to my father. Queen Yuma's father was naturally the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Nigris' expression immediately revealed a trace of excitement when he heard this. Motor City. Study. Today was a good day. Although the outer islands were becoming more and more stormy as summer approached, and even Motor City would experience heavy downpours from time to time. However, Soren had received a piece of good news today. The devil servant he'd sent out had contacted the Soulstealer in the Bator Inferno. If the transaction was successful, Soren would be able to obtain a large number of mid-level and above soul crystals from the Soul Stealer, and these soul crystals could all be used to make steel golems. With the further development of Motor City, ordinary golems could no longer meet Soren's requirements. Moreover, creating higher-grade steel golems required even better soul crystals. This was something that could only be satisfied in the lower planes. From golems to steel golems, the combat power would soar in a straight line. An army composed entirely of steel golems. Let alone an army from a material plane, even an elite demon army from the abyss would be able to fight to their heart's content. At present, Soren had already dealt with the soul crystals. What he had to do next was to find a way to obtain a large amount of steel to meet the consumption of the golem factory at full power. Of course, that was a little difficult to do. Because with the current level of civilization in the material plane, it was impossible to meet the steel output required by Soren. Soren still had no clue about the steelmaking technology during the Arcane Empire. The magic steel forging process was still under research. Therefore, the only thing Soren could do now was to increase the manpower investment and mobilize the Grey Dwarves from the Underdark. The steel forging technology of the Grey Dwarves could temporarily meet the consumption of the golem factory. As for the other parts that were not enough, he could only find a way to purchase materials from the Northern Witch Council. Although Motor City was developing rapidly, there were still shortcomings in many aspects. The golem army was a very important part of Soren's plan. He had now initially solved the problem of energy supply, and now he was almost solving the shortage of soul crystals. The only difficulty preventing him from building an army of steel golems was how to get enough high-quality steel. The weight of a steel golem was at least 2 tons. Unlike the relatively cheap golems, the steel golems were far more expensive than the golems in terms of craftsmanship and cost. If Soren wanted to build an army of steel golems, the materials consumed would be amazing. With the current level of civilization in the material plane, he might have to rely on himself to find a way. Lululu was in a bad mood today. Because she met a very strange woman when she went out today. This woman gave her a very intimate vibe at first, and when the other party first met Lulu, she was also very friendly, but her eyes were full of vigor, and no one knew what she was thinking. The communication between the two was very good at first, and Lulu also thought that she met a very good person, and maybe they could be good friends in the future. But what happened next was beyond Lulu's expectation. After the woman invited Lulu to play at her hotel, she began to do all kinds of inappropriate things to Lulu. Cat-type war creatures were very sensitive. This wasn't just about the perception of her body, but also about the kindness and malice of others. For example, Soren and Gloria would touch Lulu's little head. The little cat girl could feel a trace of kindness and concern, so she did not reject this kind of touch. But the woman she met today was different. She touched Lulu's ears and put her hands on some places that made Lulu feel very shy. This immediately alerted her, so she jumped out of the window and ran back to the city lord's mansion without a second thought. She was now hesitating whether to tell others about this matter, such as Gloria and Soren, because she always felt that the woman was strange. The material plane, the mountain range. This place was located in the northwest of the continent. It was a land surrounded by mountains, and it was also the gathering place of the Highland dwarves. At this moment, 2 hazy figures appeared here. Soren slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the collapsed mountains in front of him, and his expression became dignified. Is this the place? It seems that the devils have looted everything here. Gloria stared at the collapsed entrance in front of her and murmured, I didn't expect the devils to suddenly attack the dwarves. Soren was also silent. After a while, he looked up and said, let's go in and have a look. The simulacrum doesn't last long. Since we're here, let's see where the devils came from. The third wave of the Avatar crisis had officially broken out. However, what surprised Soren was that the demons' target wasn't the humans, but the Highland dwarves who lived in the mountains. All this time, human beings were the first race to be affected by the Avatar crisis. Because the number of human beings was the largest in the material plane and they were scattered all over the world, they were affected the most. According to the normal historical progress, the third wave of the Avatar crisis should also have erupted against human beings, but at present, for some unknown reason, there was a slight change. The first target of the devils was actually the dwarves, and the human territory had not been officially attacked by the devil army for the time being. This could be because of Soren. Because of him, the intensity of the first two waves of attacks had decreased a lot, which also allowed many human cities to preserve a lot of their strength. With the devil's shrewdness, they might not be willing to attack those cities. Of course, the main reason was that many cities had churches and shrines of the gods. Before the impact of the demons played its due role, the demons did not dare to directly confront the churches of the gods. Stone to mud. Gloria raised her hand to cast a spell, and then cleared a passage. Simulacrum only preserved 70 to 80% of the strength. Gloria could not cast many spells now, but fortunately, if the body created by Simulacrum died, it would not affect the main body at all. When encountering a powerful enemy, she could directly cancel the spell. This was a very safe way of projection. The two of them went into the passage. Because the dwarves liked to stay in the mountains or underground, the news was relatively close to the outside world. The battle here had been over for almost 4 or 5 days. And Soren only got the news today. In other words, when he felt the third wave of the Avatar crisis coming a few days ago, the battle here had already broken out. The third wave of impact was not delayed, but it did not fall on humans, and Soren did not realize it. There were dead dwarves everywhere. This was a branch of the Highland Dwarves, Rock Fortress. The dwarves of this branch were born with rock-like skin, relatively burly build, and a population of about 10 to 20,000 people. For the dwarves, a fortress with such a large population was close to a big human city. Strange. Why don't I see the devil's body? Gloria looked behind Soren for a while, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. She murmured, "Since we came in, we have seen hundreds of dead dwarves. Why can't we even see a devil's body?" After all, she was not a melee profession, and some hidden things could not be seen at all. Soren turned and glanced at her, then turned over one of the dead dwarves. The face of the dead dwarf still had the expression of horror before death, and his face was a little black, which proved that he was poisoned before death. Soren pointed to the fatal wound near the back of the neck of the dead dwarf and slowly said, "The wound is on the back of the neck, which proves that the enemy attacked from behind. Looking at the wound, it should be left by the bone demon. These dwarves were killed on the way to escape, and the gate was right in front of them. They wanted to escape from here before they died. Looking at the signs of the gate's collapse, it should be man-made. The purpose is to make sure that none of these dwarves can escape. So many of these corpses looked desperate before they died. The devils didn't attack from the outside. If I'm not wrong, they attacked from the bottom of the fortress. When the battle here happened, everything was almost over. So there is no devil's body here, because it was just the end of the battle to eliminate the deserters." As if to confirm Soren's words, when they were about to approach the lower passage, the bodies of the devils began to appear. The first corpses that appeared were chain demons, then some bone demons' corpses. Compared to the dead devils, there were more dwarfs' corpses. Obviously, the battle was not at the same level at all. From the nearly 10-to-1 casualty ratio, this was almost a crushing massacre. Gloria's face became more and more dignified as she murmured, "I'm afraid that the equipment of these dwarves is stronger than the regular army of Mordor. Even the dwarves were slaughtered. If these devils attacked Mordor, the consequences would be unimaginable." The Highland dwarves were well equipped. Dwarves were born to be masters of forging. Their equipment level was the highest among all races on average. Almost all dwarven warriors had a set of excellent enchanted equipment, and their natural strength and physique made their starting point higher than humans. But from what they saw, these dwarves, who were far more powerful than humans, were completely slaughtered. These are not ordinary devils. Soren paused when he heard Gloria's words, then waved his hand toward the ground, and the emblem on a devil's corpse fell into his palm. Gloria saw his movements and wondered, "What did you find?" Soren opened his palm and showed her. Gloria's face changed slightly when she saw the emblem, and murmured, "The Grand Duke of the Devil, Bear?" Soren nodded slowly. This was a special emblem that did not belong to any god's church, but belonged to a special devil. The commander of the bloody war, Bear, the lord of the first layer of the Baator Inferno, the leader of the 8 generals of Hell, and the supreme commander in charge of commanding the devil army in the Abyss Bloody War. Gloria was naturally very knowledgeable as a legendary wizard. Although Bayer's emblem was not common, she still recognized it at a glance. There was a short silence. Then, Gloria's voice was a little dry. It was the bloody war that attacked here? Bloody war. When these two words were mentioned, Gloria's voice obviously hesitated. However, when Soren nodded silently, her expression suddenly became more dignified than ever. She looked at Soren and said slowly, "I'm afraid this material plane is going to face a great catastrophe. It has been raining heavily for the past 2 days, and the water level in my hometown has risen." Futu himself took a video of others fishing on the street. Tomorrow, he will send it to the public WeChat account for you to see. In addition, he also said that he also caught a grass carp weighing 3 pounds in front of his house. Ugh! The deeper they went underground, the more dwarf corpses there were. However, the approximate casualty ratio was still maintained at 10-1. The lives of 10 dwarf warriors could be exchanged for the life of a middle-level devil. The devils who invaded here basically did not have low-level cannon fodder. All of them were elite troops who had officially participated in the bloody battle. The efficiency of slaughtering these dwarves was simple and neat. The only place where the Devil Legion paid more casualties was near the temple area. That is, the place where the main god of the dwarf divine system, Moradin, was enshrined. The divine power and the glory of faith that shrouded the temple area had dissipated. The Devil Legion somehow polluted the temple and completely destroyed it at the same time, eliminating the connection with the gods. During the period of the Avatar crisis, the defense of the temple was very amazing. However, now that the power of the gods was seriously damaged, the temple could only retain a little of its original power. No god would take the risk to directly send an incarnation to guard the temple. The main god of the temple was the dwarf god, Moradin. In addition, the temple area also worshipped 2 other gods. One was the dwarf god of exploration, Dumasun, and the other was the dwarf god of theft, Begadin. Both of these gods were mid-level divine power. The former mainly explored treasures, minerals, secret treasures, and so on. It had a wide range of beliefs among the dwarves and miners. The latter was the god of the dwarves who was in charge of wealth, luck, and opportunity. He also had the divine domain of dwarves, luck, trade, craftiness, and so on. He was also the god of theft. Obviously, Begadin was much better off. Wealth and luck were 2 very important divine domains. Under normal circumstances, there would be a treasure trove under Vegadin's temple. Soren took a look and found that a secret room had been opened. The demons seemed to be aware of this as well. After conquering the dwarven fortress, they brought back most of the valuable spoils back to the dwarves. Unlike the demons in other planes, the demons in the first and second layers of the Botwar Inferno often dealt with merchants from other planes, so they cared more about gold and silver coins. They knew that they could use these coins to buy supplies from the plane merchants. There were many planes in the multiverse. It was common to see human planar merchants in the Botwar Inferno, but they didn't come from the material planes. Most of them came from other demiplanes, and even special places like Sigil City. As long as there was profit to be made, the devils would deal with any race or creature. Below the dwarven fortress was a huge furnace. Soren sensed the presence of the dimensional crack from here. No wonder the dwarves were caught off guard. It turned out that the demons suddenly emerged from the flames near the furnace. Many devils were immune to fire damage, so it would be difficult to defend a dwarven fortress from here. However, this also proved that this group of demons had done their research before attacking. They knew the structure of the fortress and the contents of the information. This was different from the other devil lords. It was obviously the work of Barty. It's almost time. Gloria didn't look too good after walking around this place full of corpses. The witches were a little spoiled, so she didn't see many of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood that were common to close combat professions. The simulacrum spell didn't last long. It was almost time for it to wear off. Soren looked around and nodded. Cancel the spell. Let's go back. There's nothing valuable here. As the spell was lifted, the figures of the 2 people disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Soren walked out of the study. Gloria also walked out of the laboratory with a serious look on her face. I have something to talk to you about. Gloria walked to Soren's side and said seriously, everything I saw today is really, if Mordor was attacked like this, and we happen to not be in the city, I'm afraid it would be impossible to resist such an attack with the defensive power of Mordor. I want to test the defense system of the magic lock recently. Then arrange steel golems in some positions. These golems won't be activated usually, but once the city is attacked, the magic lock will automatically activate the defense system in the city and let the steel golems step on the battlefield immediately, activating the device. Just like what Soren found in the arcane ruins, after triggering the alarm, the defense measures would be automatically activated, and the golem army would appear immediately to eliminate the invaders. This was a relatively subtle application, and it had to be attached to the magic lock. Soren nodded and said, "Okay." After a while, the production of steel golems will increase a lot. At that time, we will test the defense system of Mordor. Okay. Gloria nodded and then said, "By the way, Mother wants to do a large-scale experiment in a few days. She may need your help to ensure safety." Large-scale experiment? Could it be the study of elemental fission? Soren's face changed slightly when he heard that, but Gloria seemed to understand his thoughts. She gently lifted her long hair and said, "Don't worry. It's not the study of elemental fission. The information we have at present is not enough to carry out experiments. What Mother wants to do is to raise the floating space tower and then teleport directly to the astral world. This is a very important experiment. If the results are successful, we can go to and from the astral world at any time through the arcane tower, and we can use the ability of the floating space tower to collect the astral sand. The floating space ring and other materials need some materials from the astral world. If the arcane tower can go to and from the astral world freely, we can try to build it into a small fortress, just like the steel fortress of the Githyanki's floating in the astral world. So that's how it is." Soren thought about it and suddenly felt that it was a good idea. The resources of the astral world were huge. Although he could easily go to and from the astral world, it was very troublesome to collect them by his own strength. If the arcane tower could also be teleported to the astral world, then it would be equivalent to having a small base, which would be beneficial for Mordor City's storage of various resources. They could even use the arcane tower to track meteorites and meteors in the astral world. Maybe they could also find a completely diamondized meteor. Yes. Soren nodded immediately and said, "Let me know when the teleportation experiment is carried out." Right. Is the current energy supply of Mordor City enough to maintain the floating space tower to and from the astral world? Gloria and Fallen, which were responsible for the research in this area. Soren didn't know much about it. Gloria thought for a moment and said softly, "It should be a little difficult at the moment, but according to the original plan, Mordor City's demand for astral world's resources will increase in the future, so the experiment of astral world teleportation has been brought forward." Understood. Soren nodded. The two then discussed some other things, and then Gloria went back to her laboratory. Soren was also ready to go to the temple. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a trace of divine power fluctuation. It was actually near the city lord's mansion. There was a god's incarnation, or perhaps even the main body. It actually dared to sneak into the vicinity of his headquarters. Who is it? Soren stopped suddenly, and then his figure disappeared. Judging from the fluctuation of divine power, the level of the other party's divine power was much lower than Soren's. It was very likely that it was a minor divine power, or a lesser divine power. As a true god of the order. Evil alignment, Soren did not have many allies. And most of them would not come uninvited. Most of Soren's allies were above the intermediate divine power, such as the goddess of the sea, the goddess of wealth, the goddess of agriculture, and so on. Soren rarely dealt with weak gods. He didn't know whether the true god who quietly entered Mordor City was kind or malicious, but seeing him sneaking close to Soren's base, it should belong to the kind of purpose that couldn't be exposed. Now he wanted to see who actually sneaked into Mordor City. The visitor seemed to be a woman. Soren's figure blended into the shadows, and he silently watched the goddess who was wandering outside the walls of his house. She seemed to be ready to climb over the wall but was a little scared. According to his first judgment, Soren determined that the other party was a goddess with minor divine power. There were not many goddesses with this level of divine power. According to their appearance, he could judge which ones they were. There were many female gods in the Pantheon temple. But looking at the characteristics of the visitor's behavior, as well as her natural slightly frivolous aura, Soren could almost guess the identity of the other party. The goddess of cats and pleasure, Xianxia. There was a passage about her that recorded, Xianxia likes to tease handsome and beautiful mortals very much. She can't help but flirt with everyone she meets. However, whenever her passion is satisfied and subsides, Xianxia will soon feel troubled and tired, and once again set out to find new excitement. She hates the snake creatures, controlled by Seth, very much. Looking at the entire Pantheon temple, there were two most frivolous and flirtatious goddesses. One was the goddess of love, Xianxia, and the other was the goddess of cats and pleasure, Xianxia. He had long heard of Xianxia's great name, especially the matter of her being taught by the Lady of the Night. It was widely spread among many adventurers back then. However, today was the first time that Soren met the goddess of cats and pleasure. He was still a little curious about the goddess in front of him. This was because the other party was currently pacing back and forth outside the walls of his house. It seemed like he wanted to do something bad. However, this sneaky look didn't seem like he wanted to do anything bad. He guessed that it was just a petty thief. Xianxia was a woman with a plump body. Her current appearance should be disguised. A god like her couldn't walk around with her original appearance because it was said that her beauty was comparable to the goddess of love. Soren stood in place and watched for a while. He found that Xianxia seemed to be very hesitant. Judging from the current situation, there was something in Soren's house that attracted her and made her want to go in. However, Soren's existence also made her feel a little afraid. She only dared to secretly stand outside the wall and hesitate, but she didn't move for a long time. "You don't look like you want to do anything bad?" Soren smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to waste time with the goddess in front of him. He directly cancelled his sneak and appeared behind her. He slowly said, "Lady Xianxia. I don't know why you've been wandering outside my walls for so long." Whoosh, a cold light flashed. The sharp claws instantly attacked Soren, but Soren didn't seem to care. He casually waved his hand and blocked the enemy's attack with his bare hands. At the same time, he shook his hand and directly used the monk's hidden strength to send the enemy flying. To be honest, there weren't many goddesses in the Pantheon who had real combat strength. Although many of the female gods were in charge of very important positions, many of them were related to their nature. As for their combat strength, there were only a few that needed to be paid attention to. It couldn't be helped. Women were born with the ability to give birth to children, which was a very important part of the position. The sudden appearance of Soren obviously shocked the cat and pleasure goddess, Xianxia. She was now like a cat with its fur standing on end. She immediately attacked Soren. When it came to a cat with its fur standing on end, it had to be said that this sentence was very vivid. This was because the cat and pleasure goddess, Xianxia's weapon was called giant cat claws. It was a pair of divine claws. That's right. This goddess was a cat lover, and her personality was very similar to that of felines. Her first priesthood was, cat. Sir. Soren. The counterattack was easily blocked by Soren. The cat and pleasure goddess, Xianxia, also calmed down a little. After seeing Soren, she immediately guessed his identity. Because in the entire Mordor city, the only person who had the ability to find her and quietly approach her without her noticing was probably Soren, who had the clergy of Shadow and Rogue. Xianxia's expression was a little awkward, but there was still a trace of nervousness and fear. Soren's fierce name made her feel uneasy. I just happened to pass by here." The cat and pleasure goddess seemed to be frightened by Soren and stammered a little. Soren smiled and said slowly, "Miss Xianxia. You can't possibly think that such a lousy lie can fool me, right? If that's the case, then I'm afraid you're insulting my IQ. It just so happens that my church is going to hold a large-scale celebration. Otherwise, I'll make you perform a dance at the celebration as a punishment. For example, your favorite, night dance." Speaking of this, Soren's expression suddenly became a little malicious. Hearing Soren's words, Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale, especially the night dance. That was her favorite dance when she was at her lowest. The cat and pleasure goddess didn't know why Soren even knew this kind of thing, but in the current situation, she could only confess. So, Xianxia seemed to give up resistance and said, I was bored and came out to travel. When I was traveling in Mordor City, I happened to meet a cat girl. Now the number of catwork creatures is very rare. It's so rare that even the gods can't meet them so easily. I liked this cat girl very much, so I secretly followed her. I didn't expect to run near your house. I also hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether to go in or not. The truth. When the goddess of cat and pleasure spoke again, Soren was ready to detect lies. But what he never thought was that the real reason that came out of the other party's mouth was so speechless. Okay. No wonder her believers were a bunch of idiots. This was a typical example of a crooked stick having a crooked shadow. Like an unreliable god, there would be a group of unreliable believers. That's my sister's little maid. Soren glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. He slowly said, it's impossible for her to be your believer. Moreover, in the current turbulent situation, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to run around. As a god, I feel a little worried about your thoughts. Hearing Soren's words, the cat and pleasure goddess's face suddenly turned a little red. She was a goddess with wanderlust. During the last time of troubles, she also fell into the trap of the Lady of Night because she ran around blindly. Unexpectedly, she still didn't learn her lesson. With the current situation in the material plane, Xianxia should be obediently hiding behind the goddess of love to seek protection. After all, the goddess of love was also a great god, and she more or less had the ability to protect her. The Lady of Night is currently missing. Soren looked at the cat and pleasure goddess in front of him and slowly said, but she has never forgotten that you escaped from her hands. Hearing Soren's words, Xianxia's face suddenly changed. She could feel a trace of kindness from Soren, but the nature of a cat made her dislike being disciplined like a child. After all, she was a goddess, a true goddess. And it was many years earlier than Sauron's ascension. But she couldn't refute Soren's words, because with her strength, she really couldn't protect herself when facing many enemies. Currently, she was safe only because of the disguise of a god. If she met an enemy who could see through her disguise and craftiness, then Xianxia would be in a very dangerous situation. Facing the silent cat and the goddess of joy, Soren thought for a moment and waved his hand. A golden light of divinity shot directly to a corner of the portive motor, followed by another light of divinity. The next moment, a hazy figure appeared in the temple of the goddess of joy and quickly approached Soren's position. It couldn't be helped. After all, Xianxia was still a true goddess. Soren could talk to her, but he couldn't discipline her. He had a good impression of the goddess in front of him, so he might as well form a good relationship with her. To deal with this kind of wanderlust goddess, Soren could only use his trump card, parent, please. Because of the past history, the cat and pleasure goddess, Xianxia, had always been under the goddess of love, which was equivalent to half a god of the goddess of love. You all know the relationship between the two priesthoods, pleasure and love, so to a certain extent, the goddess of love was her parent. For this goddess with great divine power, Soren felt that it was still necessary to have a little contact with her. No matter what, he would first get to know her and form a good relationship with her. There would always be a use for her in the future. Just right, today, he could use the reason of catching the cat and pleasure goddess home, let the goddess of joy contact the goddess of love, and then directly bring Xianxia back. So that she wouldn't always run into danger outside, and also take the opportunity to meet the goddess of love. After the goddess of joy landed on the ground, she turned into a beautiful girl. When she saw the cat and the goddess of joy next to her, she was immediately taken aback and said, Xianxia, why are you here? When did you come to Mordor? Unlike the cat and the goddess of joy, Leal was the real goddess of love. As soon as the goddess of joy saw Xianxia, she guessed what had happened. Then, she bowed slightly to Soren to express her gratitude. Then, as if she had a troublesome younger sister at home, she shook her head and said, I didn't expect Xianxia to run around at this time. I'll inform Lady Xianxia now and let her take Xianxia back. Although the goddess of joy had appeared in front of her, Kara still didn't seem too happy. However, after hearing the name of the goddess of love, Xianxia, she finally felt a little scared. Her expression also became a lot more honest, but her eyes still looked like she had her own thoughts. As a goddess of chaos who had wanderlust, Cherise did not like to be disciplined, but in the face of the goddess of love, she often did not have any temper at all. Because the other party was indeed a very powerful god, and she had saved her life before. The goddess of joy was extremely efficient. About a few minutes later, a golden light appeared in the Temple of Joy, and then it fell directly in front of Soren. A god's avatar. Obviously, the goddess of love would not come to Mordor in person. Sending an avatar was the most convenient and safest thing. May love be with you. Dear Lord of Shadows. Teacher of the rogues. Protector of the half-elves. The goddess of love, Shini was a beautiful woman with long red hair. She was mature, elegant, and full of enthusiasm that could infect anyone. Just like what was recorded in the books, the goddess of love liked to appear as a beautiful woman with long shining hair. She also liked to be flattered and praised, just like what was written in the books. Many gods thought that the goddess of love was an insignificant and not dangerous person, just like most of her believers. They were all regarded as frivolous and superficial people who loved vanity, but there was no danger in this. Although she did not have a fighting divinity. However, Soren knew one thing for sure: any god with great divine power would not be easy to deal with when they got serious. If the goddess of love were to really unleash her full power, gods like the goddess of ocean, the goddess of agriculture, and the goddess of wealth would not be her match at all. No matter what, she was still a great divine power who had existed for a long time. This was the first time the goddess of love, Shini, had addressed Soren in a formal manner, so Soren returned the greeting. He bowed slightly and said, "Welcome. The embodiment of love and beauty. Your Excellency Shini." The official title of the goddess of love was the goddess of love and beauty. Her core priesthood was beauty, love, and passion. She likes anything beautiful. When Soren called her the embodiment of love and kindness, he was actually flattering her. Just as Soren had expected, the goddess of love was very satisfied with the way Soren addressed her. A warm smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face. She slowly said, "Thank you very much, Sir Soren. If not for you, Cherise would have been in big trouble this time." At this moment, the goddess of love was like a mother or elder sister who felt helpless towards her rebellious little girl. There was a trace of doting, a trace of worry, and a trace of helplessness. She was also in charge of a part of the protection priesthood. The goddess of love was a passionate and kind goddess. Regardless of her personal life, Shini was a worthy divine ally just based on her personality. This was because she was always willing to lend a helping hand to her allies. This was not an exaggeration at all. In the long history of the goddess of Silvermoon, she had once been at her weakest. At that time, she was so weak that she was weak. Because she was no match for the goddess of night, she had even sought refuge under the goddess of love as half of her god. Later on, the goddess of Silvermoon recovered part of her power and began to search for her own path again. The goddess of love did not hesitate to let her go and had always been her staunch ally. It was the same for the cat and the goddess of joy. In order to save her, the goddess of love had completely offended the goddess of night. Because of this, the two gods had secretly competed with each other. In order to resist the revenge of the goddess of night, the goddess of love had always been secretly supporting the goddess of magic and the goddess of Silvermoon. She was now quite friendly towards Soren, and this was also related to another reason. This was an alliance of the goddesses of the pantheon. This faction of goddesses included the goddess of magic, the goddess of love, the goddess of Silvermoon, the goddess of joy, the goddess of cat and dance, the goddess of music, and so on. Even the goddess of wealth was once a member of this faction, but she had slowly faded away. It was worth mentioning that the goddess of love also used a whip as a weapon. It was a whip called the soft silk belt. Soren had always thought that it was called the whip of love, but he did not expect it to be such a common name. He did not know why. Many of the goddesses of the pantheon liked to use whips as weapons. The goddess of love was a target that could be roped in. She was not a threat to Soren, but she had the combat power of a great god. For Shini's kindness, Soren gave a sufficient response. However, the goddess obviously did not intend to stay in Mordor for too long. After capturing the cat and the goddess of joy, she said to Soren, "Mistress. Whereabouts are unknown. The name of the goddess of magic, Sir Soren, you have to be careful now. It is said that the goddess of night has returned. I'm worried that she has some conspiracy against others. Shar. The embodiment of night, the axis of evil. The goddess of love's hint was obviously related to Soren's mastery of the shadow priesthood, because these were the priesthoods that the goddess of night had always wanted. The goddess of magic was still missing. However, according to the goddess of love's tone, the goddess of night seemed to have signs of returning. This was not good news. In the current situation, the biggest enemy of the goddess of night was undoubtedly the goddess of Silvermoon. However, because of the priesthood of shadow, Soren would definitely be in the forefront of the goddess of night's attention. It was necessary to win over the goddess of love. Soren knew very well that when fighting against the oldest great divine power, he must have some other great divine power allies around him. I understand. Soren nodded and said to the goddess of love, I'll be very careful. Shini smiled when she heard this. She was still so enthusiastic. Maybe it was because of her priesthood, or maybe it was because of her natural personality, the goddess could maintain a good attitude even during the turbulent times. She smiled at Soren and said, I see the glory of love in you. And it seems that more than one lady is attached to you. I will send you my blessings. I hope that becoming a god will not make you lose your yearning for love. Who said that gods shouldn't have such sincere feelings? A pleasant chuckle sounded. The figure of the goddess of love gradually dissipated into light, and the goddess of joy, who had been unhappy, was also taken back by her. This goddess was indeed different from the other gods. Her emotions were much richer than the other gods. With the departure of the goddess of love, the goddess of joy bowed slightly to Soren, and then her avatar dissipated into the temple. Soren stayed where he was and fell into deep thought. To some extent, meeting the goddess of love today had given him some inspiration. He had always been learning how to become a god according to his own ideas, but true gods had their own paths. The goddess of the ocean used cruelty to rule the sea. The goddess of wealth used benefits to win over merchants. The goddess of agriculture used love to win over believers. Every god seemed to have their own way of doing things, and these were all paths that belonged to them. As a new god, Soren did not join any gods, so he naturally did not have any gods to guide him. He had to explore everything on his own. Now, he also needed to start thinking about his own way of doing things as a true god in the future. P.S. Come. I'll give you a group buff. Blessing of the goddess of love, and love's whip. The city of Mordor was a pearl overseas. Although Soren's actions gradually became low-key, especially after he became a god, his interference in secular power gradually decreased. But as the core of the south coast, the city of Mordor still attracted enough attention from outsiders. Now, some gods' churches began to pay attention to the city. It seemed that many believers of gods began to appear in the city of Mordor unknowingly. Some of them visited blatantly, and some came here quietly to observe everything here. A merchant ship gradually approached the port of Mordor. Carlton carefully put away a badge engraved with the words Open Rolling Scroll, then put on a scholar's robe and slowly walked out of the cabin. The port of Mordor was more lively than the rumors said. However, the purpose of Carlton's trip was not simply to travel. The church sent him to the outer islands in the hope that he could record and preserve everything here. He was a believer of Ogma, the god of knowledge. A powerful god who was absolutely neutral was also an outsider to this world. The believers of the Church of Knowledge often told a myth about the beginning of the world. Shortly after Surin, Lady of the Night, and Shar, Lady of the Silver Moon, created the material plane, and the birth of the goddess of the earth, Xianxia, a traveler came here from a very distant country. When the traveler came to this world, he saw that the whole world was chaotic, and many changing concepts needed to be settled. Over the next billion years, the traveler defined and named each concept. The name bestowed by the traveler created a power that solidified all the originally unpredictable concepts, forming a physical world. This traveler was Ogma. He was a god from outside the world and one of the ancient gods of the material plane. Ogma was a conservative god, but in a long history, he had been strictly fulfilling his duties. The rise of Mordor entered the eyes of this ancient god, so his church also began to pay attention to the city and sent believers to the outer islands to record everything here. Carlton did not stay in the port for long. After getting off the ship, he quickly took out a small notebook and began to record everything he saw along the way. However, this believer who was loyal to his mission did not notice that when he just started to record, everything he did had already been seen by some people in the dark. At the same time, the staff in the merchant ship was soon interrogated, and then the information about him along the way was sent to the high-level officials of Mordor City. A believer of the God of Knowledge? Don't worry about him. As long as it didn't involve the forbidden area of Mordor City. If he wants to go anywhere else, let him go. Soren was the first to know about this. However, Soren did not care much about the God of Knowledge. This god did not have much interaction with Soren. If there was one, it would be that Ogma was one of the foreign gods. This clearly proved that there were other gods in the multiverse besides the gods that were connected to the material plane. In other words, they could be called gods of the crystal wall system. The number of divine seats in the Pantheon Temple could not be calculated, but at least from the point of view of the gods that were connected to the material plane, it was obvious that they could not fill so many seats in the Pantheon Temple. Soren was not surprised by the existence of foreign gods. At present, Naruto, who was more famous in the desert, was also one of the foreign gods because his core belief was still in another world. A material world that was very similar to the current plane, of course. The Queen of Spiders, Lolth, also had a belief in that world, but the core of her belief was still in the current material plane. The collapse of the belief network scattered a lot of Soren's energy. He had to spend a few hours every day dealing with and responding to the prayers of believers, which forced him to postpone many of his original plans. However, it was also because of this that Soren was also familiar with the duties of a god. At least, he knew how to be a god without the belief network, how to deal with the relationship with believers, and how to respond to the prayers of devout believers. This kind of experience was very precious. It was like people who were used to using the internet began to learn how to do their work without using the internet. The experiment is about to begin. About a few minutes later, Gloria's figure appeared in the study. She nodded to Soren and said seriously, "The floating space tower's astral teleportation experiment is about to begin. Mother asked me to invite you over." Soren stood up and walked in the direction of the arcane tower. This was a very important experiment. In the process of interdimensional teleportation, the various functions of the arcane tower may be overloaded. If such a situation occurred, the floating space tower would most likely not be able to maintain flight. At that time, Soren would need to transform into a god to drag the entire floating space tower to prevent the arcane tower from crashing into the city of Mordor and causing an irreparable disaster. As soon as Soren arrived, the Fallen Witch started the teleportation process. With the cold metal sound of falling, the arcane tower gradually rose into the air. The elemental furnace is activated. The mana transmission system is activated. The teleportation circle is activated. The astral beacon is locked. The elemental pool is activated. The energy shield is activated. The teleportation circle is being transported. Countdown to activation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A dazzling brilliance emerged. The next moment, the floating space tower, which was suspended about 100 meters in the air, disappeared. Soren's figure also instantly transformed into a god's form and disappeared directly from the material plane with the floating space tower. There was a deep darkness. In the boundless astral world, a crack suddenly appeared in the darkness, and then with the faint brilliance of the magic lock, a tower with a radius of about 150 meters appeared in the void with no gravity and no air. The teleportation is complete. The floating space tower has arrived in the astral world. Calculating the deviation of the teleportation beacon. The teleportation distance has deviated by 300 meters. With the fouling sound, Gloria and the Fallen Witch, who had been on tenterhooks, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then Gloria said, "Activate the elemental tower. Start collecting the astral sand. Fouling monitor the abnormal situation nearby." A tower about 15 meters high rose. Along with the faint radiance above, the silver-white matter floating in the astral plane gradually began to gather toward it. Like a magnet, it attracted the silver-white matter that resembled quicksand, and below it, the steel golems were continuously transporting it away. It's a success. Next, as long as we collect enough astral sand, then we can make more large floating space rings. Fallen Witch's voice became lighter, and she said to Soren, "The teleportation is complete. You can leave the next thing to us. If you have something to do now, you can return to Mordor City first." He had to say. Gloria and Fallen Witch's ability to do things was really first class. Since there was nothing for him to do here, Soren was naturally ready to return to Mordor City. However, just as he was about to return to the material plane, a bright brilliance suddenly flashed in the distant void, and then Soren's eyes widened in surprise, and he said in a deep voice, "I seem to see a Githyanki steel fortress." Astral fortress. Under normal circumstances, one could only encounter the fortresses of the following three races in the boundless astral world. They were the Githyankis, the Githzerai, and the ancient Mind Flayers. It was mentioned a long time ago that in the distant ancient times, the Mind Flayers once created a brilliant interdimensional civilization and used the astral world as a transit point to control and enslave a large number of other races. The Grey Dwarves and the Githyankis were victims of the Mind Flayers' empire, and they were even forced to obtain the talent of psionic abilities during their long enslavement. The Mind Flayers used psionic energy, also known as psionic energy, to develop an extremely powerful interstellar civilization. They were an alien species from other worlds, and it was even said that the Mind Flayers who arrived here were in a huge astral world ship. The destruction of the Mind Flayers' empire allowed the Githyankis to inherit a lot of precious knowledge and abilities. Compared with the psionic talent of the Grey Dwarves, the Githyankis had more precious knowledge. They learned how to build the astral fortress, learned very high-end forging techniques, and adapted to the environment of the astral world. They were as evil as bandits, using the astral world as a springboard to plunder the resources of other worlds. The Githyankis could appear in any plane. Their race used the astral world fortress as their foundation and could enter all the worlds they could enter. The Githyankis liked to plunder. But if the target was strong enough, they would also learn to trade fairly. In the lower planes, there were evil Githyankis who used things from the astral world to trade with the Yugalos. As for the other kind of Githzerai, the path of monks prevailed within them, and they had not dealt with humans for many years. The Githzerai pursued the mystery of the mind. They believed that the deepest part of the mind hid the true self and power, and therefore, they highly advocated the path of monks. They were the race with the most monks. They and the Githyankis were mortal enemies. Unfortunately, there were not many of them, and the probability of encountering them was very small. Note, only some ancient monasteries in the Eastern Kingdom still retain contact with the Githzerai. Hearing Soren's words, Gloria and Fallen Witch suddenly became nervous. It was a well-known point, the astral plane was filled with all kinds of dangers, and there wasn't enough order here. Therefore, it was very normal to encounter battles and plunder when exploring the astral plane. The star boundary was really too big, most of the creatures living in this dangerous environment were very unfriendly. Whether it was the astral fortress of the Mind Flayers or the astral fortress of the Githyankis, they did not mind robbing other astral explorers or capturing them as their slaves if they were strong enough. There were no laws in the astral plane. Both the Mind Flayers and the Githyankis loved to enslave other creatures and regarded slaves as an important part of their wealth. "They're approaching us." When Soren first saw the steel fortress moving forward in the silver-white quicksand, he was quite surprised and curious because the probability of encountering Githyankis in the astral boundary was very low, and the probability of encountering their steel fortress was even lower. These steel fortresses drifted in the endless astral boundary. Unless it was a wanderer who drifted in the astral boundary all year round, the probability of encountering them was similar to encountering the gods and saints by chance during the time of troubles. Under normal circumstances, encountering the steel fortress of the Githyankis was not a good thing because it meant that you might have to face the plunder of a Githyanki's army. It was very obvious, when Soren discovered the steel fortress of the Githyankis, they also discovered the small floating space tower in the astral boundary. The Githyankis had a natural psionic ability. Their steel fortress was shrouded in a powerful psionic force field, just like the High Priest's psionic domain. In the dark astral boundary, the Githyankis could find any energy fluctuations nearby that were strong enough. This made it easy for them to avoid danger and find targets to plunder, there was no doubt about it. In the perception of the Githyankis, this floating space tower drifting alone in the astral boundary was considered a target that they could plunder. Under normal circumstances, when encountering such a floating space tower in the astral boundary, at most, there would be one or two great wizards in the legendary realm. Many astral wanderers liked to use the floating space tower as a base to explore and search in the endless astral boundary. The bold Githyanki often attacked those astral boundary explorers by relying on their large numbers and their adaptation to the astral boundary. Under normal circumstances, if this kind of plunder was successful, the Githyanki could get a lot of wealth. It seems that they treat us as targets to plunder. Soren couldn't help but smile, and he said to Gloria with some ridicule, "They are accelerating towards us. I have to say, I'm afraid these Githyanki are going to be disappointed." If Soren wasn't there. With the strength of Gloria and Fallen Witch alone, suddenly encountering a steel fortress of the Githyanki in the astral boundary, the situation could still be dangerous. But if there was a intermediate divine power, God in charge, then the situation would be completely different. Soren wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was interested to see how these Githyanki planned to rob him. Their banditry had spread throughout the multiverse. Perhaps the people above were preparing for a big fight. "You're really calm." Gloria glared at Soren angrily, and then said seriously, "The energy shield of the floating space tower is not stable. We can't let the Githyanki destroy the structure of the floating space tower. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to teleport it back. And the elemental furnace is also inside. At present, the research of the floating space tower has spent about 5 million kindler on it. If the Githyanki destroy it, it's up to you then." Soren still had a relaxed expression at first, but after listening to Gloria's words, he suddenly became a little nervous. He was not nervous that he couldn't beat this group of Githyanki, but he was worried that if the floating space tower was destroyed, what should he do then? With the current financial situation of Motor City, it was absolutely impossible to take out such a large sum of money to rebuild the floating space tower. Moreover, the floating space tower was now the lifeblood of Gloria and Fallen Witch. If it was really destroyed by the Githyanki, Soren's life would not be as happy as it was now. The floating space tower was actually very fragile. At least before the core energy protection force field of the floating space city of the Arcane Empire was understood, the current floating space tower's protection level was about equivalent to a large-scale six-circle energy protection force field spell. Such a level of protection could only support Soren's full blow in the form of a god. It would only take a few attacks to fight against the Githyanki, and the floating space tower itself would have to withstand the damage. No one could say for sure what parts would be damaged in the process. As for the cost of maintenance, it was naturally high. The earth elemental pool affected the gravity inside the floating space tower. The wind elemental pool affected the air inside the floating space tower. The fire elemental pool maintained the temperature of the floating space tower itself. The current role of the water elemental pool was not very obvious. At least before Gloria and Fallen Witch were ready to expand, the water elemental pool did not play much of a role. The four elemental pools maintained the normal operation of the floating space tower in the astral world. In the face of the plundering of the Githyanki, Soren had to ensure that the elemental pool would not be attacked in addition to defeating them. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The huge astral world fortress gradually approached. After seeing the huge iron lump in front of them, Gloria and Soren's eyes lit up. But the first to speak was Fallen Witch. She said seriously, "Mordor City is currently preparing to make steel golems. At present, the steel reserves of Mordor City are not enough to sustain the consumption of a steel golem legion. And now, it seems that a huge iron lump is approaching us. According to the preliminary judgment, these steels are all simply enchanted with astral world materials. If we have them to make steel golems, the strength should be improved by a level." Mordor City lacked steel. No matter how hard Soren tried to strengthen the foundation of Mordor City, some things still needed time to accumulate. Originally, Soren's plan was to purchase a batch of enchanted forged steel from the northern witches, and then figure out a way by himself. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that there was no need for him to think of any other way. If they could tear down the steel fortress in front of them, it would definitely be more than enough for Mordor City to make a group of steel golems. The Githyanki had quite good forging skills. They wandered in the astral boundary all year round to plunder other creatures, and the materials used to make steel fortresses were naturally excellent. Something must be mentioned here. The steel fortress of the Xianxias was similar to a half-plane. They lived inside with militarized management. In addition to daily plundering, the Xianxias also cultivated food. That was right, they farmed inside the huge steel fortress. What did this mean? This meant that there was a good elemental balance within the steel fortress, and it even met the requirements for farming. With the simplest logical reasoning, it could be concluded that the gravity inside the steel fortress was very stable. The balance of the earth and water elements was enough for plants to grow. The fire element maintained the temperature very close to the material plane. The balance of the four elements directly transformed the steel fortress into a private kingdom that could be lived in for a long time in the astral plane, and it also met the requirements of the Xianxias in all aspects. Of course. This also meant that the entire steel fortress was very huge. A steel fortress represented a group of Xianxias, which may take them decades or even hundreds of years to complete. As the distance was getting closer little by little, Soren also estimated the diameter of the steel fortress. The height was about 100 meters, and the diameter should be close to 2 kilometers. It looked like a semi-permanent interstellar fortress. How many tons of steel is there? According to Soren's judgment, the interior of the astral fortress must be divided into residential areas, military areas, storage areas, farming areas, and so on. With the use of psionic power, the interior space was definitely larger than what it looked like from the outside. Judging from this, if this steel fortress was demolished, Soren's golem army would definitely consume a lot of energy. Be careful. They look like they are going to attack. As a mid-level god, Soren was keenly aware of the aura of psionic power. The birth of the astral fortress was inseparable from the psionic factions, creator, psionic creation. This was because the creator had a legendary-level psionic spell called Creation Spell. In short, it was to directly create a new half-bit wall in the astral plane. Genesis, X, Level 9 Psionic Spell, create a new half-bit wall in the astral plane. The steel fortress in the distance was getting closer and closer. When a psionic power field began to cover the floating space tower, some psionic warriors of the Xianxias appeared above the steel fortress. The characteristics of their race allowed them to adapt to the environment of the astral plane. The psionic shield protected them and allowed them to live freely and independently in the astral plane for a long time. With their appearance, a strong energy glow appeared above the astral fortress, and then psionic shock waves directly hit the protective force field of the floating space tower. These Xianxias were smart. They understood that the effect of the protective force field was amazing. It could be directly understood as an invisible force field shield. Before the energy protective force field was broken, any of their attacks would suffer huge losses. The energy protective force field could block most of the physical damage, at least before it was broken. A high-grade wizard's deflected energy protective force field could even resist a wave of storm-like shooting attacks head-on. The Xianxias used psionic shock waves. They wanted to directly break the energy protective force field of the floating space tower. Thawing number 1. Start the elemental furnace. Open the magic lock. Start the magic lock protective force field. Gloria's reaction was also very fast. In an instant, she ordered the activation of the elemental furnace, and then the magic lock connected to the arcane tower was activated. With a surge of arcane energy, the surrounding astral sand directly formed a silver-white vortex due to the surge of energy. The invisible magic lock energy shield turned into a silver-white vortex because of the astral sand, like an extremely beautiful and dreamy nebula surrounding everyone. The psionic shock waves from the Xianxias seemed to sink directly into the sea. As one of the pinnacle achievements of arcane magic, the magic lock's protective ability was dozens of times stronger than the arcane tower itself. Unfortunately, it consumed too much energy. With the current energy supply of the floating space tower, the magic lock would soon be emptied of the stored arcane energy. The existence of the magic lock made the Xianxias hesitate for a moment. But there was no way to stop their attack because the Xianxias also understood one thing. That was, at present, no magic lock could operate for too long, and if the magic lock was forcibly activated, it was easy to drain the energy in the elemental pool. The magic lock was originally born from the spell-weaving skills of the High Elves. After the Silver Age, the Ismit period, and the Arcane Empire period, the craftsmanship of the magic lock had gradually become almost perfect, but the larger the magic lock, the greater the consumption. Note: some magic information of the magic lock can be found in Baidu. The magic lock provided more constant magic buffs. Even during the Arcane Empire period, unless it was a floating city controlled by a core arcanist, ordinary floating cities could not use the magic lock to maintain the energy protection force field shield. At present, the magic lock covering the Arcane Tower provided the following 5 magic buffs: increase resistance, permanent, protection from evil, permanent, blessing, permanent, sharpness, active, and lightness, active. The magic lock was a special domain power. After the perfection of several glorious arcane civilizations, the existence of the magic lock was like a net that was constantly woven by extremely powerful spellcasters to add a variety of functions. At present, the magic lock grafted by the Arcane Tower was still in a relatively low-level state. It only added 3 permanent magic buffs and 2 large-scale magic buffs that could be activated, and they were basically aimed at demons. If the magic lock of the Arcane Empire period was to be really effective, Gloria and the Fallen Witch also needed to incorporate special abilities such as anti-magic force field, as well as large-scale magic buffs that could be activated temporarily. The most powerful magic lock could even allow ordinary people within range to cast spells at will. But this required a lot of energy. The psionic warriors of the Xianxias have begun to land. Gloria's serious voice sounded. As her voice fell, several openings opened in the steel fortress in front, and then a group of thin and slender Xianxias quickly approached. They relied on psionic armor to move directly in the astral plane, and many of their psionic spells could also allow them to perform short and medium-distance teleportation. Intruders detected. Activate the defense system of the Arcane Tower. Activate the steel golem. Enter battle mode. A cold mechanical voice sounded. As the Xianxias landed inside the floating space tower, a door cracked open at the bottom of the Arcane Tower. Rows of steel golems in the underground storage room were directly activated, and then they walked to the surface of the floating space tower with heavy steps. The defensive power of an arcane tower naturally couldn't be limited to just a few spells. The golems were a very important part of it. There are quite a lot of enemies. Let's get this over with quickly. Soren thought for a moment and felt that it was better not to dawdle with these Xianxias. He directly asked the Fallen Witch, "Can the super magic pulse cannon at the top of the Arcane Tower fire?" "Just fire at it. Then I will go in and take down the leader of the Xianxias." The Fallen Witch glanced at Soren and slowly said, "Sure." However, the reaction of the superconducting Mageforce pulse cannon was huge. "I'm worried that we'll alarm these enemies." That was true. The superconducting Mageforce pulse cannon was very powerful, but its movement was also not small. However, the target was so large that there should be no problem in hitting it. "Get ready to fire." Soren frowned and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I'll cover. Fire one shot and then pull this astral fortress back." "Okay." The Fallen Witch immediately responded. Elemental Legion. In just a short while, the Xianxias had reached hundreds of people. Soren directly summoned the elemental stones that had not been used for a long time. He had never been afraid of the number of enemies. With the raging flames and dull footsteps, a fire elemental elder and an earth elemental elder appeared directly in front of Soren. They were like two walls, blocking the path of the Xianxias. Originally, Soren wanted to summon the legendary Dryad. But for some reason, he hesitated when he summoned it and finally decided to give up. If he summoned it, Gloria would definitely ask him in the future. How should he explain this kind of thing? Whether it was the process of obtaining the ability to summon the Dryad or the function of summoning the Dryad, obviously, he could not tell Gloria in detail. So Soren simply made more moves. Anyway, as a god, he had other summoning abilities. If he was forced into a corner, he might as well summon his demon avatar. Form change, divinity power. A golden light appeared in Soren's eyes, and he directly entered the form of the saint and activated his divine power. Then he waved his hand in front of him, and the land in front of him moved directly. In just a few seconds, it formed an earth wall about 5 meters high. The divinity power of form change could not only be used on himself, but also on anything else that was not divinity. Soren's exploration of the divinity power gradually increased over time. At present, the most important thing was to defend against the enemy's first wave of attack and avoid too much damage to the floating space tower. The steel golem is in position. You can do it now. Gloria's calm voice sounded, and at the same time an unusually bright light gathered at the top of the arcane tower, pointing directly to the astral fortress in the distance. The steel golems formed a line of defense. With the earth wall created by Soren's divinity power, they directly blocked the advance of all the Xianxias. At this time, a silver-white streamer also appeared in Soren's palm. His figure directly turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he killed more than a dozen Xianxias and approached the steel fortress at the same time. Form change, divinity power. As if they were aware of the existence of Soren, the Xianxias immediately realized that there was another legendary rogue in the floating space tower. The next moment, there was a fluctuation of psionic transmission near Soren. It seemed that there was a very powerful psionic warlock coming to kill him. In this regard, Soren could not help but have a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He directly activated the divinity power that changed space and fixed the Xianxia psionic warlock who had just arrived in place. As a mid-level divine power, Sauron was able to deal with these enemies with ease. Form change, divinity power. Shadow, realm. Arcane, realm. Fear, realm. Boom, a dazzling light shot out from the top of the floating space tower and instantly pierced through the steel armor of the astral fortress. At the same time, Soren's figure also rose into the air at this moment. His figure was shrouded in golden light, almost entering the demigod form. He did not activate all the realm powers he had, but only activated the shadow, arcane, and fear. At the same time, he used the ability of the divinity to change reality to block the area with a diameter of 1 kilometer with himself as the center. Since he had already opened fire, then he might as well reveal his true form and let these Xianxias die a little faster. It also clearly told them that this time they had kicked an iron plate. The characteristics of the saint form were very obvious. Because it was almost impossible for mortals to activate so many realm powers and directly distort the surrounding reality at the same time. At the moment when Soren activated the demigod form and rushed forward, the Xianxias in the steel fortress fell into a panic. This was not only because of the negative status attached by the fear domain, but also because they realized that they seemed to have robbed the head of a saint. Although the Xianxias did not believe in any gods, they knew very well that any gods, even weak ones, were not something they could easily fight against. Teleport. Prepare for teleportation. All spiritualists, follow me to the upper level of the fortress immediately. A hoarse and panicked roar sounded. A Xianxias with a slightly old face rushed toward the upper level of the astral fortress, and there were also some special Xianxias nearby. They were teleportation warlocks. Want to run? Soren, who had activated the divine form, had sharp senses. His divine perception was almost locked on to all energy fluctuations. He could not help but have a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, "You actually think you can run away from me? Naive." Soren's figure turned into a golden figure. With the ripples of divine power, the nearby space was forcibly controlled by him, and all teleportation channels were blocked at the same time. Space change, divinity. Large dimensional anchor. Soren's figure instantly appeared inside the astral fortress. The pressure belonging to the gods enveloped all the Xianxias. Since the birth of the multiverse, the gods had always been above all things, whether it was the Mind Stealer Empire, the Silver Age, or the Arcane Age. Although the power of mortals could develop to a certain extreme and enter the peak of the multiverse, in the end, it was impossible to truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. As a consequence of the Mind Stealer Empire, although the birth of the Xianxias avoided the gods, they were still mortals after all. Dear Lord of Shadows, we didn't mean to offend your excellency. We didn't know your excellency was here. We didn't know. The leader of the Xianxias appeared in front of Soren. In the face of a mid-level god, especially when the astral fortress had been sealed, he finally gave up resistance and stammered, "We didn't mean to offend you." Please, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Soren. He gently waved his hand, and with the brilliance of magic, a psionic warrior hiding in the corner who tried to sneak attack was killed on the spot. Finger of Death. With Soren's current spellcasting ability, it was almost impossible for mortals to be immune to his instant death spells. The psionic warrior of the Githyanki quickly lost all his life. The power of magic took away his soul, leaving only a pale body. You rob for a living. When you rob others, you should have been prepared to be robbed, right? Soren's attitude was very cold, without the slightest mercy. The other Githyanki suddenly felt a trace of despair after hearing his words. Not everyone dared to challenge a true god. Even Eugene, the divine ascender, had only challenged a lesser demon lord head-on. It was because of Soren that he fought against the Lord of Shadows. Other than that, Eugene had never challenged any god, not even a weak god. Although the Githyanki did not believe in gods, they knew how terrible any true god was, not to mention Soren, who had mid-level divine power. It was easy to recognize Soren's presence, as the power of the shadows had already enveloped the entire fortress. Now, you are all my captives and slaves. Everything you have is my spoils of war. I have the right to decide whether you live or die as I please. Of course. This is also according to your customs, the rules of the astral boundary. Speaking of this, Soren had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. The Githyanki were a relatively brutal race. Because of their experience of being enslaved by the Mind Flayers, they were also very cruel to other races. Killing and plundering were only part of it. Because of their history of cruel enslavement, the Githyanki liked to use psionic power to control and enslave the minds of other races. They were a group of bandits wandering in the astral world. Soren was the god of the Order faction. Therefore, he would not carry out meaningless killing. After the power of the Shadow Priesthood shrouded the entire fortress, he decided to treat them according to the law of the astral boundary and the style of the Githyanki, turning them all into his slaves. Since he was a slave, his life and death were in his hands. You can try to resist. I know you are good at dealing with slaves who resist. But similarly, I will also deal with those who try to resist in the same way as you. Soren's calm voice spread throughout the fortress, and the battle in the floating space tower had already stopped. The Githyanki did not dare to act rashly, because any of their actions could lead to Soren's merciless slaughter. The evil gods would sometimes reason with them, but those were their reasons, and they could only choose to obey or die. Soren would not forgive them. Before the Githyanki launched a plundering attack, they should have been prepared for failure. Mercy was meaningless, and resistance could only bring Soren some killing experience. So, now move the fortress close to the floating island. Soren looked at the Githyanki leader, who was sweating profusely. As a warlord under the queen, the leader had the power of a high-grade legend, but in the face of Soren's divine pressure, he was like an ordinary person. That was the most fundamental difference between gods and mortals. Soren blocked all teleportation spells with the power of the space-changing divinity, and these Githyanki could not even escape now. And if Soren used a group divine power shockwave, the result was likely to be corpses everywhere. The huge astral fortress began to move. Soon, Gloria and Fallen Witch also appeared in the fortress. Gloria's expression was a little shocked at the moment. Although she had long known that Soren's power had surpassed her after he became a god, she was still shocked when she saw him easily suppress a Githyanki. That was the power of the gods. Even during the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, the power of the entire arcane civilization was only comparable to the gods. A sense of distance made her feel pressured. When she first met Soren, he was just an inconspicuous thief, but now she had to look up to him. The steel golem began to enter the fortress. Groups of Githyanki were escorted into the floating space tower. There were more than 5,000 Githyanki, and nearly half of them were combatants. The entire Githyankian race was scattered like this. Standing at the highest position was the Githyankian queen, who was close to an undead creature. Below her were many warlord leaders who controlled their respective astral fortresses and constantly plundered other races to live. The leader of the Githyanki watched helplessly as the steel golem escorted his people together like slaves. He wanted to resist Soren, but he knew that it would only bring the destruction of his race. He kept trying to call the allies of the Githyanki, the legendary Red Dragon Covenant of Immortals. Basically, in any Githyanki's astral fortress, there was at least one adult red dragon as an ally. The astral fortress in front of him had 3 adult red dragons as allies. When they encountered a powerful enemy, the leader could use the power of the covenant to summon them to help, and part of the wealth obtained from plundering would be shared with the evil red dragons. There was no response from the covenant. Even though the leader of the Githyanki kept calling, no red dragon responded to his call. This group of evil and cunning dragons had betrayed the ancient covenant. After discovering that the enemy was a god, and a god with mid-level divine power, none of the 3 red dragons who had signed the covenant chose to help them fight. Because coming over was just a suicide mission. Soren was also waiting. In fact, he had been waiting for the leader of the Githyanki to resist him. This astral fortress was not very big, so the space for a red dragon to move in was very small. This meant that the red dragon covenant of this race existed as a contract, instead of directly raising the red dragon inside. He was waiting for the other party to summon a red dragon. A Githyanki's fortress had a lot of wealth, but if he could kill a dragon along the way, it would naturally be a good thing. There were fewer and fewer dragons in the material plane. Most of the dragons lived in Dragon Island and Dragon Kingdom. Even the gods would easily enter because it was the territory of the dragon god. If the leader of the other party could summon a few red dragons, Soren would be able to make another fortune. Unfortunately, it seemed that the cunning red dragons knew about the existence of Soren. He waited for so long, but he did not see any signs of resistance. The Red Dragon Covenant could not summon allies to help. The leader of the Githyanki gave up resistance because of despair. Soren's plan seemed to have failed. It should be related to him exposing the power of the divine spark too early. These red dragons were all too scared to come. Although these Githyanki were captured, how to deal with them was also a problem. This race was born with psionic power. As slaves, they must be controlled by very powerful creatures, such as mind flayers. The high priest should have a way. However, before they were branded as slaves, he was afraid that some shackles to seal their power would be prepared first. Great Shadow Lord. After really confirming that the Red Dragon Covenant had failed, the leader of the Githyanki finally completely gave up the hope of resisting Soren. However, he still didn't want his people to lose their freedom, so he walked to Soren with a bumpy mood and humbly lowered his head and said, "It is our fault to offend you. According to the rules of the astral plane, as losers, we should become your captives. However, I hope to make a deal with your excellency in exchange for the freedom of my people." Soren smiled and said slowly, "You are now my captives, and everything in the fortress belongs to me. I'm curious, what else do you have to trade with me?" The leader of the Githyanki said in a deep voice, "Yes. I have another message. I believe your excellency will definitely be interested in it. I hope to use it in exchange for the freedom of my people." Soren raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "What message?" The leader of the Githyanki looked at Soren with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, "The ancient god's corpse floating in the astral plane. I hope to use a floating ancient god's corpse in exchange for the freedom of my people. We Githyanki have been floating in the astral plane all our lives, and only we know where some ancient gods' corpses are. If your excellency is willing to give my people freedom, I am willing to tell your excellency the location of an ancient god's corpse. If your excellency is unwilling, then even if you kill me and torture my soul, you won't be able to get any information. The heart and soul of the Githyanki have been tested by the mind flayers. I believe your excellency should know about an ancient god's corpse and a group of insignificant slaves. Which one is more important?" The words of the Githyanki leader seemed to have poked Soren's weakness, and he could not help but hesitate. The ancient god's corpse, this was an existence that many people knew about, but they might not have the chance to encounter it. Even during the Avatar crisis, many gods liked to wander in the astral world, but the probability of encountering the ancient god's corpse was much lower than encountering abominations, astral beasts, and centimanes. Even the gods did not know where the boundary of the boundless astral world was. Perhaps only those with great divine power could see different things beyond the boundaries of the multiverse. In terms of probability, the Githyanki, who had been wandering in the astral world all their lives, had the highest probability of encountering the ancient god's corpse. There was such a passage recorded in the Pantheon. At the beginning of the multiverse, the demons came uninvited. From then on, the war between order and chaos began. The first ancient gods and demons fought in the pantheon. At that time, the demons of Orbis had not been born, let alone the current demons of Tanaree. In the long battle, countless ancient demons died, but there were also the first ancient gods of order who fell, and their corpses stayed in the astral world. After thousands of years, they did not decay and disappear, but they were shrouded in a special power that floated in the astral world forever. Do you really know where the ancient god's corpse is? Soren frowned and stared at the Githyanki leader in front of him. For him, the value of the ancient god's corpse was indeed much higher than that of a group of slaves. If the other party really knew where the ancient god's corpse was, then it was not a big deal to give them freedom. Yes. The Githyanki leader nodded and said in a deep voice, I swear in the name of the silver blade of Githyanki. It seemed to be true. When the other party spoke, Soren cast a spell to detect lies. This was a very simple choice. Soren quickly made a decision and said, okay. As long as you tell me where the ancient god's corpse is, I will give you freedom. As a god of the Order camp, Soren's promise was more important than that of other gods. However, the Githyanki leader was still very careful. He said cautiously, it's not that I don't believe you. But this is related to the safety of the entire clan. I still hope that you can draft a contract. It seemed like he was a guy who knew the market. He knew that negotiating with an evil god was like signing a contract with a devil. Such a contract was obviously much more effective than an oral oath. Soren didn't have any questions. With a wave of his hand, he drew up a contract and handed it to the other party. Take a look. If there's no problem, then leave your spiritual imprint. The leader of the Githyankis carefully looked at it several times before carefully leaving a spiritual imprint. Then, he used telepathy to tell Soren a location. It was a special place. It was very close to the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror, located in a special area near the Order space. Respected Lord of Shadows. After the leader of the Githyankis told Soren the location of the ancient god's corpse, he carefully looked at his face and slowly said, I have now told you the location of the ancient god's corpse, so can you let us go now? Soren looked up at him and waved his hand to let the golems give the Githyankis their freedom. However, just when the leader of the Githyankis was about to return to the astral stronghold, Soren frowned and said in a deep voice, wait a minute. I only promised to give you freedom. I didn't promise to return the spoils that belonged to me to you. Having said that, Soren stretched out his hand and spread out the contract in his palm. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked like a cunning devil and slowly said, there is no such clause in the contract. The leader of the Githyanki's expression suddenly became stiff. Yes. He was thinking about how to let his people escape this disaster, but he didn't expect that according to the rules of the astral boundary, all the wealth of his clan would be Soren's spoils of war, and his request was only to give his people freedom. The contract only stated that Soren could not turn them into slaves and set them free, but there was no indication that he needed to return the astral stronghold to them. Damn evil god, damn devil. Although he wanted to fight Soren to the death, the leader of the Githyankis took a deep breath and tried to endure all this. He lowered his head and said, Great Shadow Lord. Without the astral stronghold, we can only become refugees in the astral boundary. Even if the master has freedom, there is no way to survive. Without the astral stronghold, this clan would be finished. The astral stronghold was equivalent to an independent half-bit wall. The birth of each astral stronghold required the high-grade legendary psionic warlocks of the Githyankis to use Genesis to open up a half-bit wall, and then slowly turn it into an astral stronghold. Without the astral stronghold, his people would lose their foundation. The warlord leader would also become a refugee, and the freedom he had just gained would be meaningless. The devil's trick. Everything Soren did was just a means used by the devils. As an orderly evil god, it was natural for him to use some of the evil means of the devils. Moreover, he didn't violate his contract at all. He had done everything that was said in the contract. As for these Githyankis who couldn't even leave after losing the astral stronghold, that was not something he needed to care about. However, the leader of the Githyankis in front of him was obviously a flexible guy. He immediately lowered his head humbly and said, I don't know what we need to do for your excellency to return the astral stronghold to us? A smile appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth. He liked to deal with smart people, especially smart people who were sensible, so he slowly said, "This astral stronghold belongs to me. But such a big astral stronghold obviously takes up a lot of space. I think it would be a good thing if we could sell it as soon as possible." Sell it? When the leader of the Xianxias heard this, his face suddenly twitched. He felt his heart ache, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "If that's the case, Your Excellency might as well sell this astral stronghold back to us." He took the bait. Regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, this was what Soren wanted, so he pretended to be surprised and said, "You? Although I have promised to give you freedom. But you have just been my captives, and you have no money. If it weren't for my mercy, you wouldn't have left anything valuable on you. I'm curious. What did you use to buy such a valuable astral stronghold? I think maybe we should find another buyer of the Xianxias. Maybe they will be willing to pay a high price." Next to him, Gloria had been silently watching everything in front of her, and Fallen Witch also looked at Soren curiously. It was not until this moment that the two legendary witches knew the real purpose of Soren. When they heard this, they couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise, and then a playful smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Because Soren was really bad, wasn't it obvious that he had dug a huge pit and waited for the leader of the Xianxias to jump into it? This was obviously a trap. Furthermore, it was an unprecedentedly huge pit, but knowing that this was a super huge trap, the leader of the Xianxias still jumped into it without hesitation, because if he didn't jump, he would lose everything. The anger of his people alone was enough to tear him apart. "I'll buy it." The leader of the Xianxias gritted his teeth and said, "Although we don't have any wealth now. But just give us some time, we can buy it." Contract. I hope Your Excellency can give us a contract on credit. As long as Your Excellency can return the astral stronghold to us first. No matter how much it costs, we will slowly return it to Your Excellency. Soren finally showed a smile and said lightly, "I am a kind person. Since you are so sincere, then it's not impossible for us to talk about it. If you only use gold to pay for the astral stronghold, then it's obviously very difficult. But I am a very kind god. So I can accept your payment in various ways, such as diamonds, weapons, equipment, minerals, soul crystals, rare materials, and so on. Now, let's assess the value of this astral stronghold first, and then we can slowly finalize the contract," Soren said with a smile, and his voice became much more cordial. However, the leader of the Xianxias in front of him looked as if he was facing a great enemy, because he knew that the whole clan was going to be cheated. For a long time in the future, he was afraid that he would have to work for the evil god in front of him for free to pay the ransom of the astral stronghold. But at this time, he couldn't care so much. Anyway, the ransom was paid by the whole clan. As long as he could keep his position as the leader, it would be fine. As for Gloria and Fallen Witch next to him, their eyes became brighter and brighter as they listened. In the end, they couldn't help but laugh. If they could have a Xianxias clan to serve them and collect all kinds of rare materials, then their future research work would be much easier. Today, this group of Xianxias came to rob, but they didn't expect that after Soren's means, they would become children of wealth who came to give them a big gift. Now, they finally knew why the city of Mordor could rise so quickly in the hands of Soren. Such means. He was as cunning as the devil, however. At this moment, the more they looked at Soren, the happier they felt. An evil god of the lawful evil camp didn't need any reason to cheat people. The two legendary witches felt that this approach was in line with Soren's identity. Even the Xianxias felt that there was nothing wrong because the other party was a powerful evil god. He just fell into the evil god's trap because he was too careless. The good thing about the evil gods was that they would never be bound and kidnapped by morality. P.S. If you write for too long, you will get tired. You can't write anything on the computer. But after resting for a while, you will feel uncomfortable if you don't write something. Announce a reader group, Soren's Stronghold, Mordor City 181397040. You can catch me in it. Please bring your own master pokeball. That was the reality. As an evil god, Soren didn't hesitate to cheat the leader of the Xianxias, but as the leader of the Githyanki, he also didn't hesitate to cheat his own people. After Soren ordered the steel golems to gather the captives of the Githyanki, the leader of the Githyanki, named Karnost, didn't hesitate to sell all his people. According to the contract he signed with Soren, he couldn't mention anything about the ancient gods' corpse. Otherwise, he would violate the contract and be punished by Soren. So, in the mouth of the cunning Githyanki's warlord named Karnost, he became a great hero who saved his people. Because he accidentally angered a terrible evil god, the entire Githyanki became lowly captives. And at this time, their brave leader stood up. Not only did he dare to face the terrible evil god Soren, but he also dared to bargain with him. In the end, he relied on his glib tongue to persuade the terrible evil god. He made him agree to give all the Githyanki freedom in exchange for enough offerings and ransom in the future to satisfy his greedy and endless desires. Soren temporarily left after releasing these Githyanki. The whole venue was given to Karnost to perform. This guy's acting skills were definitely at the level of a movie king, and his ability to deceive and coax was also first class. He forcibly distorted the whole process. He changed himself from a stupid leader who made a wrong judgment and caused his people to provoke Soren to a wise, brave, and decisive person. When the whole race was close to destruction, he relied on his own strength to persuade the terrible evil god. He negotiated with the evil god with enough rewards in the future and finally persuaded him to give everyone freedom, and even took back their astral fortress from the evil god. Of course. As for how terrible the debt the whole race owed, the clever Karnost only mentioned it a little. Anyway, it was just that bad. If it really didn't work, they had 10, 20, 30, or 50 years to pay it back. The Githyanki relied on plundering for a living, and there were many valuable mineral wealth in the astral world. With the power of a race, they could always pay off the debt owed to the evil god. No matter what. Karnost, the leader of the Githyanki, used his own means to maintain his position, and at the same time, his reversal of the situation inadvertently increased his reputation. Soren had no objections to this. He only wanted benefits that he could see. As for what Karnost used to confuse his clansmen, that wasn't something he should ask. Since the contract had been completed. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. Soren commanded the steel golem to enter the treasure vault of the Githyanki, and then moved out all the valuable things inside. According to Karnost, this wealth was used in exchange for their freedom. As for the debt, it was the ransom for the astral fortress. Soren was a very kind guy, so he only took away gold, minerals, rare materials, and all kinds of things that Gloria and Fallen Witch liked. He did not completely empty the Githyanki's house, at least he left them enough food and weapons. The preliminary estimate is about 8 million Kindler. Gloria's appraisal ability was excellent. She quickly calculated it and said to Soren, "The Githyanki have hoarded a lot of metal minerals, which should be enough for us to make more than 500 steel golems. The value of the soul crystals can't be calculated, but there are more than 300 of them. As for some other things, I'm afraid we have to go back and appraise them before we can determine their specific value." Soren nodded to show that he understood. These were actually small amounts of money. The debt of 36 million Kindler that the Githyanki owed was the real amazing gain this time. The astral fortress was equivalent to an independent half-bit wall. Soren calculated it according to the price of a small kingdom. Even if he gave the other party a discount, the debt owed in the end was still as high as 36 million Kindler. This was a debt that was neither too much nor too little. If it was too much, the other party would feel that it was impossible to pay it back, so it was easy for some accidents to happen. But this price, according to the calculation of the Githyanki, was at most the harvest of the tribe for 10 or 20 years. If they were lucky enough to find the diamond meteor of the astral world, or rob a very rich guy, then they could pay it back in 5 or 10 years. With the endless wealth of the astral world and the ability of the Githyanki to plunder and harvest, it was no problem to get 1 or 2 million Kindler worth of things a year. If it weren't for so many precious resources in the astral world, the Arcane Empire wouldn't be so obsessed with exploring the astral world. The whole process of the handover was very smooth. Soren moved everything he wanted, and the Githyanki took back their astral fortress. In any case, the tribe was finally maintained. After Karnos temporarily escaped from Soren's hands, he immediately prepared to teleport away with his people. He really didn't want to see this evil god again. At least, that was the case until the next installment payment was made according to the contract. He was now ready to take his people to the lower plane. In order to repay the huge debt owed to Soren, he had to do a few more business without any capital. As for the debt, it was still impossible. Soren had left a mark. For a mid-level evil god, no mortal could escape his debt. As long as he wanted to find the other party, it would be useless even if these Xianxias fled to the ends of the earth. Looking at the Xianxias fleeing in panic, Gloria finally couldn't help laughing. Fallen Witch also smiled as if she was in a very good mood at the moment. She said, "I didn't expect the harvest of this trip to the astral world to be so great. It seems that we have to come a few more times in the future." Soren also smiled and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible to be so lucky every time. This time, the Xianxias came to our door. The probability of encountering other creatures in the vast astral world is not high. If we encounter a wandering astral world beast, I'm afraid we can only fight." A large number of materials were piled up in the storage room of the arcane tower. With such a great harvest this time, there was naturally no need to continue to collect the astral sand. The Xianxias also stored the silver-white substance, and the weapons they forged were also mixed with the astral sand. Gloria began to activate the arcane tower to lock the coordinates, while Fallen Witch activated the elemental furnace to prepare for teleportation. With such a large number of materials, their next research could last for a long time. As for Soren, his attention turned to another aspect. Clock's Nirvana mechanical mirror? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought and murmured, "A dangerous area that only high-level legends can set foot in. I didn't expect the ancient god's corpse to be in such a place. It's a bit troublesome." Things had to be done step by step. There were a lot of things to prepare to explore the Nirvana mechanical mirror. After all, this place was famous for having as many legends as dogs. Outer Islands, Mordor City. When the floating space tower returned to Mordor City, it attracted a large number of citizens. As a resident of Mordor City, one must have a strong enough heart and the ability to accept all kinds of new things. The sudden disappearance of the floating space tower attracted the curiosity of many citizens, and when the floating space tower returned, many people came to watch. Recently, the changes in Mordor City were too great. It could be said that it was changing with each passing day. The lighthouse in the port area recently had some airships attached to huge balloons. For the residents of Mordor City, they would not be surprised if the whole city flew into the sky one day. Well, the guide to life in Mordor City had already told them to learn to be used to new things. The Xianxias' inventory was very rich. Gloria and Fallen Witch needed some time to sort it out, and Soren also needed to conduct a second study of the war chest bit wall, which was a large-scale killing trial. If this thing could be popularized, Soren's current power of faith could increase by about 30%, and if it could be popularized on a larger scale in the future, then Soren's harvest would be very terrifying, it could be said. No god could recover divine power value as fast as Soren. Even after the end of the Avatar crisis, other gods could hardly compare with Soren's speed of accumulating divine power. Even after the end of the Avatar crisis, divine power value would not appear out of thin air. The gods were close to invincible in the kingdom of God because there were thousands of years of accumulation of divine power in the kingdom of God. If Soren succeeded, there would be a steady stream of power to build the kingdom of God in the future, and he could transform the kingdom of God into the ideal kingdom he needed. The second test began 2 days later. Soren changed the mode this time. He no longer competed with the demons in Mordor City, but changed to another map. In a boundless blood-red wilderness. Huge steel fortresses could be seen in the distance, and on the other side was an endless stretch of tents. At first glance, it was a dense crowd of people. No matter who appeared here for the first time, they would feel small and powerless because whether it was the creatures in front of them or the atmosphere of the whole environment, it made people feel a trace of depression and madness. This was the 10,000 Abyss Plains. It was also the first battlefield of the endless bloody war. A team of Mordor City officers appeared on the side of the steel fortress. The leader was a drow instructor, and the others were rangers, lurkers, priests, part-time warriors, and monks. Perhaps it was because his reputation had spread to the eastern countries. Soren also had some monks under his command, and some of them even entered the officer class of Mordor City. Lord Terence. Is this the trial that Sir Soren prepared for us? It doesn't look easy. The first to speak was the lurker. He looked around and muttered, "This place feels weird. It's depressing." A dense fog enveloped the entire battlefield. They could only vaguely see everything in the distance, but they couldn't see clearly what it was. The drow instructor named Terence had a solemn expression on his face. He looked at the steel fortress behind him and murmured, "The scene here seems a little familiar, as if I've seen it in a book. We don't seem to be in the material plane, but have been sent to the lower planes." The ground was blood-red. Bones that had existed for a long time could be seen everywhere. It was a huge and cruel battlefield at first glance. They didn't know how long the war lasted for the earth to be blood-red. "This seems to be the plane of 10,000 abyss." The one who spoke was the only priest among them. Spellcasters were obviously more knowledgeable. He looked around and said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, we're now in the 10,000 abyss plane of the bottomless abyss." Plane of 10,000 abyss, the first layer of the abyss, bloody war. Hearing the priest's words, the faces of the others present changed drastically. Then one of them said with a trembling voice, "Endless bloody war? Oh my God! We've been sent to a bloody battlefield?" The priest shook his head and said, "This should be a trial, not a real bloody battlefield. Otherwise, we would have died long ago." As if in response to his words, the fog in the surroundings gradually dissipated. Behind them, a well-equipped army of demons appeared. Countless demons also emerged from the tents in front of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. "Hey! The 5 of you, come with me." At this moment, a burly bone devil appeared in front of them. Facing the 5 of them, he smiled a little disdainfully and said, "I really don't know why the mercenaries sent this time are so weak. The 5 of you together aren't even enough to fill the gap between the teeth of a soul judgment demon. Let's go. Follow me over there. I hope the 5 of you can survive this battle." After he finished speaking, the burly bone demon walked to the other side. The 5 people present seemed to have understood something. They looked at each other and quickly followed him. They were arranged to be bloody war mercenaries in the trial. Moreover, they were arranged to be in the demon camp. The bone devil in front of them was one of the members of the demon army that they joined. So they had already guessed the content of the trial. At the same time, on the other side of the rift plane, a similar scene was happening. However, the people who were teleported here were a little special. Compared to the officers of Mordor City, they were more unruly. However, their individual strength was stronger. Because these people were all high-ranking pirates under Soren. Not all pirates were suitable for training into an army. Some pirates could only do their old jobs. And Soren also needed some of these underlings. Damn. There are so many demons. Compared to the officers, the collective quality of the pirates had obviously declined a lot. After the fog dissipated, these pirates were shocked when they saw the demon army nearby. However, the pirates who could survive and reach the top were all very smart and cunning. Under the guidance of a cunning demon, they quickly figured out the whole story and understood that they were now on the side of the demons in the Abyss Bloody War. What they were about to face next was a small-scale skirmish. The left wing of the demon army would launch a surprise attack on the steel fortress of the demon army. And as the Bloody War mercenaries, they would join this surprise attack. As for whether they could survive in the end, it would depend on their luck. P.S. 5 vs 5 Bloody War. The foreshadowing in the war chess playing can finally be filled. Soren looked down at everything from the sky. As the ruler of the battle flag plane, Soren had created 2 battle flag trials. The difficulty was much easier than the one he encountered at the beginning. He generally used the experience of the battle games in his previous life to set it as a battle mode trial scene. The first one was the battle between Mordor City and the demon army, which was used in the first test. This battle flag trials had some limitations, so Soren created today's new trial mode, which was the Endless Abyss Bloody Trial. There was a reason for choosing the Bloody Trial. Because it was something that all professions knew, and it was easy to form a sense of immersion after being sent to the bloody trial. The cruel environment would oppress one's own potential. Besides, Soren still needed to do an important test. That was, if the trial was killed by the storyline character, would the killing power be the same as if the trial was killed by the trial? Soren himself had participated in the Abyss bloody trial. So the entire battle flag trials was very realistic, and even the terrain was similar to the first layer of the Abyss. This was because Soren simulated all of this based on the bloody battle that his demon avatar had encountered at the beginning. In terms of setting, it was still a small-scale battle because the number of trial participants was still too small. It was not worth Soren spending too much effort to expand the scale of the trial. However, even if it was a small-scale battle, under the scale of the Abyss bloody trial, it was enough to easily destroy a small kingdom in a material plane. The number of troops on both sides added up to more than 10,000 people. The identity of the trial participants was unified as mercenaries. There were no racial restrictions to becoming a bloody trial mercenary. Even the demons had become a mercenary on the demon side. With the bloody trial mercenary to strengthen the sense of immersion of the trial participants, Soren needed a real battle to make up for the amount of killing power that the battle flag plane could provide. Battle flag plane, 10,000 Abyss plane. From the initial shock to the current adaptation, Terrence had gradually become accustomed to the pressure brought by the demons. As an excellent drow instructor, his own qualities were obviously higher than others. Because of his survival experience in the Underdark, he had also mastered a little way to deal with demons. Now that he had become the leader of a small team of devils, he had some cannon fodder even though his subordinates were all inferior demons. At the same time, on the other side, the trial challengers, who were mainly elite pirates, had encountered some trouble. The reason was that one of the high-grade pirates had cursed at the demon. Demons were creatures. You all know what I mean, as the representative creatures of the chaotic evil alignment, there was never a shortage of hot-tempered demons among the demons. Therefore, this elite pirate was unsurprisingly attacked by a berserk demon. Before the battle began, they had already received an attack from their allies. What was even more speechless was that the demon captain did not have any intention of stopping it. Instead, he watched with interest as the berserk demon attacked them. What kind of bullshit army is this? Old Shark, who was obviously the strongest among the elite pirates, cursed. He then pulled out his weapon and said in a deep voice, "What are you looking at? Are we just going to let him kill the seahorse? Mother asterisk cur. So what if you're a demon?" The pirates of Mordor were also a group of hot-tempered people. They had followed Soren through countless battles. Although they were still a little weaker than demons, they were not so weak that they did not even have the courage to fight back when attacked by the other party. A group of pirates surrounded the berserk demon and started to fight. The battle didn't last too long. Even when the berserk demon was killed, the demon captain didn't seem to have any intention of stopping them. After they stopped, the demon captain walked over with a strange smile and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is passable. Although you are not as good as the demon mercenaries, you can still bring a little trouble to the demons. Come. Drag this down and give it to the dretches." Ahezru carried the demon's body with one hand and threw it directly to the dretches behind him. Then the dretches swarmed up. The scene was very bloody. Several elite pirates raised their eyebrows when they saw this. They were all people with blood on their hands, but this kind of scene was still rare. They also had a little more real understanding of the ferocity of demons. "You 5. I'll give you a small team of dretches. Your task is to go through the trench from here and snipe the demon's mercenaries." As the captain, the Vrock seemed to be in a good mood. He said in a deep voice, "As long as you can kill the demon's mercenaries, you will have completed the mission." The scene quickly changed. According to the specific trajectory, both sides triggered the core mission of the trial. Although no one triggered the hidden mission, which made Soren a little disappointed, this was also a very normal thing. After all, the trial participants were natives, and it was difficult for them to have the various ideas of the adventurers in his previous life. The next thing was very simple. About 10 minutes later, the devil's mercenaries and the demon's mercenaries encountered each other. The battle broke out. The elite pirates, led by the old shark, were obviously stronger individually, while the officer class, led by the drows, had more organizational ability. The two sides kept fighting back and forth. Although the officers were more experienced, the old pirates were cunning and had some special tactics, so the two sides were evenly matched. When all the demons and devils that served as cannon fodder were exhausted, they had no choice but to join the battle themselves. At this time, Soren couldn't help but focus his attention. Casualties quickly appeared. The first to die was a pirate with a big beard. He died in the hands of the drows, and the moment he died, a very strong killing intent surged out. This killing force was almost twice as strong as the one Soren absorbed last time. It was almost equivalent to a devout believer's prayers for a whole day. There was no doubt about it, when a trial participant died in the hands of demons, the killing force produced was completely different from when they died in the hands of the same trial participant. The difference between the two sides was very obvious. I see. Dying in the hands of other trial participants is the most valuable thing? Soren looked down at everything below and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The battle continued, and the killing force continued to accumulate. However, just when Soren thought that everything was over, suddenly a very strong killing force emerged, followed by a soul light that directly flew towards Soren's palm. At the same time, on the high platform of the battle flag plane, the 5 elite pirates who seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep suddenly turned pale, and then his breathing became weaker and weaker, and finally his heartbeat stopped. He was dead. When he died in the battle flag trial, he also stopped breathing and heartbeat in reality. This was an accident. Even Soren didn't expect this accident, because according to his evaluation of the battle flag trial, the professions above intermediate and advanced would not die in reality because of death in the trial. But the accident eventually happened. The dead elite pirate had stopped breathing and heartbeat, and Soren also took his soul in his hand. There was a drawback to the battle flag trial. Because it was a real illusion, all those who died in the trial must go through a mandatory test of death when exiting. If their will was not enough, the trial taker may die in reality while dying in the illusion. Obviously, this elite pirate did not pass the test of death. The accident had already happened. Soren had no choice but to send these trial takers out first. As for the aftermath, he already had a plan because he had already thought about what to do if an accident happened. Steel golems appeared one by one. Trial completed. Please leave here with me. The leader of the steel golems spoke to these pirates with a cold mechanical voice. These pirates had just experienced a real death, and they were very tired. Although they found that there seemed to be one person missing, only one of them said, "Where is Swordfish? Why is he missing?" The steel golem said, "He has completed the trial and was sent elsewhere. Now I will escort you out of here." Hearing the words of the steel golem, the other pirates hesitated for a moment, and then left. These pirates were randomly selected, and their relationship with each other was not very good. They didn't know what happened, and even if one person was missing, they didn't care too much. Because the death they had just experienced made them realize a lot. On the other side, the arrangement was much easier. All the officers of Mordor City returned to the barracks. At this time, Soren also came to the body of the dead pirate. There were no wounds on the body, and the expression on the deceased's face was quite frightened. In short, in fact, he was scared to death. With the ability of advanced professions, they could completely bear the side effects of the trial failure, but if they believed that they were really dead at that moment, then the final result would be that their body died in reality. I need to think of a way to deal with this. Soren thought for a moment. He waved his hand and carved a complicated rune on the device connected to the battle flag trial. He murmured, "An enchantment circle that strengthens the will? The instant the trial taker exits, it will strengthen their immunity. This should reduce the probability of accidents, right?" The formation was quickly completed. After completing the enchantment, he couldn't help but stare blankly because this enchantment looked a little familiar. Where have I seen it? Suddenly, Soren seemed to have thought of something. His whole body froze on the spot. After a long time, he let out a sigh and left. News of the battle flag trial did not spread. On the contrary, its benefits were spread among the higher-ups of Mordor City. Because one of the trial takers, Jack, had quickly broken through the original bottleneck after a battle of death, and became a professional very close to the legendary realm in Mordor City. The battle flag trial had a clear effect on the professionals, especially the warriors at the front lines. Facing death was something that every warrior had to experience. In reality, such an experience may not be able to survive in the end. The desperate death provided by the battle flag trial gave the warriors a chance to accumulate anger. The breakthrough between life and death directly allowed Jack to master the ability close to the legendary level. The trial must continue. A little bit of casualties is still bearable, compared with the results brought by the battle flag trial. Soren sat in the study and thought about everything. All the people who had been through the battle flag trial were under his observation. Almost every trial taker would have a period of weakness after completing it, but after the period of weakness, their strength had improved significantly. Almost all the trial takers had a small improvement. In this way, an accidental death of a trial taker was not so important. Soren was not overly kind and compassionate. The second wave of the Avatar crisis could break out at any time, and no one knew how many people would die in the third and fourth waves. In the end, only a few people would survive. It was worth it to take a little risk now in exchange for future survival. Mordor City. The port area. Accompanied by a series of muffled rumbles, a giant airship slowly docked near the harbor's lighthouse. Although the number of airships had reached double digits now, every return would still attract people's attention. This airship had just returned from Arendelle. Relying on advanced alchemy technology, it only took a day and a half for the airship to go back and forth between Arendelle and Mordor City. It flew in a straight line in the sky. Such high efficiency instantly made many people realize the business opportunities in it. Even other chambers of commerce were trying to imitate the structure of the airship. Soren was not surprised by this. As long as he controlled the core technology of the floating ring, he could firmly hold on to the interests in it. The Great Temple. A rogue covered in a cloak hurriedly entered the back of the temple and knelt down on one knee in front of a man who was meditating. "Your Excellency High Priest. We have found the traces of the Maiden of Pain. She and her believers appeared in Talon City. The nobles of this city have been infiltrated and corrupted by them. Many people in power have been secretly controlled by them." The high priest raised his head and said slowly, "Have you finally found her?" "I'm telling my lord now. Send people to secretly monitor the movements of their church, but don't miss any important information." The rogue replied, "Yes." The next moment, the high priest appeared in Soren's study. For the sudden arrival of the high priest, Soren raised his head in confusion and said, "Is there anything important?" "My lord." The high priest bowed and said, "We have found the traces of the Maiden of Pain, Lorita. She and her church are hidden in Talon City." "Finally found?" Soren was delighted when he heard this, and then said in a deep voice, "Keep an eye on them. I'm sending people to the continent now. It's time for a hunt." Soren had been looking for the Maiden of Pain for some time. This evil goddess was very cautious. Even though Soren controlled a large number of rogues, he only found important clues now. Soren thought for a moment and said, "Let's not alert the enemy first. I'll personally head to Talon City tomorrow and send someone to deliver the news to the Princess Royal of Arendelle. The Maiden of Pain and the Maiden of Winter are allies. I'm sure she'll be interested in eliminating the enemy's ally." A quiet night breeze blew through the garden. In a magnificent hall, a strange sound could be heard faintly. It seemed to be a suppressed and painful groan, but it also seemed to be a whisper of joy. In this strange sound, there were also some sharp sounds like slapping. There were two heavily armed guards outside the door, but they were obviously a little absent-minded at the moment. Occasionally, they would peek into the hall secretly. When a rather scantily dressed maid came out with a plate, the guards even reached out and touched the maid's buttocks with a smile. The scantily dressed maids were not angry that they were taken advantage of. Instead, they smiled at the guards and then walked quickly to the kitchen. The host and guests inside should be finished soon. They must prepare some snacks and food. After all, it was quite tiring to play with the waiters inside. In the shadows not far away, the ugly monkey silently watched everything in front of him. Next to him was another half-elf. There was a scar on one of his eyebrows, which completely destroyed the half-elf's delicate appearance and added a bit of fierceness. These nobles are quite good at playing. Nothing in the hall could escape their eyes. The half-elf lowered his voice and said, "A high priest, 3 presiding priest attendants, a high-grade knight, and a few others are not up to standard. Shall we do it now?" The ugly monkey glanced at him and whispered, "Wait a little longer. The goddess of abuse, Lorita, is just a god who can't be seen in public. All she does is play with people's hearts. Let's wait until their ceremony is over." Speaking of this, the ugly monkey could not help but curl his lips in disdain. He really looked down on Lorita, the Maiden of Pain, because he had been lurking in Talon City all this time. These believers and priests of the Maiden of Pain played these shameful games all day long, as if they were all masochists. The ceremony inside was about to end. The gorgeous priests were casting magic to heal the wounds of the nobles who were holding the ceremony. Of course, there were also some beautiful girls inside. Some were kneeling under these nobles. As for what they were doing, it was needless to say. As a god that was also active in the Underdark, the Church of the Maiden of Pain had many means to attract these nobles. After a period of observation, Ugly Monkey had figured out the form and method of Lorita's church. Lorita was also an evil god, but she told Ugly Monkey that nothing she did could compare to the Lord he believed in. In conclusion, the way Lorita's church operated was like this: corrupt the nobles, then take them to play the depraved play ritual. Corrupt the merchants, then take them to play the depraved play ritual. Corrupt the civilians, then take them to play the depraved plya ritual. The only difference was the method of corruption and the scale of the various sadistic rituals. Nearly 70% of the nobles in Talon City had been corrupted by the Church of the Maiden of Pain. As an evil god who was good at manipulating people's hearts, Lorita's priests were very good at cultivating the servility of mortals. In addition, there were many beautiful women in the church, so both the abuser and the abused could be satisfied in their hands. Once the soul was corrupted and fell into the abyss of desire, it would not be easy to get out. The whole Talon City was so depraved. From the officials to the civilians, almost all professions had fallen into the control of Lorita's church. They were all evil gods, but sometimes the gap was so big. Unlike what Soren did in Mordor City, Lorita had been immersed in the joy of the priesthood itself. She liked to abuse people, whether it was physically or mentally, and enjoyed the process of others being abused. It was almost time. When the beautiful half-elf priestess pulled back her whip and was about to cast healing spells on the nobles who had just experienced pain and pleasure, the ugly monkey and the other half-elf also made their move. "Do it." As his cold voice fell, Ugly Monkey's figure disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared behind the guards in the hall. With a silent flash of cold light, one of the guards died in his hands. The other half-elf also moved quickly, and the two of them cooperated well to kill the 2 guards at the door. Shadow Jump. After taking over the priesthood of Shadow, Soren's divine power began to give more special abilities to his believers, especially the extension ability in the Shadow Realm, which greatly increased the strength of many rogues under his command. Ugly Monkey's target was the priest. As a spellcaster, when Ugly Monkey sneaked behind her, the fate of Lorita was already decided. No mercy, Ugly Monkey pierced her heart with a dagger without any mercy. At this time, the nobles who had just recovered from the joy and pain let out a scream of horror. There were 1 or 2 naked ladies who directly screamed and fainted after seeing the blood spurting out from the priest's chest. The killing did not stop. Ugly Monkey was still harvesting lives. He suddenly felt like laughing when he saw the nobles, who were usually high and mighty, trembling in fear. Without the coat of power, these guys are really disappointing. The whole process was very fast. When Ugly Monkey stopped, the hall was already full of corpses. At this time, the guards outside also reacted, and there were hurried footsteps in the distance. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Ugly Monkey disappeared, and the other half-elf also disappeared quickly. This night, Talon City was very restless. This was because this was not the only place where the attack took place. Tonight, at least 10 places in Talon City had similar assassinations. The targets were almost all the influential people in the city, and almost all of them had priests from the Lorita church present. Soren had already made his move. Before dealing with the Maiden of Pain, the members of the church under his command had already launched an attack on the opposing church. A large number of assassins had cut off Lorita's wings with cold means, and at the same time, they had severely damaged the noble forces that they had corrupted and controlled. This meant that the secular forces of Talon City would be deterred. Those nobles had to weigh their own heads before thinking about whether to get involved in the struggle between the two churches. However, everything had just begun. The Church of Abuse had spent a lot of effort to corrupt the city. Many of the guards and army had been secretly controlled by them. Although Soren's church was stronger, it was not easy for a strong dragon to suppress a snake in its own territory. In order to completely destroy Lavita's power, he had to use a more powerful method. P.S. There is one more update. Talon City. In a dark temple, a group of scantily clad women gathered near the altar. Madame Dini. A dark-skinned, gorgeous woman hurriedly walked in from outside the temple and said in a hurry, "Trina is dead. She was attacked by a group of rogues when she was passing through the alley at the bottom of the lake. All the people accompanying her were killed. When we rushed over, only corpses were left on the ground." As soon as her voice fell, the women near the altar were horrified. They then looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Many of these women had dark skin, but most of them were gorgeous. They were not humans, but half-elves of drows and humans. The belief of the Maiden of Pain was also spread in the Underdark. As one of the most feminist gods, she also had a small number of believers in the Underdark. Because all the high-ranking people in the church were women, the same as Lorsi the Spider, a small number of female drows, as well as some mixed-blood drows, were the high-ranking priests in her church. These mixed-blood drows were currently responsible for corrupting Talon City. Have you tracked down the assassins? The woman named Dini was a charming half-elf, but judging from her skin color, she didn't seem to be a mixed-blood drow. No. The woman who came in shook her head. Dini couldn't help but show a wry smile when she heard that. She waved her hand and closed the door. Then she looked at the others with a serious expression and said, "Sisters. The situation is very critical now. The true god, Soren, who is in charge of shadows, rogues, half-elves, theft, and tracking, has launched an attack on our church. With the strength of our church, it's difficult to resist. And the god we serve has yet to show up. If this continues, I'm afraid everyone here will die in the hands of those assassins. The enemy has too many rogues and assassins. They are everywhere. Too many of our sisters have left us during this period of time. At this time, we have to make a choice." Hearing the words of the female priest named Dini, the other women present were puzzled. Some of the smarter women were frightened. "I think some of you have already noticed." Dini waved her hand gently, and a strange shadow that looked like a blurry human figure appeared in the dark. She said slowly, "The sisters that I've invited this time are all half-elves. Lavita, whom we once served, can't possibly defeat the powerful Sir Soren. She has already abandoned us. At a time like this, we can only save ourselves. I've already chosen to serve the great Soren. He is the protector of the half-elves. The benevolent him is willing to accept us half-elves. As long as you change your faith and serve him sincerely, you can keep your current status and identity." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the air, followed by a vicious snake-headed whip lashing at Dini. At the same time, a furious and sharp female voice rang out, "Damn traitor! How dare you betray the faith of our Lord? Lavita will not fail. You traitors will all die in torture." There was no shortage of fanatics in any church. Dini was not surprised by the sudden attack. She also waved her hand and threw out a long whip, then her figure retreated. At this time, the assassins who were lurking in the shadows also moved. Accompanied by cold light, 3 rogues rushed toward the attacking drow at the same time. The next moment, blood splashed, and the fanatic of Lavita died instantly. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom because they realized that if they didn't surrender to the Shadow Church today, none of them would be able to leave alive. Dini was one of the bishop priests in Talon City. Even she betrayed the faith of Lavita. Could the Church of Torture really defeat the powerful Shadow Church that had the backing of Mordor City and the Outer Islands? "I'm willing to serve the great Shadow Lord." Crack. With the sound of a long whip falling to the ground, a beautiful dark-skinned woman put down her weapon. She was a half-blood drow. As a half-elf, it was easier for her to accept the faith of Soren than other gods because Soren was originally a half-elf clergy. Although his core clergy was shadow, the half-elves were still under his protection. If Soren's church really expressed its willingness to accept them, then they should have a chance to integrate into it. As long as some things were started, the next step would be much easier. Whether they were willing or not, after seeing the corpses lying on the ground, these half-elf priests, who were mainly female, expressed that they could change their faith and serve Soren. Whether they were sincere or not, as long as people first began to surrender to Soren's church, then the situation would move in a direction that was more favorable to the Shadow Church. They were just a group of mortals. And this was a collision between the gods and the church. Although Lauvita had a lot of strength on the surface world, there were still some believers gathered in the Underdark. It was impossible to compete with the Shadow Church only by relying on the church in Talon City. Your Excellency High Priest. After all the half-elf priests gave up resistance, Dini came to a prayer room at the back. She humbly bowed her head to the woman hiding in the shadows in front of her and carefully said, "The half-elf priests in the temple area have basically surrendered. If you agree, I will try my best to persuade the other half-elf priests to give up resistance." The high priest's figure came out. A faint smile appeared on her face as she slowly said, "My lord is merciful. As long as they are willing to surrender to my lord, then whether they are half-elves or not, they will be forgiven. Lauvita's death is only a matter of time. She has lost her original intention of being a true god. She is addicted to the desire to abuse and be abused. Only by believing in my lord Soren can you be saved. The shadow will protect you." The operation to deal with Lauvita the Whipping Maiden was comprehensive. The assassination in the center was only the surface. The division and subjugation planned by the high priest was the key. As a psionic warlock with a profession level of 30 and above, she could easily find the flaws in the enemy's mind. And these half-elves who served Lauvita were just the beginning. Since he had decided to deal with Lauvita, Soren would not only kill her, but also swallow her whole church. Inside the dazzling hall, a group of nobles in gorgeous clothes gathered here. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with a brown lion emblem on his chest. This was the family emblem of the nobles. The design avoided the symbol of the gods. Generally, this emblem could only be worn by nobles who had an epic character in their family. The middle-aged man in front of him was a member of the lion family. This was an ancient family that had ruled Talon City for more than 100 years. During the era of Queen Isabella, there was an epic character named Golden Lion. The birth of the lion family began at that time, but since then, there had never been an epic character in this family. At most, there would be 1 or 2 legendary professions. The lion family had declined for a period of time, but the bloodline of this family still had some advantages. Every few generations, there would always be a few geniuses. And the current leader of the family was the standard genius in the eyes of mortals. At the age of 35, he had entered the realm of legends, the city lord of Talon City, Nox the Lion. Although his strength had entered the realm of legends, and he was already a powerful figure among mortals, at this moment, Nox's expression was quite hesitant and tangled. There were few aristocratic virtues left. This was a dark and foolish era. Everything that Sauron had seen and encountered in Amber City would also appear in Talon City, and it might even be worse than it was in Talon City. The glory of the lion family had been gone for a long time. Although there was a legendary character in these years, there was no doubt that the virtues of the Golden Lion had not been passed on to his descendants. Nox was a noble lord in the lawful evil camp. His cruel rule had always exploited and oppressed the civilians in Talon City. He let the Church of Torture grow stronger in exchange for some gifts from the gods. He even secretly executed several paladins who dared to meddle in other people's business and questioned his rule. If there was no outbreak of the Avatar crisis, with Nox's legendary strength, his rule in Talon City would continue for hundreds of years. However, the outbreak of the Avatar crisis shook his rule, and it also made him need more help from the Maiden of Pain. He thought that with the protection of a god, he would be able to survive this crisis safely. But, never had he imagined that he would have an even more terrifying enemy because of this. Shadow Lord, Soren, the mysterious assassins had already turned Talon City upside down. These people were secretly supported by the Thieves' Guild. So far, they had not obtained many clues. City Lord. An old man with a plump face stood up and said, "Things can't get any worse." Now, the entire Talon city was in chaos. "We have to find a way to stop this. More than 10 nobles have been killed so far. Maybe we should take some revenge on the murderer." "This is Sir Finley. He used to be a high-ranking knight, but now he had become a pot-bellied fatty." The fall of Talon city had caused the nobles to indulge in pleasure. More than half of the nobles present were overweight. Even Knox had become much fatter because of the luxurious indulgence. An idiot who doesn't know who the enemy is. Knox thought so in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he slowly said, "The situation must be controlled. But more importantly, we must choose a side in this matter." There was no lack of smart people present. The nobles were all a little scheming. And they were proficient in politics, so they naturally knew what the city lord was talking about. "I think we should stand on the side of the goddess of torture. Her church has a closer relationship with us, and Mordor city is far away. They may not win this battle." A nobleman who looked like he had drunk too much said. What he did not say was that the goddess of torture's church had a lot of information on him. If these things were announced, he would be hanged for what he had done. At this time, he had to stand on the side of the goddess of torture, and there was no other choice. "I think the goddess of torture's chances of winning are very low." This time, it was a young noble who spoke. He vaguely looked like a half-elf. There were many half-elves on the continent, and the number of hybrids was not small. In many cities that were ruled by evil, female elves were considered expensive private property. Under such circumstances, it was possible to give birth to a half-elf descendant. This noble was called Talano, and he was the illegitimate son of a half-elf. For an illegitimate son to inherit the title, he must be ruthless enough. Although the other nobles looked at him with a trace of contempt, no one refuted him. This meant that he had the power to deter others. However, although most of the nobles did not speak at this moment, a burly figure sitting on the side sneered, "Talano, you despicable patricide. Are you ready to bow to the enemy so soon?" Patricide. This was a message from Talon city. It was said that Talano inherited the title by poisoning his father with his own hands, but no one could prove this matter. It was only spread among the nobles as a message. Clang, hearing these harsh words, Talano pulled out his long sword in an instant and said angrily, "Nordente. Shut your stinking mouth, or you'll never be able to speak again." In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. "Enough." As the city lord, Knox shouted and then said, "Today's meeting ends here. Nordente, you stay, the others go back first." In this case, there was no room for discussion. The nobles of Talon city were not united enough. Knox felt that it was better to leave a close noble behind to discuss in secret. "Humph." The half-elf illegitimate son named Talano glared at the burly man in the dark and left with his entourage. He had been adventuring on the continent in his early years and had a group of decent outlaws by his side. Even Knox didn't want to make things too awkward with him. The group of nobles retreated. However, some of them did not leave the city lord's mansion but went directly to the backyard. These were Knox's trusted aides. The Shadow Church came aggressively. Most of the nobles of Talon city had a close relationship with Lorita's church. At this time, they were obviously more familiar with Lorita than the Shadow Church that they had never met. The night sky was dark. The nobles who stayed did not leave until very late because they could not think of a better solution. Knox rubbed his forehead tiredly. He felt that the situation was very tricky because as a secular noble, it was very uncomfortable to be involved in the struggle between two god churches. "Not good. Not good." A panicked voice came. Knox stood up and said angrily, "Why are you panicking?" A man dressed as an official staggered in and then said in a panic, "City Lord. Not good." Talano rebelled. "He has led people to attack the warehouse. He is now attacking the city defense. Many guards have been bribed by him to rebel." Rebel? In an instant, Knox woke up with a start. Recalling Talano's resentful eyes when he left, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and said in a deep voice, "How many people do they have? Immediately gather the other nobles and follow me." The man dressed as an official stammered, "Many. Many troops. Telano found many reinforcements from God knows where. These rebel troops are all flying a black flag. Ignoring the stammering official, Knox immediately rushed out with the others. As soon as they went out, they saw the flames in the distance. Many places in Talon City were on fire, and they could vaguely hear mournful cries. Further away, there was the sound of troops gathering, and some dull loud noises. They did not know what was going on. City Lord, don't worry. The burly noble named Nordente frowned and looked at the flames, then said, with Telano's strength, even if there are reinforcements, there can't be many of them. I think he is trying to confuse us. Let me bring people to catch him and bring him to you. The entire Talon city fell into chaos. Ordinary people locked their doors and windows and looked at the army gathering outside in horror. Fortunately, Trano's men were disciplined, and no one took the opportunity to rob civilians. Rumble. The dull sound of artillery fire came, and this loud noise made Knox's heart skip a beat. He said angrily, "Why is there the sound of artillery? Did Trano capture the armory as well?" "No." A man stammered, "He should have found a way to get it from outside." The guards from the city lord quickly gathered, and then they encountered Trano's men on the street. Knox couldn't help but curl his lips because the army in front of him was obviously a motley crew of adventurers and mercenaries. Compared to the personal guards of the Lion family, these people were obviously not enough. The fact was as he guessed. These Trano's men were almost defeated at the first touch. They could only fight with the corrupt city guards, but they were no match for the private guards of the nobles. But, just when Knox thought he could quell the rebellion quickly, an army with a black flag appeared in front of him. At the moment when he saw this army, Knox's heart couldn't help but sink. He had been on the battlefield. He had seen a real army, and the team that was advancing silently in front of him was undoubtedly that kind of real army. Black flag? The flag of Mordor City. As if thinking of something, Knox's expression suddenly became very scary. Reality soon gave him a response. Because at this moment in Mordor City, in the laboratory near the arcane tower, a cold mechanical voice had just sounded, "Space Waymark lock. Target Talon City. Open the number 1 temporary portal. Release the steel golems. Space Waymark lock. Target Talon City. Open the number 2 temporary portal. Release the 3rd guard of Mordor City." Several mechanical voices sounded in succession. With the white teleportation aura, an army suddenly appeared in Talon City thousands of miles away. At this moment, 5 heavy steel golems appeared in front of Knox. Damn it! Knox felt that the situation was out of his control, but he had no other choice. He roared, drew his weapon, and rushed toward the army in front of him. Now he only hoped that the goddess of abuse, Lorita, could appear as soon as possible because the decayed guards of Talon City could not stop the attack of the elites of Mordor City. First Street has been conquered. The south gate of Talon City has been occupied. The central square has been occupied. The 3rd squad is attacking the Ordnance Division. The 5th guard is attacking the City Lord's mansion. The continuous mechanical sound echoed, and the army of Mordor City was like a sophisticated instrument, easily destroying the defense line of Talon City, and then steadily advancing, gradually encroaching on the enemy's territory. At this moment, Soren was also quietly observing everything. This was the first time that Mordor City had used the portal for a long-range siege. Although they had secretly provoked a rebellion of a noble, when it came to actual command, many elements were still far beyond the military standards of this era. Fortunately, under the command of Thaling, the army of Mordor City had been steadily advancing. Defeat the city guards. Taking over the defense. The captives have all been escorted. The 3rd Street has been strongly resisted. A large number of enemy knights have appeared, requesting support from the rear. As a big city, Talon City naturally had a group of old noble forces. Their family had trained many knights, which was the biggest problem for Soren to take over Talon City. He thought for a moment and said, "Release the diamond golems. Giants will lead my guards to join the battlefield." The plan would always change. At first, Soren wanted to kill Lorita, but then he found that the Church of the Goddess of Torture seemed to be able to take over Talon City. Then he found that Talon City seemed to be decaying. As long as he sent a regular army, it was possible to take down the city. In the end, everything happened in front of him. Because of the stubbornness of the nobles of Talon City, Soren's plan to deal with the nobles of Talon City directly turned into a plan to wipe them out. The giants, who had been waiting for a long time, were already hungry and thirsty. After the portal opened, they immediately led the guards into it. Whoosh! Muffled footsteps sounded, followed by the screams of the guards who were sent flying. Nox raised his head and found that a burly giant had appeared in front of him. The mud giant. When he was young, he had adventured on the road, so he knew very well how terrifying the power of such a creature with such an amazing physique could be. The giant also noticed Nox. He was not very smart, but he was not stupid. He immediately recognized that the nobles in front of him were different. They seemed to be from the ruling class of Talon City. Thus, he smirked and swung the heavy anchor at Nox. The terrifying power set off a gust of wind, and Nox did not dare to face it head-on. He dodged awkwardly. Behind him, a thick wall collapsed under the giant's attack. Monster, Nox was nervous. Only a non-human creature could unleash such a terrifying power. Even a legendary warrior would not be able to resist it. The giant's attack seemed slow, but the heavy and huge anchor made up for many problems. Nox found that the enemy's attack range was too wide. Although he could seize the opportunity to sneak attack, it also meant that the enemy's next attack would leave him with no way to escape. Nox did not know if he was strong enough to withstand the giant's terrifying power. He wanted to retreat. As the Lord of Talon City, his life was very valuable. So many years of comfortable life had already worn away his ambition. He did not want to risk his life to fight a worthless giant. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Giant. Why are you dawdling for so long? We must take Talon City in 3 hours. Don't waste time." Ugly Monkey's figure appeared from the shadows, and then another soft female voice sounded. She said in surprise, "He is the Lord of Talon City, Nox. Once we kill him, Talon City will be ours." The priestess of the Church of Torment appeared behind them. Ugly Monkey's eyes lit up when he heard this. He instantly pulled out his dagger and rushed forward, murmuring, "The Lord of Talon City? Looks like an opponent worth fighting." Panting. Heavy panting. Nox felt that his physical strength was about to be exhausted. As a legendary warrior, although he had great strength, more than 10 years of comfortable aristocratic life had made him unable to break through for a long time. His legs were stabbed 3 times, and 2 of his ribs were broken by the huge force in his chest. He knew that he was about to die. The battle in Talon City was about to stop. He could still stand now because of the pride of the Lion family and the legendary profession. Seeing Trano's figure in front of him, Nox's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said angrily, "You shameless traitor." "Traitor?" Trano smiled, then bowed respectfully to a woman in the shadows, and said, "This is called adapting to circumstances. What does Lauvita have that is worth us fighting for her? Don't think that I don't know why you don't want to surrender. I know all about the despicable things you did with the Church of Torment. Tisk tsk." Trano walked over slowly with a hint of madness on his face. "Don't think that you can control Talon City by killing me. You are just a puppet of Mordor City." Nox said angrily. Trano didn't care about it at all and said slowly, "So what? At least I control Talon City in name, and I have more power and wealth. Mortals should know how to be content." Mordor City was far away. Even if he controlled Talon City secretly, there must be a puppet standing on the surface. This puppet didn't need to be a puppet because Soren didn't have so much energy to manage Talon City. Trano could enter Soren's sight because he was a half-elf, and because he was a ruthless guy who could help Soren deal with a lot of shady things. Soren didn't care about the constraints of morality. As a god of the evil alignment, he only cared about the benefits that he could obtain. Boom! A loud noise came from the distance, and it came from the temple area. This time, the chaos didn't affect the temples of other gods. The only one that was attacked was Lauvita's temple. At this moment, a dazzling light appeared on Lauvita's temple. The figure of a goddess could be vaguely seen. Nox suddenly laughed and said crazily, "Lauvita has arrived. You guys are all going to die." "Is that so?" Trano smiled. Then, he slowly said, "My lord has been waiting for him for a long time." My lord, Trano already believed in the half-elf god. Almost at the same time, just as the dazzling light appeared above Lavita's temple, a golden figure also appeared above the great temple of Mordor city. Then, Soren, who was in the form of a saint, appeared above Talon city. "I finally forced you out." He stared coldly at Lavita in front of him. She was a beautiful woman with a cold face, holding a nine-tailed whip in her hand. At this moment, she was facing Soren's gaze. She had no choice because if she didn't appear, Lavita's faith in the surface world would collapse, and the church was so badly damaged that the gods didn't dare to come out to fight. The faith in the Underdark would be easily taken away by other gods. The Queen of Spiders had been waiting for this for a long time. If Lavita didn't even have the courage to fight Soren, then Lolth would be very willing to completely erase her influence in the Underdark. At that time, perhaps Lavita could only wait for her death. P.S. I owe a lot of manuscripts, but fortunately, I've already paid them back. The Avatar crisis did not require mercy. When Lavita's figure appeared, Soren immediately transformed into his saint form and greeted her. This time, the battle was completely different from the past. The moment the two sides clashed, there was almost no close-range combat. The reason was simple. The Avatar crisis had been going on for some time. Soren had accumulated a lot of divine power, and Lavita had also accumulated a lot of divine power. As long as the divine power was not depleted, the divine shield of a god could resist almost any magic damage and physical damage. For gods like the Queen of Spiders, even the super arcane crystal pulse cannon could be resisted by the divine shield. Soren did not encounter an enemy with enough divine power when he killed Malor, the god of the hunt, and the Lord of Shadows, but when he fought against Lavita, he encountered an enemy who had at least 30% of her divine power. Rumble, a dazzling golden light erupted over Talon city. This was a battle that was very close to the true god form. Lavita cast at least 3 level 9 divine spells in a row the moment Soren appeared, and Soren also used his divine power to offset the opponent's attack. Under their feet was the temple district of Talon city. It was just the beginning of the battle, but the aftermath of the divine power had already destroyed the land. The only thing that was intact were the temples that were shrouded in light. A little civilian casualties were inevitable, but at this time, no one cared about it. When the Avatar crisis broke out, mortals were like ants. In the past 2 years, almost hundreds of millions of innocent creatures died tragically. Soren had long been mentally prepared for some things. The battle of divine power continued. Soren's divine power was not far from Lavita's, which meant that after both sides exhausted their divine power, they would not be able to cast divine spells in their saint form. Next, it was time to test their true strength. The strength of a god was not only determined by their own divinity level and divine power, but also the most basic profession level and comprehensive strength. During the Avatar crisis, no god could squander their divine power points without limit. After fighting against more than 10 level 9 divine spells, their divine power points were running low. Soren stopped casting divine spells, while Lavita activated her divine shield. They could only use the remaining divine power points to defend themselves. Any extravagant actions could cause both sides to be unable to defend against a single fatal attack. At this moment, Soren finally saw Lavita's appearance. A very beautiful and cold young woman. This should be Lavita's original form, a cruel and merciless beautiful woman. She was like a flower with poisonous thorns, not minding taking the lives of others. Shadow Lord, Soren. Lavita's voice was unusually calm as she said calmly, "I don't have any grudges with you. I don't understand why you're targeting me." Soren looked at him quietly and said slowly, "Is that so? In this calamity, we have no choice. You are blocking my path forward. That's all." Lavita fell into silence. In fact, her question just now had no meaning, because an evil god almost didn't need any legitimate reason to deal with someone, as long as there were enough benefits. She was like this. Soren was like this too. Almost all evil gods were like this. Lavita didn't speak again, but waved her 9-tailed whip and rushed up in an instant. She was not a spellcaster. Lavita, who was in charge of pain and torture, was a very good fighting god, so even if she faced Soren head-on, she didn't feel afraid. Shadow, Realm. Tracking, realm. Crafty, realm. The power of realms was spread out, and the role of the gods' accumulation of priesthoods and realms was reflected in this level of battle. The more powerful the realms and priesthoods that any god had, the more obvious the advantage in this kind of battle. Soren's priesthoods and realms instantly suppressed Lavita's power, directly forming a suppression on immunity. Epic divine power, Soren's figure was accompanied by a silver-white stream of light, and he could sneak around freely within the range of the shadow realm. Lavita's priesthood strengthened the pain that Soren suffered, but it was nothing to his will. With the power of an intermediate god against a lesser god, it was already suppressing. As long as the battle continued like this, Soren's victory was only a matter of time. However, any victory would not come so easily. Just when Soren was suppressing Lavita to the point where she could not raise her head, a rotten smell suddenly filled the night, and then the army from Mordor City had a dark face. Some people with weaker physiques almost died instantly. Be careful. These gases are poisonous. Priest. Hurry up and disperse these poisonous gases. Everyone gather around the priest. Panicked voices sounded. These highly poisonous gases appeared in Talon City without anyone knowing. Not only the army of Mordor City, but also many residents died from the poison. It was a bit like the cloud of death, which had a fatal effect on low-level creatures, but the range was many times larger than that of the cloud of death. Haha. Soren, the Lord of Shadows. Do you think I will deal with you alone? My reinforcements are here. Lavita suddenly teleported away, and a smile appeared on her face. In just a short time, hundreds of people died in the army of Mordor City, almost all of them died from the poisonous gases. At the same time, some figures of Droll appeared in Talon City. The Witherers, the Droll represented the fall and corruption, the evil believers who served the Lady of Poison. These Witherers summoned rotten vines and plants, and appeared in the dark to attack the army of Mordor City. There were also traces of lizard men. The Lady of Poison, Talona? Soren's figure stopped in midair. He looked into the darkness, where there was a rotten and gloomy divine breath. He said with a blank expression, "It seems that I guessed right. But do you think you can defeat me like this?" The Lady of Poison, the Lady of Disease, the Mother of all plagues, Talona had many titles that made mortals afraid. She was often described as a haggard old woman with various religious tattoos on her face. Wherever she went, misfortune and suffering would inevitably follow. Her heart was like that of a headstrong and greedy child, but trapped in a shell that had once been beautiful but was now ravaged by disease and age. A poor god who had been corrupted by her clergy. This was why Soren had always paid attention to his own will. Talona was a typical god who had been controlled by her clergy. Even her body had been corrupted by the clergy of poison and disease. Talona used to serve the god of slaughter, Baal, together with Lavita. Soren's calmness made Lavita feel a little uneasy. Two weak gods could kill Soren, but Soren's calmness at this moment meant that he didn't care. A gust of cold wind appeared. Without any warning, the temperature of the entire Talon City began to drop gradually. It was already the 4th or 5th month of the year, but Talon City, which was located in the south, seemed to have entered the cold winter season all of a sudden. A gust of wind with snow and ice raged, blowing away all the poison and gas. Amidst the dancing snow and ice, the figure of the Princess Royal slowly appeared in Talon City. She had been here for a long time. It was just that Soren didn't signal her to do it, so Princess Royal didn't show up. When the plot of the Lady of Poison emerged, the time for Princess Royal to show up had also arrived. The cold wind blew away the haze of death, and the ice and snow turned the Witherers into crystal ice sculptures. Arendel's Queen of Ice, Lavita's face suddenly changed. The goddess of torture paid a big price to persuade Talona to help her, but the appearance of Princess Royal directly destroyed her plot because she was a mortal comparable to a god. Arendel's Queen of Ice, a mortal who inherited the power of the goddess of the north wind and snow, almost all gods knew that she was a very difficult enemy to deal with. 2 against 2. In this case, her chances of winning were not very high. Soren's expression was very calm. It was not the first time he killed a god, and he knew very well that he couldn't make any mistakes when dealing with any god. It was best to go all out. It seems that you don't have a backup plan. Soren looked at Lavita in front of him and said slowly, "Then it's my turn." Dimensional lock. A force sealed the surrounding space, and at the same time, accompanied by the light of teleportation, Gloria, Fallen Witch, Vivian, and the High Priest all appeared in the sky above Talon City. This was an important actual combat, and blindly protecting them was not enough. Soren also wanted to let them try to deal with a god-level enemy, so that they could understand how powerful a true god was. A huge portal appeared. With a strange silver-white halo, the whole Talon City was shrouded in the magic lock of the arcane tower. This was the second generation of magic lock, which integrated the characteristics of the astral sand into the magic lock. A dark and broken warship appeared under the night sky. The ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, appeared silently and immediately headed towards the believers of the goddess of poison. The corrupted Witherers continued to bombard them, but there were still a lot of enemies. The believers of the goddess of poison greatly made up for the enemy's strength. However, the balance of the battle was still tilting towards Soren's side, because with the magic lock of the arcane tower covering the whole Talon City, the power of the field had been added to the army of Motor City. The magic lock's protective field. This was Soren's trump card to deal with the Blood War Legion, and today was the first large-scale practical test of the magic lock's field. The goddess of poison and the goddess of torture once served the god of slaughter, Baal. Soren knew from the beginning that dealing with Lorita would not be as simple as dealing with the god of the hunt, Mailer. It might even be more troublesome than dealing with the god of shadows. Because according to Soren's worst-case scenario, when dealing with the goddess of torture, Lorita, it was possible that the Lady of Night, Shar, would come out. Lorita once served the Lady of Night, but with the resurrection of the god of tyranny, Ban, she returned to the command of the three gods of death and became Ban's subordinate. Later, Ban died under the conspiracy of Cyric. The goddess of torture once followed the Dread Lord, but later she wavered between the Dread Lord and the Lady of Night. The battle on the ground became more and more intense. It could be seen that this time Lorita, the goddess of torture, was desperate because the army of Mordor had encountered the Drows from the Underdark, which meant that Lorita had even sent out the believers of the Underdark. The goddess of poison did not put in all her power, but there were also a lot of Witherers and Fallen Droll in Talon City. They were good at using disease spells, and almost all the weapons of the believers were smeared with poison, which put a lot of pressure on the army of Mordor, especially the priests, who could only cast healing and detoxification spells with all their strength. Leave this to me. Gloria's figure floated in the air, and 72 tarot cards kept flying around her. As a legendary witch with the full support of Mordor, her equipment and strength were even stronger than high-grade legendary wizards. At this moment, Gloria was the main force against the Witherers, and the Fallen Witch was casting slightly forbidden spells to eliminate the Droll who served the Lady of Poison. Because the goddess of poison was in charge of poisons, she also had a group of assassin followers under her command. The rogues from Sauron were fighting with the other side, but at the moment, they did not have much of an advantage. The rogues who believed in Soren had more powerful shadow abilities and stealth abilities, and almost all the assassins who served the Lady of Poison were good at using deadly poison. In contrast, at this moment, the casualties in Mordor City were greater. The scope of the battle between the gods was very large, and there were not many intact parts of the temple area. Princess Royal was fighting against Lady of Poison at first, but after a few minutes, she appeared beside Soren and said, "Change. Leave this to me." Soren didn't know why at first, but when he saw that Princess Royal's face was a little pale, he didn't think too much about it. He immediately changed his target to the Lady of Poison and handed the goddess of torture, Lorita, to Princess Royal. The Lady of Poison was a deity with an ugly and ferocious appearance because her divine title had corrupted her body. After approaching the Lady of Poison, Soren knew why Princess Royal wanted to change her opponent. A malicious and decaying domain power enveloped him. As Soren approached the Lady of Venom, a row of data popped up in front of his eyes. Affected by poison, domain. Triggered a mandatory immunity test. Constitution immunity test passed. Will immunity test passed. Within the range of the poison domain, you will receive 3 poison corrosion damage per second. Affected by disease, domain. Activated a mandatory immunity test. Constitution immunity test passed. Will immunity test passed. Within the range of the disease domain, you will receive 3 poison corrosion damage per second. Soren almost passed all the mandatory immunity tests. But the problem was that even so, after he got close enough to the Lady of Poison, he would constantly receive damage from the other party's divine title domain. It was almost ignored and immune to nearly 6 negative damage per second. No wonder almost no adventurers wanted to kill her during the Avatar crisis. And this was because Soren passed the other party's immunity test. If he didn't pass, the damage of the divine title domain that the Lady of Poison could create would be even more amazing, there was no doubt about it. Princess Royal's immunity was not very high. As a female spellcaster, Princess Royal's immunity tests were much worse than Soren's. This was also the reason why she asked for a change of opponent. As a warlock with relatively low HP, if this battle dragged on for too long, she might be killed by the Lady of Poison. But for Soren it was much easier because not only was his resistance high enough, but he also had a very strong burst ability. The Lady of Poison's domain was not very difficult for him to deal with. Talona's once beautiful body had been corrupted by her divine title. Her face looked like it was infected with leprosy, and there were strange abscesses and swollen lumps on her body. This was rarely seen on other gods, and the meaning it represented was naturally extraordinary. First of all, Talona could not control her divine title at all. The power of these 2 divine titles had suppressed her body, turning a god's body into this appearance. Secondly, the divine domain of poison and disease was much stronger than what they had shown. It was definitely not just a divine domain of lesser divine powers. It might even be a divine domain of intermediate divine powers or greater divine powers. It was precisely because of this that Talona's body was corroded by the divine domain. The divine title of poison was a little better. But according to Soren's judgment, the divine title of disease should not be a low-level divine title, it was very likely to be a mid-level divine title or above. This was because diseases contain too many things. There was once a mid-level divine title or above that of the goddess of pestilence. In order to replenish her divine power, Talona had once released a plague. This allowed her to gain more hatred from the goddess of agriculture, but it also allowed her to recover a lot of power. Facing Soren in front of her, the Lady of Poison was not afraid because in her view, Soren would never be able to get rid of the brand of a new god. Even if the divine title was lower than Soren's, Talona believed that she had a high chance of winning. Buzz, after the first tentative fight, the ferocious Lady of Poison in front of him suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a strange insect. The ground under her feet was quickly contaminated and turned into a land full of poison. All the plants around her quickly withered and died. This was the power of her divine title. The diseases that Talona was in charge of not only included intelligent life, but also all animals and plants. It was because of this that the goddess of earth and the goddess of agriculture hated her very much. The dark green poison quickly spread. Even the stones under her feet were quickly corroded, and the strange insect spat out by the Lady of Poison turned into a black cloud and quickly rushed towards Soren, completely enveloping him from all directions. An inexplicable sense of crisis. Soren felt a strong sense of danger from these strange insects, and his divine sixth sense made him realize that these insects could even kill him. The sixth sense was a very powerful ability. It could give the user an amazing intuition of danger, and when the crisis of death was approaching, the user would also have a strong sense of danger. Poisonous insects were everywhere. They didn't know what kind of strange things they were, but they seemed to be a kind of magical creature. Spells and flames couldn't kill them all at once. The sense of crisis was getting closer and closer because these insects were too small and there were too many of them. Soren had no place to dodge at all. "Brother, be careful." There was only one person on the battlefield who had a strong sixth sense, and that was Vivian. The little girl was keenly aware of the danger and directly teleported closer and cast a legendary spell. Time stop. The flying insects suddenly stopped in midair. Although they were magical creatures of the gods, there was no way for them to be immune to the effect of time stop. Good chance. Soren realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Vivian's temporary help gave Soren a chance to attack. The goddess of poison, Talona, was a god who did not use weapons. Her full name was the Goddess of Poison and Disease. Her weapon was the rough hand, which was the legendary bare-handed attack. Because she was in charge of diseases and poisons, Talona's hands could automatically trigger various diseases and toxins when they came into contact with the enemy. This ability was very fatal to mortals. With the power of her realm, even thousands of professions could not necessarily kill her. However, for Soren, who had amazing resistance, once he closed the distance and attacked Talona with her bare hands, she would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Shadow Strike. Simulacrum. Soren's sudden attack seemed to be a signal. In an instant, the situation of the whole battlefield was reversed, his figure split into two when he jumped. Two Saurons that looked exactly the same appeared in front of the Goddess of Poison. They attacked from the left and right respectively, brandishing their silver-white scimitars. At the same time, the power of the Shadow Realm covered the area, the breath of death spread, and the power of slaughter temporarily suppressed the Poison Realm. Soren was ready to rush to the opponent's side for close combat. On the other side of the battlefield, the Blighters who served the Goddess of Poison and the followers of the Goddess of Torment both suffered a devastating blow. This was because when Soren cast the mimicry spell, Gloria also split into two under the night sky, and the spell bombarded the Blighters like cannon fire. But this was only the beginning. Fallen Witch Kalina, who was obviously absent-minded and seemed to be slacking, also became serious. She also cast Simulacrum. The two black-robed Fallen Witch acted separately, and countless spells fell like a torrent. The easiest one was probably Vivian. The little girl's magic attack was already overwhelming, and because Lillian was in her body, she was even more effective than Soren when she cast Simulacrum. She was the only one who could fully display the power of Simulacrum among everyone present. Two figures of Vivian appeared on the battlefield. The original was controlled by Vivian herself, while the avatar was controlled by Lillian's consciousness. The first round of attacks was thousands of arcane missiles. The arcane missiles formed a torrent, and completely enveloped the followers of the Goddess of Torment. At this moment, the whole battlefield changed, and even Princess Royal was slightly surprised. She opened her mouth and murmured, "What kind of spell is this?" Simulacrum. One of the core spells that was lost during the Arcane Empire. Splat, rotten and poisonous blood splattered. Soren brandished his scimitar and sliced off the rotten flesh on his arm. Then, he converted his divine power and cast Restoration on himself. In front of him was the Goddess of Poison, Talona, who was covered in wounds. Many of the pustules on her body had ruptured, and the blood of the deity had been corrupted by her divine domain, turning into a horribly corrosive liquid. Everything that came into contact with her blood would be stained with poison and decay. The outcome of the battle was obvious. Soren disappeared on the spot and appeared behind the Goddess of Poison. Along with a strange silver-whitish stream of light, he swung his scimitar and decapitated her. Thud. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Along with Talona's death, a dazzling divine radiance spread. A large part of it poured into Soren's body, while the rest spread to the others on the battlefield. A divine radiance entered Gloria's body. A divine radiance entered Vivian's body. A divine radiance entered Princess Royal's body. What surprised Soren was that at the moment of the Goddess of Poison's death, a divine radiance that represented the power of her divine domain flew directly to the nearby Fallen Witch. Then, the Fallen Witch's body trembled as the radiance merged with her body. There were more than 10 divine radiances scattered when the Goddess of Poison died. Apart from the majority that Soren obtained, even the ugly monkey obtained 1 divine radiance during the battle. At the same time, among the withered in the enemy camp, there were also some who obtained the power of the Goddess of Poison. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. You have killed the Goddess of Poison, Talona. Extracting target's soul energy. You have received 63 million slaughter EXP. Target possesses divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You have received 45 divine radiance. Target possesses divine radiance. Extracting target's divine radiance. You have received 25 divine radiance. Divine domain conflict. You are unable to master the disease, divine domain. You have received partial information about the disease, divine domain. You have mastered the disease, divine domain. Would you like to convert the disease, divine domain into the death, divine domain? Divine domain conflict. You are unable to master the poison, divine domain. You have received partial information about the poison, divine domain. You have mastered the poison, divine domain. Would you like to integrate the poison, divine domain into the rogue, divine domain? There were no surprises. Soren was not very compatible with the divine domain of the goddess of poison, Talona. The only thing that could be connected was that diseases brought death, and rogues were good at poison. These two divine domains were not compatible with Soren's divine domain, so he could only master one step backward. This was also why Talona's power was scattered to many people. P.S. There is another update today. There was a degree of compatibility between the powers absorbed by the gods. Soren could completely absorb some of the power of the clergy, while he could only absorb a small part of some of the power of the clergy. He could only master the most basic domain ability. What happened just now was very surprising. A large part of the power of the clergy that Soren did not absorb was directly absorbed by fallen witch Corinne. At the same time, the power of divinity and divinity from the goddess of poison, Talona, was also integrated into her body. According to Soren's current observation in the holy form, the power of divinity that fallen witch absorbed without her realizing it was enough for her to advance all the way to the demigod form. Why did this happen? Soren himself was not very clear, and he was not sure whether the fallen witch was compatible with the clergy of disease or poison. The Avatar crisis was a disaster. There was no doubt about this, but the Avatar crisis was also a period full of infinite possibilities, because in this period, there were indeed many mortals who became gods. There were always some lucky ones who were compatible with the power of the gods, and there were even mortals who were directly hit by the shards of divinity that fell from the sky. There was no doubt, the fallen witch was now one of those lucky ones. The death of the goddess of poison directly led to the collapse of the witherers, and the goddess of torture, who was fighting alone, seemed to be completely unable to hold on. Soren killed Talona, so if he joined forces with the Princess Royal, Lauvita would not be able to hold on for a while. Therefore, the goddess of the lawful evil alignment simply distanced herself, and then knelt on one knee towards Soren in front of the Princess Royal's surprised face, and said loudly, "Great Shadow Lord, I am willing to serve you as my master. I once served the god of slaughter, Baal. You have the power of his bloodline in you. Please accept my allegiance. I am willing to give you everything I have." It was a completely unexpected situation. Even Soren didn't expect this to happen. He didn't expect Lauvita to surrender so easily after her ally died. As expected of a god of the lawful evil faction. Seeing that the situation was not right, he knelt down without hesitation. The goddess of torture, Laurita, instantly surrendered and wanted to serve Soren as her master. The Princess Royal naturally stopped her attack and waited to see how Soren would deal with the situation. Facing this situation, Soren was also a little surprised. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "I'm afraid it's not just because you served the god of slaughter, Baal, right? You have served the god of tyranny, Bane, the lady of the night, Shar, and the dread lord. You actually served such a god? Then how should I trust your loyalty?" Hearing Soren's words, the goddess of torture, Laurita's expression suddenly stiffened. As one of the dark gods, she had indeed served many gods, but she was a standard believer of power and benefits. When the god of slaughter fell, she betrayed him without hesitation. When the god of tyranny failed, she betrayed him without hesitation. His past experience determined that Soren couldn't trust this evil goddess. I can make a Styx oath. The goddess of torture, Laurita, thought for a moment and gritted her teeth. "In the name of the true God, in the name of the soul, swear." Soren didn't feel the slightest joy when he heard this. Instead, he frowned and said, "That's not enough. I need your soul imprint. If you can do it, I'm willing to accept your allegiance." Soul imprint. This was even more ruthless than the Styx oath. The former was just a great price to pay, but the latter meant that Laurita would become Soren's personal slave. Sure enough, Laurita refused without hesitation. However, when the princess saw her refusal, she immediately attacked again. This time, the goddess of torture finally panicked a little. It seemed that Soren didn't intend to accept her allegiance at all. If she didn't hand over the soul imprint now, she was afraid that she would really die here today. Should she fight to the death? Or should she just drag out an ignoble existence? Without much time to think, the goddess of torture, Laurita, quickly made a decision and said, "Great Lord of Shadows. If I hand over the soul imprint, can you guarantee my status and power?" As expected of a god of the evil faction. At this time, she was still thinking about her status and power in the future. Soren quickly gave an answer and said in a deep voice, "I will give you the status of a god, and I won't deprive you of any power. But you must be completely loyal to me. Otherwise, I will give you a very serious punishment. In the name of the sticks." As gods of the evil faction, Soren and Lorita's oaths carried weight. The goddess of torture hesitated for a while, then said, "Okay. I'm willing to use the soul imprint in exchange for your trust." A golden light of divinity appeared. Soren's face finally showed a smile, and he directly took back the golden light in his hand. After confirming that there was no problem, he injected his god's soul imprint into it. From now on, the goddess of torture was equivalent to his personal servant, and her life was completely in his hands. However, she was still a true god, and Soren still had to give her enough respect. At the very least, he had to maintain the status of a god. It was always easier to deal with evil gods than with good gods of the evil faction. Once the soul imprint was completed, the goddess of torture quickly adapted to her new identity. She directly ordered all her believers to give up resistance, and at the same time, told them that she had become a god of the Shadow Lord. Everything was so dramatic, the enemies who were fighting to the death in the beginning suddenly became allies. As the goddess of torture served Soren as her master, her church naturally became a subordinate church under Soren's command. From now on, Lorita's identity was Soren's god, and her church had to listen to Soren's control and orders. In any case, the final result was very good. The believers who thought that they were doomed to die quickly accepted their new identity. Since the goddess of torture was shameless enough to surrender and become a god of the Shadow Lord, then why should they care about the mortals? Surrendering to a strong god was not a shameful thing. The surrender of the goddess of torture, Lorita, made Soren's harvest a little more than he expected. It meant that he would have a lesser god at his disposal in the future, but it also meant that Vivian's priesthood was temporarily unavailable. He was afraid that he would have to think of other ways to find a suitable priesthood for the little girl. P.S. Second update. Not today. Talon City quickly returned to calm after a night of riots. However, compared to the past, this city had a slightly different atmosphere. The originally lazy guards were nowhere to be seen. Many of the nobles' mansions had been raided. There were many new faces on the streets and city walls. The city guards also had an obvious murderous aura. With the support of Mordor City, the half-elf noble Trano quickly gained a foothold in Talon City. This was a very smart half-elf. In order to prove his value to Mordor City, he was very straightforward and ruthless. He killed more than 30% of the nobles in Talon City. But this was nothing. After sitting on the throne of the city lord, he quickly condemned the other nobles, but they did not have to be exterminated. Instead, they had to take out a sum of money to atone for their sins. After the bloody lesson in front of them, the other nobles spent money to avoid disaster. Trano swept up millions of Kindler's wealth in one fell swoop, and more than 70% of it was sent to Mordor City. There was no doubt about it, Trano was a very smart guy. His actions quickly gained the support of the upper and lower classes of Mordor City. The officials of Mordor City even proposed to find a way to let him inherit the title of the Count. After a night of riots subsided, in the temple area of Talon City, there was a new temple to serve Soren, and in the central square of Mordor City, an area behind the original temple was also divided, and a new temple was built. This was the temple to serve the goddess of torture, Lorita. As Soren's subordinate god, within the range of the giant temple that Soren was building, there must be an empty temple for all his subordinate gods. Similarly, some of the followers of Lauvita, the goddess of torture, were also incorporated into the Inquisition and Adjudication Department of the Church of Sauron. Lauvita's followers were good at torture and interrogation. Such a god was very useful. A ruthless god would inevitably have a group of ruthless fanatics, and these people could help Sauron deal with many dark side things that could not be seen. According to the contract of the gods, as Soren's subordinate god, Lorita had the right to accept believers within the scope of Soren's faith, but including her church and herself, they had to listen to Soren's orders when necessary. At the same time, when Soren's church held a large-scale ceremony, Lorita also had the right to share the faith. That was to say, such a ceremony must also worship her, but the standard was far lower than Soren's. Similarly, if Lorita, the goddess of torture, wanted to hold a ceremony, then Soren's position must be in it. Her believers must pay respect to Soren before praying. Talon City was still the core area where the goddess of torture's faith spread. However, the scope of the two gods' faith had merged. This was the embryonic form of a divine system. In the future, as the divine system expanded, there would be many things to add, including large-scale rituals for the entire divine system. There was no doubt, after killing the goddess of poison and subduing the goddess of torture, Soren was recognized by the gods as a member of the Dark Pantheon. The original Dark Pantheon was the three gods of death. Soren was now a new member of the three gods of death in the eyes of the gods. But unlike the three gods of death in the past, after killing the goddess of poison, the first thing that Soren received was the congratulations and gifts from the goddess of agriculture. This was surprising. After Soren killed the goddess of poison, the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture actually sent a generous gift to Mordor City. A new batch of improved seeds, including wheat, barley, potatoes, corn, and other crops, and a new irrigation method recently developed by the Church of Agriculture. This was a well-known point. The goddess of earth hated the goddess of poison, and the goddess of agriculture also hated the goddess of poison. On the day that the goddess of poison, Talona, came to the mortal world, she spread a terrible plague. Not only did it kill many living creatures, but even a large forest was destroyed because of the plague. The goddess of poison had many enemies. Although Soren was a god of the evil alignment, after killing Talona, he seemed to have gained a lot of goodwill. However, it was also because he subdued the goddess of torture, Lauvita, that Soren was officially regarded as one of the Dark Pantheon. Many gods of the good alignment were very wary of him. Talon City returned to peace in just 3 days. With the influence of Mordor City on the city, many changes soon took place here. The most obvious one was the salted fish. This was not a joke. In just a few days, Talon City became the largest salted fish market in the central region of the continent. Because of the Avatar crisis, the food and materials in the entire continent became tense. After Mordor City secretly gained control of Talon City, the first thing that the officials in the city hall thought of was to use this place to dump the salted fish that Mordor City pushed into a mountain. The fish in Mordor City was incredibly rich. To exaggerate, the price of vegetables in Mordor City was about twice that of salted fish. One could imagine how much salted fish had accumulated in Mordor City. The dumping of materials quickly affected Talon City. Expensive fish were not very popular. Tuna, sturgeon, eels, and so on were mainly sold in other areas. Mordor City, near Talon City, was dumping salted sharks and whales. The weight of these large fish was very amazing because salt was not a problem in the coastal areas. The salted fish sold in Mordor City was only about 1.5 times the price of food. It was almost sold according to the price of salt in the past. This caused the lower class poor to rush to buy it from the beginning. Almost all the civilians in Talon City did not have to worry about not having salt and fish to eat in the next year. The cunning businessmen also quickly realized the business opportunity. They bought salted fish from Talon City and then dumped it in other places. This was actually equivalent to selling salt. The alchemy technology of Mordor City had allowed the production of salt to increase sharply. In order to exchange it for wealth as soon as possible, Soren almost sold and gave away the rich fish. In the mainland, most of the salt was produced by salt mines. Soren's plan was to use this as a source of wealth and consume the mountains of fish. There was no other way. There were too many fish in the outer islands. It was too easy to hunt a few whales and sharks near Mordor Island. This kind of half-selling and half-giving trade quickly increased the reputation of Mordor City in Talon City. After the civilians here had a lot of influence on Mordor City, Soren immediately began the next part of his plan. That was the population. Civilians, craftsmen, farmers, and so on. Mordor City needed a large number of foreign people to build. The Avatar crisis caused a shortage of materials, and many refugees had been displaced. What Mordor City needed to do now was to absorb people from them, and then transport these people to the port of Mordor through airships, and send them to the 12 rapidly expanding towns. According to Soren's calculations, If he wanted to fill these 12 large towns, according to the population of each large town of about 10,000, Soren currently had a gap of at least 80,000 people. P.S. There is one more update. Population was wealth, population was an army, population was faith, and population was the foundation. For a long time, Soren's influence had been limited to the coastal areas. Even in the Wind Spear Hills, he could only influence the territory controlled by Adele Isabella. But this time, after opening the gap in Talon City, Soren had reached into the inner areas of the continent. Many civilians who were affected by the first and second waves of the Avatar crisis were mainly humans. Many farmers, craftsmen, and merchants were attracted by Soren and moved to Mordor City. At present, the structure of Mordor City was clearly divided. The half-elves dominated the population in the city, while the other places were quickly filled by humans. It was easy for the half-elves to cultivate skilled craftsmen, and humans were the best at farming. Soren's expansion plan was gradually perfected because of the absorption of a large number of humans. These human farmers could quickly reclaim the land. Mordor City ushered in the third population expansion. According to the calculation of the officials in the city hall, after the completion of the entire population migration process, the total population of Mordor City would reach about 300,000. With the current level of civilization in the material plane, the largest city only had a population of 100,000. Mordor City could accommodate so many people because of Soren's epic-making plan. Otherwise, the entire city would become dirty and messy because of the excessive density of the population. According to the calculations of the witches, after the completion of the third phase of the plan, the upper limit of the population that Mordor City could accommodate was about 1 million. This was equivalent to the entire population of a small duchy. Traces of demons began to become more and more common. The third wave of the Avatar crisis officially came after a short period of preparation. At first, only the dwarves were attacked, but now even humans, elves, and orcs were attacked by the demons. The most severely damaged race was the elves. As the most powerful race in the material plane, the elves were far more popular in magic and professions than other intelligent creatures. The attack of the demons did not cause huge casualties to the elves, but the cunning demons naturally had other ways. They started a fire near the forest where the elves lived, and the fire spread for hundreds of kilometers. Many demons were immune to fire damage, and when they burned the forest, it naturally greatly affected the elves living in the forest. Even the Misty Forest was attacked by the demon army. However, because of Soren, the original timeline had changed. In the process of attacking the Misty Forest, the Devil Legion was instantly taught a lesson by a group of ancient tree guardians. Soren had saved this forest. With a large group of quasi-legendary tier dryads, the awakened oak guardians and ancient war trees were enough to fight against the Devil's army that had participated in the Blood War. The plan to plunder and kill the Treants and turn them into lustful demons failed. The demon army had given up on the Misty Forest during the third wave of attacks. The Misty Forest, which was supposed to have turned into a sea of fire during the second wave of attacks, had survived until now and had become one of the top forces in the material plane. It was just that this force didn't have good relations with any race and was relatively isolated. The only one who maintained close contact with them was Soren. However, recently, a group of Droll had joined the Misty Forest. It seemed that they had sensed the power of the Father of the Oak. As mentioned before, there were internal divisions among the Droll. The human Droll was better, but the elven Droll had split into the Earth sect and the Ancient Tree sect. Many of the Ancient Tree sect's Droll had gone to the Misty Forest. It seemed that they believed that there was a chance to resurrect the Father of the Oak. Currently, according to the information that Soren had gathered, there were hundreds of Droll living near the Misty Forest. It was almost the size of a small town. Among them, there were hundreds of high-grade Droll, including the core of the Droll sect, the Grand Droll. At the same time, because of the strengthening of the chaotic storm of the Avatar crisis, the tree shepherds near the eastern desert were also moving to the Misty Forest. The tree shepherds had always been followers of the Father of the Oak. After the fall of the Father of the Oak, they inherited the will of the Father of the Oak, and had been grazing the forest to improve the environment of the world. Now many tree shepherds were going to the Misty Forest. Soren estimated that in the fourth wave of the Avatar crisis, the number of Droll in the Misty Forest might reach thousands. In other words, the Misty Forest would form an unprecedentedly powerful droll sect because of the power of the Father of the Oak that Soren had awakened. The third wave of the Avatar crisis was getting more and more intense. Compared to the reckless demons of the Abyss, the demons were much more difficult to deal with. Because there had been many fallen followers of the demons on the continent, and there were even human sects that believed in the Archduke of the Devil. Even the city of Mordor could not avoid this because the city of Mordor had recently caught a fallen follower of the Devil Lord, Mammon. This human fallen follower had been completely corrupted by the demons. The evil demons had infiltrated many races from the inside, and the most complicated human beings were obviously the easiest to break through. The devil follower was handed over by Soren to the followers of the goddess of torture, Lorita. Under the extreme torture that was cruel and almost artistic, the devil follower told everything he knew. The situation was not optimistic. The devil follower came from the coastal areas. At present, the devil lords who had infiltrated the human world and controlled many followers were Mammon and the Queen of Yuma. The former had infiltrated the vicinity of Port Tylon, while the latter had great power in the Principality of Rossard. In the end, the fallen follower was secretly executed. And Soren also gave a special task to the Church of the Goddess of Torture, Lorita. He had some secret plans that needed to be carried out, and at this time, he needed the followers of Lorita because there were many special talents among the followers of the Goddess of Torture. Night fell. After dealing with a lot of things, Soren began to learn legendary spells. As a new god, he still needed to learn a lot because he also had the ability of a wizard. There was a soft sound of footsteps. When Soren looked up, Fallen Witch, Corinne appeared in front of him. The other party was wearing a black robe, which seemed to be empty because the contours of her body were exposed. I seem to be in a little trouble. Fallen Witch's voice seemed to be a little hesitant, but more of it was a kind of panic. After seeing Soren's puzzled expression, Corinne slowly took off her robe. She only wore a gauzy silk dress underneath. With the faint light, the Fallen Witch's alluring body emerged in front of Soren's eyes. But at this moment, the two people's attention was not on it, because Soren saw strange dark tattoos on the Fallen Witch's white and smooth skin. These tattoos spread from her lower abdomen to her collarbone, and a faint scarlet color appeared in her pupils. It looked like a succubus. The phenomenon of corruption. This was the first thought that popped into Soren's mind when he saw the tattoo on the Fallen Witch's body. The tattoo on the Fallen Witch's body was a bit similar to the magic patterns on the demon's body. But what Soren didn't understand was that if it was a demonic phenomenon, the Fallen Witch's body should have a very strong demonic aura. But in fact, it was the opposite. There was no demonic aura on the Fallen Witch's body, and even the slight demonic aura caused by the phenomenon in the past had disappeared. If there was a change on the Fallen Witch's body, then there was no doubt that the human aura on her body had gradually turned into the aura of a creature from the lower planes. It was a very rare phenomenon of corruption. The Fallen Witch was obviously a little uneasy about the changes on her body. She looked at Soren and said, "Is it because we didn't hold a ceremony to please the succubus queen? Under normal circumstances, we should have held a ceremony to please the succubus queen last month." Soren frowned slightly and said slowly, "Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. It's a very special time now, and even the succubus queen doesn't have the time to pay attention to you. It might be related to what happened in Talon City. If I'm not mistaken, you already have a trace of divinity on your body. Divinity from the evil god." Hearing Soren's words, the Fallen Witch couldn't help but be startled. She then asked nervously, "Then what should we do next?" Divinity from the evil god. There was only one evil god that died in Talon City, and that was the goddess of poison, Talona. The Fallen Witch knew what she looked like. As the most beautiful witch in the north, she didn't want to become like the goddess of poison. No matter how powerful a woman was, she still cared about her beauty, even if the Fallen Witch wore a long robe and a cloak all year round. "Don't worry." Soren smiled and said, "The goddess of poison became like that because she couldn't control the power of the divine title, so she was corrupted by the divine title of disease. You have very little divinity on you. He shouldn't have become like that. However, based on the current situation, it's best for you to find a way to become a demigod. This way, you can rely on your own strength to suppress the change. For now. If you need, I can help you suppress the effects of the corruption with my divine power." But, this change is only temporary. In essence, you will gradually become like me, but the key is whether you can control it or not. Just like Soren. That was naturally what the evil god looked like. Although Soren was still in the form of a half-elf, he was essentially an evil god from the lower planes. This depended on whether or not he could control his power. For example, the slaughterer form mentioned earlier. A real slaughterer was a twisted creature that was close to an alien. If Soren couldn't control himself, then his early transformation would be close to an alien. After becoming a god, he would become very similar to some evil gods, or even be corrupted by the divine title like the goddess of poison. However, Soren relied on his own power to control everything, so his body didn't change much. This was the difference between controlling power and being controlled by power. Princess Royal's ability often went berserk because she couldn't control her power, and Fallen Witch's corruption was because she couldn't control her power. So? Everything is because of what happened in Talon City? Not because of the contract with the Queen of Succubus? Does that mean I don't have to hold a ceremony to please her? Fallen Witch asked after hearing this. Soren hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not sure about that. The tattoo on your body is a demon's tattoo. Under normal circumstances, corruption shouldn't cause such things to appear. The current possibility is that the goddess of poison's divinity triggered the mark that the goddess of succubus left on your body, so it stimulated your body and led to a more obvious demonization. If you can't control this, you may transform into a succubus in the future. There was no doubt about it. The Queen of Succubus gave Fallen Witch power in the beginning for her soul. In other words, after Fallen Witch died, or when the time was right, she could directly transform into a succubus. Souls could be transformed into succubus. A living person could also be transformed into a succubus. For a god, it wasn't difficult to change the form of a mortal, so Soren suspected that the Queen of Succubus had left a seed in the Fallen Witch to transform into a succubus. When Fallen Witch heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate for a moment and then said, if that's the case, how about we hold a ceremony to please the Queen of Succubus? The current state makes me very uneasy. When Soren heard this, he thought for a moment and then said, okay. Let's see if it works first. The Fallen Witch nodded and closed the door with a wave of her hand. Then, she cast a soundproof enchantment, and finally sealed the entire room. After doing all this, Fallen Witch couldn't help but take a deep breath and then took off the silk dress on her body with slight embarrassment. This is just a ceremony to please the Queen of Succubus. It's just to stop my body from decaying. She kept comforting herself in her mind. Fallen Witch covered her chest with her hands, then turned around with a blush on her face. Her back was facing Soren, and her round and full buttocks were exposed. Next, they needed to hold a special ceremony. When Fallen Witch came out of Soren's study, her face was slightly red, but her expression was very relaxed. There was a faint sense of laziness. At this time, from her collarbone to her neck, the original tattoo had disappeared. It seemed that her judgment was not wrong. This matter was indeed related to the mark left by the Queen of Succubus. Because after the ceremony to please the Succubus Queen, the tattoo on her body gradually faded, and no trace could be found on her white skin. The Queen of Succubus left some kind of seed in her body. Before she could erase this seed, she could only use this method to delay her own change, although this matter made her feel a little sorry for her daughter. On the other side, after the ceremony, Soren sat at his desk and pondered, why did such a change happen? What did the Queen of Succubus leave on Karina's body? That strange change was not caused by the Queen of Succubus's mark, so what was the reason? No matter what, the Fallen Witch was very important to Soren. She was not only Gloria's mother, but also an important pillar of Mordor City. In the future, the construction of the floating space city and the research of elemental fission would be inseparable from her. Soren would never allow the Queen of Succubus to do anything too excessive to her, so he must find a way to remove the mark on the Fallen Witch. A god may not be able to remove the mark left by another god. Soren had only two ways to solve this matter at present. One was to find the Queen of Succubus, negotiate with her, and pay a certain price for her to remove the mark herself. The second was that Soren promoted himself to a great divine power and directly removed the mark on the Fallen Witch's soul with the power of a great divine power. A great divine power was a special benchmark. Because in general, a great divine power was equivalent to the main god of a divine system. Although the queen of succubus was very powerful, she was only a weak god after all. It was possible to forcibly remove the mark with the power of a great divine power. The first way was more difficult because Soren had never dealt with the queen of succubus, and he didn't know where she was. As for the second way, he could try because Soren would be promoted to a great divine power sooner or later. His divinity had now reached 275 points, and it was not difficult to promote to a great divinity. Whether it was the body of the demon Orbis in the bottomless abyss or the body of the ancient god floating in the astral world, it was enough for Soren to increase his divinity to more than 300 points. The only problem was the divinity. Soren's divinity was only 140 points, which was a big gap. It would take him hundreds or thousands of years to increase his divinity by conventional means, so he could only plunder from other gods. It was now the time of the Avatar crisis. It was the worst and the best time. If he could kill a great divine power or finish the last blow, Soren might be able to make up for this huge gap in divinity. However, the fall of a great divine power was in the last stage of the Avatar crisis. At the current intensity of the third wave of impact, at most one or two gods with weak and intermediate divine powers would die. The key was in the fourth and fifth waves of impact. The fourth wave of impact was an elemental riot. At this time, the four elemental ancient gods began to appear one after another. Then the fifth wave of impact had the largest range, because many people had died in front of it. So when the undead kings began to act, the resurrected undead would form a very terrible scale, and this time, many liches who had been hiding from the world for hundreds or thousands of years also came out. At this time, even mid-level gods could fall if they were not careful. As for the last wave of impact, there was nothing to talk about, because this time the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, also came out in person. The devil's third wave of impact was to prepare for the fifth wave of impact. From the outbreak until now, some low-level creatures had died. At present, no other gods had fallen, but because of the spread of the plague, many places had become uninhabited areas. It wouldn't be long before the undead kings took action. Soren thought about all this silently. He had buried a lot of plans, but he still needed the right time to start them. Da-da-da. Just as Soren was lost in thought, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, followed by a high-grade rogue who rushed in and said in a hurry, "My lord. Not good. Our fleet near the Amazon Sea was wiped out. No survivors have been found so far." Soren suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this, and then his expression became dignified. It was a sudden accident. Looking at the entire material plane, Mordor's navy was the most powerful, especially after Mordor had airships. The advantage of naval warfare was even more obvious. At present, there was almost no fleet that could compete with Mordor. Soren's navy had firmly grasped the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea in his hands. But the news he received today was really unbelievable. A fleet under Soren's command, consisting of 3 32-gun warships, 2 frigates, and 2 medium-sized ships, was wiped out during a routine patrol. Such an armed force was enough to attack the port of a coastal city. It was almost impossible to make them disappear quietly, unless there was a mortal who did it. Not a single survivor? Soren's face was pale. "Have you searched the nearby sea and land?" The lurker bowed and said carefully, "We have searched. Not a single survivor was found." Could it be the Storm Lord? Soren thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Could it be the Amazons? Have they done anything unusual recently?" The lurker thought for a moment and whispered, "It shouldn't be them. Recently, the Amazon region has not been very peaceful. It is said that there is a wind element in the central part of the Amazon rainforest. And in the nearby sea, an Amazon fleet suddenly had an accident. Similarly, there was not a single survivor." What? Something happened in the Amazon? Soren suddenly looked puzzled, and then he seemed to remember something and murmured, "Did that thing run out?" "No way. It happened nearly a year earlier." Thinking of this, he looked at the lurker in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Okay. I got it. You go and inform the high priest to come over." The lurker bowed and left. Soren immediately teleported to Gloria's laboratory. Fallen Witch had returned at this time. Her expression didn't seem to have changed, but her eyes flickered a little when she looked at Soren. What's wrong? Gloria was smart enough to tell that Soren had something on his mind. Soren reached out and caressed her face. Then, he kissed Gloria's forehead and said slowly, "There's a bit of trouble." After that, he recounted the whole story. "Do you want to see it for yourself?" Gloria's expression also became solemn when she heard this. She slowly said, "It's unlikely that a fleet can be wiped out silently. Even I would find it difficult to do so. Be careful if you want to go. Mordor City won't have any problems with me." As the hostess of Mordor City, Gloria was undoubtedly very competent. At least when Soren was not in Mordor City, she could always handle everything in an orderly manner. "Yeah." Soren nodded. At this moment, the High Priestess appeared. She bowed towards Soren and said, "My lord. Is there anything I can do for you?" Soren looked at the High Priestess in front of him and said slowly, "Yes. I have a message for you to send to the Sea Temple. It's best to hand it to the chief priest of the Sea Temple in person." The next thing was arranged. Soren set off for the Amazon rainforest. Although the Amazons were not far from Mordor City, fortunately, the two sides got along well. At least there was no battle so far. Of course. This also had a lot to do with the indigenous people as a buffer. The Amazon rainforest was a long and narrow continent. The Amazons were divided into several tribes, and there was also the existence of the Centaur race. Because of the chaotic nature of the Storm Lord, there was no unified regime in the Amazon rainforest. It had always been a scattered tribal system, which reduced a lot of pressure on Soren. The sea area where the accident happened was more than 200 kilometers east of Mordor City. It was a sea area that bordered the Amazon rainforest. A fleet was completely annihilated here. Thousands of soldiers in the city of Mordor were all killed. Except for some floating pieces of wood, no corpses had been found so far. This matter was simply too bizarre. Huh? As soon as Soren arrived at this sea area, he found a very obvious problem. There were very few sea creatures here. In other words, as an overseas area rich in natural resources, there weren't many schools of fish in this sea area, nor were there any other large fish. The entire sea surface was almost dead silent, and there didn't seem to be many living creatures. Soren's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of something that was not very good. Even a god would have a headache. Soren's figure gradually descended to the surface of the sea. He waved his hand to separate the sea water and then entered the dark bottom of the sea. There was a trace of disgusting smell mixed in the sea water. This kind of smell could not be detected by mortals at all, but it was so obvious to the gods. It was as if there was a natural repulsion. Soren's expression became more and more dignified. As he gradually entered the deep sea, he could feel more and more things. Chasing this smell, Soren soon found something in the depths of the sea. It was a huge footprint. This footprint was nearly 15 meters in diameter. It did not look like the footprint of a human species, but a bit like the footprint of a dinosaur. After seeing this huge footprint, Soren's face finally changed. He could not help but take a deep breath and murmured, "I can't believe it actually came out." Abomination, a name that even the gods would have a headache when they heard it. The birth of the abomination was a mistake. It was a product of divine power that should not have existed and was not foreseen. As souls that died prematurely, the abominations continued to live, absorbing nutrients from their power and pure hatred for their ancestors and all natural products. The abominations included countless types, all of which were unimaginable to mortals. They were cursed by heaven and hell, and the abominations had been sealed for countless years. However, with the passage of time, the abominations would sometimes be accidentally released or break free of their cages. The appearance of abomination could cause great panic in a country, a world, or even a plane. Fortunately, most of the abominations had been sealed away by stronger gods. The abominations had the power of divinity because unless they were destroyed, they were immortal. The abominations had an evil love for disasters. They wanted to destroy everything and project their pain on a larger scale into the multiverse. Life, death, and extinction were the goals of most of the abominations. Although the abominations did not need food, they could get satisfaction from devouring, especially living things. Soren finally understood why a fleet would suddenly be annihilated without any survivors. If the abomination had really escaped, then it would be very strange if there were any survivors under such circumstances. The abomination's greed and desire for destruction could never be satisfied. They were tortured by pain and could only be temporarily satisfied when they devoured living things. An abomination had appeared. This was a disaster more terrible than the demons attacking the material plane. At least demons could be killed and expelled, but if an abomination was allowed to grow stronger, then even the gods would not be so easy to deal with. Because the abomination was very difficult to kill. And if it was only sealed, sooner or later, the abomination would run out again because they were immortal. A dinosaur? Soren silently looked at the footprints in front of him, and then activated his clergy power. Tracking, clergy. Death, clergy. With the vibration of the divine power, there was a special force in the whole sea, and then a broken and short picture appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It was a huge deep-sea monster that looked a bit like a dinosaur, but more accurately, it was like a Godzilla. Soren's face suddenly became very, very ugly. Because he knew this abomination, it could even be said that it was the biggest hidden danger and threat in the material plane. The abomination of the father of dinosaurs, the dinosaur god, Yutao, was one of the most powerful gods in the nature god system. He was a nature god left behind from the Age of Eons. He was an ancient god born during the Age of Dinosaurs, and he had disappeared with time. He might have fallen, or he might have fallen into a deep sleep. But he still left something behind. That was his offspring, a product of accident and mistake, an abomination bred by a great divine power. It was sealed in the depths of the most barren land in the west of the Outer Islands, a barren land where many mutant dinosaurs still lived. It was a terrible monster that was controlled by the desire for destruction, and if it was not sealed and destroyed, it would eventually devour the entire material plane. Who the hell released it? Damn it. Soren's face was very ugly because if this horrible abomination grew up, not to mention the sea, even the city of Motor, the Amazon rainforest, and the entire Outer Islands would be destroyed by it. An abomination left by a great divine power, this was no longer trouble, but a terrible disaster. Soren's figure instantly returned to the city of Motor, and then the light on the great temple gathered, and Soren's figure turned into a tall golden figure. Divine form. A huge amount of divine power gathered, and Soren's figure turned into a golden giant of hundreds of meters high. Then he raised his hand in the direction of Port Tylon, and a golden light flew across the sky. Then in the direction of the City of Wealth, another golden light beam containing the message of the gods passed by. Then in the direction of the Amazon rainforest, Soren hesitated for a moment, and then he also conveyed a message to the evil and terrible Storm Lord. It seemed that he was still a little worried. After thinking for a while, Soren pointed to the City of Glory. The meeting of the gods. This was the first time that Soren had summoned other gods in the form of a god. According to the ancient agreement in the Pantheon, this kind of summoning could only be used when there was a major disaster in the multiverse, or when there was something that could threaten the gods. If it wasn't for the abomination, if it wasn't for the fact that this abomination was the son of the great divine power dinosaur god, Yutao, Sauron would never launch a meeting of the gods to invite so many gods, let alone a god like the god of light who was on the opposite side of him. But, now it was the time of the Avatar crisis. The power of all the gods had been greatly reduced. Soren could seal or even kill an ordinary abomination alone in the form of a god. But now he was at most in the form of a saint. It was very difficult to kill the abomination left by the dinosaur god. With Soren's power now, he could at most try his best to kill the abomination left by a low-level god. The gods that he invited were basically all related to this matter. The abomination appeared in the overseas area, and the first to bear the brunt of it were Soren and the Storm Lord. If they left it alone, the ships of Motor City and the tropical Amazon would be very dangerous in the future. If the abomination entered the land, it could destroy Motor City in one day, and turn the entire tropical Amazon into ruins in a few days. Therefore, Soren and the Storm Lord couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Then there was the Sea Goddess. At present, the abomination was active in the area under the sea. It seemed that it still had some wisdom and knew to use sea creatures to make up for the loss of power after being sealed for a long time. If the abomination continued to grow, the sea would be seriously damaged because the abomination's desire to destroy was endless. They were crazier than the demons. If the sea goddess didn't do anything, the shark men, the dark scale fishmen, and all the races in the sea who believed in her would be killed in minutes. As for the Lady of Wealth, there was nothing to say. As long as the abomination was not destroyed, the maritime trade of Motor City must be stopped. A fleet was completely destroyed, and thousands of soldiers of Motor City were all killed. Even Soren couldn't bear such a loss. Ordinary merchant ships and frigates were basically sent to their deaths when encountering the abomination. In this case, all the routes in the nearby sea must be stopped, and the trade of the Lady of Wealth naturally couldn't continue. If the scale of the disaster continued to expand, the entire overseas trade would be paralyzed. Finally, the God of Light needed no further explanation. The God of Light had always regarded protecting the world as his mission. Even if he wasn't very friendly to Soren, who was from the evil camp, he should still be aware of the terrible disaster that a God of Light could cause if he were to wreak havoc. However, Soren had always been curious about one thing. Who was the one who released the abomination, no matter who it was? This guy must be hoping for great chaos to occur in the material plane. After sending out the message of the meeting of the gods, Soren's golden giant also slowly disappeared. This movement alarmed many people, and many intelligence personnel who were secretly paying attention to Mordor City also reported this abnormality. Very soon, Soren received the first response from the gods. The message he sent out contained a trace of the power of the clergy of tracking, and the last trace of the tracking image was also sent to the other gods. The Sea Temple was the first to react. With a golden light, a golden figure immediately appeared above the Sea Temple. Many believers who served the Sea Goddess knelt down, and the avatar of the Sea Goddess also appeared above the temple. She held a trident and nodded slightly to Soren. It seemed that the goddess had realized the seriousness of the matter, and soon her avatar came to Mordor City. The second to respond to Soren was the Goddess of Wealth. Her avatar was not covered by the golden light, which meant that it was just an ordinary avatar of a god, unlike the avatar of the Sea Goddess, which retained at least 70% of the power of the original body. This meant that she was not very willing to contribute, and she just casually sent an avatar to respond to Soren's call. The growth of the abomination was very fast. After the arrival of the two goddesses, Soren immediately teleported to the vicinity of the strait. At this time, the whole world suddenly changed. Dark clouds suddenly appeared, accompanied by gusts of wind and rolling thunder. A blind giant appeared in the clouds. The storm god, Talos was a cruel, impatient, and irritable god. He was extremely addicted to chaos and destruction. The storm god was a powerful bully who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He often flew into a rage, and his demands for believers had never weakened or stopped. The new god of shadow. Are you the one who summoned me? I hope everything you said is true, or you will pay the price. The temper of the storm god was as unpredictable as his priesthood. He was a member of the furious gods. As a great god with great divine power, he had very few opponents in the material plane. So this time, Talos came in his original body. He stood directly on the clouds with lightning in his hand, looking down at Soren, the sea goddess, and the goddess of wealth. He said in a deep voice, "Where is the abomination? This kind of sinful thing should not be left in the world." Even the storm god, who was chaotic and evil, clearly understood that he could not allow the abomination to move freely in the material plane. Although the god of storms was cruel to his followers, the god of storms knew that he really needed these followers. The Amazon tropical forest was the main place where his followers spread. If the abomination of gods was not eliminated, the Amazon tropical forest would soon be destroyed. Golden light appeared. With the dazzling light, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and a shadow covered in holy light appeared. It was like the purest holy light in the depths of mountain paradise. The god of light, at present, he was the most powerful master god among all the god systems. He was also the one who was closest to becoming a great divine power. He did not come in his original body. But even if it was just an incarnation, it was enough to disperse the storm and release a strong aura similar to that of the storm god. There was once a god who was above the great divine power like him, and that was Sirik, who gathered the power of the three gods of death. However, after combining the power of heaven and the power of the light of dawn into the power of the sun god, the god of light was probably a little stronger than Sirik. The arrival of the god of light restrained the anger of the storm god. Although one was lawful and good, and the other was chaotic and evil, the two great gods would not fight as soon as they met. This was because there was also a meeting between the gods in the Pantheon temple. Many god systems maintained the balance, and the evil god's throne was also kept in the Pantheon temple. Xianxia. Although the storm god restrained his anger, he was still very angry when he saw the god of light's expression. He was a powerful god who was born in the first battle between the Lady of Night and the Lady of Silver Moon. He was not afraid of Xianxia, but he did not provoke him recklessly. The god of light did not seem to care much about this chaotic and evil god. He just looked at Soren calmly, and then slowly said, "I feel the aura of destruction. It's the son of the dinosaur god, Yuta here. Don't waste time. Such a god shouldn't exist in this world." The dazzling light appeared, and Soren, who had the priesthood of shadow, suddenly felt that the god of light was very disgusting, but he controlled his impulse because he knew that it was the disgust caused by the priesthoods of opposing priesthoods. Light and shadow. They were mutually exclusive in the first place. The power of the god of light was a little beyond Soren's imagination. It seemed that the avatar crisis did not weaken him too much. At least for now, everything he showed was similar to that of a real god. As the golden light spread, the shadow of mountain paradise appeared behind the god of light. Then the holy light dispelled the darkness and directly found the source of the aura of destruction from the deepest part of the sea. It was a huge and strange dinosaur that knew how to lurk and hide. Its back was full of sharp barbs, and there were terrible marks on its ferocious and horrible head. The aura of destruction and hatred was emitted from its body. The god of light hated all gods. The Lady of Ocean was the first to act. She waved the trident in her hand, and the sea water exposed the god of light hidden under the sea. The surrounding sea water dispersed, and an invisible force lifted it up and exposed it to the air. Monster full of sin. Turn into ashes under the thunder. The Storm Lord's hatred for the abomination was the same as his hatred for the god of light. His accumulated anger was instantly vented. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the wind and clouds within dozens of kilometers of the entire sea area changed drastically. Streaks of golden lightning struck from the sky, like an endless torrent, directly enveloping the abomination completely. The power of a great divine power was so amazing. Talos, who was in charge of the priesthood of storm and destruction, easily summoned thousands of lightning and directly covered the god of light in thunder. Roar, a furious roar filled with hatred rang out. The dinosaur-like abomination stood at the bottom of the sea and took all the attacks head-on. Thousands of lightning bolts struck its body, and soon, its body was charred and riddled with holes. However, then, something unbelievable happened. Although the lightning summoned by the Storm Lord with all his strength hit its body full of holes, its body quickly recovered in an instant. This was no longer regeneration, it was simply a terrifying mutation. The flesh and blood of the god of light almost recovered in an explosive way. As soon as the Storm Lord finished the thousands of lightning strikes, the injuries on its body were almost healed. It was as if nothing had happened. Roar, the god of light roared with hatred. The god of light opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light full of decay and destruction toward the Storm Lord in the sky. Dragon's breath? Soren's face changed slightly, and the Storm Lord in the sky also dodged this attack. The god of light in front of him could spit out a special dragon's breath, which was similar to the dragon's breath. This meant that it had eaten at least a high-level dragon in the past, and this dragon had caused it to further mutate. The cursed god's counterattack made the storm god even angrier. With a roar, the lightning he summoned turned golden, and his body turned into a storm giant. He waved his spear and pierced the cursed god. This was his artifact, Lightning Beam, a weapon made of thunder. The Storm Lord, a special legendary profession in the Amazon, was formed based on his ability. Without holding back, the storm god suddenly showed his powerful strength. The cursed god's regeneration speed was completely suppressed by the storm god's attack. When the storm god waved his artifact, the cursed god's flesh was almost completely evaporated. As a powerful god in charge of battle, the storm god's power was amazing. Finally, the cursed god's regeneration speed could no longer keep up. With the storm god's roar, he directly pierced the cursed god's brain with his lightning spear. The cursed god was dead. The storm god's last attack completely wiped out the cursed god's breath of life, and even half of its body was evaporated. The battle seemed to be over. Soren was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but something that the other gods had never thought of happened. The abomination, which had been killed by the god of storms a moment ago, suddenly came back to life. Its broken body regenerated at an astonishing speed, and soon, it returned to its original appearance. Resurrection? Soren looked at the other gods in surprise and murmured, "It was dead just now." This time, it was the goddess of wealth who answered him. She said softly, "This cursed god seemed to have swallowed a lot of souls, and it did die just now. But it seems to have come back to life very quickly." The resurrection of the cursed god made the storm god hesitate. He had just used a lot of divine power, but after killing the cursed god, it came back to life. In the long history, this kind of cursed god was the most difficult to deal with. In the end, even the gods had no way to deal with it and could only barely seal it. This kind of cursed god that could come back to life was even more terrible than ancient evil creatures. Obviously, a cursed god left behind by a powerful god was not so easy to kill. As the storm god retreated, the god of light, who had been watching the battle, also moved. "Purify." The god of light frowned as he stared at the resurrected abomination in front of him. He raised his hand and pointed at the abomination, causing a blinding holy light to fall from the sky. This light was lethal to evil, and even Soren felt threatened by it. The abomination's body dissipated in the holy light. It was as if the god of light had been disintegrated. The light emitted by the god of light had a shockingly high temperature, which vaporized much of the abomination's body. The abomination was instantly heavily injured. Soon after, his body became less and less, and in the end, his entire existence was wiped out. He should be dead now, right? Soren wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other two goddesses had similar thoughts as well. Although the Storm Lord had killed the abomination, he had not completely destroyed its physical body. However, the Lord of Glory had just disintegrated the other party's body. Under such circumstances, even an abomination would have had a hard time surviving. But, everything was still beyond their expectations. When the god of light withdrew his divine power, the abomination, which had been completely destroyed, suddenly began to regenerate wildly. At first, it was just a mass of twisted flesh and blood, then it quickly became a hideous mass of flesh and finally returned to its original appearance. A mass of dead flesh and blood turned into a shell. Then, the abomination, which had been killed, came back to life again. The goddess of ocean also had a troubled expression at this moment. She said to the other gods, "This abomination seems to be very difficult to kill. We are not in our god kingdoms at the moment. Why don't we seal it first?" It was impossible to kill. No one knew how many times this abomination could be resurrected. If it could be resurrected continuously, then it would be impossible to kill it. In the end, they could only seal it. The god of light frowned and fell into deep thought. He seemed to be looking for a way to completely destroy this abomination, but he did not have many ideas. If he couldn't kill it, he was afraid that he could only seal it or banish it into the spacetime turbulence of the astral world. However, if he did that, sooner or later, this abomination would run out one day. Just as the god of light was about to use his divine power to seal the abomination with the level 12 imprisonment spell. Note, only mid-level gods and above can use this spell. Soren suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Please kill it again. Let me try one last time." Hearing Soren's words, the other gods could not help but look at him in surprise. The god of light took a deep look at Soren, as if he had found something in him, and then nodded silently. The holy light appeared again. This time, the speed was much slower, as if to take care of Soren. Under the divine power of the god of light, the abomination was once again broken down and purified. It quickly entered a state of serious injury, and then it was close to death. Slaughter domain. Death domain. Just as the abomination was close to death, Soren's figure turned into a golden giant. He directly rushed towards the abomination in the form of a saint, and the god of light stopped attacking in an instant. Divine power shockwave. The power from slaughter and death shrouded the nearby space. The golden giant transformed by Soren directly waved his hand and hit the abomination as the last blow. Boom! The abomination turned into ashes under the divine power shockwave. The power of death and slaughter also crazily shrouded it. With a strange energy wave, suddenly the body of the abomination exploded. Countless dazzling lights sprinkled down. It was not an entity visible to the naked eye, but a substantial divine power and soul power. Many souls poured down like a torrent, and among them, thousands of souls rushed directly to Soren's position and gathered in the palm of the golden giant transformed by him. This was the fleet swallowed by the abomination. The warriors of Motor City, those souls who died in the mouth of the abomination, were trapped in the body of the abomination until it was killed. Are they really dead? The expression of the goddess of ocean was very surprised because at this moment, the scattered souls were the gods who were killed and swallowed by the abomination. There was also the scattered divine light, most of which rushed to Soren, while the rest fell on the gods. The god of light gathered the most souls. More than half of the souls automatically rushed to his position, and then these souls were purified in the moment when they approached the body of the god of light. They directly turned into white pure souls, and then disappeared in the shadow of mountain paradise behind him. The Storm Lord received the second most souls, among which there were many souls of the Amazon warriors. The Storm Lord directly held them in his palm and sent them into the kingdom of God. The third was Soren. There were about 3,000 or 4,000 souls gathered around him, and they were also held in his palm and sent into the kingdom of God. The goddess of ocean received slightly less souls, only about 1,000 souls, most of which were sea-intelligent creatures. Only the goddess of wealth received the least souls, at most 300 or 500 souls, but she did not contribute much. The power of slaughter? The successor of the three gods of death? When Soren completely killed the abomination with his last blow, the other gods could not help but look at him with complicated expressions. The three gods of death had always been the axis of the gods of the evil camp. Although they had disappeared for a long time, the divine power that Soren just used obviously came from the god of slaughter, Baal. No wonder he could kill the abomination and prevent it from continuously reviving. The power that each god mastered had its own strengths, just like the Storm Lord's combat ability, the god of light's origin of holy light, and Soren's power from the three gods of death. There were also things that other gods feared. That was, if you were killed by him, you would really die. With the divine light of the abomination's death sprinkling down, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. You've killed the abomination, descendant of the dinosaur god. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've received 1500,000 slaughter EXP. The target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You've received 20 divinity. The target has Xianxia. Extracting the target's divinity. You've received 25 divinity. The power of the abomination was distributed to the gods. Because there were two gods with great divine powers, Soren did not receive much slaughter EXP and divinity, especially the slaughter EXP that he received. In the end, it all turned into souls that gathered around the gods. However, what surprised Soren was that the abomination actually gave Soren 25 divinity, which was almost more than the divinity that he received. This was extremely rare. Perhaps the power of the divinity really came from the dinosaur god, which was the key to the continuous revival of this abomination. The abomination was dead. The meeting of the gods had come to an end. Before the god of light left, he took a deep look at Soren and then disappeared into the sky. The Storm Lord had a brief conversation with the goddess of the ocean, and then returned to the tropical Amazon forest. The goddess of wealth was just there to share the spoils of war, so she left quickly after killing the abomination. Only the goddess of the ocean stayed for a while, and then said a few words to Soren. The meeting of the gods was temporary. Only when there was a serious threat to the existence of the gods, they could cooperate for a short time. Now that the abomination was dead, they naturally had to leave. Otherwise, Soren suspected that the god of light and the Storm Lord would fight on the spot. After all, one was lawful and good, and the other was chaotic and evil. Soren soon returned to the city of Motor. He was not in a hurry to convert the power he got from the abomination to upgrade his profession level. The most important thing now was to settle these souls. They could be converted into petitioners in Soren's holy kingdom. Thousands of people died in Motor, and 70% of the souls that Soren got were professionals. These excellent souls could give birth to the first batch of high-quality petitioners in Soren's holy kingdom. Mordor City, Great Temple. Because Soren's strength was constantly improving, the temple of Mordor City was gradually expanding towards the scale of the giant god temple. It would definitely become the core of a divine system in the future. After collecting thousands of souls, Soren quickly returned to the temple. Now his kingdom was in the Shadow Plane, and the integration was almost complete. Unfortunately, Soren could not enter because of the Avatar crisis. But not being able to enter did not mean that there was no connection. Soren could still send the souls of his believers into it. This time, there were a lot of people who died. The fleet of Mordor City accidentally encountered the abomination, and thousands of people died. These souls were devoured by the abomination, and they were saved by Soren. Because he had not reached the level of great divine power, Soren could not purify the souls directly and send them to Mountain Paradise like the Lord of Light. So what he needed to do now was to rely on the temple to purify these souls, and then send them to the kingdom to be reincarnated as petitioners. For now, Soren's petitioner form had basically been determined. Non-combat type petitioners had the appearance of ordinary people, roughly the appearance of a younger believer when they were still alive. As for what kind of appearance they would take, it depended on the purity of their soul. Some souls with outstanding qualities might evolve into the form of heroic spirits or holy spirits on their own. Combatant petitioners were the form of demon hunters. Soren's initial test product had achieved great success in the abyss. The first transformed demon hunter was very powerful. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. At present, in the third layer of the abyss, Soren's demon incarnation had controlled the land of nearly 3 lesser demon lords. Now the only thing that restricted his development was the abyss demon dragon. If he did not kill the abyss demon dragon, the demon Sauron could not continue to grow. But it was impossible to kill it with the demon incarnation alone. Soren had to do it himself. With Soren's current situation, it was almost impossible for him to go to the bottomless abyss to kill the demonic dragon in person. Therefore, the current task of the demon incarnation was to gather Dretch from the wild. Then they would evolve during the slaughter and collect more berserk demons and Hezru. Currently, the demon incarnation's military strength was close to 100,000. With the addition of the evil demon's mercenaries, it would not be a problem to pull out an army of 120,000 or so. Of course, among them, there were many low-level demons that were used to make up the numbers. Inside the temple, Soren quickly transformed into his saint form. Although he couldn't enter the god's kingdom, Soren was still able to easily open a crack. The pool of reincarnation that Soren found in the god's kingdom of the god of hunting had been transformed and sent directly to the interior of the god's kingdom. However, because Soren couldn't enter, he still needed the help of others. Heroic spirits. It was mentioned before that in the second wave of the Avatar crisis, people in Mordor City had already begun to die. The first demon hunter was transformed with the soul of a heroic spirit. Then the other souls were placed in the temple by Soren to be recast and became petitioners of the heroic spirit level. Then they were kept in the statue. Today, it was time for Soren to use them. After death and becoming a heroic spirit, part of the memory of the previous life would be erased, but the most sincere beliefs would be retained. These heroic spirits were equivalent to a new life, but this new life had a memory of the previous life. This was the origin of many souls. How many memories could be retained depended on how firm the beliefs of the previous life were. For now, these heroic spirits created by Soren only retained about 30% of their memories. Fortunately, these heroic spirits retained many skills, and as a petitioner, Soren could also directly give them some important knowledge. My lord. As Soren transformed into the form of a divine spirit, the 5 petitioners in front of him knelt on one knee in front of him. Soren looked at the heroic spirits in front of him. They were all tall men. The reincarnation by the divine spirit himself kept them in the peak state of their previous life. Almost all of them were young souls. He looked down at the kneeling heroic spirits in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What you have to do next is to enter the divine kingdom. I will send the reincarnation pool in. What you have to do next is to place it in the divine kingdom. And then, I will continue to give you new tasks." Because of the fall of the divine kingdom, there was not much life in Soren's divine kingdom. Maybe there were some petitioners who went berserk after the death of the original divine spirit. For example, the believers of the Shadow Lord. There were shadow creatures in his divine kingdom. If they did not die after the fusion, they might even attack the petitioners that Soren sent in because they could not adapt. If Soren could enter the divine kingdom now, it would not be a problem. But at the moment, he could not enter the divine kingdom. So the first thing he had to do was to send the heroic spirits in, then build a city and quell the chaos in the divine kingdom as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Soren did not have any Holy Spirit petitioners to send into the divine kingdom, so he could only rely on the number of heroic spirits. Yes. The 5 heroic spirits nodded. In the next moment, Soren waved his hand and sent them directly into the divine kingdom. It was a desolate land. The whole world was gray, and in the distance, there was a clear sky. This world was a little strange, because half of the world was gray, as if it was covered with a trace of shadow. The other half of the world was bright, and there was a large expanse of emerald green forests and plants. This was the result of the fusion of the divine kingdom of shadow and the divine kingdom of the half-elves. Because there was no divine spirit in charge, the fusion of the divine kingdom was not perfect. It was barely fused together, and there was an obvious asymmetry at the border between the two kingdoms. The figures of the 5 heroic spirits appeared at the border. A few kilometers to the left was gray land and gray sky, and a few kilometers to the right was a dense forest. Now, let's complete the task given by our Lord. The 5 heroic spirits descended from the sky. They wore full armor and held weapons in their hands. After looking around, they approached a lake. Then, strange stones fell from the sky, and they quickly piled up around the lake. Occasionally, some creatures would appear nearby, but most of them were distorted shadows. Those who dared to attack them were quickly destroyed, and the heroic spirits who did not attack them did not care. About half a day later, in the great shrine, Soren received prayers from the heroic spirits. They had completed the pool of reincarnation. Very good. Soren's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he turned into a golden giant. When he opened his palm, thousands of souls appeared in his hand. Soren mobilized the power in the shrine, then used his divine power to purify these souls, and then sent them into the divine kingdom one by one. The divine kingdom of shadow. The 5 heroic spirits scattered around the pool of reincarnation, kneeling on one knee and praying sincerely. As they prayed, a golden pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky, and some souls could be seen falling from the pillar into the pool of reincarnation. Divine power gathered. Most of the petitioners were in the form of energy, but because of the divine kingdom, they could be seen and touched with the naked eye. In essence, the petitioners would dissipate into pure soul crystals after death. Whoosh! The water in the pool of reincarnation seemed to be boiling, and then a fully naked man walked out. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and there was a hint of confusion on his face. However, there was a faint glow on his body. This meant that he was a heroic spirit. Come up, my brother. A heroic spirit stood up, took out a set of armor and weapons, and said in a deep voice, "Our Lord needs us. Put on your armor and pick up your weapons. We need to bring more brothers here." The petitioners retained part of their memories. The man who came out of the pool of reincarnation quickly regained his consciousness, nodded, put on his armor, and stood next to him. The second soul fell into the pool of reincarnation. This time, it was just an ordinary petitioner, and there was no heroic spirit on him. He was placed on the other side. In addition to heroic spirits, the divine kingdom also needed more ordinary petitioners because the kingdom needed to be rebuilt. The third soul that came was a woman. As the pool of reincarnation boiled, a beautiful woman walked out of it. She seemed to know better than the other reincarnators. After being resurrected, she put on a set of armor and said, "For our Lord Soren." This was a priest who died in battle. Her soul form was one level higher than a heroic spirit, but unfortunately, there was still a little gap between her and a holy spirit. In the fleet of Motor City, there were priests sent by the temple to accompany them. She was one of them who died in battle. She looked like a half-elf, and after being reincarnated, she became a petitioner that was more advanced than a heroic spirit. The golden pillar of light in the sky continued to shine. One by one, souls were thrown into the pool of reincarnation. Soon, nearly 1,000 petitioners had gathered by the lake. Some looked confused, and some looked clear. The quality of their souls varied. The better the soul, the faster it would recover. Among them, the priest in the previous life had become the leader of this group of petitioners. The heroic spirits were the guardians. Because the soldiers who died this time were all from Mordor City, there were also a lot of heroic spirits. There were nearly 100 heroic spirits that were reincarnated. The petitioners quickly built a crude altar and a statue of the god. With the prayer of the heroic spirit, the leader of the female petitioners said in a deep voice, "Our Lord has given an oracle. He needs us to build a city nearby as soon as possible. There are other souls and petitioners in this kingdom. As long as they are caught and sent into the pool of reincarnation, they will become our brothers and sisters. Our Lord has told me what the city looks like. Now, everyone start cutting wood. We must build a camp in 3 days." Everything in the kingdom of God was created from nothing. Although this was a world dominated by gods, Soren could only transfer materials into it. As for what the kingdom of God would look like, he still needed to plan it himself. Just like the kingdom of Succubus created by the Queen of Succubus, everything depended on the preferences of the gods. P.S. I'm almost done writing the manuscript. After that, I'll be able to update it steadily. Now that I've entered the kingdom of God, Soren needs to start planning his own kingdom. The third wave of the Avatar crisis was getting more and more intense. However, Mordor City, which was far away overseas, seemed to have avoided this crisis, because during this period of time, except for a disguised bone demon, no other demons were found in Mordor City. There was no doubt about it, demons were a group of very smart and cunning guys, and these smart guys would definitely avoid very obvious danger areas. For example, Mordor City, which was run by Sauron like an iron bucket. From the southern plains to the northern wilderness, the whereabouts of demons began to become more and more common. They bewitched people and provoked wars. Even Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, Raging Sand Island and other places on the south coast had traces of demons, but there were very few signs of demon activity in Mordor City. They seemed to be afraid of this place, and the increasingly perfect control system of Mordor City would not give them a chance to take advantage of it. This gave Mordor City a precious chance to breathe. When other places were in a mess, and even Glory City and Arendelle began to have problems frequently, the growth of Mordor City became more and more obvious. The speed of the foreign population began to accelerate, the number of refugees accepted by Mordor City was increasing. Almost every day, a ship full of foreign people arrived at Port Mordor. And now, in the west of Mordor City, the results of the third large-scale expansion had come out. Rows of neat brick houses extended all the way to the harbor. These houses were all of the same standard, so they looked very neat. They were all 2-story buildings, and each house had 3 to 5 families. The planning here was similar to the internal planning of Mordor City. There was a unified drainage channel and clean and neat gravel roads, which was very different from the dirty and messy residential areas of other cities. And this new residential area also inherited the good traditions of Mordor City. It was a felony to urinate and defecate anywhere in Mordor City, and it was also possible to be arrested and locked up for several days. At present, the residential area was mainly occupied by craftsmen and technicians. They were allocated a place to live for free, but if they wanted to obtain the property rights of the place, they needed enough wealth and contributions. Now the thing that the foreign population of Mordor City was keen on was to get the property certificate of the city hall as soon as possible. This meant that they had really integrated into Mordor City and had obtained a corresponding status in Mordor City, becoming a real citizen. According to this progress, it was estimated that the population of Mordor City could reach more than 300,000 this year. It was a relatively large and densely populated city in the entire material plane. The city hall had been making arrangements for logistics and distribution recently. When the population was highly concentrated, the demand for resources would increase. Although the products of Mordor City could still be met at present, according to the plan of the city hall in the future, Mordor City would definitely become a metropolis with a population of more than 1 million. So with the recent increase in foreign population, the officials of the city hall were considering a preliminary colonization plan. There were still many places in the outer islands that could be reclaimed. The city hall not only had to ensure that there was an abundance of food, but also other daily necessities. Even vegetables had to be guaranteed. Perhaps it was still not enough now, but the officials of Mordor could proudly tell others that this city had become the most civilized and prosperous city in the material plane through their efforts. The sense of honor from Mordor city had taken shape. Even the most rebellious drow warriors tried their best to get the approval of others and become real citizens of Mordor. For example, recently a drow warrior and a half-elf girl got married, and their wedding was even blessed by a priest. The pirates were worn down by order, and they learned a little bit of courtesy. Although they were still rude and unreasonable to outsiders, they knew that they should show a certain amount of cultivation when dealing with the citizens of Mordor City. A stable life could change a person a lot. Old Peter was one of them. He was used to reporting to the barracks every day, going to the tavern for a few drinks in the evening, and then sleeping with his wife and children. This stable life did not wear away the hostility brought by more than 10 years of wandering and killing, but it greatly eased the violence in his heart, especially after bringing his old lover from Shipwreck Bay. When the first child was born, old Peter's hands were trembling. For the first time, he knelt in the temple so devoutly, praying for the blessing of the priest of Lord Sorin and baptizing the little life in his rough hands. A man would not become weak because of his family. Old Peter's violence disappeared. His change was like a reef by the sea, becoming more solid and heavy because of the birth of a child. And when Mordor City needed him, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life, because of honor, because of faith, because of everything he had done for this city and this home along the way. All of this was worth protecting. He believed and firmly believed that even if one day he would die for Mordor City, his family and his children would be properly settled. Once the order was formed, it would affect the structure of the whole society. All the rules set by Sorin from the beginning were maintained with power, blood, and killing. As time gradually brought better things to Mordor City, people began to understand and fear the importance of this order and the benefits it could bring. They began to take the initiative to maintain this order. Even the lower-class civilians in Mordor City who could not read a word knew the rights and obligations of a civilian in Mordor City. However, Sorin's change to the world was definitely not just a little bit. After Mordor City had formed the situation he wanted, he began to further test the reaction of the whole world. It was on this day. The city hall of Mordor City suddenly became chaotic, and then a message was quickly spread out from various channels, causing many people to be shocked, as well as merchants and nobles to panic. The abolition of slavery law. When Gloria learned about this from Sorin, the smart and virtuous witch could not help but be stunned. Have you thought it through? Gloria's expression was very serious, even more serious than when she fought against the gods. She said seriously, slaves have existed for countless years. Do you really intend to abolish slavery? If so, many nobles and merchants who have a large number of slaves who support you may oppose you. Fallen Witch stood aside without saying a word, but there was a strange light in her eyes. This was the irresistible charm of a man against the order of the whole world. Sorin's expression was very calm. He nodded and said, "Yes. I have been planning all this for a long time. Now the development of Mordor City no longer needs slaves. What Mordor City needs are citizens, more enthusiastic and hopeful civilians. The existence of slaves is a great waste of manpower. I am going to issue an abolition of slavery law in the city of Mordor and abolish all slavery. As for the slaves of the merchants and nobles, I will compensate them at a certain price." There were many slaves in Mordor City. From the beginning, the number of slaves in Mordor City was extremely large, and Shipwreck Bay was a slave trading port. Sorin started off with slaves. No one would have thought that this slaughterer, whose hands were stained with blood, would actually abolish the existence of slaves at this time. If Sorin's law was carried out, Mordor City itself would give freedom to tens of thousands of slaves. This loss was very shocking. If the compensation amount was added, then Mordor City would directly lose more than 500,000 Kindler, and it was very likely to have a far-reaching impact on other places. Okay then. Gloria smiled, stood on tiptoe and kissed Sorin on the cheek, and whispered, "No matter what you do, I will support you. If you want to do it, do it. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." The news of the abolition of slavery law had just come out. Merchants in Mordor City began to secretly transfer their slaves because they were afraid of losing their property. However, soon the next day, the City Hall of Mordor City officially issued the decree, and at the same time, it spread to other places at a very fast speed. It was like dropping a bomb in the already chaotic material plane. Even Princess Royal, who was far away in Arendelle, sent a message. "What do you want to do?" Princess Royal seemed to be puzzled by Soren's behavior. The goddess of agriculture was also puzzled and surprised. The serf system had existed for a long time. She did not accept or reject this system. What she never expected was that Soren would do this. For all of this, Soren was still very calm, and he just said to himself, "What do I want to do? I want to change the whole world. Now is the time. It is time for the material plane to be destroyed and rebuilt." The belief of 3 million paladins. Some things no longer exist, some beliefs have faded away. Soren was in the dark and evil, but there were still some things he had to do. On this day, Mordor City was known by the whole world. Because on a sunny afternoon, the city of Mordor officially issued the abolition of slavery law, unconditionally granting freedom to all slaves, and buying the personal freedom of all slaves in the territory at the price of 1 to 3 kindler per slave. Immediately afterward, the city hall began to register all slaves. They would become the lower-class civilians of Mordor City, with the right to freedom of life and the right to property protection. Whether they could become official citizens of Mordor City in the future depended on the efforts of these slaves. At least they now had a higher starting point than in the past. Abolition of slavery law, epic event. In the middle of May 1677, the Lord of Mordor City, the god of half-elves, His Excellency Soren, the Lord of Shadows, officially issued the abolition of slavery law, completely abolishing all slavery in the city of Mordor. This event had a great impact on the material plane. Many areas where slavery was prevalent were shocked by this, and some gods were vigilant about this move. The rules and order of the whole world were impacted, and the move of Mordor City to challenge the slavery system made many stubborn old powers and gods feel a trace of dissatisfaction. Legend level +100, the slavery system was a serious hindrance to productivity. If the slaves were not released, there was no way to liberate enough labor. The future development of the city of Mordor needed a large number of civilians, not the worthless slave class that could only be sold as coolies. Soren's abolition of slavery decree was like a heavy bomb thrown into the material plane, and even the glorious city was shaken. Because even the Lord of Light, who was in the lawful good camp, rejected the slavery system, but the church had never proposed such an idea. Even, some paladins would take the initiative to defend the slavery system. Soren didn't care about the reaction of the outside world at all. After he issued the abolition of slavery decree, he started the third census of the city of Mordor. All the slaves were liberated to the lower class. They would be registered in the population statistics of the city of Mordor. From now on, they would have personal freedom and property freedom. However, because they had almost no wealth as slaves, the next arrangement of the city hall of Mordor was to allocate land to them. Every inch of land in the city of Mordor was very precious, therefore, these lands naturally could not be given to these slaves for free. It was unfair to all the meritorious classes. The city of Mordor had reclaimed a large amount of land near the 12 large towns. These lands belonged to the city of Mordor, and now they were rented to all the slaves. The city hall of Mordor uniformly allocated housing, farming utensils, and daily necessities to the slaves. But that was all there was to it. Too much kindness was easy to have the opposite effect. Soren would only give them a chance to rely on their own efforts to fight for a future. All the housing belonged to the wealth of the city of Mordor. The freed slaves only had the most basic living area. All the farming utensils also belonged to the city of Mordor. They only had the basic right to use them. The slaves were still penniless. However, they could rely on themselves to earn and accumulate wealth. The land allocated by the city of Mordor only charged about 30% of the rent. That was to say, 70% of the income in a year's farming could be used as the property of these tenants. Of course, Soren would not let the slaves be free. Freedom was only relative. Soren had already arranged their fate, and they had no choice but to act according to Soren's orders. This was because Soren was a god of the lawful evil faction. The slaves became tenants. They had the right to farm the land alone and gained the foundation to accumulate wealth. At the same time, they began to pay taxes for the city of Mordor and solved the problem of the lack of a large number of civilian workers in Mordor. Under the slavery system, they had almost no freedom of life and property rights. They relied more on whips for labor. Now that they had property rights, the income from farming would be their private property, which greatly stimulated their enthusiasm. At the same time, the city of Mordor also opened up a more preferential policy for them compared to outsiders. The freed slaves could use about 1/3 of the wealth of the outside world to buy the ownership of residents and convert the land into private property. All of these properties had the title deeds of Mordor City. Being recognized by the city hall was equivalent to having a firm foothold in Mordor City. Sorin's promises had been tested by time, so there was no need to doubt his words. The third census was done very quickly. The city hall of Mordor City had long been accustomed to efficient operations. After the third census, the number of people counted had reached about 270,000. It seemed that the hidden population of Mordor City was really large. The blacksmith was stepping up the forging of farming tools. This time, the cultivated land of Mordor City had nearly doubled. Because of the abolition of slavery law, there were about 50,000 more farmers in Mordor City. At the same time, all 12 towns were operating. The deep plowing system was being popularized. Relying on the promotion of fertilizers, the grain output of Mordor City was estimated to be enough to support about 500,000 people. However, for Sorin, agriculture was only the most basic part. He needed to do more than that. Everything he planned so far was just to pave the way for a large-scale farm economy. When farming grew to a certain extent, what he needed to do was to liberate these workers and move them to other places. Slaves could only be squeezed a little bit of strength, but Sorin needed more. The morning sun shone. Kovana woke up at daybreak. He looked at the clean bed he was lying on. It was so clean that everything felt like a dream. He was a slave. He came from Shipwreck Bay and was bought by a merchant. He used to be a guard, but he became a slave because of a noble. Life as a slave was not easy. The merchant used a whip to urge him to work every day. The other 5 slaves like him were beaten and scolded. As a slave, he had nothing. Even if his master killed him, he had no responsibility. This situation lasted until the abolition of slavery law was issued. At that time, the merchant wanted to urgently transfer him to the south coast and then sell him for money. Unfortunately, he was still caught by the guards of Mordor City. He was free. Everything was like a dream. However, freedom was relative. Kovano soon found that the guards did not let him go. Instead, they placed him and another group of slaves in a place called Autumn Water Town. A row of neat brick houses. Each of them had a house and were placed here. The next day, a man dressed as an official came over to count them, followed by the distribution of tools. Kovano thought that everything was the same as what he had experienced in the past, but soon he found that it was really different. No one beat, scolded, or urged him. Even if he was blatantly lazy, he would not be punished. Many of the slaves like him were at a loss. Some worked hard as if they were full of hope for the future, while some did nothing as if they did not know what to do. These days lasted for 3 days. Kovano did not know how to face the future, so he just did ordinary things every day. As a commoner, he started learning how to farm from a young age. 3 days later, the officials of the town hall appeared again. They secretly conducted a test for everyone. The slave named Nord, who performed the best, was given a cow. This cow was officially taken as his personal property after passing through the town's council hall. This made many slaves envious, because their own value was not even comparable to a cow. The man named Nord was even more surprised. However, soon, everything that happened next made the others feel uneasy. Another slave was expelled. He did not even do the most basic reclamation because he was lazy every day. The officials of the city hall deprived him of everything that Mordor City gave him, including housing, utensils, food, and clothes. Therefore, everything bestowed by the city of Mordor was taken away. This poor man was banished to the outside of the town wearing only a thin piece of clothing. This man didn't even have food for his next meal. No matter how much he cried and regretted, he was still thrown out by the guards. It seemed that he was completely left to his own devices. At this moment, everyone felt uneasy. Fortunately, the guards only chased away 3 people. No one knew their fates. They only knew that their living quarters, food, and clothes had been taken away. At this time, only then did the others realize how precious everything they had now was. They did not have to worry about hunger or cold. They could live in clean and tidy houses. As long as they worked hard every day, they could fill their stomachs. Kovano began to adapt to this change in fate. He gradually found that he seemed to have become a tenant because everything he did now was no different from a tenant. However, in any case, the status of a tenant was higher than that of a serf, and it was much higher than that of a slave. About a week later, the officials of the city hall appeared again, which made many slaves feel uneasy. They were used to the current days. They had a clean place to live, a strong house, and no longer had to be beaten, scolded, and whipped. Such days made them cherish it very much. Fortunately, this time, the officials of the city hall did not expel others. They only took away all the children between the ages of 7 and 12, whether they were slaves or civilians. Then Kovano heard that there seemed to be a school in the town. And these children were gathered there to learn? Yes. Soon, they learned that Mordor City was educating these children. This kind of thing sounded a bit unbelievable because in other places, only the nobles and merchants would receive formal education. Kovano felt that the owner of Mordor City seemed to be doing something great, but he knew too little and did not know what Mordor City was going to do. He just felt that the future was full of hope. In addition to counting the number of people, the third census also counted the age of all the residents. Then, under the operation of the city hall, all the territories of Mordor City, including Port Mordor, began to establish schools one after another. They taught the most basic knowledge, such as arithmetic, literacy, reading, and writing. These basic knowledge were all taught to all the children of the right age for free and compulsory. At the same time, some huge and dense buildings began to appear in Mordor City. These 3- or 4-story buildings were placed in the south, and a large number of workers were transferred to work in them. No one knew what Sauron was going to do. But now Mordor City seemed to be a machine that was gradually running at high speed. P.S. Go to Beijing tomorrow to discuss something. Rumble. The dull mechanical sound echoed in the spacious factory, and hundreds of young teenagers were busy in it. Most of these people were half-elves, and the number of humans was only about 1/5. Lot was one of the few humans. His father was a thief, and his mother was a prostitute. Before coming to Mordor, he was in the Shipwreck Bay area. Now he was a worker in the second golem factory in Mordor. After coming to Mordor, he spent 3 months learning how to assemble a clay golem, part of it. Maybe it was the talent from his father, but he learned much faster than other humans, so he was honored to become a member of the factory. In the factory was a workbench more than 100 meters long. Lot was responsible for the arm part of the clay golem, and there were dozens of people doing the same thing as him. As for the other group, they were responsible for the legs and torso. The most complicated part, the head, was handled by the mysterious witches. On the wide workbench, Lot carefully carved the rune lines. Although he didn't know what they meant, he just had to do it according to what the witches told him to do. Every day, Lot had to complete more than 5 arms, which could bring him 3 silver dirhams, which was enough for him to live a civilian life in Mordor. The operation of the golem factory was like a huge machine. Each worker was just a part of it. They were responsible for their own parts, and the witches would finish the final work. Dozens of clay golems were completed in this factory every day. These golems were sent to the edge of Mordor. They flattened the mountains, filled the ravines, and leveled the land. Golems replaced most of the manpower. They could initially reclaim the land, and when the land had been flattened, it was handed over to the farmers to clean up the ditches and loosen the land. Lot had been working here for almost a month. At first, there were only a few dozen people, and then more and more people entered the golem factory. Now there were hundreds of people. He didn't know how many golems were made in Mordor, but he was afraid that there were more than 1,000. A large portion of these powerful fellows were stored somewhere. Perhaps one day, they would be of use to them. Lot's biggest ambition at present was to further improve his skills. Because there were also technicians who made golems and iron golems in Mordor City. The former's income was 5 times his, while the latter's income was more than 10 times his. Moreover, such a person had a high status in Mordor City. Law felt that he might become a puppeteer in the future because some talented people had been accepted as apprentices by the mysterious Eastern Witch. Yes. It was the Eastern Witch who rarely showed up but had a very high status in the city of Mordor. She was always accompanied by many delicate dolls, which looked just like a living person. My lord. In front of Sorin's study, a beautiful half-elf woman knelt before him. Her name was Vina. She was originally a noble in Autumn Fall, but after abandoning her original identity, she joined Sorin's church and was now a core member of the church. She humbly knelt in front of Sorin and said softly, "The third batch of golems has been completed. At present, there are about 700 golems in the city of Mordor, and more than 1,800 are sealed in the basement." Sorin raised his head, looked at her, and nodded, "I see. Prepare a batch of golems that have not yet been assembled and send them directly to my laboratory." Vina nodded, "Yes." When the half-elf left, Sorin raised his head, rubbed the corner of his eyes, and murmured, "The blockade of the kingdom of God is still too serious. It seems difficult to send living things in. Just yesterday, Sorin tried to send the golems into the kingdom of God, but it seemed to have failed. Because these golems were directly erased as soon as they entered the kingdom of God, they could not help his believers to build the kingdom of God. So Sorin thought about it and prepared to change the way. He directly sent the golems as materials, and then let the souls inside reassemble them. As more and more souls entered the kingdom of God, although Sorin still could not enter the kingdom of God, he could perceive more and more things. Next, he needed to build the framework of the kingdom of God and make plans to descend into the bottomless abyss in the future. The kingdom of shadow. A clear lake was like a mirror. With the first large-scale reincarnation of souls, the number of souls entering the kingdom of God began to decrease. About 1 or 2 souls would be reincarnated in the kingdom of God every day. Some were believers from Mordor who died in battle, and some were creatures from other places who believed in Sorin. There were half-elves who died in Autumn Fall because Sorin was in charge of the half-elves priesthood, and there were also creatures who believed in the shadow priesthood. There was even a wizard reincarnated in Sorin's kingdom of God. This was a shadow wizard with shallow faith. Sorin himself did not know anything about his life, but this guy automatically entered Sorin's kingdom of God after death. He transformed into a petitioner that was close to the shadow form, retaining part of his casting ability. His soul level was a little lower than the soul's, but his combat ability may be much higher because he could cast a lot of shadow spells. Judging from these performances, this shadow wizard who reincarnated as a petitioner was a high-grade spellcaster before his death. Souls continued to enter. Some of the rogues who died on the continent would automatically reincarnate in Sorin's kingdom of God. Compared with the desolation at the beginning, there was now a simple camp near the reincarnation pool. It was not as magnificent as the kingdom of the Queen of Spiders. Sorin's kingdom of God had just begun to be built. This camp was the outline of a city, and now the number of petitioners gathered had reached more than 1,600. Becoming a petitioner was a new life. They had a longer life, retained part of the memory of their previous life, lived a new life, and integrated into the kingdom of God at the end of the second life. If there were no accidents, most of these petitioners could live for hundreds of years, and holy spirits were almost immortal. As long as the gods did not die, they were immortal. So for any petitioner, becoming a holy spirit was a very high pursuit because no one was willing to accept the fate of death. Priest. A team of fully armed heroic spirits approached the camp, and there were some captives behind them. These captives were all in the form of half-elves, but their minds seemed to be a little crazy and full of aggression. They were all petitioners of the original half-elven god. They survived the fall of the kingdom of God, but they were already crazy because of the power. In the faint golden light, there was a beautiful female priest. She had retained her most beautiful and healthy appearance when she was alive. When she was in the material plane, she was only a woman in her 40s. Her youth and appearance had disappeared, but now she looked like she was in her 20s. She had stayed in the most beautiful and moving period of her life. The priest looked at the captives in front of her and slowly said, "Take them to the reincarnation pool to be purified." Only the glory of the Lord can wash away the filth on them. The heroic spirits escorted these captives into the reincarnation pool, and soon the first captive was thrown into it. A faint golden light emerged, and the captive's body quickly changed from the state of being corroded by shadow energy to the appearance of a half-elf. His expression was a little blank. The second reincarnation made him lose more memories, but this did not affect Soren's control over him. Because he believed in the God of half-elves, the number of petitioners in the camp gradually increased. There could be many kinds of life in the kingdom of God, and even humans could live in it. However, petitioners could not give birth to offspring, and other life forms could rarely enter the kingdom of God. The population of the kingdom of God was mostly brought in through the reincarnation of souls. Of course, if Soren wanted to learn from the Queen of Spiders and raise a large group of spiders, then the population of the kingdom of God would quickly expand. There was not enough manpower. The petitioner form was not enough to bring too much power, so when the initial construction of the kingdom of God reached a bottleneck, Soren began to throw in golem puppets. The first batch of golem puppets were all clay golem puppets, and there were about 300 of them. The parts were sent in through the passage opened by Soren, which required a lot of divine power. There were no problems. The parts of the golem puppets that were not yet activated were successfully sent into the kingdom of God, and then they were assembled by the petitioners and quickly turned into important labor. In just 3 short days, the trees near the reincarnation pool had been cut down, and then a wooden city was formed. In the center was a temple that covered an area of thousands of square meters. The petitioners were carving stone, and Soren's temple would be officially formed in a week at most. A god's kingdom was usually run for hundreds or thousands of years. Of course, Soren could not build everything from scratch, but now he needed a foundation, and then when the petitioners grew to a certain number, he would begin to take over other places, the original temple of the half-elf god, and the kingdom of the Shadow Lord. For now, in the kingdom of the Shadow Lord, there were still a large number of crazy shadow beings. Soren had merged 2 priesthoods in a row, and he had to wipe out all of them in order to complete the control of the kingdom of God, because all of this was taken from the hands of the other gods. Reincarnation, purification, cleansing. Soren must erase the traces left by the original god of half-elves and the god of shadow in this god's kingdom, and then mark all the petitioners with his brand. Only in this way could the god's kingdom be completely under his control. P.S. There is one more update. Under the quiet night sky, Soren stood at the top of the wizard tower and looked down at the whole city of Mordor. The stars in the night sky were getting dimmer and dimmer. The power of the gods had declined very badly. Basically, most of the gods had fallen to the mortal world. After the initial careful hiding, some gods began to appear in the eyes of the world. The halfling divine system had moved to the Shire, the Lord of Light had completed the control of the southern region, the Queen of Spiders had unified the Drows and the Underdark, and the elven divine system had gathered together at this moment. It was obvious. As the Avatar crisis became more and more intense, the gods had a strong sense of uneasiness. Soren silently looked at the city under his feet. The city of Mordor was very quiet at night. There were no pedestrians on the streets, only the faint light of magic crystal lamps. Every once in a while, a patrol would pass by. The devils could not find any opportunity here. Haven't you slept yet? With a faint fragrance, the figure of Fallen which appeared behind Soren. Soren did not look back, but whispered, "Since I became a god, sleep is no longer necessary for me. Maintaining sleep is just a habit." Fallen Witch did not speak. She just walked to Soren's side by side and whispered, "You seem a little confused." Soren was silent. Fallen Witch did not stop and continued, "I can feel it. You are making a very important decision. This decision may change the whole world. You are a little hesitant. It seems that you know what kind of change your decision will bring. This makes you feel uneasy and hesitant. This is the first time I have seen you show such an expression. Do you know? I am very curious about what you are going to do. But I know I can't ask, but I will patiently wait for the day you tell me." "Do you feel it?" Soren was still silent. He was indeed making a very important decision, which would inevitably change the whole world. As the 2 women closest to him, Gloria and Fallen Witch seemed to have noticed it, but Gloria didn't ask. The Fallen Witch took a deep breath. The night wind blew her long hair. She turned to the side and smiled at Soren. "No matter what decision you make," she said softly, "I will always be by your side. Maybe you don't believe me now, but one day I will prove it." The fallen witch looked at Soren seriously. Compared with the past, she had changed a lot during this period of time in Mordor City. She was less frivolous and more stable. Unconsciously, Karina began to have the air of a leader. She was no longer as paranoid as she used to be. She had changed a lot. Although it was indescribable, it could be felt. The operation of the elemental furnace has been completed. Fallen Witch didn't continue the topic. Instead, she said seriously, "I need the core knowledge about elemental fission. If it can be successful, the energy generated should be enough to make the whole Mordor city float. But before that, I may need to leave for a while." Soren frowned slightly, turned around, and said, "Leave? Where to?" Fallen Witch gently lifted her long hair, which was almost the same as Gloria's. She said slowly, "Sigil City." Sigil City. The territory of Lady of Pain. Soren looked serious and whispered, "Why do you suddenly want to go to this place? Although it has opened the door, it is still very dangerous for the outside world." Sigil City was a very special place. There were many terrible things in this city, some of which even the gods couldn't fight against. Fallen Witch said seriously, "I need the knowledge about extra-dimensional fortresses. The closure of Sigil City began during the destruction of the Arcane Empire. There should be something I need there. As for a little danger, everything we do is risky. Isn't it?" Fallen Witch decided to go to Sigil City. This news was not good for Soren. But her decision was not wrong, because Sigil City did have what they needed. As a god, Soren had some places that were difficult to set foot in, and Sigil City was one of them. Lady of Pain did not welcome any gods. As a mortal and a legendary spellcaster, it was much easier for Fallen Witch to enter Sigil City than for Soren. "I won't leave right away." Fallen Witch hesitated for a moment, then said, "This operation is not led by me alone. The Eye of the North will also go with me. Many witches have lost their ability to cast spells. The Eye of the North and the Archmages of the Wizard Alliance will act together, hoping to find information about the Arcane Empire in Sigil City so that most of the spellcasters can recover their abilities." It was the aftermath of the collapse of the magic net. Without the magic net, the wizards could only move forward on the path of the Arcanists. The 422nd floor of the Abyss. Cursed Throat. The barbaric nature of the Gnolls doomed them to be careless. Among the countless mortal slaves enslaved by the Gnolls, some people were constantly obsessed with escaping. Yennega's believers and other dangerous predators filled the ooze forest, and the greedy undead creatures of the Ghoul King bred in the Shrieking Peaks. So for the mortals who fell into the abyss, the safest way was to escape to the east and go to a violent yellow sea. This refuge was called Cursed Throat. Far away from the coast, a fleet of mortal slaves gathered for survival circled the coast back and forth to rescue fugitive slaves, or even mortal gnolls who were unwilling to submit to Yennega's abominable demands. Although a sea beast caught by chance could feed the entire fleet for a month or more, their most common source of food was humans and meat. When food became scarce, the crew would isolate the weaker passengers and kill them, then use the corpses as dry food for everyone on the ship. Each member had to eat a small piece of flesh from their former companions to prove their loyalty and dedication to survival. But the real feast had not yet begun until some new refugees refused the gruesome meal. At this time, the nervous crowd would attack these cowards with ruthless and cruel wildness, kill them, and cook the corpses into the main dish. The leader of the Cursed Throat fleet was Malagasy Unos, who called himself the King of Cannibals. He commanded the large sailing ship Reaper in the center of the fleet. Every few months, Unos would lead his fleet away from the coast of Yennegu to the border of this floor, and then enter the abyss. There, they constantly patrolled the sea, searching for more ships to join their growing fleet. At this time, on the border of the abyss, a large-scale naval battle was breaking out. The disappearance of the succubus queen gave the King of Gnolls a precious chance to breathe, and he realized that his enemy seemed to be in great trouble. This allowed him to launch a long-prepared plan to eliminate the rebel Throat fleet and completely control the 422nd floor of the abyss. This was a war full of chaos and violence. The King of Gnolls had been planning this operation for a long time, so when he encountered Uno's fleet, he quickly won an overwhelming victory. A large number of escaped mortal slaves were killed, and the sailors were slaughtered by the King of Ghouls. Yenagu was very satisfied with this victory, but what made him dissatisfied was that Uno seemed to have escaped with his warship. The Sea of the Abyss was connected to the river Styx. Yenagu did not like the sea, so when his enemy escaped into the sea, he had no way to stop him. But at least for a long time in the future, Yenagu was sure that this annoying guy would not cause him any more trouble, and Yenagu would have enough energy to expand his territory. The ruins of Azar, Barchad's End, Cursed Throat, Silent Prairie, Screaming Peaks, Seeping Forest, and the Gathering Gate. The entire floor of the abyss had completely fallen into the control of Yenagu. Without the suppression of the succubus queen, Yenagu's power was unprecedentedly strong, so he seized the opportunity to make himself stronger. He was ready to expand his territory. A huge map was spread out in front of Yenagu. It depicted the various levels of the abyss. The lower the floor of the abyss, the more desolate it was. Yenagu was not ready to occupy the lower floor. What he needed was the upper floor. The closer to the upper floor, the more souls there would be. These places were once controlled by other demon lords. The King of Gnolls thought for a long time, and finally, Yenagu locked his eyes on a place. The third floor of the abyss, Forgotten Land. A floor that had not yet been controlled by a demon lord, near the top of the abyss, and there was a legion of his old opponent, the succubus queen. This was an opportunity. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yenagu's mouth. Through the Gathering Gate, he could quickly send the army to the upper floor of the abyss. In this situation where other demon lords had no time to take care of themselves, the King of Gnolls thought that he could quickly occupy the Forgotten Land. Next, he could aim at the Red Shroud on the upper floor. A succubus lord that he hated for a long time. He believed that when the succubus queen returned, she would find that all her minions had been killed by him. The third floor of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. The Golumba arena was expanding at an amazing speed, and the rise of the demon Sauron also made other demon lords aware of the emergence of a powerful opponent. The powerful enemy made some secondary demon lords try to unite together, which formed a kind of stalemate, but there was always a time to break the stalemate. Just as Sauron was gradually growing stronger, in the vast wilderness of the Forgotten Land, traces of gnolls suddenly began to appear. Many, many gnolls, no one knew when they appeared, and no one knew where they came from. In just a few days, they destroyed a secondary demon lord that occupied the northwest. At the same time, they expanded rapidly and attacked the fortress of the Succubus Legion. When the news was sent to Sauron, he just frowned slightly. However, at this moment, the high-grade succubus standing beside him could not help but tremble, showing a rare look of anxiety. The sudden appearance of the gnolls alerted Sauron. Although there were no real demon lords on the third floor of the abyss, there were still a lot of secondary demon lords, but these secondary demon lords were all in a state of disunity. When a large number of gnolls appeared, the secondary demon lords were in a mess, and some simply surrendered. These secondary demon lords were all fence-sitters. But, the first 3 floors of the abyss were very close to the bloody battle, and not all demon lords were afraid to fight against the Gnoll King. When the Gnoll army took down a fortress, their path forward was attacked. A newly promoted Sister of Glory led the Succubus Legion to attack them. At the same time, there were 3 other lesser demon lords participating in the battle. They were Sauron, the Balo leader, and an 8-armed snake demon. There was no doubt that there were still many ambitious demons who were unwilling to submit to a Gnoll. When Sauron received an invitation from the Succubus army to fight against the invading gnolls in the Golumba arena, he did not hesitate to agree. The third floor of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, was the key to his future descent of the Divine Kingdom. It must not fall into the hands of an enemy like Yenagu. The mighty demon army began to gather. This was the first time that the Golumba arena had sent out a large number of troops. There were more than 100,000 demons gathered. Although the number of low-grade demons was large, there were still many middle-grade demons and demons among them. Your Excellency. An assassin demon appeared from the darkness and came to Sauron. He bowed his head and said, "The 8-armed snake demon army has arrived. But the Balor army has not arrived yet." This was the frigid wind tundra. At the border of the Forgotten Land, the portal of the null god Yinagu was here. It could directly connect to the 422nd floor of the abyss. I see. Sauron frowned as he pondered. He then glanced at the two high succubus beside him. Not all of the promised allies had arrived. Something seemed to have happened to the Baelor's army. Accompanied by the glow of greater teleportation, a cold-faced succubus appeared in the camp. She bowed slightly to Sauron and said, "The Radiant's Nun invites your excellency over for a meeting. The null god, Yinagu, is constantly sending troops here." Sauron nodded and led a team of guards to the succubus camp. There was a succubus legion in the Forgotten Land, the third layer of the bottomless abyss. Due to the disappearance of the succubus queen, all the succubus legions were fighting for themselves, with many Radiant's nuns leading them to compete for status and power. And it was said that Sister Glory, who was in charge here, was a newborn. She became famous when she fought against the null god, Yinagu. When Sauron arrived at the camp, he saw the newborn Sister Glory, Cridiana. As the daughter created by the Queen of Succubus herself, Cridiana had amazing beauty, but these were not the main points. The main point was that as a Sister Glory, she was currently the most qualified to lead the Succubus Legion. Huh? When Sauron walked into the tent, Cridiana, who was being observed, was also observing Sauron. The demon lord in front of her gave her a sense of familiarity, but she didn't quite remember why. It seemed that the other party's aura had touched a little of her memory, and some vague pictures flashed faintly. But when she turned her gaze to the high succubus next to Sauron, the Sister Glory couldn't help but tremble, and then she looked away without leaving a trace. Sauron obviously noticed this. So he turned around and took a deep look at the high succubus next to him. To be able to make the Sister Glory in front of him have such a big reaction, her identity was probably not that simple. "Your Excellency Sauron." At this time, the eight-armed snake demon had not come over yet. Cridiana in front of him bowed slightly to Sauron and suddenly said, "I think the succubus next to you seems very interesting. Why don't you give her to me? I'm willing to exchange a succubus legion for her." I was discovered. Hearing Cridiana's words, the high succubus next to Sauron suddenly trembled. She could hide it from Rachel, but it was difficult to hide it from her own daughter, especially when she had just created her. Cridiana obviously felt something from her, so she suddenly spoke to Sauron. "Is there really something fishy?" Sauron was puzzled, but at this time, he turned his head to the high succubus next to him and said, "What do you think? If you don't want to, I won't send you there by force." At this moment, Mechanut, who had turned into an ordinary succubus, naturally had some thoughts in her mind. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Since this Sister Glory values me so much, I don't mind following her. This problem must be solved." Especially when the null god Yinagu suddenly attacked, Mechanut thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. With Cridiana's recent birth, it was unlikely that she would betray her. At present, it was indeed not suitable for her to show up, so if there was an agent at this time, it should help her control the Succubus Legion. Unfortunately, Sauron should have been aware of her identity. Originally, according to her plan, she was going to use this demon lord well, but it seemed impossible at the moment. Sure enough, there was something fishy. Sauron immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. The identity of the high succubus next to him was not simple. If she was not another Sister Glory, then she must be the missing succubus queen herself, otherwise, why would Cridiana go over when she saw her at a glance? Unfortunately, now was not the time to be entangled with this, because just when Mechanut stood behind Cridiana, another secondary demon lord, an eight-armed snake demon, had arrived. The three demon armies gathered. The other Baelor demon lord did not appear at this time, either betraying them or wanting to take advantage of the situation. Although the demon army fought very fiercely, there was also a drawback. That was, most of the strategies and tactics were not used. Once the battle started, it was either an overwhelming victory or they could only be left to their own devices because most demons would not listen to commands after entering the battle. There was no other way. Chaotic and evil creatures were like this. Therefore, the meeting of the three demon lords was also very simple. There was basically no need to discuss any tactics. They brought an army of nearly 500,000 demons. With such a large demon army, they only needed to push forward. The whole plan took less than half an hour to discuss, and then the three demon lords immediately decided to launch an attack in the afternoon and directly take down a fortress that was originally occupied by the Succubus Legion. Of course, the discussion of the attack actually took less than 3 minutes. The rest of the time was more to form an alliance agreement. Since they were going to help the Succubus Legion deal with the Gnolls, Soren and the 8-armed snake demon naturally had something they needed. Soren really left the Succubus Queen disguised as a high succubus in the camp. Since discovering her unusual identity, Sauron felt that she was a ticking time bomb. Although it was still fun to play with her, a successful demon lord could not indulge in playing with succubus. Cristiana was very trustworthy. This Sister of Radiance really sent a succubus army over at noon. There were a total of 121 succubus, among which there were more than a dozen high succubus. They were a regular succubus formation, which was just right to be commanded by the lady boss. This deal did not seem to be a loss. Using a total of succubus in exchange for a large group of succubus, even if they were just playing, they should be able to play for a long time, at least for the other demon lords. Succubus Camp. When Sauron and the 8-armed snake demon left, Cristiana immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Mother, I have been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be here. Why did you suddenly disappear? Now the entire Succubus Legion is torn apart. The sisters are fighting for the power you left behind." It seemed that there was no way to continue the disguise. Cristiana saw through her identity at a glance, and Mechanut could only show her original appearance. With a dazzling brilliance, a graceful figure appeared. Her gorgeous red lips always had a raging smile, her long black hair was scattered, and her eyes were flowing with fiery red *****. Her wide wings spread out behind her, and sharp knife-like claws could be seen on the joints. A flat and slender demon tail had a curved thorn at the end. The Succubus Queen was wearing an exquisite silk robe with a studded belt around her slender waist. At this moment, she was playing with a long whip made of fine gold thorns that could burst out electric sparks. This was her original appearance. Because the Succubus Queen Mechanut's disguise, and performance ability was as high as more than 600 points, Sauron could not see through her disguise at all. "My daughter." The Succubus Queen, who had restored her original appearance, had her own momentum. She looked down at Sister Radiance in front of her and said slowly, "This is a special time. I need to use some means to make my enemies jump out so that I can destroy them." The Avatar crisis forced her out, although she also had her own plans. But at this time, she must put on a confident look, so Mechanut said, "I can't show up yet, don't leak any information about me. The most important thing now is to defeat the Gnoll god, Yeenagu. The Forgotten Land must not fall into his hands." As an old opponent of thousands of years, Mechanut knew very well that if the Forgotten Land was controlled by the Gnolls, the Succubus Legion in the upper 2 layers of space would be in danger. It might even threaten her important assistant, Red Shroud, who occupied the first layer of the abyss. The mighty army of demons gathered together. Sauron's army was on the flank of the demon army. Compared to the other demon lords' armies, there were more demon mercenaries. The arms trade in the Galumba arena had already started. Through the Yugoloth network, Sauron even kept in contact with a big demon on the first level of the Bautor Inferno. The equipment that was eliminated by the demon army was transported to Sauron's territory by the Yugoloths through the river Styx every once in a while, and then sold to other demons. This was the unspoken rule of the Abyss. Many demon weapons and equipment came from the demon's arsenal. Sauron felt good after sending away a ticking time bomb. According to his judgment, there was a 50% chance that the ticking time bomb was the Queen of Succubus herself. When he thought about how he actually slept with the Queen of Succubus and tried all kinds of positions, it was really King exciting. It was fine if he didn't know her identity, but after knowing her identity, Sauron would never dare to keep her around. In the afternoon. According to the agreement, the demon army launched an attack on the fortress occupied by the Gnolls. It was an extremely strong steel fortress, and the walls had been solidified by blood. Obviously, the Gnolls paid a great price when they took it. There were about 20 to 30,000 Gnolls here. Their numbers were far less than the demon army, but their quality was much better than the low-grade demons. Dong. Dong, dong. Accompanied by the silent sound of war drums, the demon army launched their first attack. Sauron's figure stood at the back of the army, watching a group of Varro's army driving the dretches forward. This was the usual tactic used by demons. They first sent a group of low-grade demons to die, trying to consume some of the enemy's regenerative power. There was no doubt. This tactic was very effective, because when hundreds of thousands of dretches were driven to the battlefield, the gnolls in the steel fortress could not help but become nervous. There were countless low-grade demons. Among Sauron's army of more than 100,000 demons, nearly 60,000 of them were reincarnated demons that had recently gathered in the wilderness. They were all free cannon fodder. Only demons that advanced through death and slaughter had a chance to rise. The sky was filled with arrows. These gnolls were completely different from the gnolls that Sauron had seen before. They were more like a real army. Under the first wave of attack, thousands of low-grade demons fell. The smell of blood filled the battlefield, and many dretch corpses were trampled into meat paste by their companions. Regarding this, all the high-grade demons did not seem to care. Even if the casualties of the dretches exceeded tens of thousands, they did not care at all. This was the bottomless abyss. If you don't want to enter this purgatory field, you either don't do evil while you're alive, firmly believe in a god, or make yourself strong enough. Life was so cheap in the abyss. After getting close to the steel fortress, the death rate of the dretches increased sharply. Suddenly, 10 to 20,000 dretches fell under the wall, and the pile of corpses was already 3 to 5 meters high. Some dretches tried to escape, but they were greeted by the grinning Hezru. These Hezru did not hesitate to tear apart the low-grade demons that tried to escape. Demons won't reason with you. Hundreds of thousands of dretches finally began to cause casualties to the gnolls, and the ghouls began to appear on the battlefield as a substitute. The gnoll god, Yeenagu, had conquered the ghoul king, so he had to face the disgusting undead creatures in every battle. After all, the courage of the dretches was limited. Even under the supervision of the middle-grade demons, when the casualties reached 30 to 40,000, a large number of dretches could not help but retreat. Tens of thousands of dretches were defeated from the front line, and there was no way to stop it. However, the other demons did not care because they had already exhausted the enemy's strength. With the defeat of tens of thousands of dretches, the middle-grade demons, as the backbone, began to gradually appear. The thick-skinned Hezru rushed to the front. They did not care about the arrow attack because as long as it did not hit their vital points, it would not affect them. The Varros and cunning Hezru wandered around. These demons were insidious and cunning when they were alive, and even more so after reincarnation. Behind them were the Hezru who were responsible for climbing the wall. These were the absolute main force. Basically, the Hezru were ferocious and violent mortals when they were alive. The challenge level of the Hezru was as high as level 11, which was enough to suppress the gnolls. Behind them were the judgment demons and curse demons. The number of these demons was small, and they were close to the strength of the high-grade demons. As support troops, they could attack the weakness of the gnolls at any time. At the end of the line were the six-armed Marillion and Baelor demons. The elite troops of the succubus army were also here, ready to attack the interior of the steel fortress at any time. Dong dong dong. The Hezru quickly approached the city wall. They roared and climbed up the wall. Their tenacious vitality allowed them to not fall so quickly. When they got close to the wall, they could pull the gnolls down with just a gentle pull. A fierce war of attrition began. Although the demon army suffered many casualties, the number of gnolls also increased. When the time was right, Sauron glanced at the eight-armed Marillion lord not far away. The eight-armed Marillion also nodded at Sauron. Then, the assassin demons and the six-armed Marillion were sent to the battlefield. The six-armed Marillion was born to be a killing machine. When they entered the fortress with the help of advanced teleportation, the gnolls' casualties began to increase. The six-armed Marillion was born to be good at group battles. Dozens of gnolls besieged a six-armed Marillion, but they could not gain the upper hand at all. Instead, they could not get close to the six-armed Marillion at all. The assassin demons were the gods of death on the battlefield. Every time they appeared, a gnoll officer would be killed. To some extent, the middle-grade demons, including the Hezru and Berserk demons, were all cannon fodder for the demon army. The only difference was that the level of the cannon fodder was a little higher. The key to victory was these high-grade demons with amazing strength. It's about time. Sauron frowned and looked into the distance. As if he had noticed something, he ordered, "Attack." With the dull sound of a horn, all the demons were sent to the battlefield. The demon mercenaries also began to participate in the battle. The demons and goblins had already begun to prepare spells. Boom! With the appearance of a raging fire, Sauron's figure directly appeared inside the steel fortress. He was shrouded in fire. He held a flame whip that was more than 10 meters long in one hand and a huge beheading sword that was more than 6 meters long in the other. Every step he took left a scorched mark on the ground within 30 meters. Many jack-o'-lanterns were caught on fire before they could even get close to him, and then they were burned to death while howling in pain. Sauron seemed to have an innate advantage against creatures with long hair all over their bodies. A team of demon hunters was guarding Sauron. These were all demon hunters that had been converted in the past month. They were heroic spirits from the body of faith, transformed by the demon genes of the Baelor demons. They had inherited Sauron's curved sword ability, could use sacrificial fire abilities, and could fly with the demon wings on their back. The only flaw was that they could not use greater teleportation at the moment. These demon hunters were all born with extraordinary dexterity. They wandered around Sauron and hunted gnolls. When the number of enemies increased, these demon hunters were all covered in fire. They looked like mini Balrog, and their combat power had increased a lot. This was the first time the demon hunters had actually fought in a war. At present, Sauron had converted a total of 12 demon hunters. With the construction of his kingdom in the future, the number of demon hunters would gradually increase. Sauron could not always rely on the demon mercenaries. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the abyss, even ordinary demons were not enough to rely on. He had to have a demon army that was completely loyal to him and created by him. The demon hunters would be the core combat form of the future kingdom. What Sauron needed to do now was to gradually expand the scale of his reincarnation and figure out the parts that needed to be filled in the demon hunters. Finally, he would perfectly replicate them in his kingdom. The balance of the battle began to tilt. Gnolls died in large numbers, and ghouls were also turned into charcoal in Sauron's fire. The 8-armed Naga Lord also entered the battlefield. He bowed slightly towards Sauron, as if he was in awe of the power of the Baelor demon lord. The 6-armed Naga was born lower than the flame demon, and even the Baelor demons were not as high as the flame demon. Sauron had the advantage over the 8-armed Naga Lord. The gnolls began to collapse. When the death rate reached about 50%, the gnolls began to flee. The stronghold fell back into the hands of the succubus army, but at this time a howl suddenly came from afar, and then a dense gnoll army appeared in front of them. The Gate of Assembly, the second army of the Gnoll King Inigo. If they had taken the steel stronghold a little later, when the reinforcements arrived, the battle would not have been so easy. When the Gnoll reinforcements appeared, the succubus army urgently mobilized to defend the stronghold. But surprisingly, after the Gnoll reinforcements saw that the stronghold had been taken, they gave up moving forward and retreated in the direction of the Gate of Assembly. They temporarily gave up attacking. However, the Gnoll god Inigo would never give up so easily. They must be gathering more troops. When the main force of the Gnoll army on the 422nd floor of the Abyss was teleported to the 3rd floor of the Forgotten Land, they would launch a fierce attack again. But this would take a little time. For Sauron, this battle was over. According to the covenant he signed with the other 2 demon lords, after repelling the Gnoll army, all the land south of the Bleak Wind Tundra belonged to him in name. This piece of land was about the size of 10,000 islands of Mordor. Although all the land in the abyss was desolate, if he occupied such a large territory, it was enough for Sauron to become one of the 3 demon lords in the 3rd floor of the Forgotten Land. What was more important was that, in this vast and desolate land, there were rich minerals unique to the abyss. P.S. I've finally finished writing the manuscript. The update of the Abyss Lord is starting to stabilize. South of Bleak Wind Tundra was mostly barren mountains. Even demons didn't pay much attention to such land. They preferred plains. Galumba Arena was built in the relatively flat part of the mountains. Because there was a mine nearby, the demons and goblins gradually grew stronger. But now, all of this belonged to Sauron. The only threat to him was the sleeping abyssal demon dragon. If no one went to disturb this abyssal demonic dragon, then it ought to sleep for a period of time, because everyone knew that when Long E fell into sleep, the time was counted in years. This abyssal demon dragon had been sleeping for almost 2 years so far. If it wasn't for the appearance of Sauron, perhaps it would have slept until the end of the Avatar crisis. This might be the luck of the dragons. Because the duration of the Avatar crisis was actually very short for the dragons, many dragons unknowingly escaped the most turbulent period of the multiverse in their sleep. Naturally, the barren mountainous terrain had its advantages. Although there were no abyss worms and dretch that often reincarnated as souls, these mountains were very rich in minerals, and even copper and iron ore could be seen in the open. This was a great temptation for demons because they could directly mine the minerals, then make them into weapons and sell them to other demons. This time, the Demon Lord Alliance nominally gave 1/3 of the land of Forgotten Land to Sauron. But in fact, if Sauron wanted to control these lands, he had to do something very important, and that was to conquer the other strong people in this land. The Null army had temporarily retreated. Yennegu was not an ignorant brute. After knowing that the demon lords of the third layer of the abyss had united, he would certainly mobilize enough troops to launch another attack. The casualties of the Nulls alone were too great. Yennegu was cruel and ruthless to other races, but he was very kind to the Nulls. He would certainly gather the army of the Ghoul King as a consumption. In this way, other demon lords would have buffer time. The main body of the material plane was in the process of building the Divine Kingdom. Fortunately, the third wave of impact did not affect the outer islands, which gave Sauron enough time to develop. The first place Sauron chose to conquer was the Abyssal Blood Pool. There was a very important place to the south of the frigid wind tundra. It was an abyssal pool of blood that was born in the mountains. This was an endless supply of troops, labor, consumables, and cannon fodder. To any demon lord, occupying the abyssal blood pool was a very important part of their plan. Because this represented an endless supply of regenerative resources, he did not have to go to the wilderness to collect those wandering dretches. However, it was not easy to occupy the abyssal blood pool. As mentioned before, there was a creature called the Mother of Worms. It was a huge creature that had the power of a demigod and was responsible for guarding the abyssal blood pool. Sauron and the demon hunters came in a mighty manner. Because of the abyssal blood pool, the land here was dark red. There were many wandering dretches. They were a group of cowards. They did not dare to wander in the wilderness of the bottomless abyss. They could only wander around the abyssal blood pool, waiting for a worm that accidentally walked out, and then they would pounce on it one by one. The Mother of Worms did not allow other demons to get close to the blood pool, but it would not stop the stupid abyssal worms that ran out of its protection range. When Sauron arrived, he saw a group of dretches eating a few worms that ran out. Then he did not hesitate to recruit these cowards. The Galumba Arena was preparing to mine minerals. He needed a lot of demon labor to mine. Dretches were weak. But they were only equivalent to demons. For humans, dretches with 12 points of strength were stronger than adult men. Sizzle. The arrival of Sauron instantly aroused the vigilance of the Mother of Worms. With a dull sound, the nearby abyssal worms dispersed. The Mother of Worms moved its huge body and appeared in front of Sauron. Boom! Sauron waved his hand and signaled the other high-grade demons to step back. Then he took a step forward and activated the body of flame. His whole body was covered in raging flames. This terrible flame made the Mother of Worms take a step back. I am the embodiment of power. Sauron opened the wide demon wings behind him. A flame whip of more than 10 meters appeared. The huge beheading sword was burning with blazing flames. He flew into the air and looked down at the Mother of Worms in front of him. He did not hide his power and fully displayed the pressure and strength of a demon lord. He roared at the Mother of Worms, "This is my territory. All demons must listen to my orders." The raging flames surged. Sauron waved his hand and a huge fireball fell from the sky. It directly blasted a huge pit beside the Mother of Worms. He roared, "Lowly worm. From today onwards, I am your master. I will take over this abyssal blood pool and provide troops for my demon army. You must submit to me. Otherwise, you can only choose death." Intimidation. As a demon lord, Sauron could avoid some battles because intimidation was enough to deal with most enemies. The Mother of Worms trembled slightly. Facing the aggressive Sauron, it felt a trace of fear. After a long time, it lowered its head. Then a row of data appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. Intimidation successful. You have successfully subdued the Mother of Worms, legendary creature. You have gained control of this abyssal blood pool. From now on, the Mother of Worms will not allow demons who are not loyal to you to take worms from the abyssal blood pool. You have successfully occupied the abyssal blood pool. The Mother of Worms' submission accidentally caused the abyssal blood pool to fall into Sauron's hands. He slowly descended from the sky, retracted the raging flames on his body, and walked near the blood pool. In front of him was a dense swarm of worms. These were the basic forms of demons. All demons could evolve from abyssal worms. They were the wealth of the bottomless abyss, collecting scattered souls for reincarnation. Having an abyssal blood pool was equivalent to having a treasure bowl for a demon lord. He could continuously harvest wealth and subordinates from it. Of course, the premise was that he could defeat the Mother of Worms. Come. Send troops to guard. Here immediately. Sauron quickly retreated from the abyssal blood pool. Because of his pressure, all the worms nearby trembled and shrank, branding the breath of a terrible demon lord deep in their souls. Sauron looked down at all this and ordered, from now on, I want you to guarantee that a group of demons can be born from here every day. I need a lot of troops to strengthen my army. Occupying the abyssal blood pool was just the beginning. Sauron still had many challenges to conquer this land, and the next one was something very disgusting in the bottomless abyss. Boda corpse. This was a terrible undead creature. They wandered in the bottomless abyss and were full of hatred for all living creatures. Boda corpses would attack all demons. They were rarely enslaved by demon lords, unless the demon lord was also undead. There was such a group of Boda corpses in Sauron's territory. They were a serious threat to Sauron's wealth. Because many demons born in the wilderness, who could be recruited by Sauron and sent to the mines to dig, were killed by these Boda corpses. It was not easy to deal with them. Sauron gathered nearly 30,000 demons for this purpose, and at the same time, he also sent out some fire demons he created. Sauron was moving on the path of the Balor demon lord. During this time, he had selected excellent souls and cultivated about 6 fire demons from them. As long as they were given an evolution plan, they could become high-grade flame demons. This was a fierce battle, even if Sauron personally joined the battle. By the time these Boda corpses were eliminated, his demon army had lost nearly 10,000 demons. But it was all worth it. Because as long as the Boda corpses were eliminated, all the demons in the nearby wilderness could be recruited by Sauron, and this little army could be recovered in time. Sauron was cleaning up his territory. He needed to eliminate a lot of creatures, such as demon-hunting spiders, twisted mortals, various undead creatures, and wandering demons. Because it was close to the top of the bottomless abyss, there might also be traces of demons here. A large territory meant more reincarnation opportunities. While constantly consuming the demon army, Sauron also had a group of intermediate demons under his command because of the battle. At the same time, in the process of conquering these territories, the demon army under Sauron's command also became larger. After eliminating the third batch of undead creatures, Sauron's demon army had reached the scale of more than 200,000, although most of them were low-grade demon cannon fodder. At the same time, dozens of kilometers north of the Garuba Arena, an abyssal mine led by Ugros and managed by the demons and goblins had already begun operations. Thousands of low-grade demons were sent to work in the mine, continuously transporting all kinds of ores. Some of them were sent to the arsenal opened by the demons, while the other part of the refined ores were sent to the Lord's mansion. No one knew where these metals went. They only knew that since the mine started operating, a batch of metals was sent to the Lord's mansion every day, but they had never seen any finished metal being transported out. No one dared to ask more. And the demons didn't care much about where these metals went. They only cared about how they had more power and could control more demons. The Lord had become stronger, and how they could continue to climb up. The mines began to operate one by one. A large number of metals were forged into weapons, and nearly half of the output was sent to a place called Motor City. P.S. Yeah. Trying to recover and update every day. Bertram felt that he had been crazy recently. He was an official of the City Hall of Mordor. He was originally a private teacher of a noble family near the south coast. He was expelled because he hooked up with the charming hostess, and finally became a pirate's military counselor. He was one of the first batch of officials in Mordor. Now his position in the city hall was equivalent to that of a supervisor. He still remembered the scene of going to the temple for the assessment when he was appointed. At that time, he was really scared out of his wits, because a priest actually used a lie detection spell on him and asked him about his identity in detail. Originally, he thought that it was impossible for a tainted person like him to become an official, but he didn't expect that he actually passed. At that time, he was the one who hooked up with a noble woman, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who seduced the noble woman. On the surface, this aristocrat appeared to be sanctimonious, but in private, he was full of evil tricks. The methods he used to whitewash himself were one after another. Anyway, he started to enter the city hall at that time and slowly sat up from a clerk. Maybe for the city of Mordor, they didn't care about using some talents with tainted experience. Bertram had a lot to do recently. He came to a warehouse in the south of Mordor City early this morning before dawn. There were already a lot of metal ingots piled up here, and there were 3 grey dwarves squatting and drinking next to them. Old Copper. Bertram greeted the leader of the grey dwarves in front of him, and then said, "How is it? Have you finished counting this batch of metal?" Since last week, a large number of metal ingots had secretly appeared in Mordor City. No one knew where these metal ingots came from. Bertram did not see any ships transporting goods from other places, nor did he know any trade news from other channels. They seemed to have come out of thin air, and then were assigned to him by the city hall to deal with them. As an old man in Mordor City, Bertram knew very well that he shouldn't ask too much or think too much when encountering such things that he didn't understand. He just needed to do the things assigned by the higher-ups honestly, because knowing too much about some things was not good for him. "I'm done." Since coming to Mordor City, Bertram found that the grey dwarves he met were drinking almost every day. Old Copper stood up, handed over a document, and said, "There are a total of 6,720 metal ingots, thousands more than the last batch. But the craftsmanship of these metal ingots is still so bad. It's completely shoddy processing. Any dwarf apprentice can do it better than them. But there seem to be other special metals in this batch of metal ingots. I need to take them back and refine them. Maybe there will be some unexpected discoveries. The last batch of metal has already been smelted. You can send someone to the blacksmith to retrieve it later." Bertram nodded, then signed and sealed the document. The grey dwarves quickly got to work. With the help of a group of apprentices, they transported the ingots back to their base. "Boss," a drunken grey dwarf said, "there are many impurities in these ingots. However, judging from the characteristics of the mineral, it doesn't seem to be from our world. Because we can't even recognize some of them." Old Copper turned and gave him a cold stare, and whispered, "Don't ask if you don't know. These metal ingots are not minerals of our world. They seem to come from below." Speaking of this, Old Copper pointed to his feet. Of course, he was not referring to the Underdark, because the grey dwarfs themselves lived in the Underdark. They knew almost all the minerals in the Underdark. He was referring to the lower plane, from other worlds. The grey dwarf heard this and suddenly shivered. He then looked around nervously and stopped talking. Since these metals were not from this world, but from the lower plane, no matter where they came from, there were too many things involved. It was better for them not to know. Bertram also felt that this batch of metals was strange, but he was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. After handing over this batch of metals, he immediately took people to the blacksmith. The second refining of the metals was neatly prepared. The steel was sent to the golem factory, the special metals were sent to the witch's residence, and the other batch was sent to the construction department of the city hall. Recently, when a new batch of buildings was being built in Mordor, steel seemed to be integrated into them. A steel bar as thick as a finger was poured together in the building, which could greatly increase the firmness of the building. After all this was done, it was already afternoon. Bertram was so tired that he was sweating profusely. He felt that he should go to the city hall tomorrow to request for more manpower, as the amount of metal delivered increased with every batch. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Mordor City. Study. A half-elf woman with an elegant face who looked about 30 years old stood in front of Soren. She was one of the officials of the city hall. It was different from other places. Maybe it was Soren's personal concept, or maybe it was because the witches here had sovereignty. Mordor City allowed women to be officials, of course, they must have the corresponding knowledge. The half-elf lady in front of him was one of the candidates who passed the assessment. She was originally the mistress of a noble family in Autumn-Fall. My lord. The half-elf lady in front of him rolled her eyes. She did not dare to look at Soren directly, but her eyes flickered a little. She whispered, "The third batch of metal ingots has been delivered." The grey dwarfs found some rare metals associated with them, and a small amount of fine gold was found in the third batch of ingots. The production of the steel golem is on track. The current supply of metal ingots is enough to last until next month. This is the document of statistics. My lord, you can have a look. Soren took the document and glanced at it, then handed it back and said, "Very good. I'll leave this to you. I'll mobilize some people from the city hall to be your assistants. If there's nothing else, you can go." The beautiful half-elf lady took the document respectfully. Her eyes stayed on Soren's body for a moment, then she bowed her head and left. As the master of Mordor, the master of the shadows, the protector of the half-elves, and a true god walking in the mortal world, there were many beautiful half-elves who wanted to climb into Soren's bed. Soren was not surprised by this, but he would not care about it. He knew very well what the mortals wanted. Just as immortal life and youthful appearance alone were enough for many noble ladies to think of ways to climb into his bed and deliver themselves to his door, naked and naked. But Soren had gradually adapted to the identity of a god. Unless there was a good enough candidate, it was almost difficult for him to be tempted. Sometimes it was like this. Before Soren became a god, someone could easily walk into his life and become an important person around him. But if he missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy to get close to him again. The iron golem has started to operate. Soren sorted out the documents in front of him, and then said to himself, according to the historical progress, there will be 3 months before the fourth wave of elemental turmoil. More than half of the Avatar crisis has passed without us noticing. The gods were still trying to restrain themselves, but this restraint could not last long. With the appearance of the 4 main elemental gods, the real war of the gods broke out. The confrontation between wind and earth. The collision between water and fire. The 4 main elemental gods had a congenital rejection. The first to fight were the water elemental god and the fire elemental god, followed by the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god. The struggle of the 4 elemental ancient gods directly provoked the nerves of all the gods, and led to the outbreak of the war between the divine systems again. Unlike other gods, the 4 elemental ancient gods really did not care about the life and death of the material plane. Because they themselves did not have many believers in the material plane. They rarely left the elemental plane, so when they met in the material plane, it was almost like Mars colliding with the Earth. We need more golems. Soren fell into deep thought and murmured, the army of Mordor City can fight against mortals, but they can't fight against the real Devil Legion. We must build the Golem Legion during the Arcane Empire. Only in this way can we prove that we can fight against the devil. Maybe it's time to contact the Thaling in the mechanical realm of Nirvana. Soren had foreshadowed a long time ago. He had allowed the tower spirits to leave freely so that he could borrow their power when necessary. The Abyss, the third layer, the Forgotten Land. The demon Sauron sat on the throne of the magnificent palace. On his left and right were 2 beautiful succubus who were serving as vases and maids. They knelt at the feet of Sauron obediently, rubbing his shoulders and legs from time to time, and bringing food and wine to his mouth. In front of Sauron was the demon goblin warlock, who was currently responsible for most of the accounts of the Galumba arena. The Western Mine needs 3 times more manpower. Sauron looked down at the demon goblin in front of him, and the Yugoloth next to him, and said in a deep voice, "My servant found some adamantine in this mine. It can make us better weapons. Now I appoint you as the manager of the Western Mine. You will lead the more than 30,000 demons of the 6th Legion. My request is to increase the output of the Western Mine by more than 3 times within a week." It turned out that it did not do anything wrong. The demon goblin warlock was relieved when he heard the words, and quickly expressed his loyalty, "Your Excellency." There is no problem. I'll bring people over now. It was just adamantine. It thought that it was a little financial embezzlement that was discovered. It seemed that it had to be more careful in the future. Pure black or white was not a good thing for the whole world. Just like Soren, although he admired the lofty faith of the god of light, he would never agree with his ideas. Even the daughter of the god of light, the goddess of agriculture, who inherited the priesthood of the Mother of Earth, could not agree with this. If this was not the case, the goddess of agriculture would not have another set of gods of her own. The devils were always so careful. After the tentative attacks began to be counterattacked by the churches of the gods, their little tricks immediately reduced a lot. Unlike the ancient elemental gods, the churches of the other gods were basically in the material plane. The material plane was a very important source of their believers. So the gods, whether good or evil, maintained the same general direction, that was, they must never let the material plane fall into the control of the devils. It was a peaceful night. Soren did not know when he became more and more accustomed to watching the stars at night because it could tell him the current situation of the gods. The stars in the sky were dim. Although there were not many battles during this time, there were still gods with weak divine power who fell one after another. For example, Juraglin, the god of death of the halfling. He fell. Without any warning, his fall seemed to be related to Naruto. Naruto was known as the enemy of good, the abomination of life, the bringer of darkness, the king of gloom, and the reaper of flesh and blood. His faith in the material plane was mainly distributed in the desert area. He was not a god who used the material plane as the main source of faith. Naruto also had his own churches in other planes. Just like almost most of the drows believed in the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, if there were traces of drows in other planes, they would also bring Lolth's faith there. Priesthood plunder was the main theme of the Avatar crisis. As a mid-level god, as long as Naruto was given a chance, he could kill other gods who were in charge of death. It was obvious. He seized this opportunity, but he also angered the main god of the halfling. Perhaps because the main faith was not in the material plane, Naruto was not too afraid of it. As for the traces of other gods, it was not clear, but it was said that there were traces of the crocodile god in the northwest. Mordor City was like a strong fortress. The abyss had entered an important buffer period. Before Yeenagu, the Null god, launched another attack, Soren had enough time to do something else. His destination was the mechanical realm of the clock's nirvana. It was a world that he had planned for a long time and only had time to go to today. More importantly, he learned about the ancient god's corpse from the Xianxias. This was a very important source of divinity for Soren. A well-preserved ancient god's corpse could give him a lot of divinity. Astral teleportation. Soren's figure appeared in the astral plane along with the radiance of divinity. The gods were naturally knowledgeable about planes. He easily locked onto the mechanical realm of nirvana and used his divine power to teleport to the vicinity of this plane. Mechanical nirvana of clockwork, this was a plane of ultimate order. It was the birthplace of all planes of order. It was the machine that adjusted the multiverse. It was said that its birth was related to the original, time, law of the multiverse and represented the highest standard of order. Looking down at the entire mechanical realm from the astral plane, its shape was like a water droplet-shaped clock, and it had an obvious tree-shaped domain. Note, the mechanical realm is occasionally called the Tree of Time. In the mechanical realm, each law constituted an independent gear kingdom, and all operations rotated according to their own rules. Each cog acted on a huge amount of computing data. Except for those puzzling legal functions, even the divine powers could not understand the effect of these data. The mechanical realm was the straightest and flattest of all the outer planes. It was like a huge machine created by an unknown existence, operating according to a specific law. This plane was not as natural as other worlds, because at a glance, one could feel a very strong sense of structure. It was said that there was a great divine power called the Lord of Time. They might still exist, or they might have died. At least the gods had not seen them, and the mechanical realm of nirvana of clockwork was said to be their masterpiece. Generations of arcanists had tried to find the most original mystery from it. Soren entered the interior of the mechanical realm. It was not much different from other planes. The mechanical realm had a unique gravity characteristic, which meant that the gravity of the entire mechanical realm was different. Some places were close to the gravity of a material plane, and some places were more than 10 times the gravity of a material plane. If one did not have the strength of a legendary level, it was extremely difficult to even walk in some places of the mechanical realm. This was also why Soren had not entered the mechanical realm until now. Although it was related to time, and the entire plane was like a clock, in fact, the flow of time in the mechanical realm was the same as in other planes. There was no sign of time passing too fast or too slow. In theory, the space in this plane was infinite. Although the gears in the mechanical realm were limited, the characteristic of this plane was that it could be expanded infinitely. It was made up of countless gears, and the smallest one was the size of a standard island. It was unknown how amazing the power was to be able to create such a plane. Large and small gears and parts made up the clock, and the size of the clock was about the same as the continental shelf of Asia. Some useless gears floated around the mechanical realm. There were some void creatures living on them, and they were full of hostility toward outsiders. This was a plane that completely distorted the concept of reality. If visitors from other material planes came, everything they knew would be overturned. The entire mechanical realm was fixed with spells. At least the power of lesser divine power was needed to change the mechanical realm. Ordinary things had to be changed with spells and physical effects. The characteristic of the mechanical realm was time. However, no one knew how to trigger it, so this plane had no elemental or energy characteristics. In the mechanical realm, there was a strong tendency toward order. Anyone who was not in the lawful camp would receive a negative effect of -2 in all charm, wisdom, and intelligence. In other words, this plane was very extreme, and was very unfriendly to the neutral camp and the chaotic camp. The magic characteristics of the mechanical realm were normal, and most spells could be cast normally. The place Soren arrived at was a very large gear. The area was almost the size of a kingdom, and there was a portal in his sight. These ancient portals were scattered all over the mechanical realm. Some were damaged, but some were still functioning. Some of the ancient constructs were still maintaining the normal operation of the mechanical realm. They would repair these portals regularly, and the natives were able to reach the other gears through the portals through the connection between the gears. The portals here were connected to the outer plane and the astral space. Half of the time, there was a green light around the portals, similar to gears, and slowly rotating rings. This represented the purpose, direction, and position of the portal. One had to have more than 350 knowledge and had studied both the astral space and the mechanical realm to be able to understand these words and understand where the portal led to. At the same time, many portals opened according to time. The entire mechanical realm was like a huge clock, and when it ran to a certain time, some portals would open. Once it appeared, the opening of the portal would usually remain for at least an hour, and it could last for as long as 24 hours. It was extremely dangerous to casually teleport in the mechanical realm. The natives of the mechanical realm were building their homes on the cogs in the void. There were usually no wild animals or plants on the surface of the cogs, but colonists from various planes, including the main plane, the 9 hells, mountain paradise, and other planes, had transformed the surface of the cogs where they were into various mazes, gardens, and nature reserves. In other words, the entire mechanical realm was a huge mechanical clock. Most of the animals, plants, and even the soil on the surface were brought over by the natives who had migrated here over a long period of time. Almost all the natives living in the mechanical realm were not complete real creatures, they were constructs, of course. There was another very dangerous creature here, the Fermi ant tribe. Their nest ran through the entire mechanical realm. These ant-like creatures looked for all the colonies they could see, and then like worker bees, they swallowed everything living on them into their nest and made these things obey the laws of their queen. This branch of the astral insect tribe was the #1 killer in the mechanical realm. Soon, Soren encountered one of them. As the soil was turned over, a creature that looked like a giant ant appeared in front of him. After seeing Soren, it panicked a little and seemed to want to immediately drill back into the ground. But Soren would not give it the chance. With a flame arrow, Soren directly nailed it to the ground. The Fermi ant tribe was a very troublesome creature. Often, if one was let go, it would attract a large group. There were a small number of petitioners in the mechanical realm. The probability of encountering them was not high, just like how there were very few gods who had attached their kingdom to this plane. Vision in the mechanical realm was normal. The daytime in this plane was lit up by a sudden light from the void for 12 hours, and then it was completely dark for 12 hours. Hearing here was also normal, although sometimes there was a rumbling sound caused by the rotation of the cogs on the edge of the ground. Note, some planes' hearing and vision will be distorted. There was a type of building here called the nest cogs. They were the base of the Fermi ant tribe. Nest cities made of excellent buildings existed on the surface of the cogs and their colonies. Every colony kept thousands of workers, warriors, and foremen, as well as a dozen or more Fermi ant guards. No matter the situation, every cog only had one queen, and their orders were the absolute law of the cogs. There was a very special existence that must be mentioned here. That was, the mother of all ants. In the mechanical realm, there was an empire ruled by the Fermi ant tribe. They were constantly building colonies on the cogs of the mechanical realm, and a large number of Fermi ants lived on them. And in the heart of the Fermi ant tribe's empire, there were all the important colonies around the cogs, and the mother of all ants lived at the core. All the Fermi ants believed that the cog where the mother of all ants was at least 3,000 miles in diameter, and this cog was the core of all the cogs in the mechanical realm and moved the other cogs. Whether it was a fact or a simple belief, the two sides of the core cog were covered with a solemn nest city, and the surface was covered with a godlike light. The mother of all ants claimed to be a mid-level god, and although this claim was difficult to verify, the 33 highest-level Fermi ant queens always followed the mother of all ants to protect the safety of this ruler of the ants. The mother of all ants was Soren's biggest threat in the mechanical realm. This false god that claimed to have mid-level divine power had an inestimable strength, and alerting it would bring a lot of trouble to Soren. The mechanical realm of Nirvana was one of the ancient battlefields of the Order gods, so there were many corpses of ancient gods that appeared here in history, and at the same time, another special creature was born, the Faceless. Most of the Faceless wandered in the astral plane. But the chances of encountering them in the mechanical realm were also very high. These terrifying divine creatures were born from the flesh of ancient gods, and no one knew how they were born. But if a Faceless was born, then the ancient god's corpse floating in the astral plane would gradually disappear. P.S. Please recommend me. Exploring the mechanical realm was full of unpredictable accidents. This was because the land that made up the mechanical realm was made up of huge gears, and these gears moved slowly. Soren was here for the knowledge left behind by the Arcane Empire, as well as the bodies of the ancient gods that were floating around the mechanical realm. Therefore, he did not want to deal with the Fermi ants, nor did he want to meet the legendary mother of ants. The ants were very difficult to deal with among the insectoids, and they were even more dangerous than the mutated insectoids at the bottom of the abyss. However, after just a few miles, Soren encountered the Fermi ants again. This time, they were not workers, but Fermi ant warriors. There were more than 10 of them, and it was impossible to kill them with spells alone. Soren directly took out his curved sword and killed them all in a second. What's going on? Did I descend to the Fermi ants' gathering place? Soren obviously felt that something was wrong. It was rare to see groups of Fermi ant warriors in the wild, unless they wanted to colonize this place. The Fermi ants liked to expand their territory. They would occupy one gear after another, and then turn it into their own colony. If it were not for the other races restraining them, the Fermi ants could have occupied the entire mechanical realm. Huh? What's this? Soren suddenly found a small emblem next to the Fermi ants' corpses. This emblem looked very special, and it was a bit like the symbol of a monk sect. However, Soren knew that this was not a monk sect like the one in the material plane, but a sect of another kind of creature. It seemed that some of them also lived in the mechanical realm. Soren quickened his pace. Sure enough, there were many traces of battle ahead. Soon, he saw many Fermi ant corpses, as well as another kind of thinner people. Githzerai? Soren bent down to look at the corpses. The Githzerai were a bit similar to the Githyanki's, but they were a race that worshipped monks. There were many monks among the Githzerai, and they were monks with psionic powers. The Githzerai were born psionic monks. This area seems to be a gathering place for the Githzelii. Just by looking around, Soren could vaguely guess something. This was because there were buildings that were destroyed by the Fermi ants. It was clear that the expansion of the Fomite colonies had affected the homeland of the Githzerai, and conflict inevitably broke out. The Xianxians were very strong. There were at least a dozen Fomite corpses next to each Xianxian's corpse. But there were too many Fomites. According to the traces of the battle, the Xianxians should have been forced to abandon their homeland and retreat to the north. Soren stood where he was and thought for a while. Then he walked towards the north as well. The Githrii were a rare race. He had never seen a living Githrii with his own eyes. The footprints on the ground were getting more and more chaotic. It seemed that the retreating Xianxians were being chased by the Fomites. Soren couldn't help but quicken his pace, and then directly used fly. Sizzle, after moving forward for dozens of kilometers, Soren finally saw the Xianxians, but the battle was coming to an end. More than a dozen Xianxians were surrounded by hundreds of Fomites. Hundreds of people had already fallen on the ground, and even more Fomites had died. The fighting style of the Xianxians was very similar to that of the monks, but they could use psionic powers to fight. They also had some astral abilities and teleportation abilities. If there were no accidents, these Xianxians would eventually be all killed by the Fomites. Soren thought for a while and finally decided to make a move. He quietly slipped into the shadows, and then lurked close to the general of the Fomite ants. This kind of ant was very obvious. It was like the leader of a group of ants. Its body and head were much bigger. Shadow strike. There was no fanciful fighting. Soren just cut off the head of the ant general with one strike. Then, the Fomites couldn't help but fall into chaos. At this time, Soren also appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Fomites had fallen under his sword. The Fomites were in a panic. The invincible enemy made them feel afraid. When hundreds of Fomites died under Soren's sword, they finally began to retreat. On the other side, the surviving Xianxians had been staring at Soren as if they had seen a monster. They just watched Soren single-handedly defeat hundreds of Fomites. "Thank you for your help, sir." After defeating all the Fomites, an old Xianxian came in front of Soren. He put his hands together and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving my people." Sure enough, it was the style of a monk. The Xianxians were composed of sections. Just like the astral fortress of the Xianxians were composed of different factions of monks. "It's no trouble." Soren smiled and nodded slightly. Then he looked at them and said, "This should be regarded as a new colony by the Fomites. They won't give up easily. They should be back soon. It's better for you to move to another place." The old Xianxian nodded, then looked at the bodies of his people with a sad face. However, he believed in the teachings of the monk after all. He quickly collected his emotions and said, "Sir, you seem to be from another plane? Is there anything I can do for you?" The Xianxians didn't like to owe people favors. It seemed that people in the Order faction didn't like to owe people favors. Soren thought for a while and said, "I was asked by a friend to find some ruins related to the Arcane Empire in the mechanical realm. Do you know where it is?" During the Arcane Empire, there was a floating city in the mechanical realm. The Xianxian elder hesitated and said slowly, "The ruins of the Arcane Empire? Are you looking for the floating city?" The floating city fell in a city south of the Fomites. It has now become the base camp of the Fomites. There are probably tens of thousands of Fomites there. I don't recommend you go alone. Sure enough, the ant race, which was everywhere, was a problem. After hearing this, Soren couldn't help but frown, then nodded and said, "I understand. You should leave quickly. The Fomites should be back soon." After that, he turned and walked in the other direction. If the floating city really fell in the city of the Fomites, then it was very unwise for Soren to go alone because he wouldn't be able to bring anything back. However, he had already left some clues in the mechanical realm. It was very difficult to clean up tens of thousands of Fomites, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem if he could borrow some strength. "Looks like I'm going to find those Thaling." Thaling were very high-level Thaling lifeforms. In the mechanical realm, there were all kinds of metals and parts. There were many Thaling lifeforms here, and there were also special reapers. If these Thaling lifeforms wanted to gain a foothold in the mechanical realm, they would have to be integrated into the Thaling lifeforms. With their abilities, they could quickly create a batch of Thaling puppets in the mechanical realm. There must be a queen in the city of the Fomites. What Soren had to do was to deal with the queen, and then find other ways to deal with the other insects. If that didn't work, he could only teleport the golem army from Mordor City. He just didn't know if the alchemy tree in Mordor City could complete the interplanar teleportation battle. Soren thought about it seriously and felt that he should see if there were any other residents nearby. If he could provoke them to counterattack the fomites, it would greatly reduce the number of troops invested. Because in the mechanical realm, there were creatures from other planes. Angels, devils, blue dragons, green dragons, mind flayers, etc., could all live in the mechanical realm. However, according to Soren's habit, he still had to prepare a backup plan. So he transferred his mind to the third layer of the abyss, where the demon incarnation, Sauron, was. Although the mechanical realm was very unfriendly to the demons of the Chaos faction, if he could summon a demon army, it should solve a lot of problems. The third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. After a slow accumulation and the power buff brought by the crazy expansion of the territory, Sauron finally had a qualitative change. Name, Sauron. Race, demon. Form, Baelor, grade 6, large otherworld creature, interplanar, evil, level, creature level 27 attributes, strength 37, dexterity 25, constitution 31, intelligence 24, wisdom 25, charm 30. Alignment, lawful evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 545545 demonic power, 300610000 domain, rage, evil skills, sneak 285, deception 325, negotiation 315, literacy 275, intimidation 370, spell identification 220, use magic device 180, listen 245, detect 275, search 190, observation 300. Characteristics: damage reduction 15, night vision 60 feet, flame body, immunity to electric, flame and poison, acid and cold resistance 10, magic resistance 30, telepathy 100 feet, true knowledge abilities, burning explosion, eyes of fear, spirit of fear, body of flames, whip of flames, bind, demon claws, +1 natural magic weapon, demon skin, damage reduction +10, demon resistance, all resistances +10. Abilities: proficient in dual wielding, proficient in preemptive attacks, multiple attacks, weapon mastery, beheading sword, proficient in violent attacks. Spell-like abilities: soul manipulation, telekinesis, blasphemy, greater teleportation, fear, cast at will, fireball, 7 times a day, instant cast, dominate demon, once a day, summon demon army, telepathy. As a demon lord, Baelor was promoted. Sauron's strength was stronger than other Baelors. Even his average attributes were about 2 points higher. He was now walking the path of a Baelor demon lord. In the future, he would definitely need to evolve into a leader. From the beginning to the promotion, the strength of his demon incarnation had surpassed most of the demigods. Soren was now cultivating a permanent incarnation that was above the level of a demigod. In the future, it might even reach the level of a weak god. Soren entered the gathering place of the Fermi ants. It was an independent gear with an area about twice the size of Mordor City. There were a lot of Fermi ants gathered there, probably about 30 to 50,000 of them. The gravity of this gear seemed to be independent. After arriving at the gear, he could clearly feel the increase in gravity, which was about 1.5 times that of the material plane. The area of the floating city was very large. As soon as Soren arrived at the gear, he saw the broken outline. However, this floating city had been transformed into a nest by the Fermi ants, so he didn't know how much was left. He tried to get closer by hiding in the shadows, but when he approached the central hall of the ant tribe, he attracted the attention of some large female ants. Psionic sensing. These slightly plump ants were the Empress's guards. It was possible for a god in the form of a saint to be exhausted to death by human wave tactics. Soren observed the surroundings, left a space waymark, and left. There were too many Fermi ants, and their racial characteristics were a bit like a swarm of bees. If they attacked a single Fermi worker or Fermi warrior, there would be no problem. However, once someone attacked the queen of the Fermi ants, all the Fermi ants under her control would rush over to support. In other words, attacking the queen of the Fermi ants was like poking a hornet's nest. Tens of thousands of Fermi ants would immediately chase after you. Under normal circumstances, adventurers would never provoke the queen of the Fermi ants because the price to pay was too high. Soren left the gear through a green portal. He entered the shadows and wandered around. He discovered a gathering place of Huna demons, some wandering astral world hunters, and traces of a group of lustful demons. There were many demons in the mechanical realm. Lustful demons didn't look much different from succubus, but succubus had demon wings, while lustful demons mostly had fallen angel wings. Unless they were mixed-blood lustful demons, their wings were more feathered. Soren didn't like dealing with demons, because they wouldn't do anything without enough benefits. Even if they did, they would have all kinds of evil thoughts. He was just going to see if there would be any trouble nearby. If there was no problem, he was going to mobilize the power of the Thaling rune and the golem army of Moder to deal with the fomites. However, this attack was almost equivalent to a head-on war. Therefore, it would take some time to prepare. The military of Mordor City must follow the order, and at the same time, the interplanar astral teleportation also needed to be tested. They couldn't be careless in other planes. Otherwise, the golem army that Mordor City had painstakingly accumulated might be completely wiped out. Mordor City. In the blink of an eye, it was early June. In the fields outside Mordor City, there was a golden wheat wave that spread for more than 10 miles. It looked like a golden ocean. The heavy and plump ears of wheat looked so delightful. The joy of the harvest was everywhere in Mordor City. Winter wheat was planted in Mordor City. It was generally sown from mid to late September to early October last year, and ripened from the end of May to mid to late June the next year. In Soren's plan, the farming of Mordor City was closer to the farm economy and manor economy. The initial land reclamation was done by the clay golems, and then they dug ditches to irrigate the farmland, fertilize and clean it up with precision farming. The witches had even cast the stone to mud spell during the initial stages of land reclamation. In a world without magic, the harvest in the first year of reclamation would not be much. But in a world with magic and gods, everything became possible. Mordor City ushered in a bumper harvest. From the establishment of Mordor City to the present, Soren had always needed food from the south coast and other places, but this year's bumper harvest directly offset the dependence of Mordor City on food from the outside world. At present, the harvest of food had not been completed, so it was impossible to calculate how much this year's harvest was. However, according to the statistics of Mordor City City Hall officials, the food harvested in Mordor City this year should be enough for 300,000 people to eat for more than 2 years. The City Hall was now preparing to build a granary. In this era, the importance of food was extremely high. If a city did not have more than 10 years' worth of food, it would not be rich at all. This was only the basis of the second batch of land reclamation. Judging from the situation of the fourth and fifth batches of land reclamation, Mordor City would have no problem supporting millions of people in the future. The entire city of Mordor was busy. Whether it was the citizens of Mordor City or the newly freed serfs, they were harvesting food in the fields almost every day. This kind of harvest could be left even if it was hard and tiring. However, in just a day or two, the cement road originally built in Mordor City was full of harvested food. Because the grain output was higher than expected, and the weather in the outer islands changed faster, if they did not dry it as soon as possible, it would be very troublesome when it rained. In the end, the city hall had to order not to dry the food on the main roads of Mordor City. The messenger of the goddess of agriculture arrived soon. Because Soren was not in Mordor City, the high priest was in charge of receiving him this time. Obviously, the goddess of agriculture was very well informed. However, Mordor City had such a big harvest this year. Many people were praying to the goddess of agriculture during the harvest, so it was normal for her to know about it first. 1 year of farming was enough to supply more than 2 years of food. This was obviously what the goddess of agriculture was pursuing. If it could be popularized, what she had always wanted to do might be possible. The messengers of the goddess of agriculture came with goodwill. They hoped to build some shrines and temples in the city of Mordor. The goddess of agriculture would send priests and druids to guard the city. These people would guide the farmers in farming and teach them how to deal with some natural disasters. Sometimes it was not enough to rely on the protection of the realm of the gods. Mordor City had a big harvest this year, on the one hand, because Soren's realm changed the climate. The magic lock of Mordor City made the environment more suitable for farming. At the same time, there was also the fertilizer made by Saruman. However, agricultural farming would also have other problems. The droll and priests of the goddess of agriculture were masters in this area. They could know that farmers should cultivate more rationally and meticulously. There was no way for the high priest to decide this kind of thing. She quickly connected with Soren through her mind, and then gave the messenger of the goddess of agriculture a reply after Soren agreed. The granary was set up in the south of Motor City. This year's food was definitely not enough to finish. The City Hall of Motor City now had nearly 1 million kindlers' generous finances. The income from selling food was not enough. Therefore, under the arrangement of the City Hall, the golems, workers, and witches were working together to build a large granary. The planned budget given to Gloria by the City Hall was a large granary that was enough for the 1 million people of Motor City to eat for 20 years. It was difficult for such a granary to be built by ordinary people. It must be built with the help of witches and magic. Therefore, after Gloria signed, she immediately deployed more than a dozen witches to help. It was easiest to store food for more than 10 years with the help of magic, because the spellcaster's library could be stored for hundreds of years without any problems. With food in hand, there was no need to panic. After the City Hall had enough food, they also began to move people from the south coast. According to their estimate, after the third batch of land was reclaimed, the population of Motor City could directly expand to about 500,000. This could not only bring enough believers to the Lord, but also greatly increase the working population of Motor City. The population ratio of Motor City had always been unbalanced. In a city with a total population of less than 200,000, the number of troops accounted for nearly one-third of it. If the many fleets on the south coast were included, the total population of Motor City was less than 300,000, and the army was nearly 120,000. The City Hall should balance this population ratio and add enough civilians to Motor City. The southern continent was now in constant war, and the civilian class was displaced. The Principality of Rossard had recently set off civil strife. Mrs. Duke of Red Dragon's rule over the Principality of Rossard had been shaken by the Church of Glory's announcement that she had colluded with the devil. Some great nobles had openly opposed her with the support of other forces. There was no guilt in poaching the enemy's people. The City Hall of Motor City was going to attract a group of refugees from the south of the Principality of Rossard to move to the towns around Motor City to cultivate the land. Population was wealth. What Motor City had to do now was to take advantage of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis to plunder people from other places. When the population met the needs, Motor City could further expand its colonization. Motor City was not the only island suitable for survival in the outer islands. A city could be built on Treasure Island, and other islands could also be colonized. But the premise of all this was that there needed to be enough population. This was the same as the expansion plan of the temple, because all faith came from the population. The faith provided by 200,000 people was completely different from the faith provided by 1 million people. This huge gap in quantity was enough to affect the weight of the entire temple. According to the high priest's estimation, if Soren wanted to reach and maintain the standard of a great divine power, then he must have more than 1 million believers, and only this number could ensure that his divine power would not decline after he was promoted to a great divine power. Of course, the degree of faith could make up for the number, but the number of devout believers and fanatics was only a small number, so when considering, he could only use pan-believers as the standard. Because at that time, even if there were more fanatics, they would only provide more power. Fanatics and devout believers would die one day. When they died, the new believers might become pan-believers. At that time, if the number did not meet the standard, then it would still enter a period of decline. There was once a god who relied on 200,000 or 300,000 believers to promote to a great divine power. But with the death of these fanatics, in less than 100 years, he, who still had 200,000 or 300,000 believers, directly declined to a mid-level divine power. At that time, many new believers did not meet the standard of devout belief at all. The quality would decline over time, but the number might increase. Cargo ships docked at the port of Mordor. There were teams of heavily armed soldiers guarding nearby, and the onlookers could not help but stay far away. 5 men dressed as clerks were counting with pens and paper, and there were many attendants and doctors who were responsible for checking the epidemic. Further away, there was a temporary bathhouse. There were men on the left and women on the right. At this moment, a fire had been set up to sweep the hot water. In the distance, a witch in a robe sat on a chair and looked at all this. "It's almost done." A man dressed as a city hall official looked at the time and said to the attendant in front of him, "Let the people on the ship come down. Send them down in batches, don't panic." The attendant took the order and left. Very quickly, a few people in ragged clothes and emaciated faces were sent down from the first cargo ship. These people were all refugees, but they all had one thing in common, that was, they rarely acted alone. Most of them had families, and some of them had large families of 5 people. These were all refugees who had migrated from Mordor City. In order to avoid trouble and better manage, Mordor City prioritized refugees who had families. They were easier to manage than other refugees, and it was easier for them to take root in the land of Mordor City. The first batch of refugees had more than 300 people. These refugees lined up to register at the open-air shed at the dock. The 5 clerks quickly registered their names and families, and then distributed them to others. The long-term state of wandering made these refugees a little timid, but at the same time, they also looked at everything in Mordor City curiously, as if to observe whether the city was as rich as the outside world said. "Come here. Men stand here, women stand here. Put all the clothes in the basket next to you. Take them away together later." On the left was a burly man, and on the right was a woman with a huge waist. They had the unique pride and superiority of the citizens of Mordor City. They shouted at the refugees in front of them, "You can't bring in the things outside. It's easy to get infected with dirty diseases. Go in and take a bath with hot water to disinfect, and then go to the back door to get new clothes." The refugees who had just arrived were a little confused, but when they heard that their clothes would be burned after taking off, they were still a little reluctant, but they were soon pushed in. The whole process of bathing was very fast because there were still many people following. There were also people at the bathing area. They held a tube-like thing and sprayed hot water at them. There was also something about disinfectant. They didn't know anything about it at all. They were like puppets at the mercy of others. The first batch of people were sent to the back door after they finished bathing. Each person was given 2 sets of clothes made of coarse cloth. They were all brand new. The size might not be suitable, but they could still be worn. If there were any problems, they could take them back and ask their wives to change them. The queue continued to move forward. After bathing, the refugees arrived near a large shed. In front of them were several large pots filled with thick oatmeal. Each person was given a large bowl of oatmeal and a piece of dried fish. After eating, they were led to the other side of the dock. The sound of porridge slurping could be heard all around. Some of the refugees who had finished eating looked around curiously. Then, they saw someone take the basket containing their original clothes and throw it directly to the side of the garbage dump to burn it. "Those who are full, come over. Bring me the number plates that were given to you at the beginning. Those who are in odd numbers will follow me later, and those who are in even numbers will follow her." A man who looked like a clerk appeared, looked at them, and said with a condescending look, "Don't fall behind on the road, and don't talk too much. Follow her for about an hour. Then, someone will arrange your accommodation." More than 300 refugees were divided into 2 groups. One group went to the south, and the other went to the north. These refugees were much more energetic after changing their clothes and eating. They looked at the buildings of the city of Mordor curiously. When passing by the temple, they couldn't help but lower their heads. Out of the port of Mordor, there was a flat road. They had never seen such a road. It was clean, neat, and solid. They didn't know what it was built with. Because it was the season of winter wheat harvest, there were many grains being dried on both sides of the road. The yellow grains were spread all over the road, which made many refugees widen their eyes. Since the Avatar crisis, they hadn't seen so much food. If it was on the south coast, many people would fight for it. But now, it was piled up on both sides of the road, and they couldn't even see anyone sneaking away. Occasionally, the citizens of Mordor passed by, but they completely turned a blind eye to the wealth on the ground. If this was placed in other places, it was estimated that all the food would be taken away in a while. Port of Mordor. The refugees from the first ship were brought down, and soon the people from the second ship were also brought down. The same process continued. They were busy until the evening when these clerks had time to gather together. Then they handed a document to the witch next to them and said, "Lady Lena, there are a total of 3,720 refugees in this batch. They will be settled in a nearby town next. Please give this document to Lady Gloria to sign." The witch nodded indifferently, took the document, and left directly. These spellcasters didn't intervene in the city hall of Mordor, but they had some daily tasks to do every week, either teaching in the academy or completing alchemy work. What they cared about most was called contribution points, because this thing could allow them to enter the highest level of the Mordor Grand Library. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. These people had adapted to the changes brought by Soren. Now many things only needed to be instructed, and the city hall could come up with detailed regulations by itself. Mechanical Realm. Soren passed through a long and narrow mechanical corridor, and then a huge mechanical workshop appeared in front of him. There were many such mechanical workshops in the mechanical realm. Their role was to construct life. High-grade alchemy construct life had been maintaining the normal operation of the mechanical realm. They would repair this huge clock. Thaling One, who was given freedom by Soren, was here. As a high-level alchemy construct life, it was easy for it to get a high position in the mechanical realm. And with the knowledge they had, it was not difficult for a few Thaling to join forces in the mechanical realm. Through the corridor, there was a row of steel golems. It seemed that they had transformed this place into a golem factory. There were many dangerous creatures in the mechanical realm. The hunters of the astral wanderers would also attack high-level construct life. At the same time, they also had to guard against the ubiquitous Fermi ants. Therefore, it was inevitable for Thaling to build their own guards. "Nice to meet you. Great Sir Soren." Thaling III was in charge of greeting Soren. It bowed slightly to Soren and then led him into a tower. This was a newly built tower, located at the most important part of the gear. There were 3 workshops nearby. One was for producing golems, one was for providing energy, and the last one's function was unknown. After Soren walked in, all the Thaling were there. Thaling One bowed slightly to Soren and then said, "Sir Soren, what can I do for you?" There was no need to beat around the bush when dealing with Thaling because construct life were very straightforward. Soren did not hesitate and said, "Yes. I'm interested in the floating city that fell in the Fermi Ant City. So I hope you can help me occupy the city." Thaling One waved its hand, and a magic image appeared in front of its eyes. It pointed to one of the cities and said, "Is it here?" Soren nodded. Thaling One pondered for a moment and said, "Sir Soren, although we have established our own territory in the mechanical realm, with our current strength, I'm afraid it's difficult to occupy this city." Soren replied, "I know. So I'll send troops from Motor City. But I need you to help stabilize the portal and provide some military support." Thaling One was a little surprised when it heard this. It said, "Cross-plane space combat? I didn't expect you to develop so fast." "There's no problem. I'll provide a stable portal in the mechanical realm. At the same time, when attacking the Fermi Ant City, we'll provide 3,000 clay golems, 1,000 stone golems, and 200 steel golems as support." The assistance provided by Thaling One surprised Soren. Because the other party had provided too many troops, it was likely that they had spent most of their energy on making steel golems. As if it guessed Soren's thoughts, Thaling One explained, "This gear was originally the gathering place of the Fermi ants. In order to occupy this place, we paid a little price. So the current task is to operate the golem factory at full power. There are enough disassembled materials in the mechanical realm, and there are many things left behind by the golems. In order to deal with the expansion of the Fermi ants, we have been operating the golem factory at full power." Indeed. The speed of the Fermi ants' expansion was annoying. With the military support from Thaling golems, it was much easier to attack a Fermi ant city with tens of thousands of people. What Soren had to do next was to contact Motor City and see how many troops they could mobilize. Ordinary troops were useless here. Because of the different characteristics of the plane, ordinary troops still needed time to adapt. What could be mobilized was the golem army. Before Soren left, there were nearly 6,000 clay golems stored in Motor City. There were about 2,000 or 3,000 stone golems, and there were fewer steel golems, only about 300 or 500. There were a total of 20 diamond golems and improved golems. This time, the mechanical realm was a war of attrition, and the clay golems would definitely be used as cannon fodder. Soren estimated that he would not be able to take them down without mobilizing more than half of the troops. Huh? What's going on today? Why aren't these crystal lights lit up? Roland tilted her head and looked not far away. She was a young and energetic half-elf. She usually slept until 10 o'clock in the evening, and the crystal lights in Mordor City were usually turned off at 10 o'clock. Sometimes she stared at these crystal lights at night, or chatted with another little girl downstairs. The chandeliers were turned off very early today. They were all turned off around 8 o'clock. This had never happened before. However, other than the lighthouse at the port, there was no light anywhere else. The little girl had a feeling that something was going to happen tonight. The little girl tiptoed down the balcony to take a look, but as soon as she landed, she found that her father was looking at her with a smile on his face. Oh no. Roland forgot that her father used to be a very powerful thief. Although he changed to a proper job after moving to Mordor City, she never succeeded in sneaking out of the house in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Her father was rarely angry, but Roland still lowered her head in fear. She quickly said, "The crystal lights are not on today, it's so boring. I want to take a walk in the square." Pa, her father patted her on the head and said, "Come back with me. There's something very important in the city hall today, and all the crystal lights are turned off. It's also forbidden to approach the central square." After saying that, he grabbed her back as if she was a little chick. Mordor City, Central Square. Usually, there would still be people moving around the square at night. Occasionally, one could see shy boys and girls secretly holding hands and flirting. However, there was no one to be seen today because there were groups of soldiers patrolling nearby. High Priest. An officer-like man walked to the front of the temple and bowed. Her Excellency Gloria said that she is ready. The High Priest's expression was very calm. He nodded and said, "I see. Send someone to cut off the energy transmission of the lighthouse, and then concentrate the energy of the elemental furnace to the portal." Zzz. A faint arc appeared, which was a phenomenon caused by a high concentration of magic energy. The lighthouse in the port of Mordor in the distance flickered a few times and then went out. Then the crystal in the central square suddenly became bright, and all the crystal pipes appeared with a lavender light, directly connecting to the laboratory. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Mana transfer commencing. Lock onto the teleportation beacon of the astral boundary. Interplanar teleportation plan activated. Begin the test. A clay golem was activated by the energy and walked out of the golem factory with heavy steps, disappearing into the white light of the portal. Thrilling voice rang out again. Transmission complete. Testing the teleportation beacons. The teleportation deviation was over 20 kilometers. Recalibrate the teleportation beacon. Gloria's silhouette was busy on the side, and the Fallen Witch was also adjusting a huge pile of alchemy runes near the portal. After more than 10 minutes, the second test began again. Soon, the second clay golem disappeared from the portal. Thrilling mechanical voice sounded. Transmission complete. Testing the teleportation beacons. The teleportation deviation was about 10 meters. The test was complete. Lock onto the spaceway mark. Activate Magic Golem Army teleportation. It was easy for errors to occur during interplanar teleportation. Even legendary mages were prone to accidents. The premise was to provide 2 teleportation beacons, so that even if there was a deviation, it could be corrected. With the current technology of Mordor, the deviation of the teleportation position could be controlled within 30 meters. Gloria also stood up at this time, and she said to Fallen Witch beside her, "Mother. You can start the transmission. Let me go this time, okay?" Fallen Witch raised her head and said, "You have to stay in Mordor. Those officials respect and obey you very much. So let me go to the mechanical realm this time." "Okay. There's nothing to fight about. Start the transmission of the golem." Army. As the tower genie operated, a huge secret door appeared under the golem factory. Then, activated clay golems walked out one after another. Mordor City had been operating the golem factory at full strength for a long time. A small part of the golems were used for construction, and the other part was kept in the warehouse as an army. Clay golems were the easiest golem to make. Soren brought out more than 1,000 of them from the desert ruins, and Mordor City produced thousands of them themselves. This reserve was to deal with the attack of the Devil Legion. However, this wave of attack did not choose to attack Mordor City, so these golem legions could be transferred to other places. More than 3,000 clay golems lined up neatly and entered the portal, followed by hundreds of stone golems. These two types of golems were the most common. The steel golems had to wait for the metal or from the bottomless abyss to be refined. On the other side, near the construction factory in the mechanical realm, a simple portal was also completed. A clay golem first appeared in front of Soren, and then after 10 minutes, more clay golems began to walk out of the portal. The mobility is still not enough. The alchemy tree in Mordor City still needs to be climbed up. Soren looked at the clay golems in front of him and frowned slightly, although cross-plane teleportation is already possible. But the mobility of this teleportation method is still too poor. The Arcane Empire could perform zero-delay teleportation on the battlefield. The Godslayers who attacked the Queen of Spiders could also perform zero-delay battlefield airdrop. The teleportation technology of Mordor City must be further improved. Soren's ideal cross-plane battle was to directly airdrop the golem army into the city of the Fermi Ants. But at present, there were not enough alchemy trees in Mordor City, so they could only teleport to the mechanical realm first and then gather the troops to attack. In this way, the mobility would be reduced a lot. When the Arcane Empire dared to intervene in the Abyss Blood War to compete for resources from the demons, they relied on this zero-delay teleportation technology. The research of the portal was one thing, and the energy supply was another. In order to activate the cross-plane portal, Mordor City even turned off the energy supply to the lighthouse. Thousands of clay golems were assembled, and then the golems began to assemble. The figures of Thaling 1 and Thaling 5 appeared, and they bowed slightly to Soren and said, "Lord Shadow, our golem army has been assembled." On the other side, near the golem factory, 3 squares of different sizes had been formed. Because the command system of the golems was different, the forces of Thaling could only be controlled by them. These golems were also very interested in the fallen floating city of the Arcane Empire. They hoped to do some research after defeating the Fermi Ants. A large number of forces were gathered together. In the end, Mordor City sent out more than 3,000 clay models, more than 800 stone golems, more than 100 steel golems, and 12 diamond golems. The time of attack was chosen to be night. The reason was that the golem army itself was not made of flesh and blood. Night had little impact on them, and they had a clear advantage in battle. As the figure of the fallen which appeared from the portal, the army of Mordor City had all arrived. Thaling 3 activated a portal on the edge of the gear, which could directly lead to the city occupied by the Fermi Ants. "Let's start." Soren nodded and handed over the command of the golem army to the fallen witch, and then transferred his mind to the bottomless abyss. This time, the battle was against tens of thousands of Fermi Ants. All creatures of this race were at the standard of professionals. Even the workers of the Fermi Ants were equivalent to level 3 to 5 fighters. The challenge level of the mechanical realm was so high, largely because of these ubiquitous Fermi Ants. Soren also needed a reserve force. At this time, he needed to use the power of the demon incarnation, and if necessary, he might even have to airdrop a demon army to the battlefield. The mighty golem army began to move. Such a large-scale operation could not be hidden from the enemy, so when the golem army teleported near the city of the ants, they had already been discovered by the enemy. Zzz, accompanied by sounds similar to the insects, a large number of Fermi ants gathered. This race was the standard characteristic of the insects. Their individual consciousness was very weak. The strongest will of the entire race was the ant queen. The other Fermi ants were infinitely close to puppets, and could be controlled by the queen's mind at any time. Heavy footsteps sounded. The clay golems, as cannon fodder, began to advance. The golem army did not have much skill in the battle. It was a violent and beautiful picture. One by one, the clay golems, which were about 2 meters tall and weighed more than 500 pounds, directly hit the defense line of the Fermi ants with brute force. Even if they died, they did not have the slightest reaction. They just listened to the order and kept moving forward. Along the way, the corpses of the Fermi ants were crushed. While the enemy army was constantly being destroyed, the number of clay golems was gradually increasing. An insect race with all professionals was not easy to deal with. However, as time passed, a little difference began to appear. That was, the clay golems of Mordor City suffered fewer casualties, while 1/3 of the clay golems of Falling had been killed. The reason for all this was very simple. It was because the golems of Mordor City were inputted with a special ability when they were being made. Combine defense with offense. After nearly 2 months, Gloria finally cracked a special ability that was inputted into the golems during the Arcane Empire. If a golem was compared to a robot with low intelligence, then attack and defense was a combat program that was inputted into its body. Alice, the legendary puppeteer from the East, had the greatest credit for cracking this ability, because it was she who completed the core analysis of the golem command. This command could be mass-produced. With the application of soul crystals, basically all the golem puppets in Mordor City had the ability to defend and attack as soon as they left the factory. The additional combat effect of this ability was very obvious because under the attack of the Fermi ants, the loss of the clay golems in Mordor City was reduced by nearly half. Golems, advance. Soren seized the moment when the clay golems broke through the enemy's direction and ordered the more advanced golems to advance. The intelligence of the Fermi ants was only 6 points, which meant that they were similar to a beast. They completely obeyed the orders of the Ant Queen and were almost unafraid of death on the battlefield. Any battle with the Zergs would be a war of attrition. Soren had almost expected this. Otherwise, in the deepest part of the abyss, there would not be so many demons driven to the upper level by the Zergs. In the space below the 450th floor of the abyss, there were many small planes that were occupied by the Zergs. This was something that even the demon Orbis couldn't do anything about. Because there were too many Zergs, and the demon army didn't have much of an advantage against them. As long as the Zergs had resources, they would have endless cannon fodder to consume. Just like the city of the Fermi ants, as long as they were given a month or 2, there would be an endless stream of troops inside the city. The golems were like a sharp blade that pierced into the army of the Fermi ants. At this time, behind the city of the Fermi ants, some Fermi soldiers with bigger and stronger shells appeared. At the same time, there were also Fermi ants with psionic spellcasting abilities. They were blessing the other Fermi ants with defensive spells, and at the same time, forming a third line of defense. Lord Shadow. Thaling III's figure appeared beside Soren and bowed slightly. There are too many enemies. If this continues, I'm afraid it will alert the other Fermi ant cities. The Ant Queen here might ask for help from the other Ant Queens. It may even alarm the mother of ants further away. This was indeed a problem. Soren could not help but frown. Although the casualties of the Fermi ants in front of him were already in the thousands. However, the other party showed no signs of retreating at all. Behind them was the mighty army of the ant race. This city had a total of 30 to 50,000 ants, but there were at least 30,000 of them gathered here. They were not ordinary soldiers and seemed to have no fear at all. No matter how serious the casualties were, they would not retreat a single step. Even at the moment of death, they would bite off a piece of the clay golem. If they continued to fight like this, in the end, it would be a pure battle of strength. Even if Mordor could win, they would have to pay a high price. Soren didn't want to see the battle turn out like this. Meteor burst. As if it couldn't bear the losses from the battle, Thaling No. 1 began to prepare a legendary spell. In this case, ordinary level 9 spells were not very useful. At most, they could only kill 1 or 200 Fermi ants, which was insignificant to the scale of tens of thousands of Fermi ants. At present, the only legendary spell that could clear the field was Meteorite, but Meteorite did not distinguish between friend and foe. With one Meteorite, all the golems would be destroyed. As the Fermi ants entered the battlefield, the loss of golems gradually increased. Hundreds of clay golems had been destroyed in Mordor, and other golems were also seriously injured. Although the steel golems could form a suppressive force, the queen of the Fermi ants had not appeared yet. It was still too early to send in the main force. Fallen Witch's figure appeared beside Soren. She frowned at the stalemate in front of her and whispered, "The enemy's formation is very dense. I think we can try to mobilize the super mana pulse cannon to fire. The Fermi ants inherited the nature of ants. Those who had seen a large group of ants in action knew that this kind of creature liked to gather in a dense group. Many golems were surrounded by them and dismantled by them. However, such a dense formation was also very easy to become the target of spells and other large-scale attacks. The lethality of spells was limited because the resistance of creatures in the mechanical realm was relatively high. However, if it was replaced by the super mana pulse cannon at the top of the arcane tower, the effect would be very terrifying. Solon's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Can it be done?" Fallen Witch immediately replied, "It should be possible to try. But you need to use divine power to stabilize the portal." Saint form. Soren directly answered with action. He entered the saint form in an instant, and the golden light shrouded his figure. With the convergence of divine power, Soren's figure emerged in midair, and then he pointed to the sky. Space change, shard of divinity. Plane teleportation, shard of divinity. Soren directly used divine power to change the laws of space in the mechanical realm. Only gods with lesser divine power could temporarily change the laws. This was something that even legendary wizards could not do. A portal was opened. The other side was connected to the arcane tower in the city of Mordor. Gloria was now on standby at the top of the arcane tower. With the guidance of the high priest, the mana pulse cannon at the top of the arcane tower was aimed at a stable portal that appeared directly in front of them. The mana pulse cannon is charging. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Charging complete. Target locked. Fire. A dazzling light shot out. The energy cannon shot directly into the portal, and then the next moment, it appeared inside the mechanical realm through the portal. Soren had only seen this tactic last time when the Godslayer dealt with the Queen of Spiders. This was the first time he used it. Boom! The dazzling and blazing light beam directly turned the 5 clay golems into dust. Then, it crushed all the Fermi ants in its path and vaporized them. In the blink of an eye, a 15-meter-wide, 3-kilometer-long vacuum zone appeared in front of the battlefield. All the Fermi ants behind it, whether they were workers, soldiers, or guards, were vaporized. The final energy of the super arcane crystal pulse cannon bombarded a beehive-shaped building. After leaving a huge hole, the entire building collapsed. The battlefield was dead silent. This cannon directly killed thousands of Fermi ants and instantly divided the enemy into 2 parts, and the center was a dead zone without any life. At this moment, even Soren was a little shocked. Because the attack of the mana pulse cannon was too terrifying. He felt that in his non-divine state, he was afraid that even with the divine shield, he could only withstand 1 or 2 attacks at most. No wonder the spellcasters during the Arcane Empire dared to challenge the gods. The steel golems and diamond golems can advance. The power of this cannon seemed to have caused the fearless Fermi ants to panic, and it was more likely that the ant queen who controlled them felt fear. As the diamond golems stepped into the battlefield, the situation immediately became clear. The diamond golem had a damage reduction of 80%, so the Fermi ants could only deal a limited amount of damage to it. It was completely unhindered, and the attacks of more than 10 Fermi ants could only scratch the surface of the diamond golem. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Soren thought that the battle was over, a strange vibration suddenly came from the back of the Fermi ant city. Then, a black shadow appeared in the distant sky, and at this moment, it was flying towards Soren's location at high speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a large group of Fermi ants, but they were different from the other ants. These Fermi ants had a pair of wings on their back. There's actually a flying troop? Soren's expression was a little surprised. It seemed that his attack made the ant queen feel a deep sense of crisis. The target of these flying ants was obviously Soren, and it seemed that they were going to carry out a decapitation operation. Hundreds of flying ants quickly approached. However, Soren did not even have the thought of retreating, because he was the most powerful one on the whole battlefield. It was simply a dream for the ant queen to decapitate him. Elemental Legion. Demon Incarnation. With the opening of a portal, an elder wind elemental appeared, followed by a giant fire elemental, and finally a fire elemental elder. At the same time, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and a raging fire suddenly appeared on the ground. Then a demon more than 3 meters tall appeared, holding a giant beheading sword in one hand and a flame whip in the other. As soon as it appeared, it roared, "Die! Insects!" Large fireballs flew out one after another. Then, this powerful Baler flew into the air. Its broad demonic wings were covered with raging fire. It did not need any skills at all. It directly turned into a large fireball and rushed into the dense flying ants. With a swing of the beheading sword, the ant queen was split in half. The flame whip rolled and several flying ants fell. The demon Sauron's attack did not care about any rules at all. It was the most brutal way of fighting. He relied on his Baler form to bully these winged ants. Plop! 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 Sauron with his demonic wings was simply the overlord of the sky. Perhaps only dragons were qualified to fight with him in the sky. As for these winged Fermi ants, no matter how many there were, they were just a group of insects. Before they even got close to Sauron, their bodies had already begun to burn. Many ants who desperately rushed to the side of the demon incarnation had only attacked once before they were completely roasted and fell from the sky. This was not a battle at all. P.S. In between writing, I played an online game called The Undefeated Legend and got a Durex. He said that he would send it to me in 2 days. Fire Baler? Not only Thaling No. 1 was surprised by the sudden appearance of the demon incarnation, but even the Fallen Witch was surprised. However, she quickly thought of something and murmured, "No wonder the ores provided by Motor City contained a lot of materials from the abyss. So you've already reached out to the lower planes?" There were diamond golems below and fire balers above. The defense line of the Fermi ants finally collapsed completely. All that was left was a futile resistance. They were using their lives to stop the advance of the golems. "What do you want? Outsider. Why do you have to kill us all?" Just when Soren thought that victory was in sight and that he would soon be able to conquer the beehive city of the Fermi ants, a telepathic message connected to him. At the same time, a gentle but slightly panicked female voice was heard, "My people didn't attack you. They're just acting according to their nature. Can't you let us live?" At this point, the voice was full of pleading. Then, the Fermi ants in front of him scattered in all directions. Finally, a huge ant queen appeared under the protection of a group of guards. Ordinary Fermi ants only weighed 60 pounds, while Fermi soldiers weighed 160 pounds, which was the same as an adult man. However, the guards in front of him weighed at least 1,500 pounds. Their bodies looked like alien creatures, and they could spit corrosive poison attacks. In a head-on battle with the golems, they weren't at a disadvantage at all. As for the queen of the Fermi ants, her strength was quite astonishing. She retained the characteristics of the ruler of the Zerg. Her innate strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and charm were all above 20 points. She was a typical supernatural magical creature when she was born. A queen of the Fermi ants could easily have a level of psionic power that was not weaker than a legendary spellcaster. Unlike the other queen of the Fermi ants, the one in front of Soren seemed to have the ability to move on her own. However, the Fermi ants in front of him were too fat and lost the ability to move. They even needed the support of the colony to eat. The queen of the Fermi ants in front of him was close to 10 feet long and 4 feet tall. She weighed about 3,500 pounds. The characteristic of the Fermi ants was collective consciousness. The ant queen relied on this to control the development of the entire race. Although there seemed to be a large number of Fermi ants, they were scattered into individual consciousnesses. There were only a few Emperor-level Fermi ants in the entire machinery realm who had independent thoughts. The ant queens lacked the ability to move, but they could easily cast spells that were around the 9th circle. Their spellcasting abilities were equivalent to warlocks, and they also had psionic characteristics. The queen of the Fermi ants had a very powerful telepathic ability. They could communicate telepathically with any intelligent creature within 50 kilometers. Soren wasn't the only one who received the ant queen's message. The others must have received the message as well, because the Fallen Witch turned around to ask for Soren's opinion. The situation of the battle was already very clear. Eliminating these Fermi ants would at most increase the casualties. If this kind of loss was needed, Mordor City could afford it. Floating City. Soren's figure flew to the front of the battle line and looked down at the Ant Queen in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I need everything in the floating city that fell in your city." The Fermi Ant Queen stared at Soren and immediately said, "No problem. Your Excellency. I can feel your greatness. I'm willing to give you everything in the floating city. But I beg you to let us live." Soren shook his head and slowly said, "The floating city is just a trophy we need. According to the law of the astral plane, you are now my prisoner, so you have to pay a price if you want to regain your freedom." Hearing Soren's words, the Fermi Ant Queen's voice suddenly became a little uneasy. "What price?" Soren raised his fingertips, and with a trace of divine light, a point of divinity condensed into a golden light on his palm. He sent the golden light to the Ant Queen and slowly said, "Accept it. I give you freedom. At the same time, in the future, it will help you become the mother of all ants and the real Ant Queen." The light of divinity was so tempting. At this moment, the Ant Queen finally knew Soren's identity. She felt fear but also full of desire because a little divinity was so precious to mortals. She struggled to resist the temptation of divinity. Because she understood one thing very well. If she accepted this divinity, then from now on, she would be completely under Soren's control. But, she had no choice now. In the end, the Fermi Ant Queen bowed her head and accepted the golden divinity. The moment the divinity entered her body, it began to transform her. Her body was shrouded in a faint golden light, and the shell on her body became brighter, as if something had changed from its essence. Heal serious wounds. A divine spell was suddenly cast from the Ant Queen's body. Soren's divinity gave her some of the abilities of a priest. As the divinity was integrated into her body, the connection between Soren and her became closer. As long as Soren wanted to, he could control her mind at any time. It was not shameful to submit to a god, even a god more powerful than the mother of all ants. "My lord. Great Shadow Lord. Please come with me. What you want is inside." The moment she accepted the divinity, the Fermi Ant Queen knew Soren's identity. She humbly bowed her head to Soren, and then led Soren into the ant nest. The fallen witch's expression was a little hesitant, but after Soren nodded, she followed. Soren's brand of divinity had absolute control over the Ant Queen. In this case, there was no way for any accidents to happen. Thaling 1 and Thaling 3 also followed. They were very curious about what else was preserved in the floating city. For high-level constructs, the civilization of the arcane empire that created them was full of countless secrets. This is the furnace of elemental fission. The fallen witch was pleasantly surprised after entering the core palace of the ants. Because of the huge energy radiation, the center of the ant palace was the well-preserved energy center of the floating city, which was the elemental fission device that operated the floating city. It was still operating and did not explode, but some parts could no longer be activated. "My lord. There are still some things scattered around the city. I'll send someone to bring them over right away." The Ant Queen respectfully stayed in front of Soren, looking like a tamed pet. Many ant workers seemed to have forgotten the battle just now, and immediately moved all kinds of things inside the ant palace. At the same time, there were also a lot of metal, jewelry, and unknown items. "My lord. These are your servants' offerings to you." The Ant Queen's expression was a little flattering. She humbly lowered her head and said, "They are not of much use to me. However, they should be able to help my lord's church grow." The intelligence of the entire ant race was added to the Ant Queen. Soren looked at her, raised his hand, and put another point of divinity on her. He nodded and said, "Very good. Since you are so thoughtful, I will not be stingy with my rewards. What you need to do next is to strengthen your race as much as possible. When your race is strong enough to challenge the mother of ants, I will help you to take her divinity." The Ant Queen was ecstatic when she heard this. On this side, Soren was communicating with the Ant Queen, but on the other side, the fallen witches and tower spirits were all immersed in the study of new things. Thaling was also a technical maniac. At the moment, they were looking at the well-preserved parts everywhere. At the same time, the fallen witch and Thaling number 1 were each holding a record and counting the degree of preservation of the floating city. Because the floating city had been transformed by the ant race, its appearance had changed greatly, but there were still many things preserved inside. They needed to count them before deciding what could be transported away. Motor City. In a library that covered an area of hundreds of acres, 3 witches were registering at the door. Lena, a young witch with a beautiful face, greeted her companion, then asked, "How's your research on elemental fusion and mutation going? I heard that after you finish it, you can borrow the library's information on level 6 spells and metamagic abilities, right?" The witch named Lena raised her head, pushed her golden glasses with her white fingers, then curled her lips and said, "It's not that easy. This is one of the research contents of the elemental furnace. I think it will take another half a month to write it. How's your golem construct modification and ability research going?" Hearing the other's words, the witch who spoke first also shook her head in frustration and said, "Not so fast. The things here are more difficult than the ones in the north. If it weren't for the 50 contribution points, I would never choose this project. By the way, Brinley, what research have you been doing recently?" The last witch looked a little silent, but she was holding a thick stack of books in her hand. She raised her head and said lightly, "City water supply system layout. It's not a magic research project. It's a task issued by the City Hall. Motor City wants to transform and build a more perfect water supply system. I hope to unify the daily water use of all residents. I made a preliminary plan to bring water from the river and then set up an elevated canal. However, the City Hall didn't approve it. They hope that the final layout can be simpler and more effective, and it can operate for at least 50 years. I've been looking through the information recently to see if I can get it out this week." The 2 female companions next to her nodded and asked carefully, "What about the reward? How many Kindler did the City Hall give you?" The witch curled her lips and said, "If it's Kindler as the reward, then I definitely won't accept it. This is one of the transformation plans given by Her Excellency Gloria to the City Hall. After completing it, I can get 100 contribution points." "Oh my God." The other witch let out a cry of surprise, then quickly said, "There's such a task? So many contribution points. I want to accept one too. After completing one, I'll be qualified to read the Instant Cast Supreme Magic Skill book. P.S. Durex's Invincible Legend invited me to participate in a battle plan. The closed beta will start on July 22nd, and I'll send 10 million Chidian coins to support the original reading. This game is dirty, but it still has some integrity. As for how to send the 10 million Chidian coins, today's Invincible Legend will start. You can go in and create a character first. I think we can make an army of Buddha, with the name Buddha. For example, I'm in the Kai Tian area of the state of Qi, and the name is All Lives Buddha. After logging in on the 22nd, there are cards in the bag. There are a total of 8 prizes, and you can choose the exclusive Chidian coins. It's that simple." A stable portal opened at the edge of the beehive. Not far away, teams of Fermi ant workers were moving things. These large ants that only weighed 70 pounds had amazing strength. Almost every one of them was as strong as a human Hercules. Fallen Witch next to him was in charge of cleaning and counting. At the same time, she was reorganizing the golems and teleporting them back to Motor City. "Be careful. These things can't be shaken." Fallen Witch was like a diligent little bee at this moment. She carefully checked everything that was transported. When she noticed Soren approaching, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect there to be an elemental fission device here. It seems that the plan to go to Sigil City can be delayed a lot." Soren smiled and nodded. For mortals, gods were almost omnipotent. There were some areas in the multiverse that could not be touched. Sigil City was one of them, unless the Lady of Pain, who was in charge of Sigil City, allowed Soren to enter. Otherwise, with Soren's identity as a god, Sigil City was forbidden to him. And it was well known that the Lady of Pain was very unfriendly to most gods. Soren had no contact with her, so it was a very risky move to enter Sigil City. As one of the oldest existences, the Lady of Pain should be stronger than the God of Light in Sigil City. As for leaving Sigil City, no one knew because she never seemed to come out. Soren maintained control of the Ant Queen because of the power of divinity, so there was no problem in leaving everything to the Fallen Witch. Moving the entire floating city was a huge project. Even with the help of the Thaling and the ants, it would take at least a week. Soren couldn't waste a week here, so he was ready to go back to Motor City to prepare for the next test of the battle flag plane and the second phase of the construction of his own kingdom. Shadow Kingdom. After half a month of construction, this barren country after the fusion had undergone a great change. First of all, the power of shadow began to assimilate the kingdom. The gray area formed by the repulsion caused by divine power and priesthood gradually disappeared. The entire God's kingdom no longer looked like two worlds forcibly pieced together. Instead, it gradually showed signs of merging into one. Then there was the interior of the divine kingdom, especially near the reincarnation pool. The number of shadow beings had greatly decreased. Originally, the shadow god would transform himself into a shadow form, so the interior of his kingdom was very close to the shadow plane. However, Soren did not do so, so his kingdom was filled with many bright colors. Some of the shadow beings were killed. The other portion that could be captured and converted were sent into the pool of reincarnation under the heroic spirit's control. They were then converted into Soren's petitioners. Now, a city of about 10 square kilometers had been built in the divine kingdom. Some petitioners had formed an army to patrol and protect it, while the heroic spirits were still in charge of dealing with other dangers in the divine kingdom. Unlike the cities and material planes, the most important thing in a divine kingdom city was its temple. Other than the houses where the petitioners lived, the most eye-catching signs in the city were the temples of various sizes. Every day, petitioners would come to the temples to pray. However, the divine power gathered from their faith would not be sent to Soren. Instead, it would be left in the divine kingdom, turning into a golden light that shrouded the temple. In the future, this power would be used by Soren to expand the size of the divine kingdom. It was necessary to understand the life form of the petitioners in detail. Good believers who were devout in life would be brought to their respective divine kingdoms by the oracles after death to be reborn. This was a new life form, and they would obtain eternity in the divine kingdom. The petitioners were similar to those who entered heaven after death, provided that they believed in a good God. However, they were generally not allowed to leave the divine kingdom. Many petitioners would never be able to leave the divine kingdom in their lifetime. After the death of their God, the petitioners would also die forever. In some cases, the petitioners would also become the petitioners of the other gods who killed their God. Note, this was similar to Soren's reincarnation ceremony of the shadow god's believers. The petitioners were obligated to protect their god, and if necessary, they were even required to participate in the divine war. As a new life form, petitioners needed to breathe and eat, but they were not as dependent as mortals. Some forms of petitioners did not need to eat or breathe because they were essentially life forms transformed from gods. As the cornerstone of the divine kingdom, most petitioners retained the characteristics of mortals. They needed to rest, but they did not need to rest as often as mortals. Petitioners could work for a long time, so many demons and devils liked to imprison petitioners to work as slaves. During peacetime, most petitioners lived a leisurely life. They could do whatever they liked in the divine kingdom and build their own homes and kingdoms. Because they had a long lifespan, any petitioner would have hundreds of years to squander until they were integrated into the divine kingdom and became an eternal entity. Of course, the most important thing for a petitioner was to please the God they served. Most of the time, the petitioners wanted to please the God they believed in exchange for a higher status and more power in the divine kingdom. Eventually, they would be promoted to become a God's messenger or a God's follower. The petitioners in Soren's divine kingdom only needed to rest for 1 or 2 hours every day. They did not need much food because energy could be used to replenish their energy consumption. Of course, food was also a form of enjoyment for them, but it was not necessary for them to survive. This way, the petitioners had enough time to work. They had to prove their worth in the early stages of the divine kingdom in exchange for more opportunities to be promoted. Recently, many petitioners had been promoted to become heroic spirits. Becoming a heroic spirit meant that they would have a higher status, more enjoyment, and a longer lifespan in the future. Every divine kingdom was like a pyramid. Most of the gods who were on the side of order would leave a clear path of promotion in the divine kingdom. Soren's current system was petitioners, heroic spirits, holy spirits, God's messengers, God's servants, God's followers, and God's followers. Every time a petitioner was promoted, there would be a fundamental change. As Soren's servants, some of them had the potential to become gods, Currently, there was an army of about 1,000 people in the Divine Kingdom. Nearly half of them were heroic spirits, and the rest were petitioners who had enough battle experience before they died. Soren promoted a Holy Spirit priest. She was the half-elf female priest who died in the attack of the Abomination. Her nature was far inferior to Milan, but there were too few Holy Spirits in the Divine Kingdom at the moment. He could only make an exception and promote one. The Holy Spirit priest was responsible for running the city. Currently, all the petitioners' task was to expand their territory, gradually gain control of the Divine Kingdom, and increase the number of petitioners to prepare for Soren's return to the Divine Kingdom in the future. Currently, there were a large number of wild petitioners in the Divine Kingdom. Some of them believed in the original god of the half-elves and rogues, while others believed in the god of shadow. These petitioners were all enemies before they were converted. According to the collected data, there were tens of thousands of petitioners wandering around the Divine Kingdom. Because this place contained the accumulation of the gods for thousands of years, Soren still needed enough time to convert them. In the evening, teams of troops returned, and at the same time, a large number of petitioners gathered in front of the temple. "My lord, Soren. You are the master of the shadows. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the master we will always serve and follow. My lord, Soren. You are the incarnation of slaughter. You are the controller of disease. You bring fear to the enemy. You are our supreme ruler." Bursts of prayers echoed. With the prayers of the petitioners, there was a substantial golden light condensed. These converged faith power stayed in the temple and finally turned into real power. Although Soren could not enter the Divine Kingdom now, he maintained a trace of contact with the Divine Kingdom. As the number of petitioners increased, his connection with the Divine Kingdom became closer and closer. It was believed that as the Avatar crisis entered the later stage, the time for Soren to return to the Divine Kingdom would gradually come. At that time, there would be a whole new world waiting for him. In the end, what the Divine Kingdom would look like depended on what Soren wanted to build it. Mordor City. When Soren returned to the city of Mordor, the city hall was rebuilding the water supply system of the entire city. The arrival of the witches brought many changes to the city of Mordor. Because they needed contribution points to exchange for information in the library, many witches began to try to accept the tasks issued by the city hall. Most of these quests involved the application of magic in daily life. After Soren returned, he began to work on the transformation plan of the Battle Flag Plane. It was not easy to obtain the divine power of slaughter in reality, because a large part of it was controlled by the god of war, and the slaughter in reality often brought about a decrease in population. Before defeating other gods of slaughter, Soren could not control much power, so the Battle Flag trial was a very important channel. Soren's initial idea was to add a will circle. Enchantment on the device connected to the Battle Flag trial would strengthen the willpower of the trial participants and activate it when they quit. This could greatly reduce the chance of death. The second was to expand the scale. The materials from the Xianxias and the fomites were enough for Soren to expand the number of trial devices. His initial estimate was to expand the scale to about 300 people. If the city of Mordor could guarantee that hundreds of people would participate in the trial every day, Soren would have dozens of more fanatics. This meant that there would be an additional 1 to 3 points of divine power every day. It didn't seem very impressive, but with the accumulation of numbers and time, Soren's divine power would be hundreds more than other gods. The gap in the future was even more unimaginable. P.S. I recently received an advertisement for a game. This book has not been recommended for more than half a year. If it were other authors, I'm afraid they would have hurriedly finished the book and started a new book. Fu Tu is now gritting his teeth and fighting hard. It's entirely because of your support that he can hold on until now. The summer vacation is here. Those who have pocket money can subscribe to support. By the way, ask for recommendation tickets and public accounts. There will be more tomorrow. In a blink of an eye, it was almost July. For some reason, the climate had become more and more abnormal recently. A flood broke out in the tropical Amazon jungle, and it was said that it caused a lot of casualties to the fierce female warriors. The south coast was raging with wind, and a terrible tornado even destroyed a town directly. Although many people prayed to the sea goddess, the occasional typhoon and tsunami did not reduce at all, as if the power of the sea goddess was no longer useful at this moment. Even the peaceful Arendelle had a disaster. A terrible earthquake occurred near the king's city. Although the impact on Arendelle was not serious, there were thousands of casualties in another city. The abnormal climate made the gods uneasy. But there was no other way. Even the gods could only find ways to warn and then reduce the casualties as much as possible. During this period of time, even the drows were a lot more honest because there had been earthquakes in the Underdark during this time, and a city was directly buried. The Queen of Spiders could not mess around at this time, so she could only turn her attention to other crises first. Speaking of which, the traces of the demons had decreased a lot during this time. There was no doubt about it, the third wave of the Avatar crisis was over. But the fourth wave, elemental turmoil, had begun. This abnormal climate could only prove one thing, that was, the four ancient elemental gods may have come to the mortal world. When they fell, their divine power interfered with the elemental composition of the material plane, and eventually led to the abnormal climate of the entire material plane. It was a calm day. But it was only limited to a short while in the morning. At noon, the clear sky turned into dark clouds, and the wind blew the ships in the port. The fleets that went out to sea today quickly turned back to the port, and the captains were shouting for the sailors to run down the anchors and tie them to the pillars with strong ropes. The high priest stood outside the temple and looked at the distant sky. As a powerful psionic warlock, she seemed to feel something and ordered, "Let the believers gather at the temple. We may need to have a large prayer." At the same time, Soren's figure also appeared at the top of the arcane tower. Gloria soon appeared through the portal. As a legendary witch of prophecy, she had an innate sense of certain things that might happen. What happened? Gloria gently lifted her long hair and stood side by side with Soren. She murmured, "I've been feeling uneasy since this morning, as if something terrible is going to happen." Soren shook his head. "I don't know. But I also have a feeling that something will happen today." The divine sense told Soren that there was a big crisis in Mordor City today. This crisis might destroy Mordor City, so he could only stand here and wait for everything to come. The wind and rain became more and more frightening. The raging wind had passed through the protective barrier of Mordor City. Even with the protection of the temple, some roofs were still lifted. The power of the sea goddess seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. Originally, the sea was under her control, but today, no matter how her priests prayed, the sea near the port of Mordor was still turbulent, and there was no sign of it calming down. Boom, a terrifying vibration came from afar. It should be a place hundreds of kilometers away from Mordor City, but after it was transmitted to Mordor City, it was still a mess. Earthquake? Vivian looked up, and the next moment, she appeared above the arcane tower. The little girl had recently been learning how to become a god, and Saruman was also learning with her. At present, Vivian was only one step away from becoming a god, but she needed to learn a lot, far more than Soren needed to master. "You guys stay here." Soren did not have the energy to pay attention to other things at this time. His figure turned into a golden light, and then appeared above Mordor City. Saint form. With a golden beam of light made of divine power rising, the sky above Mordor City was covered by a layer of transparent energy field. Gloria also stood up and said to Vivian next to her, "Vivian, come and help me activate the magic lock. This storm is amazing. I'm afraid it will cause great damage to Mordor City." The arcane tower rose. In the lavender light of magic, Gloria started the elemental furnace, and at the same time, an invisible protective force expanded rapidly, and soon covered the entire city of Mordor, resisting the increasingly terrible storm outside and reducing the damage suffered by Mordor City. This is not a natural power at all. Saruman's expression was solemn, and he quickly rushed to the temple area to see what he could do to help. At this time, near the port of Mordor City, just 10 meters away, the waves were already 7 or 8 meters high, and some boats that did not have time to return sank directly. And inside the energy shield, countless people watched all this in horror, looking at the scene outside as if it was the end of the world. Some people turned their heads to look at the golden figure above Mordor City, and they were glad that they had the protection of the gods at this moment. Countless believers gathered automatically. Many believers who were not Soren also came near the temple and prayed under the guidance of the priest. This was a disaster, a terrible disaster like the end of the world, at this moment, as mortals, they had no power to resist. They could only pray devoutly that the gods could shelter them through this crisis. My lord Soren. You are the master of shadows. You are the master of Mordor. You are the protector of the half-elves. My lord Soren. You are the keeper of order. You are the only true god of the rogues. Your enemies will have nowhere to hide. My lord Soren. Your name will become sacred in the mortal world. You led us through the crisis. You gave us a stable and orderly life. You are the master of shadows. You are a wise ruler. You are the protector of the half-elves. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy will spread your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My lord Soren. You will lift up your kingdom. Turn into the stars in the sky. The majestic sounds of prayer converged into a single sound. In the end, it turned into a pale golden divine power that shrouded the top of the temple and transferred to Soren's golden avatar to resist the terrible storm outside. The shaking gradually stopped. It seemed that the earthquake in the distance had ended, but Soren did not feel relieved. Instead, his face became more dignified. Because he felt that the crisis that would destroy Mordor was getting closer and closer. He frantically extracted the power stored in the temple, and then directly turned himself into divine form. A golden giant of hundreds of meters high appeared over Mordor. At this moment, even Gloria could not help but tremble, because she felt the gap between herself and Soren at this moment, the huge gap between a mortal and a true god. Soren had never mobilized his divine power so crazily. But he knew that he had no way out at this moment, because in a farther place, he saw a wave hundreds of kilometers long on the horizon by the sea. Tsunami. Soren finally knew where the source of the disaster that had been bringing him the destruction of Mordor was. The four elemental gods fell into the mortal world, and their divine power directly changed the climate of the material plane. The earthquake just now was either a volcanic eruption or a continental shelf movement. Because Mordor was located in the outer islands, when such a disaster happened, the consequences were even more terrifying. Time passed little by little. Countless faith power gathered on Soren's body, and the situation at this moment could not be changed by any legendary profession. The only thing that could change all this was the gods. The terrible tsunami was gradually approaching. As if the end of the world was coming, the entire sky of Mordor was dark. This time, the tsunami wavelength reached hundreds of kilometers. Not only Mordor, but the entire south coast, the entire outer islands, and the entire Amazon rainforest were within the scope of this tsunami. But at this time, Soren had no energy to care about other places. Mordor was the foundation of everything. And according to the location of the tsunami, Mordor should be the most severely damaged place. The terrible tsunami was approaching at an amazing speed. When it appeared in the sight of the residents of Mordor, countless people screamed in horror. A huge wave of more than 100 meters high approached the coastline. Such a height was enough to easily destroy everything. The energy it contained could flatten the entire city of Mordor and turn all of Soren's efforts for so long into nothing in an instant. At this moment, Soren could not help but feel lucky that he happened to be in Mordor at this moment. In the face of such a terrible natural disaster, the power of any mortal was useless. Only the gods could fight against it, and only the gods could use their power. Divine form. Soren's figure took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a golden giant more than 300 meters high. He looked like the ancient Titan. Change space, power of divinity. Change reality, power of divinity. Change form, power of divinity. Regional divine shield. Soren's figure appeared over the port of Mordor. He opened his arms as if he wanted to hold up the whole sky. A golden divine shield opened with him as the center, covering the entire island of Mordor in an instant, and the monstrous wave of more than 100 meters in front of him had arrived. The life and death of Mordor would be destroyed at this moment of collision. P.S. First update. Please recommend me. In front of the catastrophe, the power of mortals was so small. Only at this moment did mortals feel the greatness of the gods. And the great power of the true gods. Soren's golden giant directly cut the terrible tsunami from the middle. In the collision of huge energy, the golden divine shield kept shaking, but there was no sign of breaking. On the other side, the tsunami with a wavelength of hundreds of kilometers and the residual waves from the island of Mordor were being consumed by the divine shield, and finally turned into countless waves. The moment the tsunami passed, Soren's huge golden figure shook, and then his body appeared as if he had exhausted all his strength and fell from the sky. Gloria appeared beside him in an instant and quickly hugged Soren, who was falling from the sky. As the terrible tsunami passed, the city of Mordor gradually returned to calm. Soren's face looked a little pale at the moment. He seemed to be a little weak and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. Send someone to the sea temple immediately. This tsunami will not end so easily. Only the sea goddess can stop the disaster." Gloria hugged Soren tightly and whispered, "I'll send someone now. Don't talk, you need to have a good rest." The divine power of the entire city of Mordor was exhausted. All the temples lost their pale golden brilliance. Soren almost used up all the stored divine power when he was in the form of a true god. But after the terrible disaster was over, the entire island of Mordor burst into cheers. Then, a little bit of golden divine brilliance gathered again, with the joy of the believers after surviving the disaster. The ripples of divine power appeared again over the temple. At the same time, on the coastline of Port Tylon, the terrible tsunami was gradually approaching the entire south coast. Countless priests of the sea temple gathered, and many Naga sirens also appeared on the sea. A golden figure rose from the bottom of the sea. The goddess of ocean held a trident and turned into a 100-meter-tall giant on the sea. She looked at the huge waves in the distance and frowned as if she was thinking about something. When the huge waves gradually approached, she waved the trident in her hand and slashed forward. An invisible divine power spread. Under the effect of the sea, the huge waves of hundreds of meters high directly reduced by more than 20 meters. The gods were all in the form of saints. In the face of such a terrible disaster, even the sea goddess could not eliminate it without entering the form of a god. A dazzling brilliance appeared on the golden trident. The goddess of ocean gritted her teeth and waved her hand again. The terrible waves then shrank down by more than 30 meters. Now the height of the tsunami was only about 50 meters, and most of its power had been dissolved by her. "Storm Lord, how long are you going to watch? Until the entire Amazon rainforest is submerged by the tsunami?" As if she had consumed a lot of divine power, the tone of the goddess of ocean was not friendly. She said to the sky covered by dark clouds, "Let the storm consume part of the power of the tsunami. Otherwise, thousands of your believers will die." Rumble, it was accompanied by thunder. The figure of the Storm Lord appeared in the sky. He frowned and looked at the tsunami in the distance. Then he turned into a golden giant, opened his own power, and smoothed out the tsunami with the power of the storm. If he had not fallen into the mortal world, he might not have been willing to do so much for the mortals. Because the gods had a long time to cultivate new believers, but now he had fallen into the material plane, so the importance of the mortal believers was self-evident. The intensity of the tsunami was reduced again. But neither the sea goddess nor the storm lord wanted to consume too much of their divine power in this disaster because it meant that they would be very weak for a period of time in the future. So when the tsunami approached the south coast, it was still tens of meters high, enough to easily destroy everything in the coastal area. The sea goddess and the storm lord seemed to have given up on ordinary people. This intensity of the tsunami was almost a death situation for ordinary people, but for many powerful professionals, the chances of survival were still very high. They did not want to consume too much of their divine power, so it was enough to reduce the intensity of the tsunami to a level where it would not hurt the foundation. If they wanted to completely wipe out this tsunami, it would be difficult for them to do so even if they exhausted their power. But, just when the sea goddess and the storm lord seemed to be ready to give up, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then the sun penetrated the heavy fog and sprinkled directly on the whole earth. God of light. A golden figure fell from the light, and behind him was the light of the sun. The shadow of mountain paradise appeared behind him. He looked at the gods in front of him and slowly said, "This is a disaster brought by the gods. It should not be transferred to the mortals." There was no sadness or joy. The god of light finished this sentence very calmly, and then turned into a golden figure and pointed his finger at the tsunami approaching the coastline. The surging divine power emerged, It was as if the space laws of the entire material plane had been changed at this moment. The mountain paradise behind the god of light seemed to have become solid. Under the terrifying power that was so strong that it made the other gods pale, the tsunami that was approaching countless mortals and could bring destruction to them at any time was wiped out by the god of light just like that. Shocking, unimaginable, terrible power. A tsunami with a wavelength of hundreds of kilometers and a height of tens of meters was directly wiped out by the god of light with his divine power. Is this the great divine power? The sea goddess was full of shock, because even if it was not. Because of the Avatar crisis, it was impossible for her, who was in charge of the sea, to wipe out such a disaster so easily. At this moment, she felt a huge gap, which was more unimaginable than a great divine power. The sea goddess humbly lowered her head. Even the furious storm lord was silent, because he also realized that there was a huge gap between himself and the god of light. They were both gods with great divine power, but the power that the god of light had just shown was far beyond his estimation. That was a realm that only a great divine power could reach. It was a power that could change a world with a raise of the hand. The figure of the god of light gradually dissipated. It was as if this matter was nothing to him. Perhaps for gods at this level, they were not only concerned about the material plane, but the changes of the whole multiverse. The terrible disaster was over. But the shock left by the god of light was still fermenting. The storm lord left silently, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sea goddess sank to the bottom of the sea again. As a god very close to a great divine power, she had a real understanding of the great divine power at this moment. At this moment, she could not help but think of Father Oak, who had chosen to sacrifice himself to save the entire material plane. Perhaps the power he showed at that moment was more shocking than it was today. Soren was also watching all this silently. He was not surprised that the god of light would finally make a move, because it was Father Oak and the god of light who worked together to break the dust that shrouded the material plane. No matter how to evaluate the god of light, he was always a god with his own principles, and he would never sit back and watch the material plane be destroyed. What a huge gap! As the figure of the god of light disappeared, Soren's spirit also returned to the city of Motor. As an old god who had existed for a long time, the strength of the god of light was difficult for Soren to estimate. Because as early as the ancient times, the god of light was the sun god. Later, he fell and was reincarnated as the light of dawn, Xianxia, and then merged with the power of mountain paradise to become the god of light. God knew how much divinity such an ancient god had accumulated. Unless Soren gathered the power of the three gods of death, it was impossible for him to fight against him. If there was a classification of the great divine powers, then the god of light was undoubtedly the one closest to the great divine power. In terms of quantity alone, the power of the god of light should be equivalent to that of three other greater divine powers. At present, there should be no one among the gods who could fight with him. Even the Lady of Night should not be his opponent. The only one who was qualified to fight with him head-on was probably the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. One was the embodiment of eternal justice. The other was the ultimate source of evil. The outbreak of the Avatar crisis seemed to be destined to have a fierce collision. What was the cause of such a huge disaster? Gloria's voice sounded in Soren's ears. What had just happened seemed to make her feel a lingering fear. Soren turned to look at her and said slowly, "The four elemental ancient gods have fallen to the mortal world." Before all this broke out, Soren was not sure whether the four elemental ancient gods had fallen to the mortal world. But at the moment of fighting against the terrible tsunami, Soren was sure that the four elemental ancient gods must have fallen now. Water, fire, earth, and air. The four elemental ancient gods fell to the mortal world, and the creatures in the elemental plane lost control. The violent power led to the elemental turmoil. Soon, the material plane would usher in the first batch of violent elemental creatures. The four elemental ancient gods rarely left the elemental plane. On the one hand, they did not like to move around, and on the other hand, they needed to suppress the power of the elemental plane. Because the four elemental planes represented their own extremes, without the power of the elemental ancient gods to control, the power of the four elemental planes was easy to be imbalanced. And the final result was to affect all the elemental creatures. It was like if the queen of the ants died, all the Fermi ants would lose control and go berserk. PS1, second update. PS2, I don't know if the character you created in Invincible Legend is right. It is said that someone's nickname is Futu, update quickly. Damn. I heard that someone wanted to go to the enemy country to PK me. You underestimate me. Number 22, you are facing the entire Futu army. The cause of the tsunami was finally figured out. After personally going to the sea to investigate, Soren found that near the whirlpool where the floating city fell, an underwater volcano erupted at an alarming rate. At the same time, there were also a large number of water elementals nearby. These water elementals were very violent and full of aggression. Even the nearby sea monsters were attacked by them. There was no doubt that after losing the control of the elemental god, many elementals without much wisdom entered a period of rage. Most elementals did not have a specific personal consciousness. Generally, when they were promoted to the level of Jinn, these elementals would be as smart as humans. As for other low-grade elementals, they basically acted on instinct. Mordor City seemed to have returned to peace. However, after the tsunami disaster, everything in Mordor City had changed a lot. For example, Soren's believers. During this time, the number of Soren's believers had skyrocketed, especially among the half-elves. Almost 90% of the half-elves had become Soren's believers, and there were also a large number of devout believers. Soren never asked for forced belief because belief had to be voluntary. 10 shallow believers were only the power of faith provided by one devout believer, so if there were half-elves who believed in other gods, Soren basically would not interfere. But now the proportion of half-elves who believed in Soren was quite high, and the number of devout believers had directly increased by more than 50%. The so-called devout believers were the kind of believers who would formally pray every day. As for the fanatics, they completely regarded the gods as their everything. The proportion of fanatics in Soren's church had also increased by a lot. And all of this was brought about by the day of the tsunami when he transformed into his true god form and exhausted all the gods to save Mordor City. Although Soren's divine power was almost exhausted at that time, his divine power recovered very quickly. The believers' prayers became several times more active. Soren was recovering his divine power at almost twice the speed in the past, and this momentum continued to increase. In general, Soren's move this time was correct. City Hall. An official came to the City Hall in a hurry, then found the minister in charge of construction and said, "Sir Raffle, something strange has happened near the quagmire in the south." This is the report they sent back. "We don't have a way to deal with it, so we'd like you to pass it to Her Excellency Gloria." The official named Raffle took a look at it, and his expression immediately became solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Got it. I'll report this to Lady Gloria immediately." After he finished speaking, he walked toward the city lord mansion. He didn't have the right to see Gloria directly. He had to wait for an attendant to inform him. Soon, he was brought into a study. Then, Gloria's figure appeared. However, it was not her real body, but an avatar created by the simulacrum spell. Since Soren discovered the spell simulacrum from the ancient ruins, Gloria dealt with most of the things in Mordor City through her avatar. This was also the key to the great arcanists during the Arcane Empire's period. Gloria took a look at the report and said with a solemn expression, "Gravity anomaly? Is it over the quagmire? Okay. I see. You can go now." After that, Gloria's figure disappeared. The next moment, her real body temporarily stopped the experiment in her hand and went directly to Soren's side. After this period of recovery, Soren's exhausted divine power has been replenished a lot. He was now studying the improvement plan of the battle flag plane because the next test was about to begin. When Gloria arrived, he couldn't help but raise his head and said, "What's wrong? You look a bit serious." Gloria handed the report to Soren and said softly, "There's an anomaly near the quagmire in the south. The gravity in that place is distorted, and we don't know what happened yet." Gravity distortion. Soren also became serious when he heard this. He took a look at the report and said, "I see. Leave this to me. You should focus on studying elemental fission." Gloria nodded and then disappeared. At present, whether Mordor City could float or not depended on her and the fallen witch's research progress. If elemental fission was successfully cracked, Mordor City could soon be upgraded to a floating city. Soren fixed the last few runes, then got up and left the battle flag plane. The gravity anomaly must be related to the elemental plane. Under normal circumstances, the gravity of a plane was different. Using the material plane as a standard, the gravity of the lower plane was obviously much higher, and the gravity of the spiritual plane was only about 80% of that of the material plane. Greater teleportation. The entire city of Mordor had been set up with ley line nodes. See Mordor City second phase transformation plan for details. Soren could teleport to any place in Mordor City at any time. As long as he mastered these ley line nodes, any ability that could cast teleportation spells could get a connection point to the teleportation network of Mordor City. When he appeared, a lot of people had gathered near the quagmire. As if they were performing a monkey show, these people's movements were a little slow, as if even walking was very difficult for them. Elemental anomaly. Soren's god-level perception immediately found the problem. The gravity here was about twice that of the material plane. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing was absolutely impossible because the gravity of the material plane was affected by the elemental channel. The only explanation for the gravity anomaly here was that a channel connected to the Earth elemental plane was formed here. The gravity of the Earth elemental plane was special. As a plane with a challenge rating of 15 or above, the gravity of the Earth elemental plane was about twice that of the material plane. In some places, the gravity may reach more than 10 times. Ordinary people could not even stand, let alone walk. This quagmire originally had a group of sludge monsters, but they had been cleaned up by Mordor City a long time ago. These were the coordinates of the fourth phase of the transformation. Now, within about a kilometer, the gravity was obviously more serious than other places, and it could be felt immediately after entering the range. My lord. Sir Soren. The Great Lord of Shadows. All kinds of names were called. Because of the gravity anomaly here, not only the officials of Mordor City came, but also many witches came to see. Soren waved his hand and said, "Okay. You can go down. I'll take care of it." This level of event was not something that ordinary people could intervene in. At least, only legendary spellcasters with half-planes could deal with it. If there was really a channel connecting to the Earth elemental plane, then Soren would need to use the power of the divine spark to space change and temporarily seal it completely. Otherwise, as the channel was opened, the Earth elementals would soon find this coordinate, and then Mordor City would have to face elemental turmoil. P.S. First update. Saint form, a pale golden light appeared in Soren's sight. He looked down at the quagmire with a diameter of about 1 kilometer from the air. This place was close to a valley, far from the gathering place of the sludge monsters. However, the construction of Mordor could not allow the existence of such unexpected creatures, so they had been wiped out about last year. Now there were no traces of the sludge monsters in this quagmire. At most, there were some small animals. But now there were no small animals, and there were almost no living things in the abnormal gravity range. The only thing that could be felt was that the Earth elemental energy here was very abundant. Casting the spell Stone to Mud here should be able to improve the casting effect a lot. Found it. After Soren looked at the area, he finally found the problem. There was a muddy pit that was invisible to the naked eye. It looked a bit like a swamp. There was a very strong energy field below it. It was likely that the passageway was connected to this place. Space change, divinity ability. With a golden light, Soren directly used his divine power to break the illusion covered by the material plane in front of him. Then the overlapping space appeared in front of him, and a deep crack appeared in his eyes. If he wanted to see the situation, he could only enter it. This is the place of buried treasures. This is the wall against all enemies. This is the tomb of the greedy. The elemental plane of Earth was a solid plane made up of rocks, mud, and stones. Travelers who were not alert enough or prepared enough might feel that they were buried alive in this huge, solid tomb, and that their lives would end with them being crushed. His crushed body left a warning for anyone who was stupid enough to follow. Although the elemental plane of Earth had a strong and non-ductile nature, the hardness of the elemental plane of Earth was diverse, from relatively soft soil to heavier and more valuable metal veins. Granite, volcanic rock, marble, fragile crystal, and soft gravel were intertwined together. Rough and huge gem mines were sparsely distributed in this plane. These unpolished gems often tempted greedy people to come to this plane, wanting to dig out gems with minimal effort. Those with this purpose often encountered the natives of the elemental plane of Earth as enemies, and some even left their bones here forever. The elemental plane of Earth was a place that was hostile to creatures from the main material world, but it was not as active as the elemental plane of fire. It was as patient as the Earth itself, and it had all the time in the universe to wait. The four elemental planes were born from the origin of the multiverse. This was a place full of endless wealth, and it even had mines far richer than the bottomless abyss. Soren passed through the space crack in front of him, and a light appeared in front of him. He was already in an open gravel area. The gravity here was about twice that of the material plane, and many valuable things could be seen within sight, such as white marble and open-air metal ore. Among the four elemental planes, exploring the Earth elemental plane was the most valuable because it was a plane with endless wealth. Lucky people could even find gems as big as a fist on the roadside. There were records of this. There were adventurers who once explored the elemental plane of Earth. One of them wandered for 3 hours, and then found a fist-sized ruby on the roadside. The elemental plane of Earth contained many treasures. It had the densest gem mines in the multiverse, the easiest metal ore to mine in the multiverse, and an abundant amount of almost all kinds of stone. For example, the land in front of Soren was undoubtedly rich in marble, as well as a large number of open-air metal mines near the hills on the side. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, almost all of the minerals could be found in the elemental plane of Earth, and they were very easy to mine. They did not even need to go deep underground. There were abnormally rich mineral reserves within 100 meters of the surface. Of course, it was not easy to make a fortune in the elemental plane of Earth. Even the demons did not dare to swagger in. At most, they would sneak in to mine something. Because there were many powerful and dangerous existences in the elemental plane of Earth, for example, the giant Earth elemental that was angrily attacking Soren. Because it was located in the elemental plane, the strength of this giant Earth elemental was at least 30% higher. Its challenge level was close to level 18, and it required half a legendary team to deal with it. And because of the gravity of the elemental plane of Earth, it was very inconvenient for most professions to move here. Death's Hand. Soren did not have the patience to break a giant Earth elemental, so he directly used Death's Hand to take it away. He needed a little time to observe here. It shouldn't be the core area of the elemental plane of Earth, because the gravity is not more than 5 times that of the material plane. Soren looked down at the land in front of him and murmured, "It seems that this area is very valuable. An unusually rich marble mine, as well as a large number of open-air ores. If they can be mined, the strength of the city of Mordor will greatly increase." Unfortunately, Soren just thought about it and gave up. On one hand, it was the danger of the elemental plane of Earth. New elemental life could be born here at any time. Another reason was the gravity here. In the case of twice the gravity, the laborers of Mordor City could not work at all, and Mordor City did not have such technical conditions to rely on golems to mine. It seemed that such a large open-air mine could only be abandoned here. The characteristics of the elemental plane of Earth were that it increased earth spells, weakened air spells, normal time, unlimited size, and could change shape. The sky of this plane was very low. For legendary professions, it was easy to touch the plane barrier, and the core area of this plane was the underground world. There were countless passages under the elemental plane of Earth, and the natives living here were abnormally strong. In the elemental plane of Earth, you must master 2 skills. One was mining, and the other was digging. There was even a book that was circulated among adventurers. It was called Dig Your Way, a survival guide to the elemental plane of Earth. One thing must be mentioned here: similar to other planes, the elemental plane of Earth was not all in the form of Earth elemental in the eyes of ordinary people. There were also souls that were reincarnated into the elemental plane, as well as the natives who were assimilated by the Earth elemental energy. Their souls were assimilated by the Earth elemental energy, and eventually became similar to half-elemental life. The enemies that could be encountered here were half-Earth elemental Deinonychus, half-Earth elemental Medusa, half-Earth elemental Minotaur, half-Earth elemental Troll, half-fusion lava monster, stone monster, and Earth Djinn, etc. Change space, divinity. Change reality, divinity. Soren returned to the material plane. In order to avoid trouble, he temporarily sealed the crack, but this kind of crack was difficult to completely erase, and he did not know when it would open again. For the time being, Soren could only seal it first and see how to deal with it in the future. After all, the mineral wealth of the elemental plane of Earth was amazing. If possible, Soren still wanted to dig something out of it. Huh? Just when Soren finished sealing the elemental crack and was about to return to the city of Moder, he suddenly froze in place, and then his expression suddenly became very strange. Because, just now, just at that moment, he actually perceived the magic net and connected with it again. P.S. Second update. Looking for recommendation tickets, looking for subscriptions. It only took a moment to connect to the magic net. Soon, Soren lost his connection to the magic net again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Soren's expression was solemn at this moment because he had to determine if he was the only one who had connected to the magic net at that moment, or if everyone was connected to the magic net. If it was the former, it meant that the goddess of magic was most likely hiding in the elemental plane of Earth, and the latter meant that the goddess of magic had returned for some reason. Soren teleported back to Motor City in an instant. As soon as he returned to Motor City, he saw Gloria, who was excited, so there was no doubt that others also felt the magic net. The goddess of magic has just opened the magic net. Gloria looked very excited and murmured, "The goddess of magic did not fall." The reconnection of the magic net means that she is still alive, but for some reason she has temporarily disappeared for a while. The magic net still could not be connected. But the connection just now undoubtedly announced the existence of the goddess of magic. She did not really fall. This was a significant thing for all spellcasters, especially those who had lost their ability to cast spells because of the collapse of the magic net. They would be the strongest supporters of the goddess of magic because only by restoring the magic net could they recover their power. Of course, these people did not care who the goddess of magic was. They only cared about the existence of the goddess of magic and the magic net. As a member of the great divine power, the goddess of magic had amazing influence in the material plane. In addition to the church that served her, the goddess of magic also had a knight order composed of paladins, a small ranger organization, and a group of bards. The existence of the goddess of magic was necessary. Because her clergy itself was a convenience, the real role of the magic net was not just to cooperate with mortals to cast spells. Many worlds did not have the magic net. For example, the influence of the magic net in the bottomless abyss was very small. The shadow magic net dominated the Underdark, and the other upper and lower planes were not covered by the magic net. The final thing of the goddess of magic was actually the divine network. This was something that even Soren could not ignore, because only the divine network above the 9th level of the magic net could help him collect and transform the power of faith. The essence of the magic net was to serve the gods, and the network of faith was the ability that really bordered many places in the multiverse. Even the evil gods could borrow the power of the faith network. No matter what, the reappearance of the weave would definitely have a huge impact on the material plane. The organizations that served the goddess of magic would definitely take action, and the Lady of the Night would probably take action as well. This time, Soren didn't know what would happen in the future. Because the fate of the goddess of magic had been changed by him, Soren had lost all premonitions related to the goddess of magic. However, he wasn't afraid at all. This was because Soren had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had risked his life all the way to apatheicized, so Soren was no longer afraid. He dared to face his fate. Everyone was patiently waiting for news. On the second day after the disappearance of the magic net, Soren was able to connect to the magic net again. However, this time it wasn't just the network of the mortals. He was even able to connect to the network of the gods. All at once, the power of faith in the entire city of Moder began to gather, and the speed at which Soren transformed and fused divine power was more than twice as fast. This was the convenience of the network of faith. It could greatly reduce the energy and time that Soren needed to deal with faith and prayers. The network of faith only lasted for about half an hour, but there was no doubt that everyone felt its existence. After about half an hour, the magic net disappeared without a trace again. The third time it appeared was 2 days later. This time, the magic net was really restored, the mortal spellcasters regained their ability to cast spells, and the network of faith was running again. However, The goddess of magic had closed all the connections of the magic net above the 16th level, which meant that even the gods couldn't access the highest level of the magic net, including all the prayers to the goddess of magic. She was very weak now. Even if Soren didn't see the goddess of magic, he could feel it. Presumably, the other gods could feel it too. Because it was very rare for the goddess of magic not to respond to prayers, it meant that the priests of the goddess of magic still couldn't use divine spells. The goddess of magic would never do this if the situation wasn't very bad. 3 days passed quietly. The elemental turmoil had officially broken out. The most severely damaged overseas was the tropical Amazon jungle. The raging wind and storm elementals there had caused heavy losses to the fierce Amazonian female warriors. Probably because of the power of the Storm Lord, there was a channel directly connected to the wind elementals in the tropical Amazon jungle. The violent wind elementals set off typhoons and tornadoes from time to time, which directly caused huge losses to the Amazon jungle. The area around Mordor City was also greatly affected. The reason was that it was close to the deep sea. Sometimes, ships in Mordor City might see giant water elementals making waves on the surface of the sea. They would swim directly on the surface of the sea, looking like they would kill anything in their way. Fortunately, the airships of Mordor had entered the regular route, and the wind elementals were no longer raging nearby, so the impact was not very serious. On the mainland, Arendel's losses were not small. The raging ice elementals began to spread near the ice mountains. They drove away the ice trolls, which directly led to the ice trolls attacking human territory. Once the ecological balance was broken, the consequences were a chain reaction. The violent elements directly destroyed the original ecological balance, and many creatures began to migrate in order to avoid the violent elementals. The southwest of the mainland was the worst hit area. Because there were 5 volcanic eruptions in a row in this place, with the volcanic eruptions, there were not only speeches, but also fire elementals and magma elementals who were angry at other creatures. It was said that the elves in that area were forced to migrate, and even an adult red dragon was expelled by the angry fire elemental lord. The elemental turmoil was not just the ordinary elementals. With the opening of the plain channel, other elemental lords that were originally suppressed by the god of fire elemental might also appear in the material plane. Their strength was at least at the level of demigod, as if they felt that the material plane was not chaotic enough at the moment. A big news quickly spread to many places. That was the appearance of the Lady of Misfortune. The twin of destiny, the goddess in charge of the misfortune divinity, Ben Saba, recently appeared near the south coast, and it was said that she also brought a disaster. P.S. First update. Ben Saba was an evil and willful goddess. She was narrow-minded and very jealous of her sister. She believed that mortals should worship her as much as they worship the goddess of fortune, or at least, they should respect her verbally. Therefore, although many mortals were afraid of Ben Saba's power and ideas, they had to invite her and welcome her to various formal occasions, such as weddings or coronations, sports or martial arts competitions, and newborn naming ceremonies. Because if they did not invite her, it was possible that the misfortune maiden would launch an endless revenge attack on everyone involved, that is, eternal bad luck. This goddess relied on people's fear to gather faith, and even the gods did not dare to deal with her. Ben Saba's church had a strong desire for abuse. This time, the disaster that broke out near the south coast was related to a special ceremony held by her church. In the Church of the Misfortune Goddess, whenever an important priest passed away or a priest rose in rank in the church, her believers would hold a special ceremony called the Fade. This was a pious ceremony that was rarely held. In the former ceremony, the believers would float the body of the deceased down the river with many lit candles, and then the body would be transformed into powerful undead creatures and randomly sent to any place on the continent to cause large-scale chaos. The latter was called the Ascension. The ceremony was full of low drum music, dancing on hot coals, and various branding and tattooing ceremonies. The cause of the disaster was the Fade. A saint priest in the Church of the Misfortune Goddess died. In the process of this ceremony, the saint priest was transformed into a very terrible undead creature, at least a legendary challenge-level monster. Then, a town was destroyed because of this. As the favored one of the Misfortune Goddess, Soren did not have the slightest affection for this goddess. Because she was an extremely willful existence, any action that angered her could lead to a curse. Even Soren, like the other gods, had a trace of vigilance and fear towards her. Because luck was the easiest thing to cheat people, the appearance of the misfortune goddess meant that the War of the Twins would also begin. Soren was a little worried because he did not want to be involved in the battle between the misfortune goddess and the goddess of fortune. No matter who won in the end, it was not necessarily a good thing for him. Soren decided to wait and see, as long as it didn't affect the things he cared about. Moreover, he also had something very important to do recently. That was to conduct the second large-scale test of the battle banner plane and attempt to create demon hunters in his god kingdom. The former was already in preparation. It was estimated that in at most half a month, the city of Mordor would be able to carry out a large-scale battle flag trial. This time, Soren needed to test whether his modified device would still cause deaths. As for the second one, it was the most important one. The demon hunters were a very important part of Soren's future plans. They would be the vanguard of the attack on the Dreadlord's kingdom, completely eliminating the Dreadlord's important fighting force, and the main force of the war against other gods in the future. Creating a demon hunter was not easy. This required Soren's divine power and the bloodline seed of his demon incarnation. What Soren wanted now was a way to mass-produce them. Assimilate them into the reincarnation pool in his god kingdom, and then create a separate reincarnation pool so that all the souls that could be promoted to become demon hunters could be directly transformed. Demon hunters were born with strength close to the higher grade. If enough demon hunters could be cultivated, then they would make up for the lack of combat power of the god kingdom, and also make up for the lack of flexibility of the golem army in terms of intelligence. A suitable clergy for Vivian had not been found. She was originally the witch of fear, and the most suitable clergy for her was undoubtedly fear. However, it was not easy to find a suitable springboard. Although there were gods that had fallen, it had not much to do with Vivian. Soren also did not dare to casually start a war with other gods. At present, the gods that did not have a god behind them were basically hiding. Therefore, the best situation was to let Vivian directly obtain the clergy of fear. This meant that she could quickly become a medium divine power, and after completely integrating with the power of the Dreadlord, Vivian could easily become a great divine power. If there were two great divine powers in a god system, then they were qualified to carve out a territory in the pantheon. Soren must use the great divine power as a standard. At present, among the people he could recruit, Saruman was at most a low divine power. The possibility of the Maiden of Pain being promoted was very low. The Princess Royal of Arendelle was at least a medium divine power, but it was hard to say whether she would be willing to join his god system instead of cultivating others. For Soren, it was better to let Vivian, who he could fully trust, obtain the clergy of fear as soon as possible. The integration of the god kingdom was in progress. The demon incarnation had controlled nearly 1/5 of the land of the Forgotten Land. The golem army of Mordor was taking shape. Elemental fission was being studied. After it was completed, Mordor could carry out the final transformation plan of the floating city. The energy supply would greatly expand the number of the golem army. For Soren, everything he had accumulated was about to explode. At that time, he would descend the god kingdom into the bottomless abyss, and then attack the god kingdom of the Dreadlord, destroy the throne of fear. The throne of fear must be destroyed before the god of murder broke the seal, so that Vivian could smoothly take over the clergy of fear. Attacking a god's kingdom was a very vast war, and for this, it required an urgent need for a considerable amount of power. Soren had been holding back until now, neither expanding his territory in the material plane, nor developing faith in the areas of other gods, in order to reduce the hostility of others, so that there would be no worries when attacking the god kingdom of the Dreadlord. To put it bluntly, with the current strength of Mordor, with the power that Soren had accumulated for so long, he could control all the coastlines in the south within a day, capture the Principality of Rossard within 3 days, and then expand north to the Deepwater port near the Tower of the Northern Witches within 7 days, control half of the land on the south coast within half a month, and directly attack the vicinity of Amber City and Whiterun within a month. A huge naval force. A powerful army corps. An airship combat unit that transcended eras. Note, secret armed forces. A flying dragon legion that had been formed. A floating space tower that could attack with high-altitude energy. and a golem legion that could be teleported to any place on the south coast at any time. If Soren wanted to expand, he could instantly expand Mordor into the largest kingdom in the south, but he didn't do that. Because for him, Vivian was more important than these. He continued to use all his power to destroy the Throne of Fear, not to expand his territory. He didn't want to face the gods head-on yet. The power of Mordor had always been reserved, but when Soren really made a move, it would inevitably be like thunder. P.S. Let me explain, The Undefeated Legend is a client-side game. It is different from traditional online games. There is no experience mode. You can level up by killing a boss. After playing for a while, you can directly fight in groups. It is also easier for students and office workers to play. When killing the boss, you can get physical prizes such as Durex. When logging in, you can also get phone fees and Shidan coins. If you are tired of reading, you can come in and play with me. A sharp alarm sounded. With the sound of the horn, the garrison of Mordor City quickly gathered near the barracks. Then there was the low roar of the wyverns in the distant sky. 5 wyverns flew directly to the southwest, and the army quickly moved there. Is there a war? In the central square of Mordor City, the citizens looked at each other in surprise. One of the young men said, "What's going on? Why did the army suddenly gather? Even the wyvern knights were mobilized?" At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Earthquake? Spread out. Is there an earthquake? A panicked figure came, but it only lasted for a short time, but it also brought a hint of chaos to the crowd. Library. A group of witches quickly walked out of the building. One of the beautiful witches with glasses raised her eyebrows and said, "No. This is not an earthquake. Someone had used the earthquake spell. There's a battle in Mordor City." A real earthquake had a large area of effect. It would not end so quickly. The shaking of the ground just now was obviously the result of magic. There was a very powerful existence that used earthquake on the island of Mordor. Could it be related to the recent elemental riots? The one who spoke was a mature witch with full breasts. She looked up into the distance and said, "If there's a battle, maybe we should go and take a look." According to the rules of Mordor City, military achievements can also be used to exchange for contribution points. Mordor City rarely sent witches to the battlefield. Because for Soren, they were closer to researchers. Even if the witches had strong combat power, what Mordor City needed the most was the results of their research, not the weak witches. Mordor City now needed a large number of high-end technical personnel, and it was very difficult to train them. Even if ordinary citizens were trained, they could only be qualified for assembly line work. The real core power was these more knowledgeable spellcasters. At present, there were 2 spellcaster factions in Mordor City. One was the witch class led by Gloria, and the other was the alchemist class led by Saruman. Saruman also began to form his own team, mainly attracting other wizards from Shipwreck Bay and Deepwater Port. Their overall strength was not as good as the witch group, but they were good at alchemy. The mobilization of the army became more and more frequent. The system of Mordor City was absolute, and the order was carried out very quickly. Immediately, the 3rd and 6th Corps were assembled and began to move towards the southwest. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mordor City, near the quagmire that was once sealed by Soren, the high slope near the valley had been occupied by a large group of earth elementals. Of course, Soren's seal did not open. Even if it was reactivated, it would not be so fast. His divine power could last for at least 1 or 2 months. These earth elementals came out from another crack. They occupied the high slope overnight, and at the same time, they expanded around, treating all creatures as enemies, and attacked the army of Mordor City. Rumble. Crush these humans. The language used by the earth elemental was a kind of low vibrato, a bit like the sound of the earth shaking. The existence that caused trouble for Mordor City was naturally not an ordinary earth elemental. This time an earth elemental lord appeared in the crack. It was an earth giant made of rocks more than 10 meters high. It invaded the material plane. And it also brought the army of the earth elemental plane, a large group of earth elementals, earth monsters, and half-elemental earth elementals. This attack quickly alarmed Soren, but when he arrived, the battle had already begun. The reaction of Mordor City was very fast. The golem puppets were sent to the battlefield immediately, and then the Deacon of the Shadow Church also arrived quickly. There were thousands of earth elementals. This time, Soren did not mean to make a move. He just focused on the earth giant in the lead. The army of Mordor City must be sharpened, because this kind of attack would become more and more frequent. This was not the first time Mordor City fought with elementals. As early as 3 days ago, the fleet of Mordor City eliminated a group of berserk water elementals. It was just that this time the scale was obviously larger. The main reason was that there was an earth elemental lord. The earth giant, which was more than 10 meters high, was obviously a divine life form. However, Soren still did not make a move. At his current level of strength, the benefits of killing a divine life form were just so. Soren still had a large amount of slaughter EXP that had not been used. These slaughter EXP were enough for him to level up several times. The reason why he did not level up was to deal with the greater divine power. Because Soren's current divine power was really not enough. Using slaughter EXP to level up would only increase his attributes by 1 or 2 points. Most of the abilities he had now were almost maxed out. Soren's slaughter EXP was to convert it into divine power. If he needed to fight with a greater divine power as a last resort, the divine power he currently had was absolutely not enough. At that time, he would need slaughter EXP. If Soren converted all the slaughter EXP he had stored, he could instantly restore hundreds or thousands of divine power points, enough for a second burst of divine power. Mortals had a bottleneck. That was a problem that high-grade legends had to face. After a legendary rogue leveled up to a certain level, the only increase in strength was the mastery of shadows. Soren had the shadow priesthood, so leveling up his rogue profession to the maximum level would only increase his attributes. It was impossible for a level 40 rogue to defeat a god who held the title of rogue. The wizard profession level began to reach a bottleneck after reaching the legendary level because at this time, they could only deepen their understanding of spells and increase their own spell slots. No matter how high they leveled up, as long as the goddess of magic did not open up a higher level of the magic net, even a level 40 wizard could only cast legendary spells. This was the limitation of mortals. For Soren, who had become a god, as long as he had enough divine power points, he could cast countless spells. As long as he had enough divine power points, he could always keep the divine shield on. 1 or 2 points of strength could not change much. This was also the important reason why, in the long history, there were so many epic characters with professions as high as level 30, but in the end, there were only a few who could kill gods and become gods. When necessary, Soren could level up his profession level at any time. If he encountered an enemy with great divine power, Soren could also convert slaughter EXP into divine power points. In fact, after Soren was promoted to a mid-grade divine power, slaughter EXP had begun to be converted into special divine power reserves. This time, it was Vivian who made the move. And her enemy was the earth giant in front of him. Soren had to test Vivian's combat power after becoming a demigod. This was the best time to practice skills because if Vivian inherited the priesthood of fear in the future, it would be difficult for her to experience the current state of mind. However, contrary to Soren's plan, there were 2 Vivian facing the earth giant at the moment. One was the main body. The other was the simulacrum. The little girl's talent in this spell was simply unbelievable. Even Soren could not compare to her because the one in charge of controlling the simulacrum was the Witch of Fear, Lillian. P.S. Invincible Legend will start testing at 13 o'clock tomorrow. The Buddha army has been assembled and is ready to charge for 10 million Qidian coins. Open Sky District, Kingdom of Qi. Do you dare to build a family with me, fight for the king, and conquer the world? What's the saying? There's no time to explain, get in the car. Mimicry was a very useful spell. Vivian had been studying and adapting to her identity as a demigod, and mimicry was the spell she had been studying the most. Because of the unique nature of their souls, even Soren couldn't separate them. Note, this idea only came to him for a while. Therefore, if the 2 souls wanted to live together in harmony, they had to come up with a suitable plan. In the past, they would appear separately for a period of time. Lillian was Vivian's companion soul, and when necessary, she would take over Vivian's body. But now, the two souls were complete, and Soren even suspected that the death of one of them or the forceful separation would cause serious consequences. Therefore, the safest plan now was to let them adapt to the current situation. At this time, mimicry's effect would be reflected. It was a spell that could create an independent avatar, and it was very compatible with Vivian and Lillian's companion souls. On the battlefield, Vivian and Lillian surrounded the stone giant from both sides. Mastering a spell didn't require such a long time, but cultivating the ability to use this spell in battle required a lot of energy. At this moment, Vivian was a completely different person. One of them was her original body, which had the strength of a high-grade legend. Her main profession was a divine sorcerer, and her other profession was a high-grade wizard. The other was her clone, which retained about 80% of her original strength, including her frightening spell slots. For Vivian, mimicry was equivalent to turning one turret into two turrets. Hence, throughout the entire battle, the stone giant could be seen being bombarded by spells that covered the sky and covered the earth. Sigh. This little girl. Soren silently watched the battle, and after a while, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It was very difficult for a 10-year-old girl to master high-end combat skills, but fortunately, she knew her own advantages and accidentally came up with a way to defeat 10 with brute force. The battle didn't last long. Under Vivian's overwhelming spell attacks, the stone giant only lasted for less than 5 minutes before it died. With the death of the stone giant, a golden light of divinity appeared, and Soren couldn't help but focus on observing it. This was his main focus this time. He needed to know if Vivian's bloodline had the ability to fuse with divinity. A little bit of divinity merged into Vivian's body. When he saw the divinity of the stone giant being absorbed by Vivian, Soren's expression became serious. He was right. As the descendant of the 3 death gods, Vivian also had the innate ability to absorb divinity, but this ability was inferior to Soren. If Soren participated in the battle, the divinity would almost certainly be absorbed by him. But now, Vivian had single-handedly killed the stone giant, so she had fused with the stone giant's divinity. This was good news. This meant that it would be much easier for Vivian to inherit the power of the divinity of fear. Brother! Brother! After killing the stone giant, the two Vivian excitedly came in front of Soren, raised their little heads and happily said, "I'm awesome, right?" They were exactly the same. During the battle, the two Vivian changed their positions many times. Now that Soren looked at them, he couldn't tell which one was the simulacrum. But he could more or less tell the difference. Vivian's aura was softer, while Lillian's aura was a little more flamboyant. As for other things, there was no way to tell. Yes. Soren reached out and touched the two little girls' heads, smiled and said, "You did well." Lillian's soul was born with Vivian, so Soren accepted the fact that he had a sister very quickly. Because Vivian knew everything that Vivian knew, and Lillian also experienced everything that Vivian experienced. Soren thought for a while and said seriously, "You two go back first. Just now, the stone giant's divinity has been integrated into your bodies. I need you to convert and absorb this divinity as soon as possible. Tell me immediately when you're done. I need to know the speed of your integration." The day of the attack on the Kingdom of Fear was getting closer and closer. Soren had to get rid of this threat, but he needed to know the speed of the two little girls' integration of divinity because he might need Vivian's power in the final stage of the Avatar crisis. Even, to some extent, when the Avatar crisis ended, how much success could Soren achieve in the end? Vivian would be the most important point. Because Vivian had many things that no one could replace. That was, she was the most important person to Soren. She had complete trust in Soren. She could let Soren completely trust her. She could have the potential of a great divine power. In this regard, Vivian far exceeded Gloria and Fallen Witch. She even had more potential than Princess Royal. I see. Vivian nodded obediently. She had always wanted to help her brother, and as a smart little girl, she also realized that the whole world was changing. She hoped that she could help her brother. But this required a lot of power. Because Soren was a mid-level divine power, and his enemies were bound to be more powerful, it was because of this that the little girl could patiently train her strength. Otherwise, with the lawless character of Lillian, the Witch of Fear, she would have already gone out to wander around. The reason why Lillian could patiently contact the simulacrum and cooperate with Vivian to integrate divinity and control the power of the divine spark was that she hoped that she could also help Soren at a critical moment. On the other side, after the battle, the army of Mordor was cleaning up the battlefield. The earth elementals dropped a lot of good things. These crystals could be used as materials for the witches to make golem puppets, and the body of the earth elementals itself was a resource. They could be used to quickly make parts of golem puppets. Soren's task was to seal the cracks in the plane. During the time of the elemental turmoil, all he could do was to mend it because no one dared to counterattack the elemental plane. Even the abyss had been beaten by the army of the elemental plane. Facing the endless elemental legion, even a divine system would have a headache. Change space, divine spark power. Soren transformed into the form of the saint. With the golden light, the cracks in the plane in front of him were also sealed. The next things could be left to others. Soren was ready to return to Mordor to officially start the expansion plan of the demon hunter. He had extracted some genes from the demon avatar, and the fusion of the pool of reincarnation was continuing. If successful, he would first try to transform a blood pool in the abyss. The blood pool was the pool of reincarnation. However, the power of the blood pool was a little different from the pool of reincarnation. It only transformed the lowest level of abyss worms. That's right. Vivian recently had a new name, Twin of Fear. P.S. First update. The cold wind was howling. Even in summer, the cold wind in Icewind Valley was still as sharp as a knife. A thin figure wearing a cloak appeared. He advanced along the Icewind Valley. When he heard a strange sound from the side, he stopped and pressed his white hand on the hilt of his saber. "Come out." A clear voice sounded. The lone traveler made people realize that she was a woman as soon as she spoke. In this turbulent period, even a team of adventurers did not dare to wander at will, and a lone woman was very rare. She could walk to Icewind Valley alive, which undoubtedly proved that she had the ability to protect herself in this chaotic era. Haha, there was a strange sound. Following which, 3 ice trolls rushed out from the corner. The ice troll in the lead had a huge physique, standing over 3 meters tall. The other 2 were much shorter. One of them was holding a stick-like weapon. Upon closer inspection, it was a human leg bone that had been eaten clean. Human flesh. Delicious. Eat meat. The ice troll made a strange sound and rushed toward the lone woman in front of it excitedly. Shang. Accompanied by a cold light, the cloaked woman disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared at the side of the ice troll. Magical radiance swirled around her scimitar and cut open the ice troll's neck, leaving a wound 7 to 8 centimeters deep. If it were not for the lack of strength as a woman, she would have cut off the ice troll's head directly. Sword form, spinning strike. Accompanied by the wind and snow of Icewind Valley, a thin figure soared into the air. Her fluttering cloak revealed her fiery red long hair. She flipped her palm and another curved blade appeared. It was different from the one she used at the beginning. This second curved blade carried a threatening baleful aura. The moment it hit the ice troll, it was directly cut in half. The first attack couldn't even cut off the ice troll's head. But the second attack cut the ice troll in half. There was no doubt that the power of this second weapon was very amazing. Plop. The battle only lasted for 3 seconds. When the bodies of the 3 ice trolls fell, the slender woman also landed gently. Icing death. She took off the hood on her head and reached out to touch the scimitar in front of her. She murmured, as expected of the weapon used by my master. Adele Isabella. After the red-haired female pirate in Motor City completed the task of controlling the Windspear Hills, she asked Soren to give her a chance to travel alone, hoping to break through the legendary realm. She had already lost count of how many battles she had fought during her travels. Ever since she left the Windspear Hills, she had encountered countless battles along the way. There were lizardmen, gnolls, ogres, bandits, ill-intentioned adventurers, crazy degenerates, and even the hungry bugbears that attacked her. Along the way, Adele Isabella saw too many cruel scenes. She saw the piles of bones on the roadside, the starving people bartering for food, the fallen people sacrificing living people, and the poor farmers who had been cooked in the lizardman's pot. The waves of impact of the Avatar crisis had turned the material plane into a man-eating hell. And it was precisely because she had seen all this that Adele Isabella discovered the greatness of Motor City and the greatness of Soren. Compared with all the hellish things outside, the stability and prosperity of Mordor City was like heaven. Her faith became extremely firm. Because she firmly believed that in this terrible era, only Soren could save everything, bring a stable and orderly life to mortals, and end this terrible era. Along the Icewind Valley, Adele Isabella soon saw the bones of a horse that had been eaten clean, and there were several human remains next to it. There was no doubt that this was the work of the ice trolls. The victim should be a small caravan. Facing the trolls that were extremely difficult to kill, they were not spared in the end. Sigh. Adele Isabella sighed and continued to move forward. She had seen too many similar things along the way. She had traveled all the way from the south to the north, and everything she saw was so shocking. Mortals were like ants struggling at death's door, and many once rich towns had become a tomb of the living dead. That was the work of the undead. The resentment before death had caused ghouls to appear in many places, especially those who had starved to death. It was very likely that they would mutate. Along the way, Adele Isabella had also encountered many dangers. If it weren't for the icing death that Soren had left for her, she might not have been able to come all the way here. Breaking through to the realm of legends was right in front of her. But Adele Isabella always felt that there was a bottleneck stuck at the most critical point, making it impossible for her to truly enter the realm of legends. She was ready to go to the Frost Kingdom. In the cold wind and snow, she sharpened her will in order to break through to the realm of legends as soon as possible. Because she felt a calling, she felt that Motor City would need her strength. Snake Island. A bare-chested figure stood in front of a reef by the shore. With the ebb and flow of the tide, waves crashed against his body. He expressionlessly waved his sharp blade, and no one knew how long he had been doing this. This was a burly man. There was a very conspicuous sign on his body, that was, he had only one eye. One-eyed dragon, another huge wave came head-on. One-eyed dragon roared and slashed down with his sword in an instant. With a threatening cold light, the huge wave in front of him was split in the middle by his sword. Huh. One-eyed dragon slowly put away his sword and stood there. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Why can't I break through?" Since the giant broke through to the realm of legends, all the pirate leaders felt a deep sense of crisis. Adele Isabella gave up the power of the Wind Spear Hills and decided to travel to the mainland to find an opportunity to break through to the realm of legends. Scarface followed the fleet to the Eastern Kingdom to learn new abilities. As a pirate leader who stayed on the south coast, One-Eyed Dragon got inspiration after meeting an Eastern Ronin. He began to learn their fighting skills and tried to understand the power of Chi. Snake Island had become his current stronghold. The reason why he chose this place was only because the waves here were more violent and more suitable for him to train. But, breaking through to the realm of legends was not as easy as he thought. He clearly felt that he was just one step away, but he could not cross it. One-Eyed Dragon felt that he needed an opportunity, a life and death experience, because the last time he directly broke through the realm, it was at the moment when he was hovering between life and death. He didn't know if Adele Isabella had broken through to the realm of legends, but he knew that there was a rising star called Ugly Monkey who had already entered the realm of legends. He felt a deep sense of crisis. If he wanted to keep his current position and get more power in the camp of Mordor City, he must be promoted to the realm of legends. P.S. I'm finally done, so tired. Today, 7/22, Undefeated Legend officially opens beta testing. I'm busy and have a look at the game. I don't know how the Buddha army is preparing. Is there still a chance to be the king? No one could stop the growth of Mordor City. As time went by, the first batch of legendary professions in Mordor City gradually appeared, making up for the disadvantage left by the lack of time. Maybe it was because Soren had the power of slaughter. The followers who believed in and served him seemed to advance more easily than others. Take the 3 newcomers who had reached the legendary realm in Mordor City. The first one was Giant. He was a warrior who was not very smart, but he was very loyal to Soren and was a fanatical believer of the Shadow Lord. Giant was the first warrior to reach the legendary realm in Mordor City. Then the second person was a rogue named Ugly Monkey. He was a very talented rogue and was also a fanatical believer of Soren. This talented young man had broken through several times between life and death. He suddenly surpassed other pirate leaders and became the second person to reach the legendary realm in Mordor City in 2 years. Then the third person to break through was Milan. Half-elf, Milan. Saint Priest, Milan. As a girl who believed in and served Sorin, she had a natural advantage and her strength improved very quickly. Almost shortly after Ugly Monkey advanced to the legendary realm, Saint Priest, Milan also advanced to the legendary realm and became the leader of the church, second only to the high priest. It seemed that the believers who had something to do with Sorin improved faster than others. And those pirate leaders who followed Sorin, at least, especially those who did not believe in Sorin, seemed to have stayed in the range of high-grade professions and could not get the opportunity to break through. The light of dawn shone. It was a very peaceful day, but something happened in the peace. When Sorin was transforming the battle flag plane, he suddenly sensed a sense of joy from a distance, followed by spiritual communication and devout prayer. Almost without thinking, Sorin knew that Adele Isabella, who had been traveling on the continent, had broken through the legendary realm. As a fanatic follower of Sorin, the red-haired female pirate was bound to become a Holy Spirit apostle in Sorin's holy kingdom in the future. In order to ensure the safety of this Holy Spirit, Sorin gave her icing death. And today, Adele Isabella had returned the favor to Sorin. She had successfully become a legendary during this trip, which meant that she had the qualifications to become a God's messenger in Sorin's divine kingdom. This was a very important matter. As a new god, although he had many followers, there were very few who were qualified to become a god's emissary. For now, among Sorin's subordinates, there were only 3 who were qualified to become messengers of God. One was the Saint Priestess, Milan, the other was the fanatic, Ugly Monkey, and the last was the red-haired pirate, Adele Isabella. However, this was still far from enough. Because in order to maintain the normal operation of the divine kingdom, Sorin, as a intermediate divine power, needed at least 4 to 6 messengers of God's divine kingdom. There were many legendary professions in the material plane, but there were not many who could serve Sorin devoutly. With his current situation, it was not easy for him to cultivate so many. Many times, the resources controlled by the gods were accumulated little by little over time, and the Holy Spirit also needed enough time to cultivate. The bottomless abyss, the third layer. After occupying the land in the south of the Forgotten Land, the Galumba arena doubled in size. Sauron was a generous lord. He divided part of the land to the high-grade demons under his command, but as the demon lord who ruled this land, he still firmly held the control of the Abyss Blood Pool. At present, there were 2 Abyss Blood Pools in Sauron's territory. They were constantly providing Sauron with people and troops. Overlooking the Galumba arena from a high altitude, one could already see the layout of the city. The center was the most magnificent arena, the side was the business district operated by demons, the south was a large-scale blacksmith shop, and the north was a large military camp. Further away was the location of the volcano, where minerals were constantly being mined. Inside the magnificent palace, Sauron sat on the throne overlooking everything. Beside him was a group of charming succubus maids. After completing the deal with the Radiance Nun, Sauron had a group of succubus under his command. They were a little smarter than other demons and could do a lot of work. Great Sauron! At this moment, standing in front of Sauron was an old Yugoloth, and on the other side was an ugly Onababa. The Yugoloth bowed to Sauron and said, "We have sent the metal you want. Recently, there has been a bit of chaos in the Styx. It seems that the Knoll King, Yeenagu, defeated someone and fled to this plane, so the next batch of goods you need may be a few days late." Sauron frowned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Got it. But you have to send it as soon as possible." Yugros heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and quickly took his leave. At this time, the ugly Onababa came up and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Sauron, a lord of the Shura realm needs a large number of abyssal worms. He is willing to use a batch of gems as payment. I wonder if you are interested?" The Onababa liked to do cross-plane trade, and the abyssal worm trade had always been the focus. Sauron pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not interested in gems. But if it can be exchanged for metal ingots, I can consider it." The Onababa also left when she heard this. He needed to discuss with the Shura realm lord and then decide whether to trade. Because of Sauron's inclination towards order, the Golumba Arena had become one of the main trading markets in the upper 3 floors of the abyss. Not only the Shura realm demons, but even the lords of the Scorched Hell and the Grey Wilderness also liked to send people to purchase materials here. Any trade in the abyss was profitable. If there was no more than double the profit, the demons would not be willing to trade at all, so Sauron also made a lot of money. But most of the things he harvested were exchanged for ores and then secretly sent to Motor City. After staying in the hall for a while, Sauron came to the secret barracks of the Golumba Arena. This was a very vast underground training ground. There were almost no demons here, and 2 demon hunters were in charge of guarding the door. "My lord! My lord!" As soon as Sauron entered, the newborn demon hunters who were training inside knelt down on one knee. Sauron waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. How many demon hunters are reincarnated now?" A demon hunter with dark green scars came out and said, "My lord. There are currently 127 reincarnated demon hunters. 12 of them need to adapt to their new bodies. Heroic spirit transformation." These newborn demon hunters were not transformed with other souls, but directly transformed from Sauron's kingdom. What was to come had finally come. While Sauron was busy in Mordor City, tens of thousands of orcs had gathered near the Agate River. Of course. This time, the gathering of orcs was not for war. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, many lands in the entire material plane had become barren. Because of Sauron's intervention, the current casualties in the material plane were about 10%, which meant that almost 1/10 of the population had died. The orcs were one of the unluckier ones. Because of the battlefield of Autumn Fall, the orcs had lost about 50% of their population in the Avatar crisis. But fortunately, the orcs were very fertile. Basically, as long as peace was restored, it was enough to double the population in 10 years. As a mixed-race creature, the status of the orcs had always been very awkward. Humans did not like them, and the pure-blood orcs did not like them. They had always been wandering outside the 2 races. It could be said that there was a big gap between them and the half-elves. And the biggest gap was that the difference in appearance was too big. Because of the gap in appearance, the orcs had always been unable to integrate into other races. The final battle of Autumn Fall was once ridiculed by female adventurers as the battle of appearance of the mixed race. The densely packed orcs gathered together. In the center of the orc camp, there was a magnificent altar with a diameter of more than 100 meters. More than 10 old shaman priests gathered near the altar. Their faces were a little excited as they directed the nearby half-orcs to get busy. At the most important part of the altar, a lifelike statue had been erected. On top of the statue was Eugene with an aged face. He held a spear in his hand and looked into the distance. His body was covered with tattoos made of ashes. The bonfire was jumping. Night was coming. A large number of orcs gathered around the altar, and the shaman priests became the hosts of the ceremony. Boom, as if they had received a command, at about 9 o'clock in the middle of the night, all the orcs suddenly knelt down, and then a low prayer came from the center of the altar. "My lord Eugene." Note, orc language. You are the master of the orcs. You are the protector of the orcs. You guide us forward. You teach us to farm. You strengthen our race. You are our eternal guide. My lord Eugene. You raise the kingdom of God. Rise to the sky. The muffled sound of prayers echoed across the wilderness. As tens of thousands of people's prayers gathered together, a little divine brilliance began to gather on the statue in the center of the altar. The investiture, Eugene endured for so long and finally decided to become a god at this moment. Eugene, the Ascender, this old orc who was about to reach the end of his life. Because of this, he had finally succeeded in becoming a god. It was different from Sauron's investiture ceremony. Eugene's investiture prayer was very short. It was almost a regular half-orc clergy. The time he chose was around 9 o'clock at night, which meant that he was one of the gods in the evil camp. Under normal circumstances, the gods of the good alignment would be apotheosized during the day. Similarly, unless they were very powerful, the apotheosis ceremony would usually be held before dawn. In terms of scale, Eugene's investiture ceremony was undoubtedly bigger than Sauron's. However, judging from the divine brilliance on the altar, Eugene's investiture ceremony was only about half of Sauron's. Due to the limitations of their race, the level of civilization of the orcs was not high. Therefore, Eugene chose the wild mode investiture ceremony. The so-called wild mode was just a joke. It meant that the level of civilization of the investiture race was so low that there was no way to popularize temples. What should they do? In this case, they could only use an altar to make up the numbers. The so-called altar was often a platform and a few large stones. It was very convenient for the investiture ceremony, but at the same time, it also reduced the proportion of the power of faith absorbed. Of course, using altars also had its benefits. For example, what happened in front of him? After the first prayer, a group of orcs dragged a few ground dragons to the altar. Blood sacrifice, this was the oldest sacrificial ceremony. As the shaman personally ended the lives of these ground dragons, the blood flowed along the runes on the altar. Then the light condensed on the statue skyrocketed, and at the same time, there was a faint bloody light. 1,000 miles away. Motor City. Soren appeared outside the door in an instant. He looked up at the sky, and then cast a simulacrum. Greater teleportation. Soren's figure appeared over the city of Autumn Fall, and then quickly came near the Agate River. He saw tens of thousands of orcs gathered, and at the same time, he realized that Eugene was holding an investiture ceremony. Finally, it's investiture. Soren shook his head and sighed. Then his figure appeared, and a little bit of golden divine brilliance appeared. Compared with his investiture ceremony, Eugene's investiture ceremony was a bit lonely because no other gods came to congratulate him from beginning to end. The only one who appeared in the sky was Soren, his former enemy, but now he was temporarily cooperating with him. Soren's existence could only be seen by Eugene, and the orcs could not see him. Other than that, neither the gods of the human god system nor the gods of the orc god system appeared. The blood sacrifice was in progress. When Soren saw the blood sacrifice ceremony, he knew the path Eugene had chosen. This was the ancient shaman doctrine. As a half-orc, Eugene did not choose the way of preaching because it was difficult for the orcs to establish enough civilization like humans. This ancient blood sacrifice could quickly increase Eugene's power, but it would also create a bottleneck for him because of the blood sacrifice. Soren had always rejected the blood sacrifice from beginning to end. Even all the rituals in the temple did not include blood sacrifice. For him, this kind of impure power was not beneficial at all. However, Eugene had divinity stolen from the lesser demon lord, so it was not surprising that he chose the blood sacrifice. A little bit of golden brilliance appeared. Eugene was not able to create a holy kingdom in such a short period of time, but the orcs also had their own ancestral land, which was a kingdom formed by ancestor worship. What the Ascendant needed to do now was to inherit all of this. The whole investiture ceremony lasted for about an hour and a half, and the blood sacrifice ceremony took up 2/3 of the time. After Eugene completed the investiture ceremony, he nodded slightly at Soren, who was watching all of this from the sky. Soren nodded in response and turned around and disappeared. They were both officially gods, but Eugene's influence on the material plane was far less than Soren's. Basically, he did not disturb any gods, and not many gods paid more attention to him. Even the vampire god's investiture ceremony was a little bigger than his. This was the limitation. Eugene was only a half-orc, and both Soren and Reinhardt were the successors of the 3 gods of death. P.S. Guess who will be the next to become a god? Mordor City. Barracks. Today's Mordor City was a little different because hundreds of people were gathered in the courtyard at the side door of the city hall early in the morning. Most of these people were elite warriors, and some were even officers of Mordor City. In the absence of blocking the news, a piece of news was spreading among the officers of Mordor City. That was, the higher-ups of Mordor City had a unique trial method in their hands. It could allow people to enter it and hone their combat skills. Even if they died in it, they would not really die. It was said that those who had entered it had improved a lot after coming out. Some had even touched the edge of the legendary realm, which made many high-grade professions feel excited. Among these people, there was one person who was very special. He stood alone on one side of the courtyard, and there was a group of people gathered around him. He seemed to be in the center of power of Mordor City, but also seemed to be wandering outside the power of Mordor City. This person was the One-Eyed Dragon. He was one of the first pirate leaders to follow Soren in Mordor City, and he was the manager of the sea from Port Tylon to Snake Island. It was a complete accident that he joined this trial because after he couldn't break through the legendary realm for a long time, the one-eyed dragon learned about this trial from the news channel of Mordor City. Then, the pirate leader, who had been famous for a long time, directly begged Soren to join the trial. After all, the one-eyed dragon was one of the first followers, so Soren agreed after thinking about it. During this time, Soren had been transforming the battle flag plane. As a god, Soren's progress was very fast. Now his attributes had changed, especially in the basic skills, which were even more obvious. His ability had improved the most at present. Name, Soren, Holy Form, Intermediate Divine Power. Race, Half-Elf, God of Massacre. Attributes, Strength 23, +6, Agility 39, +6, Constitution 28, +6, Intelligence 30, +7, Wisdom 21, +6, Charm 25, +9. Alignment, Lawful Evil Class, Level 10 Rogue, 011500000, Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max, Level 10 Wizard, 027250000, Level 12 Arcanist, 032550000, Grade 7, Health Points, 625625, Robust, EXP, 5255075 Slaughter EXP, 15,545 Profession EXP, Unassigned. Skill Points, none Attribute Points, none Legendary Point, 300 Divinity, 295, Middle Divinity. Upgrading, Great Divinity, requires 300 points. Godhood, 165, Mid-Grade Godhood, requires 300 points to upgrade, Great Divinity. Divine Power, 513-3300. Upgrading to Greater Divine Power, requires 1200 Divine Power points and Mastery of Deities Descending, S Divine Law. The current Divinity storage limit is 3,300 points. Clergy, Shadow, Thief, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracker. Domains, Disease, Poison, Trickery, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Domination, Piracy, Shadow, Plants. Spirit Chi, Evil Spirit Chi, Fear Spirit Chi. Status, Normal. Basic Skills, Sneak 555, Literacy 435, Steal 425, Pick Lock 375, Snare 315, Focus 375, Negotiate 515, Appraise 325, Deceive 375, Intimidation 575, Taunt 315, Perform 315, Listen 425, Dodge 455, Parry 315, Block 275, Heal 275, Search 435, Detect 515, Scroll Copy 285, Spell Identify 315, Survival 355, Use Magic Equipment 275, Cooking 225, Alchemy 475, Forge Magic Weapon 315. Saint Form, Transcendence, Spell Immunity 1-4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Cast 1-3. Godhood Abilities, Space Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Power Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplanar Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills, Legendary Mana Construct, Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Spell Penetration, Legendary Reflex, Sea Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Craft Magic Equipment, Spell Penetration, Minor Magic Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Moderate Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Robust, High Regeneration, Telepathy 100. Feat. Profession Abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Combat Skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Leap, 300 meters, Shadow Strike, shadow jump, 2 times, vampiric touch, divinity, sword form, heavy slash, sword form, horizontal slash, sword form, beheading, sword form, waist slash, sword form, spinning strike, spinning slash. In order to complete the transformation plan of the War Flag realm, Soren increased his Arcanist level by 2 levels. He also added all his skill points to alchemy, which increased his alchemy to 475 points. At the same time, he also obtained the ability, Legendary Magic Construct, to cooperate with the transformation plan. This ability was similar to Princess Royal's magic transformation, where he could change the form and effect of his spells according to his will. The application in battle was similar to Princess Royal's Snow Incarnation, but Soren mainly focused on alchemy. When one's strength reached Soren's level, it would be very difficult to increase his level. He now had more than 5 million slaughter EXP in his storage. It seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. At most, he could only increase his level by 2 levels. For now, killing ordinary enemies was not very meaningful to Soren. He now needed at least legendary enemies to be worth killing. So if he wanted to continue increasing his profession level, Soren's target was still the Dread Lord. According to an adventure log in his previous life, when the god of Massacre, Baal, completed the quest to destroy the throne of Massacre, the son of Massacre at that time received an astonishing 30 million slaughter experience points. If the son of Massacre did not give up on becoming a god, perhaps a new powerful evil god would have been born. Soren was now waiting for a big move. He did not expect to receive 30 million slaughter EXP after destroying the Throne of Terror, but it should not be a small amount, right? After all, the Dreadlord was also a greater god. Moreover, the god of Massacre, Baal, and the Dreadlord were in a very similar situation. They were both in a situation where they were on the brink of death, and the core of their soul and power was stored in the Throne of Massacre, Throne of Terror. Soren now hoped to obtain the soul energy in it. For Soren, if he could obtain 30 million slaughter EXP, then he should have no problem leveling up 10 times in a row. In terms of profession level, he should be able to challenge a greater god. After a long wait, these people finally entered the War Flag realm through a portal. At this time, the first level of the War Flag realm had undergone a huge change. The altar-like connecting devices had all been removed. After Cyclops and the others entered, they saw a very magnificent hall. In front of the door, there were 2 diamond golems in charge of guarding, and there were also a team of steel golems patrolling around. In front of the hall was a square, and in the center was a huge purple crystal. There were also translucent crystal tubes connected together, and they could faintly see the magical energy flowing through them. Soren had really put in a lot of effort this time. He directly used the power of the divinity to change the size of the space. It was as if he had used his divine power to create the hall out of thin air. With a large number of skill points invested in alchemy, Soren's mastery of alchemy had improved by leaps and bounds. Soon, he grafted an energy channel and connected it to the elemental furnace. Huh? Why is everything here different from the last time? This time, there seemed to be a guy who had been here before, and he seemed to be called Jack. Cyclops listened to the voice not far away, and then followed the golem's guidance into the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw neat rows of, How should they describe it? There were rows of neatly arranged things that looked like stone coffins with translucent crystal lids on top. Now, what the golem wanted them to do was to lie down inside. Can I enter the trial field by lying in it? Cyclops looked at everything in front of him and murmured to himself. Everything here was full of magic. There were huge crystal chandeliers, lavender magic energy pipes, and the diamond golem who was responsible for guarding looked at everyone with oppressive eyes. There were strange runes engraved on the walls, but they didn't know what they were for. The soldiers of Mordor were used to obeying orders. Although they were a little uncomfortable with everything in front of them, soon some people obeyed and lay down inside the stone coffin. Cyclops was not in a hurry. He had been paying attention to those who entered first. When the first batch of people lay down inside, the crystal glass on the stone coffin automatically closed together, and then a flickering light spot lit up at the end of the stone coffin. Then the people inside became motionless. It looked like they had fallen into a deep sleep. Only their chests rose and fell with their breathing. Did I enter the illusion of the trial just like that? Cyclops thought for a while. After seeing the people around him enter one after another, he also chose a stone coffin and lay down inside. Compared to others, Cyclops, who was a little nervous, did not immediately fall asleep. It took him a while to feel tired. After not deliberately resisting, he soon fell into a deep sleep. A faint red light flashed. When the one-eyed dragon opened his eyes after letting go of his mind and falling into a deep sleep, he was already under a blood-red sky. "Hey! You despicable human! What are you doing here? The devils are about to attack the city. Why aren't you fighting?" "Pa!" The whip cracked loudly. Before the one-eyed man could react, he was whipped on the head. When he turned around, he immediately saw a ferocious-looking lustful demon urging him to join the battle. Incredible, although he was whipped, the one-eyed man's expression was very pleasantly surprised at this moment. P.S. Tomorrow. Unlike the last time, Soren's focus was not on the contestants this time. He just paid a little attention to the one-eyed man, and then shifted his attention to other places. This time, Soren increased the difficulty of the trial, and the scale was increased to a small-scale conflict in the Abyss Blood War. It constantly increased the number of the Devil Army, and at the same time, it also allowed the Devil Army to have more elite troops. It had to be said that the idea of transcending time was sometimes a bit lonely. Because although Soren had set some hidden plots and tasks in the trial, none of the contestants had thought of these so far. They were more like warriors to experience the trial. Because Soren had increased the scale of the battle, the probability of the death of the cannon fodder had increased several times compared to the last time. Although the trial battle had just begun, some people had already died in less than 5 minutes. Sauron's focus was on those who died. The first to die was the captain of the Mordor Guards. As a mercenary on the devil's side, he was very unfortunate to encounter a 6-armed snake demon. Although this guard captain had the strength of a high grade, in front of the powerful 6-armed snake demon, he was barely able to hold on for about 3 minutes before he was killed. With his death, a trace of soul power was stripped away, and at the same time, the killing power gathered on Soren's body. The dead contestant quickly woke up and was sent back to the real world. When he opened his eyes, the crystal lid of the sarcophagus had been opened, and standing in front of him was a steel golem. "Contestant. You have finished the trial." The steel golem said in a dull voice, "Now, please leave with me." In order to prevent other contestants from being disturbed, there was a special steel golem responsible for guarding here, and its intelligence level was also improved by Alice. The person who had just died was obviously unwilling, but after experiencing death, he seemed a little dispirited, and the shock to his soul was also great. He couldn't help but murmur, "Damn it. If I had another chance, I would definitely be able to escape from the enemy's hands." Without waiting for him to respond, the steel golem had already taken him away. After the contestant got up, the runes engraved in the sarcophagus gradually dimmed. At the moment of his death, these runes all lit up. The battles in the trial were still ongoing. Even though Soren had increased the difficulty of the dungeon by quite a bit, the number of people entering the dungeon had obviously increased, and the number of elites had also increased by a large margin. However, after the first person died and left the trial, more and more people began to die in battle. The steel golems kept bringing people out, and after about half an hour, more than 60 people had died in the trial. But, this time, no one died because they couldn't pass the test of will when they returned from death. All the participants who withdrew from the trial only felt a temporary mental weakness. This level of weakness was not enough to threaten their lives. Very good. Looks like my modification was successful. There were more than 100 trial takers, and half of them had already finished the trial. However, none of them had died. This was much better than Soren's last trial. At this moment, only then did he have the time to pay attention to the remaining trial takers. Due to the increase in the number of people, the chances of discovering hidden quests also increased. Those who were able to survive the first half hour were those with better brains. Some of them had already discovered that although they were mercenaries, they could also recruit troops to fight. This greatly reduced the probability of death, and gave them a chance to surround and kill stronger enemies. Soren paid attention to these people while thinking about other things. He muttered, "Looks like the battle flag trial is on the right track." But if I want to promote it, I have to think of another way. Not everyone can pass the battle flag trial and advance. Should I add a point system in the next trial? The points will be based on the number of kills in the battle flag plane. Then I'll give some generous rewards to the outstanding ones. If there really is such an outstanding person who can pass the trial, then even if I give him some divinity points, it won't be a big deal. The trial alone obviously couldn't satisfy Soren's desire to set it up. He felt that he should add something more interesting. Moreover, the battle flag trial was originally designed to have a corresponding reward system. In just a short while, the number of trial takers who died increased again. Now, there were only a dozen or so trial takers left, and the one-eyed man was one of them. He now had a very excited expression. This was because he had just killed a soul judgment demon by himself. This kind of quasi-legendary level enemy, he could only barely survive, but he managed to grab hold of a chance of survival in the battle. This feeling was too wonderful. Although he was now heavily injured and on the verge of death, he was still in a good mood. Next was a wave of large-scale siege. The demon army launched a general attack on the Devil's Steel Fortress. This time, not only did a large number of intermediate demons appear, but even Balers and Balers also appeared. In such an intense battle, the chances of surviving were very low, unless you completed the hidden quest at the beginning, or you had the strength of a high legendary level. So there was no doubt about it. Everyone died in the general attack. When all the trial takers were dead, Soren had time to check his harvest. The slaughter EXP was negligible, and it was all integrated into the battle flag plane. Soren obtained the slaughter energy that was born when the trial takers died. These 100 or so trial takers gave Soren about 20 divine power points. 20 divine power points. When Sauron had just ascended to godhood, he only accumulated 2 points of divine power in a day. These 100 or so trial takers were equivalent to all the divine power points that Soren had accumulated in 3 days, which was equivalent to dozens of fanatics continuously praying. This harvest was too rich. Soren couldn't help but think that if the battle flag plane could be expanded, then wouldn't he be able to easily obtain several times the divine power points of other gods? When the gods descended to the mortal realm, they were all empty. Although Soren's divinity could hold up to 3,000 divine power points, he had never accumulated more than 1,000 divine power points. As long as the battle flag plane could be expanded, then Soren would be able to continuously obtain divine power points. With enough divine power points, Soren could easily enchant a large number of weapons. He only needed to use a few materials to create a first-tier legendary item. Then, the harvest would be directly proportional to the investment. P.S. First update. When Sauron's divine power is full, he can withstand about 33,000 physical damage when he activates Divine Shield. Divine power was the direct embodiment of power. Not to mention other uses of the divine power value. Just in the case of activating the Divine Shield, with Soren's maximum divine power value, he could withstand about 30,000 points of damage. That was 30,000 damage. In the entire multiverse, the number of existences that could cause 30,000 damage to Soren could be counted on one's fingers. This was also the reason why adventurers often failed when they tried to besiege the gods. If there were not enough adventurers, the effective damage caused would not be enough to break through the divine shield. Then it would be basically impossible to kill a god in the form of a saint. The third test of the battle banner plane was undoubtedly a success. Because no one died this time, this meant that Soren's magic circle had greatly reduced the possibility of accidents. However, most of the chosen candidates this time were high-grade professions, so Soren still needed to conduct the fourth test. Next time, the scale of the candidates would be expanded, and middle-grade professions would also be chosen. As for the final goal, it was to see if ordinary people could participate in the test. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. July was coming soon, and when Adele Isabella returned to the Windspear Hills, an earth-shattering battle occurred near the volcano in the southwest of the continent. This battle alarmed countless people, but not many people dared to go close to watch, because this time it was the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god. The wind elemental god, Arcady, was the embodiment of one of the basic elements, wind. She was one of the 4 elemental gods, and like the other elemental gods, she didn't have many followers. She seemed to be above time and hadn't changed in the long history. She had some dealings with other gods related to the wind elemental, such as Adele, Fenrir, and Sandaker, but they weren't very close. She didn't pay much attention to her followers. Only when mortals burned precious incense and made the smoke float with the wind to pay respect to her, would she pay more attention to them. She might respond to the prayers of mortals, change the wind direction, stabilize the wind speed, provide good flying weather, or make rain. She was an ancient god who didn't care. The only thing she didn't like was the earth elemental god. Akadi did everything she could to resist the stubborn earth elemental god, Galamba. The four elemental ancient gods opposed each other. Although they were all gods with great divine power, the number of times they met in their lives was limited, and most of the time, once they met, there was a possibility of fighting. There was no way to know who made the first move. By the time Soren realized that the two elemental ancient gods were fighting, the entire area within a radius of 100 miles had become a battlefield for the wind elementals and the earth elementals. The elemental sovereign gods didn't care about mortals. This was because they did not need the faith of mortals. They did not even care about their own believers, so why would the ancient elemental gods care about the creatures in the material plane? This was the difference in values, and it was precisely because of this difference that the ancient elemental gods did not mind using the material plane as a battlefield for them to defeat their opponents. Galamba was the embodiment of earth, one of the basic elements. He was one of the four elemental gods, and like the other elemental gods, he did not have many believers. He was relatively indifferent to his own believers, and the king of the earth only accepted the pure offerings of his believers without any demands, agate, jasper, or other minerals. Most of the gifts he gave to mortals were all kinds of protective magic, or knowledge about the hidden places and rich mineral veins. However, the more the believers contributed, the more gifts he would give. Most of the time, the earth elemental god was even too lazy to respond to his believers. Such a silent ancient god rarely took the initiative to do anything. Unless he met his old rival, Akadi, who was regarded as frivolous and fickle by the earth elemental god. After the encounter in the material plane, the two, great divine power, elemental ancient gods directly broke out into a fight. They not only fought in person, but also summoned their own huge armies from the elemental plane. When Soren's incarnation arrived, a fissure that was more than 50 kilometers long had appeared on the ground. Volcanoes had erupted due to the fusion of the earth, and the raging storm had destroyed almost everything. Forests, trees, towns, and most of the living people in this area. Fortunately, the area was not densely populated by humans, so the number of deaths should be less than 100,000. The air was filled with violent divine power. This was more powerful than the Lord of Storms. As soon as Soren arrived, he felt the elemental domain. In this area, except for the elemental power of wind and earth, the other elemental powers were completely suppressed. As for the other gods, they fell into silence at this moment because they did not know how to stop this battle. At last, it was the god of light who ended it all. Because it was the two oldest elemental gods who were fighting, in this case, even a mid-level god like Soren was not qualified to intervene. He only saw the god of light appear in the sky, and then after a while, the raging storm gradually stopped, and the earth elemental god and the wind elemental god who were fighting personally left for some reason. They had left. But the elemental army they summoned did not leave. In this land with a radius of more than 100 kilometers, there were almost no other living creatures. There were only endless and violent elemental life forms. Hundreds of thousands of earth and wind elementals were fighting on this land, as if they were still in the midst of a battle that the two main gods had yet to complete. This was the elemental battlefield. It was also one of the events in history that Soren could not stop, because even after the end of the Avatar crisis, there were still two large elemental battlefields in the material plane, and they would continue until one of these elemental lives won. Hundreds of thousands of mortals died just like that. They were like dust that was wiped away, just because of their insignificance. They disappeared in a battle between the two elemental ancient gods. And no one could do anything for them. Even the god of light could only persuade the two elemental ancient gods, because even he was not completely sure that he could defeat one of them. Moreover, the elemental ancient gods did not care about all this, because when they were born, there were no such creatures as human beings in this world. The incident seemed to be over. But Soren knew that it was just the beginning, because it was only the wind elemental god and the earth elemental god. The real disaster of the elemental turmoil was the other two, the elemental god of water. the elemental god of fire. These two were the real problems. Now the gods could only hope that the two of them would not meet, because once water and fire collided, it would be a big explosion. P.S. Grandma was hit by a car when she was walking at night. Fu Tu is now rushing back to his hometown. The specific situation is not clear. There will be a message. End of chapter 942. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.